A man spent a century without consuming food, drink, or sleep, solely to master a single sword-drawing technique. It was solely because the young boy encountered an elderly man at the tender age of 9, who proclaimed that he possessed extraordinary talent and remarkable perseverance. It took him 5 years, under the guidance of the old man, to finally attain enlightenment. The old master only taught him the essentials of drawing the sword and sheathing it. The repetitive act of drawing and sheathing the sword was utterly simplistic and monotonous. Even relieving oneself requires several attempts. Master, will you not impart any further teachings? Master, please take your time. At this moment, on the edge of a cliff, Chu Chun gazed at the white-haired elder seated before him and inquired, "Your qualifications may be lacking. Do not be overly ambitious." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's expression turned bitter. "Master, I have followed you up the mountain for 99 years. Even raising a dog would elicit some feelings. So why not impart a bit more knowledge?" The elderly man with white hair remained expressionless. "Your aptitude is lacking. This method is sufficient." Chu Chun stood up. "Are you serious?" The venerable elder gradually opened his eyes. "I am aware of your discontent. Yet I urge you to withhold your grievances for now. After all, your intellect is rather limited. How could you not even impart a single sword technique?" Chu Chun exclaimed in exasperation. "If you could merely teach me a move or two, I would refrain from further complaints. Let us set aside other matters should I fall victim to an untimely demise. Would you not be subject to scorn, accused of having trained a disciple utterly devoid of merit?" The white-haired elder sighed. "Alas, it is not that the master fails to teach, but rather it is you. It is you, endowed with limited intellect, day after day, endowed with limited intellect." Chu Chun seethed with anger. The elderly man with white hair shook his head, expressing his dissent. Chu Chun was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with joy thereafter. "That was," the elderly man calmly remarked, "you are remarkably foolish and utterly unteachable." Chu Chen's expression darkened. "I wish to sever our master-student relationship." The old man's eyes sparkled with wisdom. "Well, that settles it. Do not seek me out in the future. I shall bid you farewell. Oh no, let us part forever. I shall bid you farewell. Oh no, let us part forever." "Neo Dali!" Chu Chun roared with fury. "What happened?" Neo Dali glared fiercely, exuding a formidable aura, causing the sky to darken abruptly, with thunder rumbling ominously. Chu Chun instantly lowered his proud head, beseeching your esteemed self for mercy. "In pursuit of a promising future, I remain untainted, untouched by worldly desires. Countless days and nights have passed, and I have yet to even employ my right hand." Neo Dali squinted slightly. "Thus, you utilize your left hand." Chu Chun suppressed the urge to curse. "I no longer aspire to master the supreme swordsmanship. Even if you could impart a few techniques of the inferior swordplay, it would not be in vain for the bond we share as master and disciple, would it?" Neo Dali remained composed, expressing, "I regret to disappoint you. My master will not draw the sword." Chu Chun is filled with grievances against his master. Neo Dali interjected, interrupting Chu Chen's words. "Young brother, I beseech you to maintain your dignity. You have severed ties with me just moments ago." With a graceful motion of his right hand, he traced a semicircle in the air, gesturing towards the distance. "You may return home now." Upon witnessing this, Chu Chen's complexion turned pale. "Master, please call me Neo Dali." "Neo Dali." Neo Dali scoffed. "What an ungrateful wretch he is. After all, I have nurtured you for nearly a century, and now you address me by my name, so casually." Chu Chun, consumed by rage, unexpectedly burst into laughter. "Very well, so this is how you wish to play." Neo Dali closed his eyes, choosing to remain silent. Chu Chun turned to leave. "Wait," Neo Dali spoke once more. Chu Chen's expression brightened with joy. "I knew you could not bear a part with me. Without my company, how lonely you must feel. Moreover, I am so frail that I probably won't make it more than 2 miles down a mountain. With a mere roll of my eyes and a glare, I might just perish." Neo Dali waved his hand, and a package fell at Chu Chen's feet. "Take your worthless trinkets away." The smile on Chu Chen's face suddenly froze. After a considerable pause, he picked up the package. "Since you are so cold-hearted, notify me when you lay it to rest. I shall come to offer my respects." With these words, he descended with a heavy heart. After merely taking a few steps, I could not help but turn back. "Master, would you be so kind as to accompany me a little further? I am unable to fly. You see, you never taught me how." Dali swept his sleeve, tearing through the fabric of space itself, and cast Chu Chun into the void. Then he opened his eyes, gazing towards another direction of the town gate. There, black lightning intertwined, and the distant rumble of thunder could faintly be heard. Alas, the tranquility would not last long. "Cherish the present life, dear boy. Cherish it well." At this moment, on a government road, Chu Chen's expression was one of bitterness. After wielding his sword for 99 years, he found himself back at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, Chu Chan was filled with exuberance once more. With no inhibitions, he was once again brimming with joy. "This place may not harbor me, yet there are surely other places that will. In every direction, there may be no refuge for me, yet I shall rise above the newly affluent. With my thoughts liberated, my spirits soar even higher. At present, I unravel the belongings prepared for me by my esteemed master. A storage ring, a roll of toilet paper, 10 bottles of fasting elixirs to alleviate hunger, and a map." Truly befuddled, Chu Chen curled his lips in disdain. Why not simply place it directly into the storage ring? He adorned his finger with the ring, imprinting it with his soul's essence. Within a space measuring 3 meters in length, width, and height, an abundant collection of exquisite spirit stones is piled high. At the center, there lies 100 premium spirit stones, and atop this magnificent heap rests a bronze token, half a foot in height, inscribed with the word Zhou You. Apart from this, there lies an ancient sword that he typically wields. The scabbard is forged from dark gold, adorned with a multitude of ferocious apparitions, their claws bared and expressions menacing. The blade is of a unique shape, resembling a rounded crown, with a singular character inscribed upon it, Zhu. This sword is known as Zhu Xie, serving as the personal weapon of Dali, and has been in the possession of Chu Chun for many years. The natural elixirs were plentifully prepared for him. In a secluded corner, a designated area was filled to the brim. In that moment, tears streamed down Chu Chen's face. "Master, why did you not think to prepare some gold for me? Where am I to lose my virginity?" The cries abruptly ceased in the summer air. Suddenly, he struck his forehead with great force. Of course, spiritual stones can be sold for money. At last, he came to realize that he was indeed rather dull-witted. Returning home, a brief visit to my abode. With exuberance, Chu Chun dashed ahead. At this moment, I am merely 108 years of age. Provided my parents exert the same dedication to their cultivation as I do, they must be thriving at around 130 years, certainly still in good health. Then I yearn to lose my innocence, aspiring to become a true man. I wonder who is fortunate enough to receive my treasure collection of over a century. The more he contemplates, the happier he becomes, running swiftly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A true man never relies on his right hand. In the serene city of Qingping within the Huaxia dynasty, freshly prepared rat skewers, crispy on the outside, tender within, and undeniably fragrant, will leave you yearning for more. Deep-fried scorpions, succulent and delectable. We invite you to savor them after your purchase. Strolling through the bustling streets, Chu Chan found himself incessantly swallowing the essence of human existence, a sensation he had not experienced in far too long. For over a century, he has subsisted daily on the essence of fasting pills. On rare occasions, when he seeks a change in flavor, he indulges in elixirs such as blood-revitalizing pills and the 6-flavor Emperor Phoenix pill. His palate has long since lost its sensitivity to taste. There are countless instances when he gazed longingly at the wild grass beneath his feet, yearning to take a bite. The aroma was tantalizing, and Chu Chun wiped away the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, alas, he was devoid of funds. He was not foolish enough to exchange spirit stones for a mere skewer of rats. Such madness was beyond comprehension. "Young man, come and have a taste." The vendor calls out, offering skewers of mice. "Behold, they are whole and intact. I am nothing like those unscrupulous individuals. I would never resort to substituting with a pampered feline." Chu Chun hesitated. "Is it possible to purchase on credit? I will retrieve some funds from my parents shortly and repay you. Time is required." The smile on the vendor's face has frozen. With a dismissive spit upon the ground, he expels a mouthful of saliva. "Without money, what can you possibly gaze upon?" Though he appears respectable, he is merely a dependent on his parents. Chu Chun, in a huff, turned on his heel and departed. He could sense that his opponent was exceedingly weak, yet he was acutely aware of his own frailty. After studying for 99 years, he had only mastered a single sword-drawing technique. Not only would others find it hard to believe, but even he himself struggled to accept this reality. Thus, he chose to swallow his pride. In the midst of the procession, one could observe a group of individuals striding forward with palpable fury. The Lin family is indeed poised to confront the Chu family. Along the roadside, whispers emerged, revealing a sense of anticipation for the unfolding drama. This situation has undoubtedly placed the Lin family in a precarious position, leaving little hope for a favorable resolution. One cannot help but sigh and shake their head. However, the Chu family truly is something. In the past, they established a marriage pact with the Lin family, and now, simply because the son of the Lin family possesses a flawed character, they seek to annul the agreement. Is that not a jest? It is likely a pretext. Over the years, the Chu family has certainly seen better days. The Lin family undoubtedly aspires to dominate entirely. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun involuntarily halted his steps and turned to glance at the two individuals engaged in conversation. The Chu family. Which Chu family? The pair cast a fleeting glance at Chu Chun. Is it from outside? Chu Chun nodded. Yes, it is from outside. One of the men chuckled with a sly grin. Are you unaware of the norm? In Qingping City, there exists but a single Chu family. It is said that they have flourished for nearly a century. During that era, the Chu family unexpectedly rose to prominence with remarkable vigor. It is rumored that the second son of the Chu family was taken by a recluse of extraordinary prowess, who bestowed upon him a substantial fortune. Zhou You, I am inquiring about the current events that are unfolding. Another man sighed. 15 years ago, the Lin and Chu families had formed a marital alliance. Now, as the children have matured, the Chu family has reneged on their agreement. Just yesterday, they announced the dissolution of the engagement, causing quite a stir. Naturally, the Lin family feels a loss of face and will undoubtedly seek to address the matter. Before the words had fully left his lips, it became apparent that Chu Chun had already distanced himself from the scene. Chu Chun quickened his pace amidst the crowd, yet the Lin family members remained oblivious to his presence. Could it truly be my family? Chu Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Deep within, he swiftly contemplated strategies. He left with his master all those years ago. His master indeed provided a substantial sum of money, along with a volume of martial arts techniques. To quote his master directly, it was a relocation allowance, as he, Chu Chun, was to be away for an extended period, perhaps never to return. When Chu Chun arrived at the Chu family's residence, the grand entrance lay in ruins. Outside the entrance, throngs of onlookers gathered in concentric circles, for it is said that those who do not partake in the spectacle are nothing short of fools. Chu Chun forcefully squeezed his way in, hastening his steps deeper within. At this very moment, a tall man bellowed with a stern voice, Chuan, have I not shown you enough respect? I was merely absent from home yesterday, and you dared to allow your daughter to break off the engagement. On the opposite side stood a refined gentleman, his countenance ashen, with blood trickling from his mouth and nose. Lin Tong, you have perpetrated heinous acts, inflicting harm upon virtuous women. Do you still maintain any justification for your actions? Lin Tong's expression was one of haughty pride. What of it if my son has brought death to several women? That merely attests to my son's masculinity, capable of carrying on the family lineage. Let me make myself clear today. Your daughter must marry, whether she wishes to or not. Not only does she have to wed, but I also demand that you kneel upon the city tower and offer an apology to the Lin family. Chu Lin's expression was shrouded in gloom. In your dreams, my Chu family would rather perish than sell my daughter for survival. Damn it! The insolent fools who refuse the toast and instead choose the penalty drink. Lin Tong clenched her fists, her spiritual energy surging. I initially believed that an alliance through marriage would illuminate the history of your rise to power. Since you are so audacious, the Chu family has no reason to exist any longer. Prepare yourselves. Today, anyone bearing the surname Chu shall not leave alive. Suddenly, a girl rushed out and positioned herself in front of Chuan. Chuan urged Smoke retreat swiftly. Chu Yan's pale face flushed as she exclaimed, Master Lin, Do you not fear the vengeance of my second master upon your actions against the Chu family today? Lin Tong burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Your second uncle, if the rumors are to be believed, is likely to have grass 3 feet high on his grave. If the tales were true, how could it be that he has not returned for such a long time? However, you need not worry, my son is still eager to play with you. He shall not let you depart this world so swiftly. Behind Lin Tong stood a young man with triangular eyes, Lin Shui, who chuckled, "Smoking girl, why must you concern yourself with such matters? It is quite normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. Besides, I merely brought an end to their existence. It does not diminish your standing in any way. Is this not a form of affection?" Chu Yan's delicate face flushed with alternating shades of crimson and pallor. "I command you to depart from the Chu residence at once, otherwise my second uncle shall not show you mercy." Her generation, along with that of her father, has always borne this incident in mind. The Lin family and others laughed uproariously, filled with mockery and derision. Lin Shui chuckled heartily. "Oh, dear second master, how I tremble in fear. What might you be? Please, do show yourself to us." Upon hearing this, the members of the Chu family turned as pale as ash. Perhaps it is indeed merely a legend. After all, no one has ever witnessed it. "Apologies. Excuse me for a moment." With a beaming smile, Chu Chan squeezed his way through the crowd of the Lin family, drawing the attention of all present. Lin Shui's laughter abruptly ceased in the summer. "Who the hell are you?" Chu Chan chuckled. "I might just be the second master she speaks of." Chuan immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. This brat was even younger than himself, yet he dared to impersonate his second uncle at this moment. Was this merely an opportunistic act, or was there a deeper secret at play? "Nice to meet you." Chu Chan clasped his hands towards the people of the Lin family, simultaneously sensing their auras. Though I am feeble, they appear to be even weaker. Lin Shui raised an eyebrow, with a tattered sword sheath hanging at his waist. Pretending to be a chivalrous hero, is he? As he spoke, a fist came crashing toward him. Indeed, he possesses a fiery temper. Amidst the bristles, blood splatters in an instant. A hand falls to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 3:0. I truly severed it. Lin Shui emitted a piercing scream, blood gushing from her right wrist. My hand, my hand." Lin Tong's expression shifted dramatically. What transpired? Who could elucidate the events that unfolded? How could it be that, after merely releasing his grip, his son's hand was severed? A master? Lin Tong exchanged glances with the others. Someone hastily approached Lin Shui to staunch the bleeding. What was the true nature of this individual? Why was it that, at the moment he acted, I, a practitioner of the transcendence realm, could not discern his intentions? A chill surged within Lin Tong, though he was arrogant. It did not imply foolishness. He was aware of the realms of blood, transcendence, spirit communication, and profound mastery, yet the higher realms remained shrouded in mystery, beyond his reach. However, this person could not possibly belong to the spirit communication realm or above. Lin Tong gritted his teeth, as glinting with malice. "I know you have something to say, but hold your tongue for now." Zhou You turned with a smile, inquiring, "What relation do you have to the Zhou family?" He needed to clarify this matter. What if it was merely a situation of similarity? Zhou Yan's face twitched. Before he could speak, Zhou Chun interjected, "He is my grandfather." Oh. Zhou You nodded repeatedly. "And what of your great-grandfather and great-grandmother?" Zhou Chun hurriedly replied, "My great-grandfather and great-grandmother have been residing in Bishu Mountain Villa for over a decade. My grandfather has been gone for nearly half a year. The Zhou family has been managed by my father. It is good to be alive, indeed." Zhou Yu sighed in relief. His inquiry stemmed from the absence of his relative's presence. Zhou Yu hesitated. "Are you truly my second uncle?" Zhou Yu smiled warmly. "If my parents had not chosen to have another son back then, it should indeed be me." In an instant, the members of the Zhou family displayed unrestrained joy. The rumors were true. "We pay our respects to our second uncle." Zhou Yu knelt with a thud, no longer hesitating. The younger generation and servants followed suit, kneeling and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the second master." Ah, how wondrous life is. Zhou Yu smacked his lips, realizing that after a period away, he had returned to find his status elevated. "Please rise." Observing this, Lin Tong's expression darkened. Was it genuine, or merely a fade? This fellow appeared rather feeble. Yet, what had transpired moments ago? Zhou Yu turned to Lin Tong. "I gathered some information on my way back. Regardless of the agreement made years ago, if one party is unwilling, let it be rendered void." He pondered internally whether to take action. It seemed he had already acted. Indeed, his master's insight was profound. He truly was of mediocre talent, slow to respond. Lin Tong's face twitched, and he growled through clenched teeth to publicly annul the engagement. To insult the Lin family, and you wish to let this matter rest? Where shall I place my dignity? Where shall I place the honor of the Lin family? Zhou You frowned, and so? Lin Tong's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. All humiliation must be washed away with blood. Zhou You nodded, understanding. No, you do not comprehend. Lin Tong suddenly surged forward, drawing his sword from his waist, exclaiming, Die? He sensed that something was amiss and felt compelled to probe the situation before enlisting the aid of his father. Thud. Lin Tong fell to the ground. His sword shattered in two, his head rolling a considerable distance, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. In an instant, the Lin family was enveloped in a state of terror, frantically rushing to escape. Even Lin Shui was abandoned on the ground. Lin Shui's complexion turned pale, her body weak as she crawled away. With her father dead, there was no need to maintain any pretense. Just as she reached the threshold, her body convulsed, splitting apart. In that moment, the onlookers dispersed, fleeing in all directions. Those who had committed numerous transgressions found that death was a preferable fate. Zhou You stroked his chin, perplexed. Despite his own diminished strength, why were they weaker than him? Moreover, why did they not put up any resistance? Zhou stood in shock, his mind a tumult of confusion. What had transpired? Who could enlighten him on the events that had unfolded? He had witnessed nothing. Yet the once formidable Lin Tong was now dead, and so close at hand. He clearly saw that Zhou Yu's sword had never been drawn. Regaining his composure, Zhou trembled as he inquired, May I ask, Uncle, what realm do you currently inhabit? I am most eager to know. He was already 60 years old. And this rumored uncle was a childhood idol. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu found himself in a quandary. His realm was indeed not high. Furthermore, it was distinct from others. At least his master's teachings differed. The orthodox cultivation method involved gathering the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to cleanse the bloodlines, thus breaking through to the transcendental realm, which was divided into 9 levels. However, Zhou Yu's cultivation was different. His mortal blood realm was categorized into 3 stages: blood quenching, bone refinement, and muscle forging, each further divided into 9 levels. According to his master's teachings, he would reach the transcendental realm when his blood shimmered with golden light, his bones bore golden patterns, and his muscles resonated with the roar of a dragon. Thus, Zhou Yu found himself firmly within the mortal blood realm. How could he articulate this? To admit that he had been away for a century while his elder brother now had grandchildren, yet he remained merely in the mortal blood realm? Quite close to the truth. Zhou Yu responded vaguely. Though he was of advanced age, he had been with his master since he was 9, seldom encountering outsiders, and had experienced far less of the world than even a teenager. Shoan did not dare to press further, for this was an elder. Even if he appeared 100 years younger, he was still his uncle. Zhou Chen exclaimed, Second uncle, you are incredible. How did you achieve this? Zhou Yu smiled. It's merely about drawing the sword, nothing complex. Zhou Chen, taken aback, asked, Did you draw your sword? Zhou Yu, puzzled, replied, Did you not see? Zhou Chen shook her head in confusion, mirroring her father's obliviousness. Suddenly, Zhou interjected, Uncle, now that Lin Tong is dead, the Lin family will undoubtedly seek retribution. It is said that Lin Tong's father, Lin Long, has already broken through to the spirit communicating realm. He may prove formidable. Spirit communicating realm? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu was taken aback. What is the essence of spiritual connection? It pertains to the awakening of one's blood lineage upon reaching the realm of spiritual connection. A practitioner can awaken their blood spirit. The stronger the bloodline, the more formidable the awakened spirit tends to be. He had once broached this topic with his master, who had responded enigmatically that one would attain the realm and the blood spirit in due time, yet the particulars must be comprehended in silence. Reflecting on it, he had inadvertently employed 30% of his strength when dispatching Lin Tong to avoid personal injury, and he mused that dealing with someone in the realm of spiritual connection should be manageable. Before Zhou Yu could voice his thoughts, Zhou Chen confidently proclaimed, Father, with second uncle's return, what do you have left to worry about? However, Zhou Yu's mind was elsewhere. He was preoccupied with thoughts of food, preferably something like ungreased roasted meat or a succulent pork knuckle. Setting aside matters concerning the Lin family, he was genuinely hungry. Zhou quickly snapped back to reality and called out, Yes, yes. Everyone, please clean up the bodies and hasten to prepare a feast to welcome second uncle. Chapter 4. He truly feels hungry in the living room. He was indeed ravenous. Zhou stared blankly at his uncle Zhou You, who was devouring his food with unrestrained enthusiasm. Were it not for the fact that this man was his uncle, he would have suspected that a starving ghost had come to visit. Zhou Chun, however, gazed at the scene with a smile, continually pouring wine for Zhou You. Not only was she spared the fate of marrying that scoundrel, but the family crisis had also been resolved. What could possibly elicit greater joy than this? Was there more? Zhou Yu looked up, and Shou Chen hurriedly used a handkerchief to wipe the grease from the corners of his mouth. Yes, indeed. Zhou Yu nodded repeatedly. The roasted leg of lamb would be arriving shortly. Yet, in the depths of his heart, he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the Lin family matters. As they spoke, two servants rushed in from outside, carrying the roasted leg of lamb. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with tears of joy, for no one could fathom the hardships he had endured over the years. As a generous bite of lamb slid down his throat, Zhou Yu emitted a sound of ecstasy, tears welling in his eyes. This was truly living. No more consuming those wretched fasting pills. Those were not fit for human consumption. After a while, Zhou Yu opened his eyes, pondering how he could be so unsettled at his age. Zhou quickly replied, "You are right, uncle." Zhou Yu clutched the roasted leg of lamb and began to gnaw on it, noting that he hadn't been attentive earlier, and he was now putting his heart back into it. Given that his master had not taught him any other sword techniques, Zhou Yu had devised a new method for drawing the sword. Casual sword draw, consecutive sword draw, super consecutive sword draw, serious sword draw, serious consecutive sword draw, super serious consecutive sword draw. In summary, while the master opens the door, personal exploration relies on individual effort. When it came to slaying Lin Tong, he had merely executed a casual sword draw, nothing more than that. Zhou Qin could not stifle her laughter. "Uncle, do take your time eating." She found it surreal that someone who appeared as youthful as herself was actually her uncle. In the blink of an eye, the leg of lamb was reduced to mere bones. Zhou Yu, now satisfied, let out a hearty belch, reveling in the exquisite sensation of fullness. It felt as though he were suspended in a cloud, floating in bliss. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Zhou family's front gate and courtyard wall crumbled into ruin. Zhouan. A powerful presence accompanied a thunderous shout that reverberated throughout the Zhou household. In an instant, everyone's expression shifted dramatically. Zhouan trembled. "Uncle." "It's Lin Long." An elder with white hair stomped through the shattered floorboards, radiating fury. "All of you, come out and face your demise." Zhou Yu sauntered to the entrance of the living room, still belching from his feast. Lin Long's piercing gaze fell upon Zhou Yu, his aura swirling ominously like a bloodthirsty tiger, letting out an earth-shattering roar. This was truly the spirit realm. Zhouan gasped, his face drained of color. The spirit realm, having awakened the blood spirit, marked a definitive separation from ordinary cultivators. Zhou Yu surveyed the broken floor and door, asserting, "You shall pay for this." Even Zhou Chun, despite her confidence, was rendered pale by the overwhelming aura. "Uncle." Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively, for he sensed that his adversary seemed weaker than himself. Lin Long gritted his teeth. "So it was you who killed my son and grandson?" Zhou Yu nodded, indeed, taken aback by the swiftness of his response. Lin Long's expression shifted. Very well. Your audacity is admirable. You dare to take responsibility. You must be unaware of the forces that stand behind me." Zhou Yu shook his head. "I truly do not know." Lin Long's anger surged as he roared. "How arrogant! Today, I shall ensure your demise is unequivocal. I am an outer elder of the Fierce Tiger sect. To offend me is to offend the entire sect." Zhou Yu paused, glancing back. "What is the Fierce Tiger sect? Is it truly formidable?" Zhouan's face paled, his lips quivering as he leaned against the doorframe. "It is one of the top 500 sects on Kun Yuan continent." Zhou Yu sighed in relief. "Top 500? I thought it was among the top 5. Lin Long bellowed in rage. "You pathetic little wretch. Though I am unaware of the means by which you killed my son, it is abundantly clear that you are woefully weak, unworthy even to stand before me. Once I have eradicated all of you, I shall dismember every last elder of the Zhou family to assuage my wrath." The blood spirit of the fierce tiger roared. Lin Long's body surged with power, shaking the very foundations of the Zhou family. Zhou Yu discreetly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Prepare to die." Lin Long unleashed a tiger's roar, his overwhelming force pushing forward. Even before he arrived, the sheer pressure sent tiles flying. Zhou Chun gasped, feeling a tempest of blood energy, as though he might be swallowed whole by a ferocious tiger at any moment. Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed. "Prepare for a serious draw." Bang! Lin Long collapsed before Zhou Yu, his head still attached to half his body, while the other half sprinted into the living room. "Huh?" Lin Long struggled to raise his head, bewildered. Why are my legs running on their own? As his gaze fell upon Zhou You, he noticed that the latter had merely released the sword's hilt. Had he drawn it? What had just transpired? Why did it feel as if his body had split apart in an instant? The blood spirit dissipated as well. Zhou You crouched down. I know you have something to say. While you still draw breath, speak quickly. Blood flowed from Lin Long's mouth and nose. I am an outer elder of the Fierce Tiger sect. For years, I have paid tribute. My connections are intricate. If you kill me, they will not spare you. Zhou You nodded calmly. I have noted that. Lin Long's face twisted in despair. Should you not show fear at this moment? That is a sect ranked among the top 500. Zhou You scratched his head. Fear? It seems that after spending so much time with my master, I have long since ceased to feel such emotions. Well, I am afraid. Zhou You looked at Lin Long, sensing that the latter needed this affirmation. Lin Long's face contorted in disbelief. You lie. Zhou You reassured him. I truly am afraid. I feel fear within. Tears of blood streamed down Lin Long's face as he bowed his head. Zhou You collapsed onto the ground. Uncle, that is the Fierce Tiger sect. There have been rumors about them, but they have never been substantiated. It is rumored that within such sects, there exist formidable beings surpassing the realm of transcendent mastery. Zhou You, however, possessed little understanding of these matters. He simply yearned to reunite with his parents and elder brother, having missed them dearly after such a prolonged separation. Zhou Chun hastily interjected, Second uncle, father is occupied with some family affairs. Allow me to escort you. Zhou You felt indifferent. Expressing that whether he was led there or informed of the location to go on his own, it mattered not. Zhou You suddenly became acutely aware of a significant concern. It appeared that his second uncle's thought processes deviated from those of an ordinary person, as if nothing could capture his earnest attention. There are often three reasons that could lead to such a situation. First, the sect of the second uncle may possess greater strength. Second, the second uncle himself may wield considerable power. Third, the second uncle may exhibit a sluggish response. Clearly, the third possibility must be dismissed, leading one to naturally conclude that the first and second possibilities hold true. With this realization, Zhou You abruptly rose, his eyes suddenly alight with renewed vigor. Chapter 5. I seem to be quite strong seated within the carriage. Zhou You bore an expression of confusion, tinged with a hint of trepidation. I seem to be quite strong, he mused, rubbing his chin, astonished that he felt no emotional response after taking a life for the first time. He then muttered in bewilderment. When did I become so fearless? How peculiar. He was acutely aware of his own standing. Recognizing himself as merely an ordinary cultivator of the mundane blood realm, who had wielded a sword for 99 years. His left hand caressed the sheath of the evil-subduing sword, the chill emanating from it serving as a stark reminder of the reality he faced. The art of sword drawing is comprised of 3 steps: cultivating the sword, drawing the sword, and sheathing the sword. It is not the sword itself that is cultivated, but the heart of the sword. An indomitable sword heart. A heart that shatters the frail, a heart that charges forth without hesitation. Before such a sword heart, all things are inconsequential. His master had once imparted wisdom. At the moment you grasp the hilt and confront your adversary, your heart will reveal whether this individual can be vanquished by your blade. If you lack the courage to draw your sword, it is best to simply turn away. As for whose backside you should pat, his master had left that unexplained. Drawing the sword is akin to unveiling one's heart, allowing the sword heart to sweep across all directions at the instant of the draw. As for sheathing the sword, the explanation is even more straightforward. To take up the sword is to possess the ability to relinquish it. One must have the capacity to inflict harm as one draws the sword, just as one must be able to bear the consequences when sheathing it. Drawing the sword signifies slaughter, while sheathing it signifies peace. Glancing at the plethora of spirit stones within his storage ring, Zhou You felt an urgency to enhance his cultivation. Surely, he could not remain a mere wastrel for his entire life. At the very least, he ought to commune with the spirit to ascertain the nature of his blood spirit. Oh, that phrase seemed rather crude. After pondering for a moment and finding no more suitable expression, he decided to let it be. Zhou Qin, responsible for driving the carriage, could not help but turn back, exclaiming, Second Master, you are truly remarkable. It is as if your actions are imperceptible. Even Lin Long, of the spirit communication realm, is no match for you. Zhou You blinked. Indeed? I too believe I possess some prowess. Zhou Qin grinned. Surely you have attained the legendary profound realm, haven't you? Zhou You counted on his fingers. Mundane blood realm, transcendence realm, spirit communication realm, profound realm. Well, it's about right, I suppose. Zhou You evasively responded. Bemused by how often people inquire about realms nowadays, It was utterly reminiscent of her father. Before Zhou Chun could inquire further, Zhou Yu deftly shifted the subject. I see there are quite a few members of the Zhou family here, all with different surnames. In many families, those who share the family name do not constitute the majority. Tasks such as serving tea or doing laundry are often handled by those of other surnames. Zhou Chun hurried to clarify, within Qingping City, it's just my father, along with my second and third uncles. However, for the sake of the family business, they reside in Qingyuan City, which is not far from us, about 200 miles away. I also have an older brother who has gone to the sect for cultivation. He hasn't returned for 3 years. Zhou Yu inquired, what position does your father hold? Zhou Chen replied with surprise, he is the eldest. Zhou Yu then realized, so your father is the eldest. Zhou Chen nodded busily, affirming the situation. Zhou Yu also showed a bit of interest, considering these are his own juniors. Which sect did your brother join? Is it among the top 500? Zhou Chen shook his head, stating that it was quite difficult. Entering one of the top 500 sects is an endeavor fraught with challenges. My brother joined a third-rate sect, having expended substantial resources to gain entry. It is called Huaxing Sect. Zhou Yu reclined casually, dismissing the significance of the top 500. Zhou Chen's expression revealed a hint of longing, as the sects within the top 500 were realms ordinary individuals dared not even dream of. Not only does it comprise members from our great Xia dynasty, but also boasts numerous prodigies from foreign kingdoms, each reportedly exceptional. Furthermore, anyone emerging from the top 500 can easily enter the Demon Extermination Division and the Evil Dispelling Office. Zhou Yu was taken aback. What? Zhou Chen was astonished. You don't know about the Demon Extermination Division and the Evil Dispelling Office, Second Master? Zhou Yu shook his head, entirely unaware. I have spent these past years secluded on the mountain. Zhou Chen realized and explained. The Demon Extermination Division and the Evil Dispelling Office are established forces within the Great Xia dynasty and other dynasties. Entering these organizations guarantees excellent benefits. Not only does one receive a substantial number of spirit stones monthly, but also precious elixirs and cultivation techniques. Most importantly, the more demons one slays, the greater the rewards. Techniques? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow, recalling how his master, that old codger, had not even taught him the method of flight. He felt quite deficient in this regard. Moreover, after so many years, he had yet to enter the Transcendence realm, and the contents of his storage ring might not suffice for a breakthrough. Zhou Chen continued. The Demon Extermination Division primarily focuses on hunting the malevolent beasts that plague the land, while the Evil Dispelling Office exists to expel malevolent spirits. Zhou Yu inquired. Is the demonic infestation currently severe? And what exactly are these malevolent spirits? He remembered that when he had departed years ago, while not proclaiming the world to be entirely peaceful, there had been hardly any sightings of demon beasts. Understanding Zhou Yu's ignorance, Zhou Chen had already crafted a reasonable explanation for him. For a century, I have been devoted to cultivation, indifferent to worldly affairs. Thus I am unaware of the happenings outside. Soon, Zhou Yu would learn the truth. It turned out that 9 years after his departure, a surge of demonic afflictions had arisen. Particularly in the border regions, demon beasts rampaged, with countless towns laid to waste. The establishment of the Demon Extermination Division and the Evil Dispelling Office was a response to incentivize the eradication of these demons. As for the malevolent spirits, Zhou Chen was equally uninformed, merely speculating that they might be foreign entities infiltrating from beyond. After sharing this, Zhou Chen's expression shifted to one of concern. Last month, I heard that near Qingyang City, 500 miles to our south, a demonic infestation had also emerged. I wonder if it will extend to our area. Is it encircling us? Zhou Yu murmured, understanding the implications through the description. The imperial city of the Great Xia dynasty lies at the heart of the realm. Such a configuration is quite straightforward. Only when the entire world has perished will the crisis reach them. Reflecting on his journey thus far, he realized he had not encountered anything extraordinary, likely due to his master sending him far enough away. However, now that you have returned, Second Master, all will surely be well. Zhou Chen chuckled to herself, her admiration for the legendary Second Master evolving into unwavering belief. Zhou Yu smiled faintly, feeling an uncomfortable urge to rub his chin. If you knew I was of mortal blood and still held such confidence, I would gladly call you Second Madam. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed ahead, startling the horses and nearly toppling the carriage. Zhou Yu steadied himself, his eyes widening in alarm as he sensed a palpable aura of malevolence enveloping the air. A demon, a beast. Zhou Chen emitted a piercing scream, laced with profound fear. Zhou Yu lifted the carriage curtain and beheld, not far ahead, a towering blood-red wolf, 2 meters in height, gnawing on the body of a man. The man was not yet lifeless, blood spurting from his mouth and nose as he weakly reached out towards them. Chapter 6. The Blood Shadow Wolf. Crack, crack. The crimson giant wolf gnawed at the unfortunate man, leaving only his head rolling on the ground. In another direction stood a youth, pale as clay, his body trembling uncontrollably. Evidently paralyzed by fear, frozen in place. Zhou Qin's visage was ashen, her eyes wide with terror. She had heard many tales of demonic beasts, yet, given that Qingping City was not situated on the periphery, this was her first encounter. Zhou You dismounted from the carriage and gazed quietly at the blood-colored giant wolf. Perhaps influenced by his venerable master, the old sage, he found it difficult to feel fear. Or maybe it was true, as his master had claimed, that he had already developed a sword heart? The blood shadow wolf turned its gaze towards the youth, then shifted its attention to Zhou You. Drool mixed with blood pooling at its feet. In its perception, Zhou You appeared far more delectable. He exuded a tantalizing aroma, reminiscent of tender lamb. The wolf faced Zhou You, its scarlet eyes gleaming with avarice. The beast's instincts informed it that this man possessed a pure bloodline, his flesh exquisitely savory. A transformation born from the accumulation of countless medicinal pills. This man was no longer merely human, but rather a treasure in the form of a precious herb. A single bite could spare it a century of arduous cultivation. Zhou Qin's lips lost their color, the fierce aura penetrating her soul, leaving her in a state of disarray, yet she lacked the courage to confront it. The youth seemed to finally snap to attention, shouting with urgency, "Run! This is a third-tier demonic beast, the Blood Shadow Wolf." Before his words could fully escape his lips, the Blood Shadow Wolf roared fiercely, leaping into the air, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage, charging swiftly towards Zhou You. In that instant, it seemed as though a flash of sword light flickered, stirring a tempest. Zhou You raised his right hand, seizing the wolf's head as it lunged at him, his body remaining steadfast. After 99 years of sword practice, his right arm possessed astonishing strength. The lower half of the Blood Shadow Wolf collapsed to the ground, its innards spilling forth, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Zhou You regarded the wolf's head with a serious expression, pondering deeply, before pressing his left hand against the still-breathing Blood Shadow Wolf's skull, from which a wisp of blood essence emerged and was absorbed. Regrettably, it was not of the 6th tier. Zhou You felt a tinge of disappointment. 6th-tier demonic beasts contained demon cores that could refine blood, bones, and muscles. Reflecting on the years past, he recalled how he had consumed such a core nearly every year. Zhou Qin's eyes sparkled, gazing at him as though he were a celestial deity. He was so strikingly handsome, unperturbed even in the face of calamity. Each of his actions seemed to weave a dreamlike reality. Though they had only met for less than a day, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. It seemed that as long as she remained by this man's side, no danger could touch her. Alas, he was her second master. Boom. Zhou You cast aside the wolf's head, having merely absorbed a wisp of its vital essence, striving to illuminate his own blood with a golden hue. Now that he had departed from his master, he would have to rely on himself for many matters. The youth shook his head, striving to remain alert. Having completely missed the man's decisive strike, could it be that the girl? She feigned terror, yet in truth, was an extraordinary and unparalleled master? Otherwise, how could one possibly slay the 3rd-tier demon beast, the Blood Shadow Wolf, with a single stroke? "I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance, fair maiden." The young man, Lu Renjia, regained his composure and hurriedly approached, expressing his gratitude. Zhou Qin, taken aback, quickly replied, "It was nothing, truly. I hardly did anything at all." As she attempted to clarify, Zhou You interjected, "Can you cook?" Both were momentarily astonished. What could this imply? Zhou You gestured toward the Blood Shadow Wolf. Its legs undoubtedly a delicacy. He was growing hungry again, driven by a desire to indulge in the exquisite flavors he had long been deprived of over the past century. Zhou Qin promptly declared, "I will prepare it right away." Lu Renjia felt a twinge of discontent, thinking how this dashing young man seemed rather arrogant, leaving the task of slaying the wolf to others while he focused on feasting. "Fair maiden, please allow me to showcase my modest skills in barbecuing," he insisted. Zhou You, however, paid him no mind and simply sat upon the cart's yoke, gazing silently at the sky. He pondered his forthcoming path of cultivation. Perhaps hunting demon beasts was indeed a commendable choice. As for joining a sect, that thought had not crossed his mind. The constraints of such organizations were too great, and he cherished his freedom. Yet, for the sake of martial arts, perhaps it would be worth considering. Zhou You continued to reflect, lamenting how delightful it must be to soar through the skies, while here he was, confined to a horse-drawn cart, an utterly undignified situation. Moments later, Lu Renjia, with a pained expression, struggled to slice through the wolf's leg with his sword. Half an hour passed, and he was drenched in sweat, still battling the tough hide of the third-tier blood shadow wolf. At this moment, Zhou You had already dozed off against the side of the cart. As night fell and the air filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, Zhou You awoke with a yawn. "Second master, you're awake?" Zhou Chen exclaimed, rushing over. Hearing this, Lu Renjia felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Indeed, he was a typical scion of privilege, yet the title felt somewhat peculiar. Either second young master or second young lord would suffice. But second master seemed odd. "Is it ready to eat?" Zhou You inquired eagerly. Lu Renjia stood. "It is ready, though it's a bit too hot to handle." Before he could finish, Zhou You had dashed forward, seizing a wolf leg and devouring it with gusto. Lu Renjia frowned. "Fair maiden, why subject yourself to such treatment?" Zhou Chen, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean?" Lu Renjia spoke earnestly. "You possess exceptional abilities. Why must you demean yourself to serve someone like him? Do you not feel it is a waste of talent?" He stubbornly believed that at the very least, Zhou Chen should have been the one to draw her sword, while Zhou You displayed no reaction at all, indicating that it should have been her who acted. Zhou Chen, increasingly bewildered, responded, "I don't feel that way at all. I consider it a privilege to serve the second master." Lu Renjia furrowed his brow, lowering his voice to speak candidly. "I am a disciple of the Yaoguang sect, located 300 miles from here. If you would be willing, I would gladly recommend you. With your prowess, you could certainly attain the status of an honorary elder." During Zhou Yu's slumber, Lu Renjia had gleaned insights about Zhou Chen's background through their conversation. She was merely a member of a mundane family. To possess such remarkable skills at such a tender age is indeed the mark of an extraordinary talent. Zhou Chen was astounded to learn that Lu was a disciple of the Radiant Light sect. "How fortunate I am to meet you." Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia felt a surge of confidence, standing a little taller. The unspoken prestige of one's sect while navigating the world cannot be overlooked. At that moment, Zhou You returned, carrying a wolf leg, his face flushed with embarrassment. Zhou Chen greeted him with a playful laugh. "Dear second brother, was it not to your liking?" Zhou You glanced at the wolf leg and then at the sky, lamenting, "Alas, I chose the wolf leg over visiting my parents. Truly, I am an unfilial son." Zhou Chen could hardly contain her laughter. "Let us hurry then." As Zhou You entered the carriage, Lu Renjia surveyed the darkened surroundings. A sense of unease creeping into his heart, the image of his senior being devoured still vivid in his mind. To survive this night, he felt it necessary to seek the protection of this girl. "Miss Zhou," Lu Renjia hesitated. "May I accompany you?" Zhou Chen peeked into the carriage, observing Zhou You continuing to gnaw on the wolf leg, and replied with a smile, "Of course, we are not traveling far." Chapter 7. Reunion with parents at Buyuan Mountain Villa. The name itself is quite enchanting, for it is a quaint farmstead where many elderly individuals spend their twilight years. It offers a serene escape from the clamor of the world, allowing one to embrace the beauty of nature. Upon alighting from the carriage, Zhou You raised his gaze towards the archway ahead, beyond which lay verdant fields teeming with life. Zhou Chen busily explained, "Second master, you may not be aware, but our esteemed grandparents are advanced in age. Despite grandfather procuring numerous medicinal pills to replenish their vitality, they still require a tranquil environment for recuperation." Zhou You reflected on the fact that his parents were ordinary folk. When he departed years ago, they were already in their 30s. Although his master, Niu Dali, had indeed bequeathed some wealth, the Zhou family remained largely uninformed about the intricacies of cultivation. It was only after the family had prospered that Zhou Chao endeavored to pursue cultivation. For an ordinary person to reach such an age is truly remarkable. After a century of toil, the Zhou family has attained its current stature. Zhou You nodded, then turned back. "Aren't you leaving?" Lu Renjia was taken aback, stating, "I have matters to discuss with Miss Zhou and require her response." Zhou You, puzzled, inquired what the discussion was about. Zhou Chen then realized. He suggested, "I could become an elder guest of the Yaoguang sect, but my abilities are modest. I lack the prowess for such a role." Lu Renjia hastily countered, "Miss, you are too modest. I have witnessed your capabilities firsthand." He recalled the moment when the blood shadow wolf was swiftly slain, leaving him profoundly impressed. If someone of such caliber were to join the Yaoguang sect due to his influence, his own status would surely rise, potentially even catching the attention of the sect leader. Imagining the prospect of mingling with affluent and beautiful individuals, he felt exhilarated. Zhou You was slightly taken aback, while he was not well versed in the workings of these sects. He assumed that the position of guest elder must hold considerable prestige, yet he had not perceived any exceptional talents in Zhou Chen. She was merely a cultivator of the third level of the mortal blood realm, weaker than himself. This struck him as curious. Zhou Yu scrutinized Zhou Chen once more, pondering. What nonsense is he spouting? I am uncertain of Xiao Chen's strength. As he contemplated this, confusion deepened within him. He then concluded that with his rudimentary skills, it would be prudent to act with caution in the future. Otherwise, should his true abilities be discerned, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. With a smile, Zhou Yu remarked, if you harbor such thoughts, feel free to make your own decisions. Zhou Chen blinked, feeling somewhat bewildered. How could someone of her humble background suddenly be deemed worthy of becoming a guest elder of the Yaoguang sect? Her mind was racing, struggling to comprehend it all. Lu Ringjia, ever polite, clasped his hands and said, Miss, do not be too hasty in your refusal. I shall remain here at the village entrance. Should you come to a decision, simply inform me at your convenience. At this moment, night had fallen. His thoughts were simple, being so close, if anything were to happen. He could simply shout for help, and surely the kind-hearted Miss Zhou would come to his aid. Zhou Yu, uninterested in his musings, strode forward. Zhou Chen hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly added, You may use the carriage as a temporary shelter for now. In a quaint farmhouse courtyard, not expansive in size, stood a main house comprising 3 rooms, accompanied by a kitchen and a storage room. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, look who I've brought. As Zhou Yu stepped across the threshold, Zhou Chen eagerly dashed inside. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight, an elderly man with white hair and beard emerged, striding forth. Is that you, Xiao Chen? Still as impulsive as ever. Zhou Yu met his gaze. Father? The face bore a semblance of familiarity, yet he could not place it. The old man's expression shifted, as he strained to recognize the young man before him amidst the dim light. At that moment, his mind raced. When had he acquired a son? It seemed implausible. He had always prided himself on his virtuous conduct. Was he the son of Xiao Chui or Xiao Hua? If he were not truly his son, why did he seem vaguely familiar, as if they had crossed paths before? Zhou Chen let out a chuckle. Second grandfather. This is my grandfather. Realization dawned on Zhou Yu. Oh, it's you, elder brother. Zhou Zhao paused. Little brother, who are you? And Xiao Chen, what do you call him? Zhou Chen hurriedly replied, he is second grandfather. He just returned today. Zhou Zhao, astonished, approached with swift steps, scrutinizing Zhou Yu closely. You truly are my younger brother? Zhou Yu? Zhou Yu nodded. The time apart had rendered them nearly strangers. He had departed at the tender age of 9, while his elder brother was still in his youth. Xiao Yu? You have returned? Came a cough from within the room. Zhou Yu swiftly bypassed Zhou Zhao and hurried into the bedroom. Inside, 2 frail, elderly figures sat on twin beds. Their faces gaunt, akin to the bark of an ancient tree, a testament to their advanced years. Father, mother, Zhou Yu's voice trembled slightly. Given their deteriorated state, had he delayed his return any longer, he feared he might never have seen them again. Xiao Yu, come here, his mother called, her thin, trembling hand raised. Glistening with tears, Zhou Yu rushed to her side, squatting beside her. The unfamiliarity in her eyes was overshadowed by the undeniable bond of blood. The connection felt profoundly intense. His mother choked back sobs, her voice quivering. We have finally seen you, old man. Zhou father wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. Indeed. We have finally met again. Zhou Zhao stood at the bedroom door, his eyes reddened, feeling as though he were in a dream. This departure had spanned a century. Not only had his parents aged, but he too had changed beyond recognition. The elderly couple eagerly inquired about the years that had passed. Yet Zhou Yu's responses were exceedingly simple. He had devoted himself to cultivation, with little thought for anything else. Reflecting on that solitary mountain, once he ascended, he had never descended again. All his needs were met there. Whenever a stranger visited, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards their ancestors. As for their youngest son, now over 100 yet still remarkably youthful, the elderly couple could only sigh in wonder, acknowledging that his achievements in cultivation had justified his early departure from home. My son, do you have a beloved? Your elder brother already has descendants, and in a few years, we might even welcome great-grandchildren. Devote oneself to cultivation, leaving no room for distractions. Is there truly no opportunity? Indeed, it seems there is no chance at all. Zhou Yu wanders about with teary eyes. Who knows how monotonous his days have been? Whenever this thought crosses my mind, I am filled with a profound sense of grievance. Furthermore, residing atop a mountain with an old man makes it quite awkward to use either hand. How does one alleviate the burdens of spring? The only remedy is to draw the sword. As spring approaches, his swiftness in drawing the sword increases significantly. My dear elder brother, you must arrange something for your younger sibling. Mother Zhou is once again concerned. Mother, I understand. I replied. I will have show and seek out young ladies of a similar age in Qingping City. Chapter 8. Such great wealth in the stillness of the night. Under the bright moon, the parents lay in a deep slumber, their age weighing heavily upon them. The return of their son had greatly impacted them, necessitating an adjustment in their emotions. In the courtyard, Zhou Chen busied himself with preparing tea and snacks, while Zhou You and Zhou Zhao sat in the pavilion. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Zhao finally spoke. Shall we leave? Zhou Yu shook his head, indicating that they would not depart. Zhou Zhao nodded and turned his gaze back to Zhou Yu. Though they were brothers, one remained youthful as ever, while the other bore the weight of age like a sturdy pine. He understood that those of high cultivation never judged others by their appearance. Yet a twinge of melancholy lingered within him. What if he had been the one taken away years ago? Zhou Zhao spoke softly. Spend more time with our parents. They're already quite old. These past years, they have actively cooperated with me, taking some vitality elixirs in anticipation of your return. The vitality elixirs were expensive, each worth 300 taels of gold. Though the Zhou family was well off in Qingping City, the elderly couple required these elixirs monthly, leading to a significant expense over time. Zhou Yu nodded, acknowledging the sacrifices made. You have worked hard these years. I will make it up to you. Zhou Zhao waved his hand dismissively, as brothers. There is no need for such formality. After all, are they not your parents as well? The two brothers exchanged a knowing smile. Zhou Zhao then inquired with a smile. Have you learned quite a bit during these years? Zhou Yu hesitated, feeling embarrassed to speak. Zhou Zhao burst into laughter. Look at my mouth. It truly is aged. Daring to ask anything. Realizing the importance of discretion regarding the sex techniques, he categorized Zhou Yu's knowledge similarly. Zhou Yu shifted the subject. So, brother, how did you begin your cultivation? Zhou Zhao sighed. Back in the day, your master left us in the Zhou family a book titled Gaze of Qi. But with our limited understanding, how could we comprehend the path of cultivation? Our parents were much like me. They soon became engrossed in business. It wasn't until over a decade later, when we faced bullying, that I dedicated myself to studying the techniques. Unfortunately, by then, our parents were already over 50, and it was difficult for them to make any advancements in cultivation. As for me, I squandered vast sums on elixirs, managing only to cultivate to the 9th level of the transcendence realm, unable to progress any further. For the vast majority of people in the mundane world, the path of cultivation seemed like a fanciful tale. Even if presented with a technique, comprehending it would be a formidable challenge. Zhou Yu silently nodded, realizing that his previous mention of compensation was not mere talk. Indeed, his storage ring contained a wealth of spirit stones and elixirs. Zhou Zhao turned his gaze towards Zhou Chen, who stood nearby. I heard you insisted on breaking off your engagement? Zhou Chen blinked. Grandfather, you found out so quickly? Zhou Zhao offered a wry smile. Before nightfall, I received a message from your father via carrier pigeon. Zhou Chen made a face. That Lin Shui is utterly despicable. I would never marry him. Zhou Zhao continued. Your father was rather vague, merely stating that the troubles have been resolved. What exactly transpired? At this, Zhou Chen became animated, vividly recounting the events of the day. Zhou Zhao listened, wide-eyed, his heart racing with excitement. Zhou Chao's trembling hand clutched the teacup, forcing himself to take a sip to steady his tumultuous emotions. Lin Long, has he truly passed? Zhou Chen nodded solemnly. Indeed, it was true. Zhou Chao pressed his lips together tightly, the moonlight casting a shadow upon his features, deepening the sense of foreboding. Zhou Yu chuckled softly. Elder brother, I must apologize for this. I was uncertain why, but seeing him in such a state compelled me to act. Zhou Chao struggled to contain his shock, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Though Lin Long was affiliated with the fierce tiger sect, it was unlikely that the sect would regard him with much significance. The crux of the matter lay with Madame Lin, who had once been a willful young lady, emboldened by the influence of her two brothers, esteemed elders within the fierce tiger sect. Given the current predicament, it was clear that resolution would be difficult. At this juncture, Zhou Yu grasped the situation. If Lin Long's demise were merely a matter concerning the fierce tiger sect, it would be an inconsequential loss. After all, with 500 prominent sects across the Kuan Yuan continent, the death of a nondescript individual would hardly cause a stir. The real complication arose from the fact that his wife still lived, and even more critically, her two brothers held considerable sway within the sect. It was likely that Lin Long, who frequently boasted of his ties to the dragon and tiger sect, intentionally omitted mention of his influential brothers-in-law to preserve his dignity. Otherwise, it would imply a dependence on their status for his own worth, which would be a severe blow to a man's pride. Zhou Chao turned to Zhou Yu. Younger brother, what are your thoughts on this matter? Thoughts? Zhou Yu took a bite of mung bean cake, oblivious to Zhou Chao's internal musings. In Zhou Chao's eyes, his younger brother had ventured out into the world for a century, yet returned unchanged in spirit. Surely, his abilities had surpassed the comprehension of an ordinary man like himself. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered, as if something was amiss. It felt as though his younger brother lacked the formidable presence that was characteristic of the reputed strong. Sighing, Zhou You swallowed the last morsel of the mung bean cake. As the saying goes, when troops come, we shall resist. When water rises, we shall bury it. We can address this when the time comes. No need to exhaust ourselves now. Zhou Chao was taken aback, deeply moved by this perspective. Indeed, true strength lay in such nonchalance toward worldly affairs. Zhou Chao chuckled. Look at me. I still regard you as an ordinary person. Yet Zhou Yu was preoccupied with his thoughts. Lin Long, despite being over 100 years old, possessed only limited strength. It was likely that his influential brothers-in-law were not all that formidable either. Though he considered himself weak, did that mean they were not? Returning to the matter at hand, Zhou Yu hesitated momentarily before reaching for his waist, then activated his storage ring, producing 100 superior spirit stones. Elder brother, use these for now. One must forge their own strength. Personal power is the most reliable asset. The legendary storage ring? Zhou Chao's eyes widened in astonishment as he swallowed hard, gazing at the superior spirit stones glimmering in the moonlight. Superior spirit stones? Zhou Yu appeared confused, wondering what was amiss. Were they perhaps counterfeit? He picked up a piece and examined it with great care, confirming its authenticity. Although his master was somewhat unreliable, there was no need to prepare counterfeit goods, was there? Zhou Chen covered her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. Her impression of spirit stones was rooted in her early days of practicing the gaze of qi technique, during which her grandfather had expended a staggering 10,000 taels of gold, practically begging and pleading to acquire a single mid-grade spirit stone. Yet now, before her lay casually over 100 high-grade spirit stones. Zhou Chen drew a deep breath, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Dear brother, you truly are astonishing. Zhou Yu scratched his head, pondering why this was such a big deal. After all, he consumed more than 5 spirit stones daily during his training, not to mention the various medicinal pills and the essence of 6th-grade magical beasts. However, admitting this felt utterly shameful, despite depleting so many cultivation resources. He remained merely at the blood-mortal realm. Chapter 9. Crisis in the Night. The cool night breeze ultimately calmed the restless heart of Zhou Chao. Xiao Chen, take a piece for your cultivation. Zhou Chao coughed lightly. You should keep the rest for yourself, dear brother. I am already advanced in age. It would be a waste. Zhou Yu chuckled. Elder brother, you are being overly modest. I have no need for such trifles. Zhou Chao waved his hand resolutely, insisting, truly unnecessary. You are still young, with a boundless future ahead. As for my old bones. Suddenly, a clattering sound echoed, revealing yet another pile of high-grade spirit stones. Zhou Yu pointed out, see? There is no shortage at all. Zhou Chao's breath quickened, his right hand pressing against his chest. This is unbearable. The impact is overwhelming. It feels as if I might perish. He shuddered. Second master, this is excessive, isn't it? In a strict sense, the secular powers do not constitute the realm of cultivators, and their access to resources is quite limited. Such a vast quantity of high-grade spirit stones likely surpasses what many lesser sects possess. Zhou Yu displayed an unperturbed demeanor, lacking a significant understanding of material wealth. He ascended the mountain at the tender age of 9 and descended at 108. His life experiences were likely limited to the innocent moments of childhood. In his world, sustenance was abundant, and rare elixirs were readily available. Yet the teachings he received were scant. Zhou Chao took a series of deep breaths, extracting 4 high-grade spirit stones. Dear brother, I truly appreciate your generosity. However, 2 high-grade spirit stones would suffice for this girl for quite some time. Moreover, a man without guilt may suffer for possessing treasures. You must refrain from displaying such wealth in the future. He made a simple allocation. Zhou Chen received 2 stones. After all, youth is an asset, one for his son Shoan, and he kept 1 for himself. The remainder, he resolutely declared, could not be accepted. Reluctantly, Zhou Yu gathered the remaining high-grade spirit stones. I also possess blood essence pills for our parents, he added, producing a collection of jade vials. These are what I consume regularly. Zhou Chao suddenly understood. No wonder his younger brother, despite being over a century old, resembled a young man. He had been consuming blood essence pills all along. However, when he casually picked up a vial of blood essence pills, his eyes widened in astonishment. Zhou Yu was puzzled, wondering why his elder brother was so startled. Zhou Chen hesitated. Grandfather, what is it? Zhou Chao swallowed hard, handing the open vial to Zhou Yu. Is this what you call a blood essence pill? Zhou Yu glanced at it. Isn't it just a blood essence pill? Zhou Chao's voice trembled. This is a supreme-grade blood essence pill. Zhou Yu scoffed. Isn't it still a blood essence pill? Zhou Chao pinched his thigh, attempting to clear his chaotic mind. This is a supreme-grade elixir. Even if it is a blood essence pill, the quality differs immensely. The ones I usually purchase are merely inferior grade, which do not even qualify as low-grade elixirs. Even so, they remain exceedingly valuable. The exquisite elixir has transcended the realm of mere medicinal pills. It is akin to the subpar bloodvine, which only requires a decade of aging. However, for the supreme elixir, one might need a millennium. In such a contrast, the disparity is indeed considerable, rendering any overreaction unnecessary. Zhou Yu shook his head in resignation, pondering how his elder brother, after years of navigating the secular world and managing the Zhou family with finesse, could be so easily unsettled. He then picked up 2 vials of elixirs, handing one to Zhou Chao, the 6-flavored Emperor Phoenix pill, which my master deemed a treasure. Perhaps it will greatly benefit you. In the same breath, he presented the other vial to Zhou Chen, this one being the gold and silver spirit pill, more advantageous for women. Zhou Chao's breath quickened, his eyes widening in astonishment. The legendary 6-flavored Emperor Phoenix pill? In that moment, he felt a surge of vitality, his surroundings spinning. Zhou Chen remained relatively composed, having never even heard of it before. Observing this, Zhou Yu refrained from further conversation and did not offer anything else, fearing that his elder brother might succumb right there, which would leave him with a heavy heart. After a while, Zhou Chao regained his composure, although his eyes were red and he kept swallowing nervously. If he were to possess the 6-flavored Emperor Phoenix pill, he might truly ascend to the spirit communication realm and fulfill his long-held dream. As for his parents, there was little that could be done. They could only rely on the blood vitality pill to sustain their lives. Zhou Chao tightened his grip on the jade vial, inquiring about his younger brother's plans. Zhou Yu replied earnestly, I will strive to cultivate. I cannot think of anything else to do. He felt an urgent need to enhance his strength. The mountain was tranquil, but upon descending, he sensed troubles lurking everywhere, coupled with the demonic threats mentioned by Zhou Chen. He believed he must elevate his capabilities to care for his parents and the Zhou family. Zhou Chao couldn't help but sigh, observing, See, is it any wonder that my younger brother is so strong? It is entirely the result of his diligence, always thinking about cultivation. Tomorrow, I shall send a letter to Zhou, and Zhou Chao smiled, suggesting he find a woman of a similar age for you, to fulfill our parents' dreams. Zhou Yu grinned. No rush, no rush. Zhou Chao shook his head, saying it was imperative. You are already over 100 years old and cannot delay any longer. After all, this will not hinder your cultivation, will it? Will it? Zhou Yu tilted his head, noting that his master had never stated that marriage was prohibited. Besides, having been single for over a century, what was so remarkable about marrying? Zhou Chao took a deep breath and stood, saying, You should rest in your room today. Little brother. Zhou Yu waved his hand, stating it was unnecessary. He preferred to sit in the courtyard and would make arrangements tomorrow. If you wish to cultivate, do so promptly. Zhou Chao hesitated slightly, but then smiled, agreeing. There were no spare rooms anyway, and he was genuinely eager to test the potency of the elixirs. As Zhou Chao departed, Zhou Chen sweetly remarked, Thank you, second master. Zhou Yu waved his hand, encouraging her to cultivate as well and not worry about him. When I was on the mountain, I often sat outside for an entire night. Zhou Chen stuck out her tongue and settled into a cross-legged position in the living room. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yu, having calmed his restless heart, took out 2 exquisite spirit stones and began to channel the Overlord's decision, initiating a new round of body tempering, bone forging, and muscle refining. Simultaneously, outside the Baishui mountain manor, Lu Renjia sat atop the carriage, gazing up at the moon. Suddenly, a tremor gripped his heart, prompting him to glance swiftly into the distant darkness. Within the shadows, 2 icy beams of light flickered, emanating a menacing aura. The horse beneath him snorted restlessly. Lu Renjia's expression gradually tightened. Could it be that the Blood Shadow Wolf was pursuing him once more? After all, the Blood Shadow Wolf is a pack-oriented beast. Chapter 10. The Exceptional Woman in a mere half an hour. The 2 top-grade spirit stones in Zhou Yu's possession vanished without a trace, yet his cultivation remained unchanged, as if he were an insatiable abyss. He was still at the 5th level of the mortal blood realm. Could it be that my talents are truly lacking? Zhou Yu sighed inwardly, and upon introspection, he faintly discerned a flicker of golden light within his blood. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement within him. After a century of diligent cultivation, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Upon further examination of his bones, he noticed faint patterns emerging, although they were not golden. Given my current predicament, Should my true abilities be revealed, even if I were not slain by others, I would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Zhou Yu steeled his resolve once more, firmly deciding that he must not expose his strength. Suddenly, he perked up as he seemed to hear someone calling out, "Miss Zhou." Was that Lu Rinjia? Yet, there was a hint of sorrow in the voice. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow. Could it be that this fellow had taken a liking to Shouchen? And why was he crying at such a late hour? Has he lost his senses? Such youthful impatience. Zhou Yu's expression darkened. I have been single for over 100 years. What have I done to deserve this? At the same time, several figures appeared at Bue Mountain Villa, rushing outside. A sudden wolf howl pierced the air. Zhou Yu's expression turned scornful. Is he imitating a wolf's howl? Truly, he is a lecher. He shook his head, thinking that the mundane world was even more trivial than himself. After spending some time with my parents, I must indulge in a little adventure of my own. Zhou Yu began to contemplate his own thoughts. If only my master had imparted more knowledge, I would have long since descended from that height. How did I end up in such a predicament? Second master, Zhou Chen rushed outside. Is something amiss? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. Is there? Zhou Chen glanced outside. I think I heard someone calling my name. Zhou Yu fell silent. Although they were not flesh and blood, there was still a blood relation. Could it be that her heart has already been claimed by a stranger? Damn it. I consider myself graceful and handsome, albeit lacking in power. Why have I never encountered a woman with an affection for me? Zhou Chen's expression shifted. A wolf howl? Could it be the blood shadow wolf? She listened intently, her delicate face turning pale. The blood shadow wolf? Zhou Yu suddenly realized that he had been led astray by Nyodali, remaining by his side without a hint of danger. Quickly call for the eldest brother. Zhou Yu instinctively pointed toward the room. As a mere mortal blood realm practitioner, there's no need for me to show off. My eldest brother, at least, is at the 8th level of the Transcendence realm, making him far more suited to handle this situation. Grandfather is currently in the midst of a serious breakthrough, Zhou Chen replied hastily. In any case, with you, second master, present, what is there to fear? Zhou Yu felt a bitter taste in his mouth. What is there to fear? Can I not be afraid? I fear exposing my true self. What if I truly run out of tricks and end up being toyed with? Zhou Chen hurriedly grasped Zhou Yu's wrist and rushed outside. Second master, we must hasten. Lives are at stake. Zhou Yu inwardly lamented, pondering why others' lives mattered while his own seemed insignificant. Upon their arrival, the scene outside Bue Mountain Villa was utterly chaotic. Drenched in the crimson of spilled blood, 5 third-grade demon beasts, the blood shadow wolves, were assailing 3 elderly men and Lu Rinjia. With every movement Lu Rinjia made, blood was flowing far and wide. At the rear, a towering blood shadow wolf, over a meter in height, scrutinized the scene with a chilling, predatory gaze. Its icy eyes radiating a sinister intent. Damn it! My carriage. Zhou Yu's eyes widened in horror at the sight of the shattered carriage, the horse's head grotesquely mangled. Miss Zhou, Lu Rinjia exclaimed in delight. Quickly, lend your aid. Yet, in the midst of his plea, a blood shadow wolf struck him with a powerful paw, sending him flying and fracturing his arm. The 3 elderly men turned back, astonished, having sensed something amiss that prompted their hurried arrival, only to be met with a fierce battle. In such encounters, the territorial instincts of both humans and demon beasts were laid bare. All involved were at the 8th or 9th tier of the Transcendence realm, a commendable achievement considering the difficulties of cultivation in the mortal world. However, upon seeing Zhou Chen's mere mortal bloodline cultivation, despair washed over them. Tonight is destined to be a feast for the blood shadow wolves, they thought. Perhaps the other elders in the villa would not even need to wait for her corpse to cool before catching up with her. Zhou Chen's face turned pale, yet her sense of justice compelled her to swiftly draw her sword. Regret gnawed at her. Since obtaining the elixir, she had been captivated by its beauty under the light, unable to bear consuming it. Now, she bitterly wished she had taken it sooner. But they need not fear. After all, second master was there. Zhou Yu raised his head, his expression grim. While he could tolerate the brawl, the destruction of property was intolerable. What of the horse that had faithfully borne them? Had it ever uttered a word of discontent? Yet, as his gaze fell upon the lurking blood shadow wolf, he found himself lowering his head. Perhaps enduring this was the better course. Drawing a deep breath, Zhou Chen charged forward with her sword. Zhou Yu caught a fleeting glimpse of movement from the corner of his eye as she surged ahead. Her audacity astonished him. Who had bestowed such courage upon her? Was she truly so fearless? Frowning, he stepped forward. Zhou Chen's sword descended, rescuing Lu Rinjia. Why not assist the elderly men? Perhaps it was their age or their lack of handsomeness that swayed her choice. With a resounding thud, the blood shadow wolf attacking Lu Rinjia was cleaved in two, its innards spilling across the ground. Tears of excitement welled in Lu Rinjia's eyes. Miss Zhou, you are magnificent. Zhou Chen stared at the sword in her hand, astonished by her own strength. Just then, she noticed an elderly man nearby about to be decapitated by a wolf, and she thrust her sword once more. In an instant, the wolf's head soared into the air. Zhou Chen glanced back hurriedly, and, upon seeing Zhou Yu behind him, felt an immediate surge of confidence and courage. He executed a flourish with his sword, its blade glinting with a chilling light under the moon's glow. In an instant, the three blood shadow wolves fell apart, lifeless. Lu Renjia, enduring excruciating pain, shouted in excitement, Miss Zhou, you are magnificent. When one is blind to the truth, it is akin to having their eyes caked with dirt, which may even render them somewhat foolish. Roar. The colossal wolf at the rear could no longer bear it, unleashing a fierce and bloodthirsty assault, causing the earth to tremble as it charged forward. Zhou Chen, terrified, gasped and covered his face with his hands, too afraid to look. Boom. The ground shook violently as the giant wolf was cleaved open from its forehead, crashing heavily to the ground beside Zhou Chen. Lu Renjia's eyes sparkled with admiration as he murmured, "What an extraordinary woman! Such a remarkable being exists in this world, capable of slaying even a fourth-grade blood shadow wolf with a single strike." The three injured elders were visibly moved. This young girl was truly exceptional, possessing such astonishing combat prowess despite being merely at the third level of the blood realm. Chapter 11. Striking under the moonlight, Zhou Yu strode forward, surveying his surroundings before turning to Lu Renjia, who had shed the wolf legs, the meat firm and delectable, lingering on his palate. To this day, he still savored the taste. Lu Renjia, drenched in blood, cast a furious glare at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu frowned. What's wrong? Lu Renjia's teeth ground together audibly. Miss Zhou has remained silent. So who do you think you are? What? Zhou Yu was taken aback. Is it wrong for me to relish some wolf legs after such effort? Lu Renjia's gaze sharpened. What a shameless young lord. All the hard and filthy work is done by Miss Zhou, while you merely tag along causing chaos, and now you still wish to feast? Do you still have any shame? Let me ask you, do you have any dignity left? Still claiming to work hard? You're merely here to watch the show. Zhou Chen trembled, feeling as if her head might be crushed at any moment. Hearing Lu Renjia's words, she stammered, Young Master Lu, my second master may be hungry. Could you lend a hand? Of course, Lu Renjia, disregarding his injuries, hurriedly donned a smile. I will roast it right away. Zhou Yu cast a disdainful glance at Lu Renjia, pondering the words of his master, something akin to a lickspittle. Ah, even the master was quite the sycophant. With these thoughts, Zhou Yu turned and departed. Are you from the Zhou family? An elder intercepted Zhou Chen, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you so much. Zhou Chen blushed. It's nothing. I didn't really do much. By the way, I am the granddaughter of the Zhou dynasty. You are the granddaughter of the Zhou dynasty. The other two elders couldn't help but exclaim, truly a dragon among men. Our offspring cannot compare to you in the slightest. We will tidy up, and, once dawn breaks, we will certainly come to express our gratitude. Zhou Chen hesitated, quickly inquiring, what about your injuries? We're fine. We won't die. The three elders waved their hands dismissively, but soon their expressions turned grave, realizing that the demon threat had reached their doorstep. Fearing that peace would be hard to come by in the future. As they spoke, they shook their heads and walked inward. Zhou Chen turned to Lu Renjia. Are you all right? Lu Renjia quickly replied, It's nothing, just a broken arm. Blood flowed profusely from his body. It was hardly a minor issue. His life was hanging by a thread. Concerned that he might perish there, Zhou Chen urged, You should come back with me to heal. What about the wolf legs? Lu Renjia protested. We can deal with them tomorrow. You didn't insist on eating them right now, Zhou Chen reassured him. Lu Renjia sighed. I just worry he won't be pleased and will scold you again. In response, Zhou Chen smiled sweetly. The second master is quite kind. He just has a penchant for food. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, she noted that all the second master had done was eat. As Lu Renjia relaxed, a wave of pain washed over him, yet he maintained his composure. Miss Zhou, with such formidable strength, why remain beneath others? You should become an esteemed guest elder of our Yaoguang sect. With the sect's backing, even if his family is powerful, they would not dare to impose restrictions upon you. Zhou Chen, perplexed, felt that everything was quite fine, and he did not possess such exceptional strength. Lu Renjia sighed internally. Truly a remarkable woman. Possessing unmatched prowess yet remaining humble and composed, she harbored a sense of justice to uphold the world. Such a woman is indeed a paragon among women, a phoenix among mortals. And then, one must consider the entity she serves merely a glutton. Should he provoke me, I would not hesitate to poison him, to ensure his demise. In just a day, encountering such troublesome matters confirmed that the mountain was far from tranquil. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Zhou Yu sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat vexed. Though daily sword practice on the mountain was rather dull, constant killing was hardly an enjoyable endeavor. As he settled down, Zhou Chen reappeared, supporting Lu Rinjia. Zhou Yu tilted his head, and Lu Rinjia turned to glance at him, her gaze decidedly unkind. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow, feeling quite puzzled. After all, he had saved this fellow's life. What warranted such an attitude? Does he not believe I could strike him down with a single sword? Zhou Zhao remained silent, presumably in deep concentration. Zhou Yu glanced towards him. Sensing Zhou Zhao's aura was somewhat tumultuous, likely as he focused on consolidating his blood spirit. What of the wolf's legs? Zhou Yu, lacking tact, inquired. At this, Zhou Chen hastily set Lu Rinjia down. Second master, I will handle the body shortly, and will certainly retrieve the wolf's legs for you. Zhou Yu nodded slightly, once again closing his eyes to ponder his own dilemmas. Lu Rinjia's teeth nearly ground to dust. Was this fellow truly so oblivious? How might one swiftly elevate their cultivation? How to rapidly manifest blood flashing with golden light, bone imbued with golden patterns, and the resonant sound of dragon-like tendons. If all else fails, perhaps I should join the Demon Extermination Division, acquiring a few techniques for use. Zhou Yu's resolve to pursue this notion grew stronger. One cannot simply drift through life. Since his master was unreliable, he must take responsibility for his own destiny. Or perhaps, Zhou Yu reopened his eyes, gazing at Lu Rinjia, who was having his wounds treated by Zhou Chen. This young man belongs to the Radiant Light sect, a faction of sorts? Zhou Yu smiled. Might there be any lightness techniques available? Ideally, something suitable for flight. Upon hearing this, Lu Rinjia's eyes narrowed, instantly perceiving Zhou Yu's thoughts. This fellow seeks to achieve something in the path of cultivation? Is he hoping to request techniques from me? Zhou Yu's selection was deliberate. He would set aside the more advanced skills for now and first acquire the essentials for survival. Lu Rinjia wore a scornful expression. Forgive my bluntness, but you hardly seem like a cultivator. Even if you were granted divine techniques, they would be of no use to you. Zhou Chen's countenance changed. How harshly spoken. Second master surely has a significant background and may take offense. Second master, Zhou Chen called out, somewhat reluctantly. Zhou Yu's smile completely froze. Lu Rinjia's latter words echoed those his master often uttered. You possess mediocre talent. Even if divine techniques were bestowed upon you, they would be futile. Zhou Yu sighed. The words of his master, Miodali, echoing in his mind. Lu Rinjia pressed her lips together, feeling that she ought not to discourage him so harshly. She contemplated offering some words of consolation, but found herself too embarrassed to speak. Zhou Yu quietly shook his head. Perhaps it was not that his master failed to teach him, but rather that he was simply lacking in talent. After all, how could an outsider perceive his inadequacies? Yet, he found himself puzzled by this. How did they discern his shortcomings? Was it truly destined that his life would be confined to merely mastering the swordsmanship? As this thought crossed his mind, an odd sound emanated from the room, a force awakening. Quack. The noise was startlingly loud. Zhou Yu felt an instinctive awareness. Blood spirit? Chapter 12 Understanding Bang. The door swung open wide. The first rays of morning sunlight spilled into the courtyard. Zhou Chao's face was alight with excitement. His aged features momentarily rejuvenated. At that moment, behind him swirled a mist of vitality, where sat a creature resembling a frog, the size of a wash basin. A frog? Yet, there was no doubt that this was the blood spirit of the spiritual realm. With the possession of the blood spirit, he had undeniably crossed the threshold from the mortal realm, achieving a level of prowess deemed formidable in the secular world. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with unrestrained envy. The blood spirit. This was the blood spirit, the very thing he had longed for. His fist gradually clenched tighter. It would come. It would surely come. He would attain the realm, and he would also possess the blood spirit. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Chao laughed heartily. Little brother. Who would have thought that a single pill would resolve decades of my troubles? Yet, Zhou Yu's smile faltered. That wretched thing. He had consumed no less than 1,000 of them himself, and now the mere scent made him nauseous. The disparity between individuals was simply too vast. Zhou Chao rushed over and embraced Zhou Yu tightly, exclaiming, Little brother, you truly are the lucky star of our Zhou family. When you left, we transformed from poverty to wealth. Now that you have returned, you have enabled us to grow from weakness to strength. Tears streamed down Zhou Yu's face, a poignant sense of sorrow welling within him. In that moment, he deeply felt the profound kindness of his master, Miodali, who had never given up on him despite his current state. Such a generous soul. Oh no, such a good person. Where could one find another? As Zhou Chao released Zhou Yu, his eyes turned red as he observed his little brother, who was moved to tears by his own breakthrough. Truly, they were brothers at heart. Even after a century apart, their bond remained unbroken. Congratulations, Grandpa. Zhou Chen joyfully rushed over. Ha, my dear. You too shall have this opportunity in the future. Zhou Chao felt elated, believing that hope was abundant in life. His gaze then fell upon Lu Rinjia, and he was taken aback. What is this? Zhou Chen succinctly recounted the issue concerning the wolf menace. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chao immediately furrowed his brows and retracted the blood spirit. 5 heads? So many? Just 3 months ago, the beast problem was only at the 18th ring. How has it escalated to the 16th ring so swiftly? Zhou Yu, however, was bewildered. What 18th ring? Zhou Chen hastily explained to Zhou Yu. The imperial city at the center of the Huaxia dynasty is the inner ring, from which concentric circles of cities are established, extending outward to form the 2nd ring. 3rd ring, 4th ring, and so forth. Understanding dawned on Zhou Yu. So, the town domain passes beyond the 30th ring? Zhou Chao sighed. It is for this reason that many have aspired to live in the central area over the years. Zhou Yu grasped the situation. This scourge of beasts would surely target those on the periphery first. Once they breached the inner ring, it would spell utter annihilation. Fortunately, the closer one was to the center, the more formidable the warriors became. They were resource-rich, held esteemed positions, and possessed great strength. The outer rings could not compare. Meanwhile, the severely injured Lu Rinjia felt increasingly indignant. Surely, this second-generation heir must be a fool? Do you not comprehend the distribution of cities? It is truly a pity for Miss Zhou, such an extraordinary woman, to serve such a worthless individual. He intended to express something, yet felt a wave of weakness wash over him, causing him to tilt his head and faint to the ground. The three glanced over briefly before averting their gaze. Zhou Chao inquired, "Little brother, do you have any thoughts on this matter? What did your master convey?" Zhou Yu, deep down, had no concept of such things. He had spent a century on the mountain, engaging in nothing at all. My master merely instructed me to return home. Zhou Yu hesitated to mention that he had declared the severance of their master-disciple relationship, only for his master to truly send him down the mountain. Just returning home? Zhou Chao furrowed his brow, contemplating earnestly. Zhou Yu nodded, offering no further explanation. I see. Zhou Chao clapped his hands together. Your master must have been aware of the situation regarding the demonic threat, which is why he sent you down to resolve it. Zhou Yu was taken aback. Was there really such an explanation? It sounded rather plausible. But when did his master become aware? He had been on the mountain the entire time. And his master had not left even a step, aside from the occasional visitor, while Niu Dali remained steadfastly by the town's borders. However, Zhou Yu's thoughts shifted, and he found this explanation could indeed account for his sudden return. He chuckled. That's more or less the gist of it. Zhou Chao sighed, faint memories surfacing. I vaguely recall when your master descended from the heavens and touched your entire being. Zhou Yu darkened his expression. Brother, please choose your words with care. Zhou Chao laughed heartily. Very well. It was merely a physical examination before he took you soaring into the skies. What a display of grandeur. Truly, a celestial being descending. He mused. I assume, little brother, your current cultivation is intentionally maintained at the mortal realm, acting with humility? Even those in the secular world know that some powerful individuals possess techniques to conceal their true prowess, allowing them to present themselves as weaker than they are. Zhou Yu vaguely replied, more or less, indeed. Shou Chen made a playful face. Grandfather, do not attempt to pry into second uncle's cultivation. He defeated 5 blood shadow wolves without even utilizing his blood spirit. Moreover, I suspect one of those wolves was certainly a 4th-tier beast. Zhou Chao was increasingly astonished. Little brother, you are truly unfathomable. Zhou Yu forced a smile. Is that of no consequence? It is indeed of no consequence. However, the overall sentiment remains similar. Ultimately, it is unnecessary. Fearing they might delve further into these topics, Zhou Yu quickly shifted the conversation. Brother, what of your blood spirit? The arrow poison frog, Zhou Chao replied with a smile. It is a toxic attacking blood spirit, with specific abilities to be gradually explored. Of course, in comparison to yours, it surely pales. Zhou Yu was rather knowledgeable about blood spirits. The stronger one's bloodline, the more formidable the awakened blood spirit tended to be. As for their classifications, they ranged from common, fierce, spiritual beasts, to divine-level spirits. The arrow poison frog falls under the fierce category, while common spirits include ordinary wolves, wild boars, monkeys, and sparrows, among others. However, regarding the matter of bloodlines, he himself is quite uncertain. Whenever one dares to inquire, it is merely perceived as a reflection of one's own dullness. Why ponder so much? This has led him to harbor a certain sense of inferiority regarding himself. He even questions whether he might awaken as something akin to a wild dog. The impact of this old fellow's words is not something that can be easily dispelled. Zhou Yu's teeth clacked together, his expression intricate. Zhou Chao, perplexed, asked, "Little brother, what troubles you?" Zhou Yu forced a smile and replied, "I was merely contemplating when we might venture forth to expel the monsters, restoring peace to the realm." At these words, Zhou Chao's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "As long as you are willing to take action, peace shall surely be preserved." Zhou Yu felt a bitter pang in his heart, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, wishing he could deliver a sharp slap. Who granted you such confidence? Chapter 13, Coincidental Encounters. As the sun climbed high in the sky, 3 elderly gentlemen from the previous night found their way into the modest courtyard. "Brother Zhou," one of them greeted with enthusiasm. Zhou Chao, taken aback, responded, "Li, Ma, Zhao, what brings you here today?" The elder named Li Ying clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and smiled. Last night he spoke at length, which finally jogged Zhou Chao's memory. They had indeed discussed a matter, though Shou Chen was unfamiliar to him. Li Ying went on to express his admiration. "Your granddaughter, Brother Zhou, is truly remarkable, a prodigious talent, with an ethereal grace." Zhou Chao glanced at Zhou Yu, then at Zhou Chen, feeling somewhat bewildered. Their conversation last night had not conveyed such sentiments. Why were they now attributing Zhou Chen's prowess to her? Furthermore, how could Shou Chen's cultivation be unknown to him? The 3 gentlemen before him were merely retirees from nearby towns, their aspirations for breakthroughs long extinguished, having long since passed the torch to their descendants. In terms of strength, they were all rather similar, mere mortals, not yet entering the realm of spiritual connection. Ma Shun exclaimed, "Brother Zhou, have you broken through?" Upon hearing this, the other 2 immediately reacted, their expressions shifting dramatically. "You've truly entered the realm of spiritual connection." Previously, they had been peers, but now, the gap between them had widened significantly. Zhou Chao stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Last night, I had a moment of inspiration, and thus achieved this breakthrough." The matter of the 6-flavored Emperor Phoenix pill was not something he could disclose. Doing so would invite trouble for his younger brother. He understood the principle of a man without guilt can still be blamed for possessing a treasure far better than Zhou Yu. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu lay bored in the pavilion, gazing vacantly at the evil-slaying sword before him. Although he had considered hunting some demonic beasts, it had merely been idle talk. He was indifferent to the banalities of elderly men exchanging flattery. With a finger, he calculated the time until he could fully resolve the Lin family issue. After that, marrying several wives seemed like a rather appealing prospect. He glanced towards the room where his parents resided, aware that they desired a well-behaved, honest, and sensible child, one who abstains from alcohol, avoids brothels, and refrains from foul language. Brothels? Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he suddenly sat upright. Just imagine the exquisite flowers that would bloom in such places. "Little brother?" Zhou Chao furrowed his brow, calling out a few times. Zhou Yu stood up, bewildered. Zhou Chao sighed. "What are you thinking? I've called you several times." Zhou Yu hastily replied, "I was contemplating where to enjoy the flowers." Zhou Chao chuckled. "You truly possess the heart of a child, my dear brother. Even at your advanced age, you still ponder such youthful delights. Come here. Let me introduce you to these esteemed old friends." Li Ying, visibly surprised, remarked, "Brother Zhou, is this your younger brother?" All 3 men instinctively turned their gaze towards the main house, then exchanged astonished glances. The young man appeared no older than 20 surely. This couple had given birth to a prodigy in their twilight years. Truly remarkable. Zhou Chao nodded, naturally. Ma Shun hesitated, pondering the depth of their acquaintance. Zhou Chao chuckled. "We are indeed close." The 3 elderly gentlemen internally marveled at Zhou Chao's vitality. They were well aware that his parents had relied on elixirs to sustain their lives thus far. Zhou Yu, feeling rather bored, regarded the trio. Recognizing them as the former heads of Qingyuan City, the nearest town to Qingping City, Li Ying and the others carefully assessed Zhou Yu. Despite an odd impression, they concluded he was at the 5th level of mortal blood realm, which diminished their interest. Zhou Yu reciprocated their indifference, reflecting on the years past. Apart from the old man Yodali, all he had encountered were decrepit elders, which had grown rather tiresome. Most importantly, these 3 posed no threat to him. At that moment, Zhou Chun and Lu Renjiao returned after an early morning hunt for wolf legs. Zhou Yu swiftly shifted his focus, eager to prepare a roast that was perfectly charred on the outside, yet tender within. Lu Renjiao gritted his teeth, wishing to slap Zhou Chun, but refrained, fearing retribution. With his own life hanging by a thread, Zhou Chen seemed preoccupied with food. My younger brother has a childlike spirit, prone to distraction. Zhou Chao remarked apologetically towards Li Ying and the others. Suddenly, Ma Shun's expression grew grave. Brother Zhou, there have been reports of demonic disturbances in our 16 rings. It is likely that these occurrences will soon escalate everywhere. Do you have any specific thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing about the demonic threat, Li Ying's demeanor also darkened. This situation was exceedingly grave. The emergence of a single demonic beast often indicated that hundreds, if not thousands, had already infiltrated the area. Masked by its vastness, Zhou Chao pondered, after hearing of these events last night. I intended to promptly inform my son and also report to the Demon Extermination Office in hopes of their intervention. Li Ying shook his head. That may prove difficult. I have heard that the Demon Extermination Office has dispatched personnel to more remote areas recently, as have various sections. We may have to rely on ourselves. Rely on ourselves? Zhou Chao's expression shifted slightly, casting a glance at Zhou Yu, feeling somewhat reassured. Zhao Ge nodded. We can only depend on ourselves. However, the pressing issue is that between Qingyuan City and your Qingping City, the number of those at the Spirit Connection Realm, including you, likely does not exceed 10. Li Ying added. Those at the 9th level of Spirit Connection Realm can indeed fight against 5th-tier demonic beasts, but if there are multiple opponents, the group fell silent once more. Ma Shun furrowed his brow. The closest to us is the Fierce Tiger sect, one of the top 500 in the Kuan-Yuan continent. If they are willing to allocate some personnel to assist us, we could safeguard both Qingping and Qingyuan cities. However, the cost may require significant sacrifices from each family. The relationship between sects and dynasties exists in a peculiar state of balance. The Demon Extermination Office, affiliated with the Huaxia dynasty, offers rewards for every demon slain. However, if one were to solicit the assistance of the sect's forces, it would be imperative to prepare ample benefits. Without such incentives, who would be inclined to assist you? Justice, at times, does not suffice as sustenance. Shou's expression was rather intricate, for Lin Long had been slain by a subordinate. And he was indeed a member of the Fierce Tiger sect. A sudden realization struck him. The world was truly chaotic. One could not help but lament Lin Long's ill-timed demise. Zhou harbored a torrent of resentment within, feeling quite unsettled. Little did Li Ying and the others comprehend the intricacies of the matter at hand. Brother Zhou, they began. We are here today, firstly to express our gratitude. Secondly, we hope you can prepare for our return to Qingping City. In 3 days, we shall convene with the Lin family in Qingping City. After all, Lin Long was affiliated with the Fierce Tiger sect, making negotiations significantly more convenient for us. At that juncture, even if the Fierce Tiger sect were to dispatch merely a single adept of the Zhenxian realm, it would be more than sufficient to ensure our protection. Chapter 14. A Tinge of Malice. Brother, savor the wolf lake. Lu Renjia's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Beneath the pavilion, Zhou Yu relished the wolf lake, gnawing away with delight. The 3 elders of Li Ying had already departed, and Zhou Zhao regarded Zhou Yu with an increasingly complex expression. How carefree and unburdened he seemed, living without a care in the world. Could this truly be his younger brother, the one aged 108? What is the matter? Zhou Yu inquired, puzzled. Zhou Zhao, in a hushed tone, conveyed the thoughts of Li Ying and mentioned the Menghu men, mindful that with Lu Renjia present, it would be unwise to directly reveal that Zhou Yu had slain members of the Menghu men. If this were to spread, even if they initially had no intention of engaging, they would surely find a way to eliminate him. The solution, however, seemed simple enough. Zhou Yu contemplated, suggesting that if he were to eliminate Lin Long's relatives quietly, without alerting the Menghu men, it could be easily managed. Zhou Zhao was taken aback. This notion was indeed audacious. While he did not doubt his younger brother's capabilities, those two were esteemed elders of the Menghu men, a formidable entity among the top 500 of the Kuan-Yuan continent. Such matters were not trifles. As for the manpower concerning the demonic threat, Zhou Yu's eyes gleamed as he pointed towards Lu Renjia, who was still roasting the wolf leg. What was he to the ancestral sect? Lu Renjia, suppressing his irritation, replied, Yaoguang men. Zhou Yu nodded vigorously. Yes, Yaoguang men. Have him procure some individuals, and the issue will be resolved. Zhou Zhao and Shou Chen turned their gazes towards Lu Renjia. Instantly, Lu Renjia felt the pressure mount, his expression turning anxious. Don't look at me. I'm merely an outer disciple of Yaoguang men. I am still at the 5th stage of the mortal blood realm, lacking any significant standing within the sect. The 5th stage of the mortal blood realm, a mere waste. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat offended. Lu Renjia appeared embarrassed, though he harbored his own ulterior motives. If he could introduce a talent like Shou Chen into the sect, he would undoubtedly reap the benefits. Most importantly, their relationship was decent. And at least someone would look after him in the future, wouldn't they? Living off others? Spare me. Who wouldn't enjoy a good meal? Zhou You mused. By the way, I forgot to ask you, what were you and that unfortunate soul doing that day? Lu Renjia hesitated, surveying the surroundings. We were merely investigating to see if any demonic beasts had entered the 16-ring area. As you are aware, luck was not on our side. Oh, Zhou You replied. So, your sect is indeed aware of everything that transpired, correct? Lu Renjia nodded. We had a dozen groups descending the mountain. Although I did not return, the others undoubtedly relayed the relevant intelligence. Zhou Zhao interjected. What stance will Yaoguang men take regarding this matter? Will they send someone to safeguard the neighboring cities? Lu Renjia shook his head. I am uncertain. My standing is too low to discern how the higher-ups will decide. With that, he added, in my view, it is imperative for the Minghu men to take action. 10 years ago, the formidable Minghu men infiltrated the ranks of the top 500 on the Kunyu continent, boasting a membership exceeding 500, with their outer elders all possessing profound cultivation levels. Such a powerful force is not one that Yaoguang men could possibly compare to. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chao furrowed his brow. Although his younger brother possessed wealth, the exposure of high-grade spirit stones would undoubtedly bring calamity rather than fortune. Such precious resources for cultivation are best consumed privately rather than exchanged for other goods. Furthermore, they were facing a demonic threat, a matter far beyond a mere handful of beasts. The greater the manpower, the simpler the resolution of this issue would be. Zhou You cast an amused glance at his elder brother, questioning the depth of his concern. One ought to think positively. Perhaps the Demon Extermination Division would pass through and eliminate the threat. Zhou Chao offered a wry smile, recognizing the potential, but also realizing that such daydreaming served little purpose and was merely a drain on mental energy. As his thoughts settled, Zhou Chao turned to Zhou You. This afternoon, we shall depart for Qingping City. What do you think? Zhou Yu scratched his head, contemplating spending some time with their parents. How about this? You stay at the manor, and I will return with Xiao Chen tomorrow morning. If any discussions arise, Zhou can represent us. Given the demonic threat, he felt uneasy. Before Zhou Chao could respond, Zhou Yu continued, moreover, you have just broken through to the spirit communication realm and need time to stabilize and cultivate in peace. Since I have returned, let me handle these matters. I wish to contribute to our family. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chao's expression brightened with excitement. Good brother, you have truly grown. The next day, they finalized their plans, and Zhou Yu set off with Shou Chen, accompanied by Lu Renjia, who also departed from the residence. As they bid farewell, Lu Renjia's demeanor turned serious. I shall report back to the mountain gate, and regardless of the outcome, I will certainly seek you out at the Zhou family in Qingping City. Additionally, Miss Zhou, I hope you will give this matter serious consideration. I will also report it to the elders. Zhou Chen was taken aback, and before she could respond, Lu Renjia hurried away. Zhou Yu paid him no mind and continued onward. Zhou Chen quickly caught up, calling out, Second Master. Zhou Yu, undeterred, replied, Are you reluctant to leave? Zhou Chen pouted. We're heading in the wrong direction. Zhou Yu turned in surprise, lead the way. Throughout their journey, Zhou Chen remained troubled. Second Master, your sect must be quite powerful. Have you considered? She hesitated. Her implication was clear. She wanted Zhou Yu to seek assistance. The mere presence of third-grade demonic beasts, like the Blood Shadow Wolf, had frightened her significantly. Zhou Yu dared not divulge the specifics of their situation. No worries, for I am still here, he reassured her. Zhou Chen bit her lip. But even if you're strong, you cannot be everywhere at once. Zhou Yu fell silent. To seek help, he too must have allies. On the mountain, there was only an old man who rarely left the confines of the town. Zhou Chen hastened to keep up. Second Master, I am not questioning your intentions. I have heard that once demonic threats arise, it is not a mere one or two beasts but a multitude of various demonic creatures that appear. A sigh escaped her lips. Zhou Yu sighed deeply, lost in contemplation. He had once considered seeking solace in a brothel. Yet the turmoil caused by this matter was incessantly vexing. Setting aside other grievances, this alone was sufficient to warrant the demise of these vile beasts 1,000 times over. A surge of unbridled fury ignited within him as he clenched his teeth in silent rage. Rest assured, Zhou Yu's gaze sharpened considerably. Having been away from home for a century, he had finally returned to reunite with his parents, and he would not permit these wretched creatures to disrupt his blissful existence. He could hardly believe that if his father could accomplish such feats, he could not as well. Though he had not slain many beasts throughout the years, he had feasted abundantly, consuming only demon cores of the 6th rank or higher. Because of this, he held no reverence for these creatures. Since they dared to challenge him recklessly, they would all face annihilation. Chapter 15. Li Wanji. As they journeyed halfway, both individuals trembled, coming to an abrupt halt. Ahead of them, a pack of wolves feasted, blood flowing freely, and entrails strewn across the ground. Some gnawed skulls, stripped bare. Still bore eyes that stared lifelessly in their direction. Among them, the largest blood shadow wolf devoured an infant whole. This location was a small town nestled between Qingping City and the Bai Shui Mountain Manor. 1-2. Zhou Chun's lips quivered. Paralyzed with fear, yet compelled to count. 35. Coupled with those previously encountered, it was evident that these pack-hunting beasts congregated in droves wherever they roamed. Zhou Chun trembled, seeking refuge behind Zhou You. Second master, I am frightened. Zhou Yu thought to himself, I am terrified as well. There are truly too many. Damn it. A whole pack of blood shadow wolves has intruded. A loud curse rang out as a formidable woman descended, wielding a copper hammer, her body stained with blood and wounds. Her voice resonated like a bell, and her stature was as imposing as that of a bear. You too, hurry and leave. Zhou Yu glanced at her, then at himself. This woman stood at least 8 meters tall, slightly taller than him, and her muscular frame was considerably larger. Her features were exquisite. Yet combined with such a robust physique, she exuded a unique charm. A wolf howled, launching itself forward. The woman raised a leg and kicked the charging blood shadow wolf, causing its brain to splatter upon impact, dropping lifelessly to the ground. Zhou Yu could not help but marvel at her prowess. Her crimson lips had never tasted blood. Yet with a single kick, she dispatched a blood shadow wolf. Not to mention the wolves, even if her husband had provoked her, the outcome would scarcely be less dire. This woman was extraordinarily fierce, swinging her copper hammer with immense strength. Without the aid of blood spirit, she swiftly killed 5 blood shadow wolves in a short span. With the wolves' howls echoing continuously, all the feasting blood shadow wolves converged upon her. Pack-hunting creatures share a fundamental trait. They collaborate in their pursuit. This woman, weary and battle-worn, appeared from an unknown origin. In stark contrast, the wolves exhibited a coordinated retreat, engaging in a strategy of attrition. Zhou Chun was utterly astonished. Second master. These wolf demons are remarkably intelligent. Zhou Yu nodded. Her incredible strength was undeniable, yet her speed lagged. Should she pursue, the wolves would counterattack. If she defended, those being pursued would turn back and assault her. This repetitive cycle rendered her exceedingly passive. Suddenly, Zhou Yu was struck by a realization, his expression darkening. Why? Because, from the onset until now, neither the wolf pack nor the woman had cast a glance in their direction. What was this? Must the weak be subjected to disdain? Discontent festered within him, yet he was reminded of his own limitations. Let them look down upon him. Zhou Yu sighed internally. He must strive to cultivate his skills more diligently. Despite his earlier thoughts, when faced with the situation, his resolve had shifted. No one knows him better than himself. The inadequacy of strength, coupled with arrogance, inevitably leads to a grim fate. Zhou Chun exclaimed, Second master, she has been injured. The blood shadow wolves acted swiftly, sinking their fangs into her legs, aiming to exhaust her. Zhou Yu hesitated. I'm hungry. Let us hurry home for a meal. Zhou Chun was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly unsheathed her sword. Second master, I understand now. Before her words could fade, she leaped forward, charging towards the nearest blood shadow wolf. In that instant, all fear vanished from her eyes. The second master's words had bolstered her confidence. Being hungry implied that she should not linger here, but rather eliminate the threat swiftly. Zhou Yu widened his eyes. What do you mean you understand? Sensing Zhou Chun's approach, 3 blood shadow wolves let out a fierce roar and swiftly surrounded her. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth in frustration and quickly followed suit, gripping the hilt of his sword. Continuous sword-drawing technique. At that moment, a flash of sword light cut through the air. Xiaochen, Zhou Yu called out, intending to urge her to retreat, but was met with Zhou Chen's tear-filled eyes, brimming with gratitude. Second master, I realize you wanted to temper my courage because of my fear. Rest assured, I shall never be afraid again. Zhou Chen firmly grasped her sword, her resolve unwavering. She comprehended everything. The second master was training her to be fearless. Her duty was to charge forth without trepidation, trusting that the second master would handle any danger. His desire was for her to cast aside her fear of all beasts. Such is the profound affection that elders bestow upon their juniors. The robust woman repelled the pack of wolves, shouting, Young lady, splendid courage, magnificent swordsmanship. Encouraged by such praise, Zhou Chen became even more valiant, charging forward recklessly. Zhou Yu furrowed his brows, feeling compelled to follow her. After all, she was his granddaughter. How could he allow her to face danger alone? Zhou Chen wielded her sword, slicing through the blood shadow wolves. A howl erupted from one of the massive wolves, causing the majority of the pack to turn, leaving only 5 to encircle the woman. Zhou Chen's expression tightened as the remaining 18 blood shadow wolves, eyes gleaming with ferocity, surged forward. With the wolves' stampede, the ground trembled, and the air thickened with a murderous aura, coalescing into a beast the size of a house. Zhou Chen clenched her teeth. Second master, I shall not fear anymore. Zhou Yu exhaled deeply, crouching slightly, his right hand gripping the sword hilt. Superb continuous sword-drawing technique. The sheer number of blood shadow wolves left no room for hesitation. With a thunderous roar, the wolves charged. Yet, as they drew near, they collapsed, their skulls shattered. Zhou Chen closed her eyes tightly, bracing her sword against the head of a blood shadow wolf. Boom. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, dispatching one wolf after another, until only a single blood shadow wolf remained, fleeing in panic. With a fierce cry, she descended like a meteor, crushing the escaping wolf beneath her foot. Breathless, Zhou Chen leaned on her sword, panting heavily, her delicate face paling. That was perilous. The robust woman turned around, her expression intricate, silently acknowledging the remarkable swordsmanship displayed by the young girl. Though still in her youth, the finesse of her technique was extraordinary, surpassing even some seasoned experts known to the woman. She possessed a profound self-assurance, and even amidst the chaos of battle, she could afford to divert her attention to the skirmish unfolding nearby. Yet, in that fleeting moment, her gaze fell upon nothing. The strong woman approached with purposeful strides, exclaiming, "Thank you for your assistance, young lady." Zhou Chen lifted her pale visage, remarking, "It is the duty of those who cultivate their skills to lend a hand when witnessing injustice." Indeed, the robust woman bellowed, "For your noble sentiment. You surpass those who seek only personal glory 100-fold. If you do not mind, I, Li Wanji, would be honored to call you my friend." Chapter 16. The Demon Extermination Bureau. Upon hearing the words, Zhou Chen's demeanor turned bashful. "Miss, you flatter me. It is truly my esteemed second master." Li Wanji interjected directly, "Do you wish to join our Demon Extermination Bureau and contribute to the welfare of the common people?" Demon Extermination Bureau? Zhou Chen, no longer concerned with sharing credit, exclaimed joyfully, "Miss Li, you are indeed part of the Demon Extermination Bureau?" Li Wanji nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I am but a humble servant of Li. If you are willing, I can certainly act as your advocate." Zhou Chen's expression then dimmed as she lamented, however, "I have heard that only those from the top 500 sects are qualified to join the Bureau and enjoy the benefits of the dynasty. I am merely a scion of a mundane family, and fear I might hinder your progress." Li Wanji laughed heartily. "Why must you belittle yourself? With your courage and swordsmanship, the disciples of the top 500 may not surpass you. Most importantly, your kindness is a rarity among others. I believe that if you join the Bureau, you will undoubtedly save more lives." Zhou Chen's spirits lifted once more. After all, it was the Demon Extermination Bureau. To gain admission would allow her to realize her dream of saving the world. Who hasn't harbored a desire to be a savior? Zhou Chen excitedly looked at Zhou Yu. "Second master, it's the Demon Extermination Bureau." The Bureau. Only then did Li Wanji direct her gaze towards Zhou Yu, whose presence she barely registered, knowing him only as the man who concealed himself behind Zhou Chen. He was not unappealing in appearance, yet his timidity seemed somewhat lacking. After all, it was unusual for a grown man to hide behind a young lady. How could there be such disparity among those of the same realm? "Can I join?" Zhou Yu asked straightforwardly, having originally sought to acquire some martial arts techniques. At the very least, a technique for swift escape would suffice. Li Wanji's lips curled slightly, yet her thoughts began to shift. The display of Zhou Chen, a practitioner of the rebirth realm, was remarkable. While the individual before her was merely of the mortal blood realm, was there truly more to them than met the eye? However, upon examining Zhou Yu again, she found herself unable to comprehend him fully. His swordsmanship was astonishingly swift. Despite her extensive combat experience, she could not discern its intricacies. This left her somewhat perplexed. Zhou Chen hesitated. "Is my second master unable to join?" In her heart, he was akin to a god of war. Li Wanji replied, "The Demon Extermination Bureau seeks individuals who possess both courage and wisdom, alongside formidable strength. After all, those sects prefer to remain in the shadows, while the Bureau, with its generous benefits, demands those willing to stand at the front line." Subsequently, the two learned from Li Wanji about the current situation. The cities beyond the 17th ring had nearly all fallen, becoming sustenance for the demon beasts. Presently, the 17th ring was engulfed in a full-scale war between humans and demon beasts. Should any unforeseen events arise, It would not be long before the conflict spread to the 16th ring. In the area I am stationed, a 6th-grade Blood Wolf King has appeared, Li Wanji stated gravely. It is due to this Blood Wolf that many of my colleagues met their tragic ends, leading to vulnerabilities in our defenses that allowed a pack of Blood Shadow Wolves to infiltrate. Thus, I pursued them here. A 6th-grade Blood Wolf King? Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Demon cores, demon cores. Beasts of the 6th grade and above possess demon cores. Zhou Qin's countenance paled at the mention of the 6th grade. A tremor ran through her heart, and she couldn't help but glance at Zhou Yu. Observing that his expression remained calm, she felt a modicum of reassurance. Zhou Yu lightly rubbed his fingers, contemplating silently. Based on my recent experiences battling wolves, I surmised that they would not withstand my swordsmanship but instead choose to confront it head-on. In this regard, even the 6th-grade Blood Wolf King might not resist. As long as it does not defend itself, even with my ordinary bloodline, I stand a chance of slaying it. When it comes to the speed of drawing my sword, I hold a degree of confidence. Miss, Zhou Yu inquired, if I succeed in vanquishing the Blood Wolf King, could I exchange its essence for a method of flight from the Demon Extermination Department? Li Wanji fixed her gaze on Zhou Yu, as if she had stumbled upon an extraordinary topic. Zhou Yu tilted his head, puzzled. Could it be that the slaughter of so many Blood Shadow Wolves had not sufficiently attested to his abilities? Why was this the case? Li Wanji chuckled. If you can slay the Blood Wolf King, I would be willing to marry you. Zhou Yu hastily waved his hand. That is unnecessary. I only seek the techniques. Li Wanji shook her head. Let us hope for the best. Zhou Qin approached Li Wanji. Miss Li, you are gravely injured, and we are not far from Qingping City. Why not accompany us to rest for a few days? My family possesses some healing elixirs. After a moment's contemplation, Li Wanji replied, Thank you. Once I recover, I must hasten to the battlefield. In a brief span, Zhou Qin and Li Wanji developed a congenial rapport, which left Zhou Yu bewildered. Despite his significant contributions, he found himself overlooked. In the presence of the robust Li Wanji, even Zhou Qin, at the tender age of 18 or 19, seemed diminutive, and Zhou Yu felt even smaller. Nevertheless, through their conversations, Zhou Yu grew increasingly aware of the dire circumstances at hand. The vastness of the Huaxia dynasty was marred by demon threats from all directions, rendering life perilous for ordinary citizens. To survive, one must venture towards the heart of the turmoil. The Demon Extermination Department, established by the Huaxia dynasty, offers resources and rewards, allowing formidable individuals from various sects to join, albeit at the cost of severing ties with their original factions. Even secular cultivators may enter, provided they possess adequate strength, with a minimum requirement of the spirit connection realm. Li Wanji, for instance, was already a master at the 8th level of this realm. The journey continued in silence, particularly concerning Zhou Yu. Li Wanji, like Lu Renjia, appeared to regard him with indifference. This was difficult for Zhou Yu to comprehend. Despite his efforts, he felt invisible. Such a sentiment was undeniably disheartening. By the time they returned to the Zhou family's residence in Qingping City, it was already dawn the next day. Upon arrival, Zhou promptly came to pay his respects to Zhou Yu, while Zhou Qin escorted Li Wanji to her quarters. Uncle, I did not expect you to return so swiftly, Zhou remarked, his face alight with a smile and respect evident in his bow. Zhou Yu replied with a smile. I encountered several matters during my stay at the Bishi Mountain Villa, hence my early return. Zhou chuckled, saying, Father has already sent a message via carrier pigeon, and my nephew is now informed. As for the matter Father mentioned, I have also made some inquiries. Zhou Yu responded with an O. Zhou continued, Second uncle. When might you have the opportunity to meet? Zhou Yu, puzzled, asked, Meet whom? Zhou replied, Your prospective match. Father has entrusted me with the task of selecting a suitable woman of similar age for you. I spent a considerable portion of yesterday seeking the right candidate. Zhou Yu frowned. Perhaps it would be best to forego this. Zhou hastily interjected, Second uncle, I have already spoken to someone about it. Regardless of whether she meets your preferences, I implore you to grant her the courtesy of a meeting. Chapter 17, The Tranquil Blossom of Peace, a blind date? An encounter? How utterly absurd. Yet, since one has already arrived, it seems only fitting to meet, does it not? With a heart full of trepidation, I donned a new brocade robe, my hair meticulously styled by Zhou Qin, presenting an air of elegance. Zhou Yada was equally excited, as she was about to meet her future second aunt. This promised to be a rather intriguing affair. As noon approached, Zhou Qin peered cautiously outside the courtyard, while Zhou Yu, adorned with the Zhuxie sword, sat upright with a composed demeanor. Though it seemed somewhat ludicrous to bring a weapon to a blind date, he was one who could never part with his sword. mastering but a single technique of sword drawing. He felt utterly vulnerable without it. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhou Yu queried, puzzled. Aren't you going to spend time with that Li Wanji? Zhou Chen blinked. After all, she is to be your future second aunt. I am merely here to ensure your interests are safeguarded. Zhou Yu stroked his chin with amusement, with that in mind. I find myself unexpectedly curious about what kind of refined young lady she might be. With a cheerful grin, Zhou Chen replied, my father possesses exceptional taste. You need not worry. Ahem. Just then, a cough echoed from outside. The two men sprang to their feet, witnessing show and support an elderly woman with flowing white hair, who leaned upon a cane as she entered. Upon further inspection, there was no one else in sight. Oh, I see now, Zhou Chen realized. I have heard that some individuals, before a blind date, allow their parents or elders to assess the young man's appearance and gauge his character. Otherwise, the young lady may not even be granted a glance. Zhou Yu understood, as this was indeed the intention. Zhou guided the elderly woman inside, and Zhou Chen hurried to assist her in taking a seat, displaying the courtesy of a gracious host. Zhou leaned closer, whispering, Second uncle, this is Granny Su. In her youth, she was affectionately nicknamed the Tranquil Blossom of Peace. I had to humble myself greatly to secure her presence. Given her age, she is still 20 years my junior, making her quite suitable. As the saying goes, a woman aged 88 is sure to bring prosperity when wed. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled. The earlier statement implied that her children must also possess striking beauty and refined qualities. However, the latter part left him somewhat perplexed. Granny Su struggled to open her cloudy eyes, raising her head to look around. Shaoan, where is your second uncle? Why can't I see him? Zhou quickly replied, Granny Su, this is indeed my second uncle. Ah? Granny Su trembled as she stood, squinting to get a better look. He appears quite youthful. Zhou chuckled. My second uncle has cultivated himself well, which naturally makes him look younger than others. Are you satisfied with your observation? Zhou Chen assisted Granny Su in sitting down. Granny, please be careful not to fall. Let us converse while seated. Granny Su took a deep breath. Alas, at my age, I ought not to be stirring things up. Were it not for your sincere intentions, I would never consent to such an arrangement. Zhou Yu tilted his head. Wait a moment, I'm a bit confused. So, I must first meet her before I can see her daughter or granddaughter, correct? Zhou looked puzzled. Second uncle. Why do you say that? As long as you two agree, those of us in the younger generation would not dare to voice any objections. Wandering in confusion. Is this truly so hasty? Is it not somewhat disrespectful to the lady? Zhou chuckled. Uncle, you and your esteemed wife possess great virtue and reputation. When you make a decision, it naturally becomes reality. As for the betrothal gifts, I shall ensure everything is arranged perfectly. As he spoke, he approached the opposite side. Grandma Su, are you satisfied? Grandma Su's face, lined with wrinkles, trembled slightly as she nodded repeatedly. Yes, I am quite satisfied. Zhou immediately felt a wave of relief. Uncle, if you are content, then this matter is settled. I shall prepare the betrothal gifts and marriage certificate right away. Zhou Yu frowned. I have not even seen the person. How can I be satisfied? Zhou laughed. Uncle, do not jest with me. Have you not seen her already? Hearing this, Zhou Yu quickly looked outside, then forward. Where? I see nothing. Zhou was perplexed, but she is right here. Suddenly, Zhou Yu's body trembled, and he fell to the ground. Zhou Chen also came to her senses, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide open. The match for the second master turned out to be the Grandma Su before them. In disbelief, she gazed at Zhou. You cannot be so blind as to make such a chaotic arrangement, can you? Uncle's appearance is hardly that of a 20-year-old. Grandma Su strained to open her eyes. Shaoan, did I just hear something fall to the ground? Zhou repeatedly assured her it was nothing, hastily helping Zhou Yu up. Uncle, you cannot possibly object now. I have gone to great lengths to procure this match for you. If not for the reputation of the Zhou family, she would not have come at all. Stop. Zhou Yu raised his hand. This matter ends here. I am somewhat disappointed in you, to say the least, and I might even declare, extremely disappointed. This is hardly a match. It is clearly a matter of sending someone off to live out their twilight years. Zhou grew anxious. Uncle. They say that a couple is made in youth, while companionship in old age is essential. Moreover, she is 20 years your junior. Zhou Yu scolded. I do not agree. Even if your grandparents were here today, I would still disagree. Disagree? Grandma Su suddenly raised her head. Do you look down upon me, an old woman? How dare you? Zhou family, treat me with such humiliation. Zhou urged, Grandma Su, please do not be so hasty. In her fury, Grandma Su struck the ground with her cane, trembling as she stood. Qingping, a flower of dignity, shall not tolerate such disgrace. From this day forth, the Su and Zhou family shall sever all ties." Zhou Chen hurriedly stepped forward to assist. "Grandma, allow me to accompany you." Grandma Su waved her hand in anger. But how could she push Zhou Chen away? As the two exited the under-construction courtyard gate, Zhou stamped his foot in frustration. "Uncle, how can you do this? This is such a splendid match. Grandma Su has not many years left. Had I not implored her, she would not have ventured out. Once you marry her, you shall hold the highest status in the Su family." Zhou Yu's complexion darkened. "Are you serious?" Zhou nodded emphatically. "After receiving a letter from father, I have tirelessly arranged this for you. After much contemplation, only Grandma Su is worthy of you, and she is of a similar age. Alas, your current actions leave me perplexed, dear nephew. I find myself at a loss for what to do. In that case, perhaps it is best if you refrain from taking any action." Zhou Yu, in a fit of frustration, stormed outside, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous situation this is." Zhou scratched his head, wrestling with his urge to erupt but lacking the courage to do so. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a small note. Meticulously reading it once more, it indeed instructed him to seek a woman of similar age. Where had he gone awry? Suddenly, a change overcame Zhou's countenance as a disconcerting thought struck him. Did his second uncle truly desire to pursue a young maiden in the bloom of youth? If that were the case, wouldn't it be rather unbecoming? Just as this thought solidified, Zhou Chen hurriedly returned, exclaiming, "Father, there is trouble. Old Lady Lin has returned to Qingping City." Chapter 18. Shadows in the dark. The Lin family was in an uproar. The entire courtyard was filled with the Lin family's direct descendants, branches, and servants, all kneeling. A gilded carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the Lin residence, where a host of maidens stepped forward to lift the curtain, while one individual knelt beneath the carriage, serving as a footstool. Subsequently, the matriarch of the Lin family, adorned in lavish attire and crowned with a phoenix hairpin, emerged. An aura of authority enveloped her, and her gaze was piercing. "Oh, mother," an elderly man crawled forward before the gate. "My elder brother has fallen victim to the Zhou family, and my nephew has also met with misfortune. You must take charge for the Lin family." The old man was Lin Yong, the second son of the Lin family and the younger brother of Lin Long. The matriarch was the second practitioner of the spirit realm, following Lin Long. Consequently, after the deaths of Lin Long and Lin Tong, no one dared to act, as anyone capable of slaying a spirit realm expert was not to be trifled with. Such ignorant fools, these Zhou family members. The matriarch's eyes blazed with fury. "They have slain my husband, extinguished my beloved, and even taken my cherished grandson. Have they forgotten who truly holds sway in Qingping City?" Seizing the moment, Lin Yong rose to support the matriarch. "Mother, have our uncles been informed? The Zhou family must certainly come prepared. They first feigned a broken engagement to lay a trap, endangering our Lin family. We must be vigilant." The matriarch ground her teeth in rage. "A pack of filthy scoundrels. They truly think themselves significant. Issue orders to guard all city gates. No one from the Zhou family shall enter or leave. When my younger brother arrives tomorrow, I shall ensure that they are utterly annihilated." Lin Yong's heart swelled with joy. The position of family head was finally within his grasp. Though he had contained his resentment over the misfortunes that befell Lin Long and others, he felt a flicker of gratitude. Without such upheaval, he would never have had the chance to usurp the direct line. Now that the matriarch had returned, he knew he must remain patient. After all, the deceased could not be revived. It was wise to wait for the arrival of his two uncles to prevent any further complications. Suppressing his elation, Lin Yong sorrowfully assisted the matriarch into the residence. "Second master, that is about the extent of it." Zhou Chun spoke softly, his heart heavy with concern. It seemed as though all events had reverted to their initial state. Zhou, equally anxious, felt a sense of unease. Although he had witnessed Zhou Yu's ability to eliminate Lin Long, it felt almost as though he had not seen it at all. Zhou Yu rested his head upon the table, feeling a throbbing headache. The shadow of the arranged marriage lingered in his heart. Was Zhou truly blind to the situation? In a hushed tone, Zhou said, "Second uncle, I may have erred in the matter of the matchmaking. I should have consulted your preferences beforehand rather than acting unilaterally." In his view, one could offend anyone, but not his second uncle. If his second uncle chose to disregard these matters now, the Zhou family's fortunate days would be irrevocably over. The fierce tiger gate. Zhou Yu sat up, his left hand instinctively resting upon the evil slaying sword. "So, they are currently making no moves, correct?" Zhou nodded vigorously. Since Lin Long's death, Lin Yong seems to have acted as if nothing has transpired. However, this is quite reasonable, as Lin Yong is merely at the transcendence realm. Zhou Yu, with a contemplative expression, was well aware of the circumstances from his elder brother. The Lin family was not particularly fearsome. Rather, it was the maternal family of the Lin matriarch that posed a significant threat. Both brothers held the esteemed position of elders within the Tiger Gate, which alone surpassed countless secular families. He awaited the return of the matriarch, as well as the arrival of her two uncles from the Tiger Gate. Zhou You spoke softly, acknowledging that as the Tiger Gate ranks among the top 500 in the Kuan-Yuan continent, they naturally placed considerable importance on their reputation. The sole matter to ascertain was the value of the Lin matriarch's two brothers to the Tiger Gate. Zhou Chen realized that if they were of great significance, their demise would undoubtedly invite endless calamity. Conversely, should they merely be inconsequential outer sect elders, it might be feasible to deal with them swiftly without incurring much trouble. Zhou You nodded, affirming this reasoning. The Tiger Gate was vast and prosperous, boasting over 500 disciples. If they were truly just outer sect elders, it would indeed be challenging for the upper echelons of the Tiger Gate to remember them. Zhou inquired whether they should await their appearance before resolving the matter collectively. Zhou You nodded. Clearly this was the most prudent course of action. After speaking, he cast a wistful glance at Zhou, imploring, "Dear nephew, please refrain from complicating matters further. Grant your second uncle a few days of respite." Since descending the mountain, he had yet to enjoy a moment of genuine relaxation. To this day, he remained unaware of the location of the brothels. Who could understand such a sense of frustration? Zhou felt a pang of guilt, responding, "Second uncle, please rest. We shall take our leave." Zhou You nodded and then busily added, "By the way, let us have roasted suckling pig for dinner." Zhou readily agreed and swiftly departed with Zhou Chen. It was indeed a time fraught with troubles. Once outside, Zhou sighed, a frown creasing his brow. The matter of the demonic affliction had spread like wildfire, while the issues concerning the Lin family loomed ominously. He felt the weight of his responsibilities as the family head was becoming increasingly burdensome. "Ah, father," Zhou Chen said, producing a pouch and extracting a high-grade spirit stone. Presenting it to Zhou. "This is from Second Master for you." Zhou shuddered in astonishment. A high-grade spirit stone? In his entire life, he had never encountered one before. Zhou Chen nodded. "Indeed, this is your share. I have more." Only then did Zhou accept it, feeling as though his heart was gripped tightly by a large hand. This was the beginning of wealth. Zhou Chen waved his hand. "I shall go accompany Miss Li now. She shouldn't be left alone in the guest room." Zhou, lost in thought, still had no inkling of who the remarkably formidable Miss Li truly was. Nor did he possess the inclination to ponder it. Hastily tucking the high-grade spirit stone away, he rushed outside, calling for the steward. "Butler, please arrange for a roasted suckling pig to be delivered to second uncle's room." At that moment, in a narrow alley opposite the Zhou residence, a shadow stealthily slithered, moving like flowing water and revealing two glimmers of starlight. The shadow then parted, gazing intently at the Zhou family home. Is the disciple of Niu Dali truly nothing more than a mere wastrel of the mortal blood realm? One shadow emitted a sinister voice. The other shadow turned, perplexed. It was indeed strange. A century ago, when he descended the mountain, he had brought back a child. Yet now, upon his return, the situation was so dismal that it defied comprehension. Could it be that the old fool was merely putting on a facade, deceiving our master? The former's body twisted with a hint of animosity. No longer wishing to ponder, he recalled how Niu Dali had slaughtered so many of their kin. It was high time for him to experience the agony of loss. "No," the latter replied solemnly. "Our master has merely instructed us to observe. We must not act recklessly. After all, Niu Dali is exceedingly cunning, and perhaps this young man harbors secrets beyond our understanding. Moreover, given Niu Dali's capabilities, even if this youth were indeed a wastrel, a century's time could easily transform him into a formidable warrior. It is implausible that he remains merely in the mortal blood realm. I harbor suspicions regarding the peculiarity of this boy's constitution. Hence, our task now is to continue our surveillance until we unravel the truth of the matter." Chapter 19. The sinister foe. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky. Zhou You stood alone in the courtyard, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed intently ahead. There was neither wind nor ripple. He remained utterly still. Lacking innate talent, he compensated with relentless effort. Since he could only master the art of drawing the sword, he resolved to make that skill swifter and stronger. After standing for an hour, he had drawn his sword countless times, emphasizing speed above all else. Suddenly, Zhou You lifted his head, sensing an unusual feeling within. The moonlight, like flowing water, cascaded down upon the earth, illuminating the streets while casting shadows that held an air of malevolence. In an instant, the Bation Ju began to circulate within him. At this moment, all of Qingping City seemed to stand still. Yet, within the darkness, a strange current of energy swirled, lingering near the Zhou residence. This energy exuded a chilling intensity, a fierce and oppressive aura. Is someone plotting against me? Zhou Yu's thoughts turned. Ever since he acquired the sword heart, he could directly perceive any adverse feelings directed towards him. The most palpable of these was hostility. Niu Dali had once advised him that those harboring murderous intent must be dealt with swiftly. In life, simplicity is paramount. One should not invite unnecessary troubles. How could a person as honest and kind as I attract unwanted attention so quickly? Tilting his head, Zhou Yu felt that this presence seemed almost inhuman. With his thoughts settled, he stepped outside, standing on the street before the Zhou residence, his expression indifferent as he gazed towards a nearby alley. The hostility he sensed emanated from the depths of that alley. Even with multiple walls as barriers, the hostility persisted. This was no ordinary matter, for there must be some secret method monitoring my every move. After walking a short distance, that feeling abruptly vanished. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow, pondering briefly before striding back towards the Zhou residence. This fellow indeed harbored ulterior motives. In an alley hundreds of meters away, shadows writhed, having sensed his awareness almost instantly. Perhaps not. Two shadows conversed with each other. I see this lad. Aside from eating, he does not appear to be formidable at all. Hey, are you looking for me? A sudden voice emerged from behind the shadows. The two shadows paused, then lunged forward, distancing themselves. Zhou Yu tilted his head. What are you? In his eyes, they appeared as two shifting masses of shadow, resembling dark water, yet lacking any physical form. One shadow, astonished, inquired, "How did you find us?" Zhou Yu replied calmly, "I simply walked past from behind." The other shadow swiftly writhed, a claw extending forth, swelling in the wind, aiming to strike him like a massive grinding stone. Seeking death. A flash of cold light sliced through the air as the claw disintegrated. Retreat. The shadow that did not attack uttered a low command, its body plunging into the shadows of the wall. Zhou Yu's right hand swiftly grasped the sword hilt, the ground beneath him tearing apart instantaneously, leaving behind two half-formed bodies. Yet those bodies, like worms, writhed momentarily before completely disintegrating, vanishing without a trace. What on earth are you? Zhou Yu gently caressed his chin, his expression one of perplexity. Sensory impressions indicated that the entities were utterly devoid of life. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed severed their corporeal forms, yet they managed to elude him. As he once again expanded his perception, the hostility dissipated entirely. It bore a resemblance to shadowy evasion, though not entirely so. Could it be the malevolent presence spoken of by Xiao Chen? Zhou Yu's thoughts surged as he reflected on the years he had spent sequestered in the mountains. Certainly without any enemies. The Lin family must still be implicated in this matter. A slight furrow formed on his brow. Realizing that his slaying of Lin Long had rendered them exceedingly cautious, they awaited the arrival of Lin old lady's kin and sought additional assistance. This contemplation deepened his indignation. Was it truly endless? Merely because Zhou Chun had called off an engagement with the scoundrel, they felt compelled to escalate matters to such heights? Zhou Yu ambled back to the Zhou residence, his demeanor growing increasingly aloof. His descent from the mountain had been motivated solely by the desire to wed a beautiful bride and lead a blissful life. Yet, the incessant turmoil was kindling a restless fury within him. The following morning, the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs heralded the dawn. Zhou Yu awoke from his meditative state, having expended another 5 high-grade spirit stones during the night. His realm remained perfectly poised at the 5th layer of the mortal blood stage. He could distinctly sense the augmentation of spiritual energy within him. Yet he was unable to break through. Perhaps I am destined to be a late bloomer. Zhou Yu patted his chest, offering himself a measure of consolation. After enduring a century of discouragement from his master, his resilience had become formidable. When I finally achieve greatness, I shall dazzle even the keenest of eyes. Zhou Chen personally delivered breakfast, placing it upon the stone table in the courtyard. You are up exceptionally early, Zhou Yu remarked, casting a glance at Shou Chen, surprised. Have you reached the transcendent stage? Shou Chen's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Indeed, the elixir you provided was extraordinarily potent. I was merely at the 3rd layer of the mortal blood stage, yet after consuming this gold and silver profound pill, I have broken through. Zhou Yu's expression froze momentarily. Muttering to himself, so it truly is effective. I thought it was mere boasting. Zhou Chen, not catching every word, inquired, What? Zhou Yu cleared his throat. It's nothing. As long as it works. I have plenty of these pills. I will give you another 6-flavored Emperor Phoenix pill to take in a few days. As he spoke, He retrieved a jade vial and poured a 6-flavored Emperor Phoenix pill for Zhou Chun. He even pondered whether the single pill might propel Zhou Chun to the spiritual connection stage. If that were the case, fate would indeed seem unjust towards him. Zhou Chun accepted the pill with both hands, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, second master. We are family. There is no need for thanks." Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively. Although inwardly, he began to contemplate. If his own abilities were lacking, might he not choose to adopt an unconventional approach? For instance, by enhancing the strength of everyone in the Zhou family with his elixirs and spirit stones. In such a scenario, even if he remained at the mortal blood stage, he would still have guardians to protect him. Upon this realization, a smile crept upon Zhou Yu's lips, accompanied by a chuckle of delight. If the overall strength of the Zhou family were to improve, would they not be able to assist him in hunting 6th grade and above demon beasts, thus procuring demon cores for himself? He felt utterly astute. Zhou Chun was overjoyed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Zhou Yu inquired, "By the way, what techniques does our Zhou family possess?" Zhou Chun replied, "It is the Qi observation technique, which is accompanied by a set of cloud sky swordsmanship." Swordsmanship. Zhou Yu's expression immediately brightened. Zhou Chun continued, "But second master, you would surely look down upon it. My father mentioned that it was originally left behind by your master." Zhou Yu's face twitched, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Naturally, I would not regard it highly." Suddenly, a resounding roar of a tiger reverberated through the entire Zhou family courtyard, followed by a flurry of bricks soaring through the air. Chapter 20. An inescapable net. A thunderous crash shattered the tranquility of the morning. Zhou Yu picked up a meat bun and stuffed it into his mouth, his expression one of dissatisfaction. The still unrepaired gate had once again suffered ruthless destruction. Zhou Chun's countenance changed. "Second uncle, it must be the Lin family that has come." Without uttering a word, Zhou Yu strode outside and was met with the side of the walls flanking the gate reduced to rubble. He could not fathom why this gate, which had stood firm, was subjected to such relentless vandalism. Zhou and Butler Ma rushed out, followed by Li Wanji emerging from her quarters. Zhou Yu's face was grim as he quickly bowed to Zhou Yu, "Second uncle." Zhou Yu halted, his gaze coldly fixed on the entrance. A burly man clad in half-armor stood there, gripping a fearsome saber in his right hand. Behind him loomed the Lin matriarch and Lin Yong, with other members of the Lin family brandishing weapons, completely surrounding the Zhou family. A palpable atmosphere of hostility permeated the air. The Lin matriarch's eyes burned with hatred. "Where is Zhou Chao? Bring this old wretch out to face his demise." Zhou inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Lin matriarch. The previous events were not instigated by the Zhou family. Bang! The burly man lunged forward, kicking Zhou back into the main hall, the doors splintering upon impact. Zhou Chun cried out, "Father." She hurried over to assess the situation, but found his ribs broken in several places, rendering him unconscious. The burly man spoke coldly, "All members of the Zhou family, assemble immediately to face judgment." Li Wanji strode forward, her voice steady. "Who are you? Do you not know that with the rise of demonic threats, large-scale private conflicts are prohibited?" The burly man raised an eyebrow. "I am Bao Xing, an elder of the Tiger Gate." "And you are?" Li Wanji replied icily, "I am Li Wanji of the Demon Extermination Division. I advise you to withdraw at once. With your capabilities, you would do better to slay a few more beasts." The Zhou family's servants exchanged glances. They had heard much about the Demon Extermination Division, but this was their first encounter. Bao Xing's expression twisted with disdain. "The Demon Extermination Division? Do you think that title will intimidate me? On the contrary. As a member of the division, rather than hunting demons on the front lines, you meddle in family affairs. How laughable. If I report this to the division, you might find yourself in grave peril." "You." Li Wanji seethed, drawing a copper hammer from her waist. Bao Xing scoffed. "You wish to engage? You are merely at the spirit connection level, while I stand at the profound realm." Lin Yong bellowed, "Uncle, why waste words on them? Let us chop them all to pieces and feed them to the dogs." Li Wanji's teeth ground together in frustration. The Demon Extermination Division had its own protocols. Its establishment was meant to combat demonic threats, not to allow its members to wreak havoc in the secular world. Similarly, individuals from the secular realm or sects must never lay hands on members of the division. The Demon Extermination Division was protected by the Huaxia dynasty. As Bao Xing had suggested, if this matter were reported, she too would not escape punishment. Zhou Yu moved forward at a leisurely pace, "And you have an older brother, don't you? Why has Ti come?" Bao Xing fixed his gaze on Zhou Yu, declaring that he alone could annihilate the Zhou family. However, he admitted that Zhou Yu possessed a measure of courage, daring to stand before him despite being merely a mortal blood realm cultivator. Zhou Yu couldn't help but sigh. If his brother did not arrive, this situation could become troublesome. Previously, he had fantasized about capturing all adversaries in one fell swoop, eradicating the matter entirely while avoiding the attention of the fierce tiger sect. Yet now, with one of them absent, it signified a looming threat. Bao Xing grinned wickedly, proclaiming that he had dispatched countless individuals of Zhou Yu's ilk. He lamented that the Zhou family should have been eliminated long ago, had it not been for his inept brother-in-law, who insisted on unraveling the history of the Zhou family's rise. He mocked the notion that a certain second of the Zhou family had departed many years ago to cultivate under a master, deeming it laughable. The Zhou family epitomized the phenomenon of sudden wealth, and their initial fortune often drew significant attention. Coupled with the mysterious tales surrounding the Zhou family's second, who supposedly left to seek enlightenment, it was enough to deter most. With a thunderous roar, Bao Xing's aura surged, coalescing into the form of a fearsome tiger, far larger and more imposing than Lin Long's blood spirit. Under such overwhelming pressure, even someone of Li Wanji's spiritual realm found it difficult to maintain composure. Instinctively retreating several steps, those of lesser strength hurriedly distanced themselves, as if facing not a mere man but a ferocious beast, the king of all creatures. The tiger roared, its malevolent gaze fixed intently on Zhou You, who felt a surge of excitement and envy. How he longed to possess his own blood spirit. Bao Xing, noticing Zhou Yu's expression, found amusement in what he perceived as sheer terror. With a wave of his hand, blood energy enveloped his massive blade, intensifying its lethal aura. If the elder would not emerge, then let the younger bear the brunt, he thought. Bao Xing howled, vowing to cleave Zhou You in two and then hunt down the others to chop them into pieces to feed the dogs. Li Wanji's expression shifted. She urged Zhou You to flee. This was a master of the profound realm, wielding spiritual energy transformed into tangible power. Not only was his energy seed doubled, but the strength of his physical form was exponentially enhanced. One could hardly expect even a spiritual realm expert to withstand 3 moves against him, let alone a mere mortal blood realm practitioner. Zhou Qin rushed out in haste, drawing his sword. Zhou Yu spoke slowly, though I am weak, you seem even weaker. The massive blade descended, stirring a violent wind that enveloped the area in dust, obscuring vision. Bao Xing's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he envisioned his opponent being cleaved in half, entrails scattered across the courtyard. You are arrogant, but alas, you have encountered me. Li Wanji gripped her copper hammer tightly and dashed forward, unable to remain indifferent, especially since Zhou Chun had saved her life. Naturally, she could not bear to watch her elder perish before her eyes. Yet suddenly, Li Wanji retreated rapidly, a gleaming blade embedding itself into the hard stone beneath her feet. The smile on Bao Xing's face faded, and he gazed bewilderedly at his treasured tiger head broadsword, which had inexplicably shattered. As he lifted his gaze to Zhou You, the scene before him became a blur. He yearned to turn and seek his sister's reassurance, to ask if something had gone awry. However, he found himself unable to utter a word, his upper body slumping to the ground, his armor cracking open and falling heavily. Surrounding him, there was an eerie silence. Li Wanji looked in astonishment at Zhou Qin and then at Zhou You, utterly shocked by this terrifying swordplay. What on earth had transpired? Was she truly seeing this correctly? Chapter 21. Unraveling Secrets Inconceivable. Stupefied, Elder Lin remained in trance for an extended period, as if ensnared in a dream. This was undeniably a nightmarish vision. Could it be that? Elder Lin recoiled in terror, pondering whether a peerless master lay hidden in the shadows. Was the legend of the Zhou family indeed true? Did the second son of the Zhou family truly practice under the tutelage of an extraordinary recluse? In this turbulent world, troubles abound. Zhou Yu sighed deeply. If one were excessively fearful of complications, then troubles would inevitably multiply, never ceasing. At the moment his hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, a palpable shift seemed to stir the air. It was not a tempestuous wind, but rather a slicing breeze. The air was chaotic, infused with the acrid scent of blood. He merely stood there, releasing his grip. Not a single step taken, nor did he draw his sword. With a thud at the moment the first sound echoed. The dilapidated courtyard walls crumbled, and one by one, individuals collapsed to the ground. Their only commonality was the grisly separation of their corpses. Elder Lin fell, her head rolling a distance away, her expression one of utter bewilderment and confusion. Li Wanji felt an icy chill envelop her, realizing that the most terrifying occurrences in this world are those unseen. Reflecting on the prior scene of slaying the blood shadow wolf, an involuntary dread welled within her. To have silently dispatched dozens, leaving them entirely oblivious, was a feat beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. She even contemplated whether other unseen hands had intervened. Zhou Yu turned to depart, the surroundings enveloped in an eerie silence. Blood pooled, staining the streets red. Those who had gathered at a distance fled in panic. No one dared to linger. Zhou You glanced at Zhou Chen, stating, "I shall return to rest now. Please arrange for the matters ahead." Zhou Chen nodded repeatedly, understood. Second master. She too felt as if caught in a fantastical reverie. Could it truly be that the esteemed Lin family in Qingping City had met such a complete demise? Uncertain of who had struck, Li Wanji earnestly invited, "Miss Zhou, I sincerely extend an invitation for you to join the Demon Slayer Bureau. To take the front lines in exterminating the beasts and contributing more to the world." Zhou Chen hastily replied, "I possess the intention, but my strength I understand. I am well aware of your concerns." Li Wanji asserted, "Your weapon appears to be merely an ordinary blade, yet within the Demon Slayer Bureau, should you accrue sufficient merit, acquiring a supreme spiritual sword is certainly within reach, apart from those exceptionally gifted prodigies. The Demon Slayer Bureau and the Exorcism Office represent the most promising paths for all wandering cultivators." Zhou Chen was left in a haze. Yet the notion of a supreme spiritual sword resonated clearly. The blade in her possession, valued at 30 taels of silver, was indeed quite ordinary. Meanwhile, treasures and spiritual artifacts were the domain of sects, without a background or support. Even joining one of the top 500 sects of the Kuan Yuan continent would not guarantee a prosperous future, to say nothing of the situation. Could one truly compete with the offspring of any esteemed elder? This world is, after all, an extensive web of connections, without relationships. Aspiring for a future is akin to dreaming in vain. Li Wanji's right hand rested gently upon Zhou Chen's shoulder. "Fear not, I assure you. I shall never divulge your secrets, nor allow you to be targeted by those narrow-minded individuals." She indulged in her own thoughts, convinced that exceptional talent often attracts envy. Neither Zhou Chen nor Zhou You would desire their secrets exposed to formidable adversaries, as such revelations could invite trouble. Though she was merely in her 20s, she had traversed the world for over 5 years, witnessing firsthand the nefarious actions of those who extinguished brilliance. Zhou Chen managed a strained smile. "I must first attend to the bodies." Internally, she was perplexed about her own secret. Did she truly harbor admiration for her second uncle? Yet that hardly constituted a secret. Especially considering the many gifts he had bestowed upon her, such admiration seemed only natural. "I shall assist you." Faced with a battlefield strewn with corpses, Li Wanji remained unfazed. To one accustomed to the front lines, the remains of humans bore no difference from those of beasts. As for Zhou You, his claim of returning to sleep was undoubtedly sincere. He held no concern for Zhouan. After all, if he had truly been struck down, Zhou Chen would not have appeared so composed. Meanwhile, Zhou You lay in bed, contemplating another matter. This situation was inescapably tied to the Tiger Gate. He meticulously recalled his years on the mountain, pondering whether any of the elderly figures resembling Niu Dali were affiliated with the Tiger Gate. Furthermore, why had the Lin family's external aid remained inactive this time? Was that rather peculiar? Frustration mounted within him. He buried his head beneath the covers, increasingly convinced of his own dullness and sluggish mind. Surely, a more astute individual would grasp the complexities of the situation in an instant, unlike himself, whose reaction seemed sluggish compared to others. An hour later, Zhou You abruptly sat up in his sleep, now grasping a bronze token inscribed with the words "Jinyu." This token, surely a means of identification for the old man, puzzled him. Why had it been placed in his storage ring this time? A chilling thought crossed his mind. Was the old man suggesting he remain imprisoned in Jinyu? A shiver ran down Zhou Yu's spine at the thought of the countless years the old man must have spent in that desolate place. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable to him. "I cannot return to Jinyu. I would rather perish outside." Clenching his fists, he stowed the token away. "I must ensure the Zhou family grows powerful enough to safeguard me. That way, even if my master attempts to drag me back to Jinyu, I will possess the strength to resist." Yes, that was the plan. The external threats posed by the beast were nothing insurmountable. He would dash to the front lines and slay the beast kings. For he had come to realize that neither the elders of the Tiger Gate nor the beasts ever attempted to defend against his attacks. If I do not resist my adversary, then it would be as simple as slaying them at will. By then, I shall acquire a technique of flight. With my capabilities, I can transcend the heavens and traverse the depths of the earth. What have I to fear from being captured? Once the Zhou family flourishes, I shall take multiple wives and indulge in my own blissful existence. Is it not more delightful than languishing in the confines of the town's domain? With my thoughts liberated, my vision expands. Zhou You chuckled with delight, feeling utterly at ease, as though enlightenment had washed over him, leaving him invigorated. Did not Li Wanji care deeply for Xiaochen? Then let Zhou Chen accompany her, allowing him to bring me along as well. The plan is flawless. Who would dare to claim my intellect is lacking henceforth? Chapter 22. Distorted emotions that evening, to commemorate the lifting of calamity, Zhou You, despite his grievous injuries, orchestrated a lavish feast. The table was not adorned with delicacies or exquisite presentations. Rather, it was defined solely by its robust offerings: braised pig's head, braised beef head, braised lamb head, emphasizing sheer hardiness. The Zhou family had endured a tremendous misfortune, and it was thanks to his uncle's arduous journey back that they were rescued from the brink of despair. Zhou You steadied himself against the table and, in this moment, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to his uncle once more. Zhou You waved his hand, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the three heads before him. Although he was not particularly hungry, the aroma of the braised dishes ignited a sudden appetite within him. Zhou You then turned to Li Wanji, bowing slightly in appreciation for her righteous defense. Li Wanji rose, modestly replying that she had done nothing of significance. Zhou You smiled and asked, "Uncle, would you care to say a few words?" Zhou You was momentarily taken aback. There were only 4 individuals at the table. Who was he to address? Moreover, what was he to say? He had no grasp of such formalities. Fortunately, Zhou You came to his rescue, leading the applause. "Well said, second uncle. We shall certainly heed your guidance and strive forward." Zhou You responded with a smile, acknowledging her thoughtfulness. Li Wanji, however, found herself perplexed. Why was Zhou You so attentive to this seemingly unimpressive second uncle? Though he held the title of second, they were of similar ages. Could it be? An unexpected realization struck her. No wonder it was said that geniuses often possess peculiarities. Zhou You was indeed extraordinarily gifted, but it seemed she harbored an unusual affection for this elder. It was precisely this distorted sentiment that compelled her to conceal her own prowess, subserviently attending to Zhou You. Oh dear, Li Wanji mused inwardly, pondering the bizarre nature of their relationship. Zhou You treated him with an affection that bordered on the incomprehensible, surpassing even that of a biological father. Unbeknownst to Zhou You, who continued to invite everyone to partake in the feast, he encouraged, "Come now, let us not linger idly. Let us eat. Li Ji, please, do not hold back, make yourself at home." Li Wanji chuckled softly, her tall frame effortlessly serving herself from the platter of beef head. Indulging in the feast, Zhou You likewise took a portion of the lamb head. Zhou You discreetly remarked, "Second uncle, if you find it insufficient, I can send someone to prepare more or procure some." Zhou You, engrossed in his meal, paid him no mind, relishing the food. Observing this, Zhou You lowered his voice. "I have already informed my second and third brothers to return and pay their respects to you. They should be back shortly. My somewhat accomplished son is also delayed due to the hasty nature of your visit, and he sends his apologies." With his mouth full of lamb, Zhou You mumbled dismissively, "It matters not, they are not my sons. You are sufficient company." Zhou Anqi felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. He expressed his appreciation to his second uncle, vowing not to disappoint him. Affection? Zhou You tilted his head and continued to eat. It hardly seemed to fit the term, as he had been unaware of their existence until now, having never laid eyes on them. They were merely the offspring of his elder brother. Thus, they were blood relatives. Furthermore, Zhou You was not particularly adept at socializing. In previous years, when he occasionally traveled to the mountains to seek out his master, he always brought fine wine and delicacies, and his master had never been one to decline such offerings. Zhou You then remarked, "Second uncle, they will eventually return. You should meet them then." Suddenly, Zhou You raised his head to look at Zhou You, blinking his eyes. Zhou You understood and hurried over to listen closely. Zhou You quietly shared his thoughts, and Zhou You was taken aback but nodded in agreement. Afterward, Zhou You returned to his place and, after Li Wanji had consumed half a cow's head, he smiled and said, "Miss Li, I was contemplating that with the rise of the demon threat and your affiliation with the Demon Extermination Department, could you possibly guide me? Help me join the Demon Extermination Department?" Upon hearing this, Zhou You panicked, exclaiming, "Silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and eat." Under the table, Zhou You kicked Zhou You, prompting him to fall silent. Li Wanji's eyes sparkled with delight. "Have you made up your mind?" Zhou You nodded affirmatively. "Yes. As a member of this world, it is only right to contribute." "That's splendid," Li Wanji exclaimed joyfully. "Rest assured, I have some connections. This will be entirely manageable. Even if I do not seek assistance, as long as you achieve merit, the Demon Extermination Department will have no reason to deny you." Zhou You first expressed his gratitude before steering the conversation. "However, my second uncle also wishes to take a look. What do you think about that?" At this, the smile on Li Wanji's face instantly froze, and she furrowed her brows as she regarded Zhou You. Zhou You returned her gaze, eager to inquire about her intentions. "Do you look down upon someone?" Zhou You quickly interjected, Is there a problem? Li Wanji set down the cow's head and explained. The front lines are nothing like the rear. There are waves of demon beasts, and many cities have fallen, leaving the inhabitants relying on outside assistance. If this elder is merely interested in sightseeing, I must frankly say, there is nothing worth seeing there. Only corpses, just corpses. Zhou You smiled. I wish to broaden my horizons. Li Wanji frowned, lost in thought. It was indeed a challenging decision whether to side with Zhou Qin or Zhou You. After all, she had witnessed Zhou Qin unsheath his sword. She could not quite comprehend how Zhou Qin had accomplished it. If Zhou Qin was unable, would it then fall upon Zhou You? And as for the front lines, as long as one did not venture too deeply, there should be no threat to life. Zhou You tilted his head, perplexed. Why did this robust woman seem to regard him with such disdain? To him, Li Wanji appeared as fragile as a blood shadow wolf. Zhou Qin hastily added, Miss Li, my second uncle is quite formidable. Although she could not see Zhou You draw his sword, she held genuine admiration for him. Without the second uncle, the Zhou family would have perished long ago. Li Wanji, somewhat resigned, finally conceded, You may go, but I hope you will exercise caution. Zhou Qin expressed his gratitude profusely, saying, Thank you so much. With your guidance, it will undoubtedly be much more convenient. Li Wanji couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that perhaps her lack of a similar companion prevented her from fully comprehending the nature of their relationship. Zhou You was also beaming with delight, as he observed how smoothly his plans were unfolding. With someone so familiar with the terrain accompanying him, he would swiftly grasp the current state of the demonic threats. Most importantly, he sought to ascertain the distribution of demon beasts ranked above the 6th tier, for such creatures possessed demon cores, which suited his taste perfectly. Surely, he could not venture to the front lines in search of them himself. However, with Li Wanji by his side, the situation was transformed. She surely possessed knowledge far beyond his own. Chapter 23. Do not lay hands on me. By noon the following day, Li Wanji could no longer remain. Her temperament was as fierce as that of a man, and she acted with resolute efficiency. The matter of the blood shadow wolf had already been resolved, and with her injuries nearly healed, she naturally contemplated setting off. Second uncle, Zhou lamented, his face clouded with worry. With your departure, what will happen on the side of the fierce tiger sect? Zhou You, however, had already formulated a plan. Just adhere to the narrative I provided you. Furthermore, Qingping City is in the 16th ring, and we are merely traveling to the 17th ring, which is not far at all. Zhou felt like crying. Not far? It's still 300 miles away. In her efforts to take Zhou Qin with her, Li Wanji had her own array of thoughts. Rest assured, senior, as long as Zhou Qin enters the Demon Extermination Division, even if the fierce tiger sect wishes to act against you, they will have to weigh their options, unless they come driven solely by personal vendetta. Besides, they have families of their own. Without eliminating Zhou Qin, they would hardly dare to confront you directly, unless they wish to bury their own kin alongside him. Zhou looked at Li Wanji in confusion, then turned to Zhou You. Has this girl misjudged the situation? Shouldn't the one to be eliminated be my second uncle? How has this turned into a matter concerning my daughter? Li Wanji's reasoning was quite straightforward. If you harm my family, I will annihilate your entire lineage. If you do not care, then let us see who values what more through bloodshed. Zhou Qin, too, felt a surge of anxiety. Father, just follow the words that second master has taught you. Zhou nodded helplessly, recalling how, at the end of last night's gathering, his uncle had gifted him 10 superior spirit stones and 3 6-flavored Emperor Phoenix pills. As long as he could enhance his strength before Baoxing's older brother arrived, escaping should not pose a problem. Moreover, the opponents were currently cautious, unclear about the circumstances of the Zhou family. The affairs between the Zhou and Lin families had already stirred considerable gossip in Qingping City. He believed the opposition would certainly gather intelligence to ascertain the situation regarding his second uncle. With this thought, Zhou's spirits calmed considerably. I will return in a month, Zhou You declared, waving his hand, eager to embark on his cultivation journey. Zhou Qin followed closely behind, her heart brimming with excitement. In the past, she would never have possessed such courage. But now, with second master by her side, she felt emboldened enough to brave even the most perilous of situations. Standing before the carriage, Zhou Qin waved at Li Wanji. Li girl, let us go. Li Wanji managed a faint smile and strode forward, feeling quite audacious as she accompanied a Blood Realm practitioner and a Transcendence Realm expert. An hour after their departure, Lu Rinxia from the Radiant Light sect hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the dilapidated remains of the gate, he was momentarily taken aback. Eventually, his gaze settled on the plaque bearing the name Zhou family, confirming his suspicions. Zhou, who was directing the situation, glanced over. Young master, do you have business here? Lu Renjia clasped his fist politely. May I ask? Is this the residence of Miss Zhou Chen of the Zhou family? Zhou surveyed him with surprise. His daughter seldom ventured out. How could she be acquainted with so many people? Could he possibly be from the Fierce Tiger sect? It seems rather implausible that the other party could react so swiftly. Lu Renjia hastily remarked, Not long ago, I was indebted to Miss Zhou for her kindness in saving my life. Zhou, taken aback, responded, Ah. Then you have indeed come to the right place. However, Xiaochen has stepped out. Stepped out? Lu Renjia inquired, astonished. When will they return? Zhou replied. They have gone to the front lines to combat the demon beasts and have just departed. As for their return, it is said to be in a month. Lu Renjia's expression changed. The front lines, this is troubling. Zhou, puzzled, asked, Is there something amiss, my lord? Lu Renjia quickly replied. I have come to inform Miss Zhou that the area within the 16 rings is currently stable. The demon beasts we encountered previously must have merely breached the defenses and strayed in. Zhou was already aware of this, appreciating the effort of the young master in conveying the message. As they spoke, a large group approached. Led by the 3 venerable elders from B Water Mountain's residence, Ma Shun, Li Ying, and Zhao Gan. Second master. Yes? I can't shake the feeling that we have forgotten something important. Have we? Zhou You, from within the carriage, tilted his head, reasoning that at his age, forgetting things should not be common. Li Wanji smiled. In life, it is normal to occasionally forget. If it slips your mind, then let it be. Suddenly, Zhou Chen exclaimed. I remember now. When we were at the residence, we mentioned discussing matters at home regarding the expulsion of the demon beasts. Zhou Yu, realizing, noted, indeed. There was such a matter. Those 3 elders. I don't really know them. His elder brother had indeed given some instructions, but he had taken the matter upon himself. Li Wanji chuckled. But without demon beasts, what is there to discuss? Zhou Yu nodded, finding it reasonable. Zhou Chen hesitated. Should we inform father? Zhou Yu shook his head. It matters not. If they come, they will surely learn the specifics. Zhou Chen acknowledged with an O, and continued driving the carriage. Li Wanji fixed her gaze on Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. Is there something you wish to discuss? Li Wanji frowned. Shouldn't you be the one driving? Zhou Yu chuckled lightly. Firstly, I cannot. Secondly, I am the elder. Li Wanji bit her lip. On the battlefield. No one cares whether you are the elder. Zhou Chen laughed. Miss Li, it's quite all right. I can handle the driving. Li Wanji, already filled with ire, was even more infuriated by the response. I simply do not understand why you are so compliant with him. Is it appropriate for a man to let a girl drive? Zhou Yu hesitated. I truly cannot. Li Wanji snapped. Then what can you do? Zhou Yu pursed his lips, reflecting on each day over the years, ultimately providing an honest answer. I can eat. Such a candid response, however, felt to Li Wanji like an intentional affront. Zhou Yu's demeanor was earnest, exuding an air of sincerity. He spoke nothing but the truth, having ascended the mountain at the age of 9 and descended at 108. Apart from wielding a sword, he had indeed spent all his time simply eating. Li Wanji's right hand suddenly lunged forward, asserting, Others may indulge you, but I shall not. Her hand abruptly halted, a look of astonishment crossing her face. What was intended as a grasp around her opponent's neck had, unbeknownst to her, been seized by him, his fingers clamping down on her wrist like a vice, threatening to shatter her bones. With an air of indifference, Zhou Yu cautioned, Do not engage with me. A wave of trepidation surged within Li Wanji, though she sensed no intent to kill from him. An inexplicable pressure enveloped her, rendering her breathless. In a daze, she perceived that the figure before her had transcended humanity, transforming into a lethal blade poised to strike at any moment. Chapter 24. Boasting inside the carriage. Li Wanji retracted her right hand, a sharp pain lancing through her wrist. For a moment, she gazed at Zhou Yu in bewilderment, utterly perplexed. Had the world gone awry? When did secular cultivators possess such remarkable abilities? Surely, she must be mistaken. Zhou Yu offered an awkward smile. Did I hurt you? I apologize. I tend to use my right hand often, so I might have exerted a bit too much force. Use your right hand often? Li Wanji leaned back, glancing at his lower half and then at his right hand, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Zhou Yu shrugged, leaning back in silence, feigning sleep. Li Wanji's gaze fell upon her wrist, where 2 distinct lines of blood marred her sun-kissed skin. Was this a mere illusion? This individual seemed somewhat eccentric. How could he possess such formidable strength in his fingers? With this thought, Li Wanji lifted the carriage curtain, stepping outside to converse with Zhou Chen. She reasoned that regardless of the truth, it was essential to maintain a good rapport with Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen inquired, Miss Li, just call me by my name, Li Wanji interjected. Over the years, few have regarded me as a woman. Her robust physique indeed made it difficult to associate her with femininity. With a beard, she would undoubtedly resemble a burly man. Zhou Chen chuckled. Wanji, is the place we are headed the very location where the Blood Shadow Wolf has fled? I recall you mentioning that there is a 6th grade Blood Shadow Wolf King there. Is it truly that terrifying? Li Wanji's expression grew serious. Indeed, a 6th grade beast possesses a demon core and is exceedingly formidable. Even a master in the Jinchuan realm would find it challenging to survive 3 encounters. However, I did hear that a powerful being from the Yin-Yang realm went to handle the situation while I was pursuing the fleeing Blood Shadow Wolves. Zhou Chen was taken aback. A Yin-Yang realm expert? My goodness, such a figure has appeared. In the secular world, very few were aware of the Jinchuan realm, let alone the Yin-Yang realm. Li Wanji nodded, considering that they were indeed heading into a battlefield. After a moment, she cautioned, this is your first time on the front lines, and there is much you do not understand. Remember, our purpose is merely to familiarize you with the situation. Do not be overly ambitious or reckless. And certainly do not wander off alone. Zhou Chen nodded earnestly. I will remember. Li Wanji inquired, what is your blood spirit? Zhou Chen replied, I am only at the first level of the reincarnation realm. I have yet to reach the spirit communication realm. Really? Li Wanji was taken aback. Are you serious? Yes. And I just broke through not long ago, Zhou Chen confirmed. Li Wanji furrowed her brow, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. In her perception, Zhou Chen was indeed in the reincarnation realm. How could someone at this level effortlessly deal with so many Blood Shadow Wolves? This could only imply that he possessed exceptional talent and had cultivated a legendary divine-level technique. How perplexing. Li Wanji mused inwardly, finding it utterly baffling. How could a small family in the secular world have access to divine-level techniques? Even within her own sect, such techniques were non-existent. Zhou Chen curiously asked, by the way, Wanji, which sect do you belong to? The exorcism division is not a sect, but rather a place where individuals who have achieved significant cultivation may join, primarily to swiftly acquire abundant resources for their practice. As long as one is willing to work hard and endure hardships, resources for cultivation will be plentiful. This is the assurance provided by the Huaxia dynasty. Li Wanji spoke softly, a hint of displeasure evident in her brows. Zhou Chen exclaimed, the Water Melody sect. One of the top 500 sects of the Kuan-Yuan continent. My goodness, I never anticipated your esteemed background to be so grand. It is said that the Water Melody sect ranks within the top 100, correct? Li Wanji scoffed dismissively. I am merely an outer disciple. There is nothing to boast about. Zhou Chen remained exhilarated. Second master, the Water Melody sect is truly formidable. Zhou Yu, without raising his eyelids, replied, I have never heard of it. I have only heard of the Moon Emperor sect. Li Wanji, already in a sour mood when discussing this matter, felt even more irritated upon hearing his words. You speak as if you were acquainted with someone from the Moon Emperor sect. Only then did Zhou Yu open his eyes, lifting the curtain of the carriage with a hint of excitement. Now that you mention it, I do know someone. He is quite different from ordinary people. Possessing a halo behind his head, you know? The one I saw had a crescent moon halo. Upon hearing this, Li Wanji's face was instantly filled with disdain. Isn't that indicative of a deranged mind? Wasting spiritual energy to condense a phantasm? Zhou Yu earnestly replied. How could I be mistaken about something I witnessed with my own eyes? However, my master also said it was a mere fade, a waste of spiritual energy. Li Wanji furrowed her brows, thinking Zhou Yu was boasting, for even if such a being existed, they would not be an ordinary cultivator. Are you going to claim you know someone from the Haotian sect as well? Zhou Yu was taken aback. How did you know? Li Wanji sighed, her cold laughter escaping. In life, one may be weak in power, but incessantly boasting is truly detestable. Zhou Yu insisted, I have truly seen him, the leader of the Haotian sect. Just an old man, barely 1.60 meters. Enough, Li Wanji said, filled with disdain. Throughout her life, she had loathed men who were self-important, fabricating grand tales to deceive women. I don't doubt you, but do you know which direction the Haotian sect faces? Zhou Yu scratched his nose awkwardly. I truly don't know. He came to pay respects to my master. Humph. Li Wanji shook her head repeatedly, but the Haotian sect is the foremost sect. Such a powerful faction would not even acknowledge the Huaxia dynasty. If you truly knew the leader of the Haotian sect, would he still be here? He would have soared to prominence by now. The notion of the Haotian sect's leader visiting your master? That would be laughable. She even suspected that if this topic continued, he might claim to be a disciple of the guardian envoy. Men truly never change their penchant for boasting. Zhou Yu rubbed his nose, feeling uncomfortable, harboring discontent within. for when they visited his master, they appeared quite respectable. Yet, upon claiming acquaintance with them, he was looked down upon. It seems that such topics should be avoided in the future, if not entirely disregarded. He was not particularly concerned, as using conventional standards to judge the unconventional was inherently flawed. Zhou stuck out his tongue, refraining from pursuing the topic further, lest it spark a quarrel. The journey continued in silence until the afternoon, when a pungent odor permeated the air. Zhou You leaned out of the carriage window, gazing outside. The weather remained unchanged, yet an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. The tainted air was thick with a lingering scent of blood, and in the distance, faint traces of crimson marked the earth. Li Wanji, gripping a copper hammer, spoke in a low voice. "We have now entered the realm of the 17th ring. Let us remain vigilant, for lurking beasts may have infiltrated our vicinity." Zhou Yu's gaze fell to the ground, urging caution. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the earth erupted as a colossal maw emerged, intent on devouring the carriage whole. Chapter 25. The ambush. The sudden onslaught caught the three of them completely off guard. However, Li Wanji, being seasoned in battle, swiftly seized Zhou with her left hand. While with a powerful kick, she shattered the cart's yoke and leapt into the air, a chilling aura emanating from the swirling blood energy behind her. She was ensnared by malevolent spirits. With a fierce roar, Li Wanji enveloped herself in blood energy, and her copper hammer transformed, crashing down with tremendous force. The ground trembled violently as the beast's maw snapped shut, struck by a devastating blow, and it quickly retreated underground. The cart shattered with a resounding explosion, scattering debris everywhere. "This is disastrous." Li Wanji turned and released Zhou, her heart racing. Miss Zhou was immensely powerful and required no assistance. It was the young heir who was in peril. "My cart, my horse." Zhou You emerged from the wreckage of the shattered cart, anguish etched across his face. In the distance, there lay only a pit, devoid of any sign of his horse. Unforgivable, intolerable. Zhou Yu's complexion turned ashen, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. How outrageous. A perfectly good horse, so loyal and hardworking, had been devoured just like that? It was a fourth-tier beast known as Zhuangran. Li Wanji was surrounded by a surge of blood energy, exuding an air of lethal intent. This creature could traverse underground at will, adept at stealth attacks, proving to be quite a formidable foe. Zhou expression tightened, never expecting to encounter a fourth-tier beast so soon after entering the 17th ring. If this creature were to infiltrate Qingping City, could it not swallow numerous children in one gulp? Li Wanji glanced at Zhou, urging him to adjust his mindset. Such occurrences were commonplace on the front lines. Encountering various beasts was hardly surprising. This was a battleground, a zone of slaughter. The human race regarded the beasts as invaders, while the beast viewed humanity as mere sustenance. Zhou pursed his lips, understanding the gravity of the situation. Li Wanji pointed toward the distance. "Do you see that city over there? Our next destination is that place, which is also where I was previously stationed." In the distance stood a solitary city, approximately 50 miles away. On either side of the city, strange luminescent screens fluctuated, forming an immense barrier extending into the far horizon. Li Wanji had explained this on their journey. A coalition of adept cultivators operated the protective formation, with the sole access point being each fallen city. The protective array was laid along the border, demanding immense human and financial resources. Whenever it faltered, the formation would contract, retreating inward. Zhou inquired, "Is there no way to deal with the Zhuangran?" Li Wanji sighed. "This creature roams underground, proving to be a challenging adversary for many cultivators. All we can do is return and inform the authorities, hoping they can dispatch suitable cultivators to handle the situation." Zhou understood. Their type of cultivators was ill-equipped for subterranean combat. As long as the Zhuangran remained underground, there was little they could do. Finishing her words, Li Wanji strode forward. "Let us not waste any more time here." Zhou responded with an affirmative, quickly following her. Completely unforgivable. Zhou Yu's teeth ground together, his eyes swirling with fury. In an instant, a chilling beam cleaved the earth, stretching for hundreds of meters, accompanied by a low, mournful wail. What was that sound? Li Wanji swiftly turned to look. Yet all she could see was Zhou Yu strolling calmly. Zhou Yu walked with measured steps, his mood noticeably lifted. "Second master, are you thirsty? Are you hungry?" Zhou chimed in, skipping alongside Zhou Yu. "What provisions have you prepared?" Zhou Yu appeared carefree. Zhou promptly opened his pack, revealing beef jerky and sweet potato chips. Zhou Yu reached out for a packet of beef jerky. Witnessing this, Li Wanji felt a pang of discontent in her heart, sighing inwardly, "Oh, foolish girl. This is not love, it is a distortion. No matter how handsome he is still your second master, Your enthusiasm is simply too excessive. The trio journeyed less than 10 miles before encountering a village marred by traces of blood, with collapsed houses and half-exposed skeletons beneath the rubble. Among the remains were not only human bones but also the decayed carcasses of monstrous beasts. The sight was harrowing. Li Wanji's expression grew somber. At that time, the situation in the 18 rings was dire. Compelled by necessity, all adept enchanters activated the formations at the rear. The beast tide surged forth like a relentless sea, leaving no time to disperse. Even if they had, it would have only exacerbated internal strife. To say nothing of the chaos that would erupt if 100,000 people surged into Qingping City. The hungry sought sustenance, while the fearful clung to their territories. Zhou You crouched down, picking up a smooth skull, its appearance suggesting it belonged to a child no older than 7 or 8. Li Wanji cast a glance, reflecting that under the scourge of monsters, the most pitiable were always the ordinary folk. Had they not reacted swiftly, the beasts would have fled even further, potentially leading to the complete downfall of the 16th ring. Zhou You weighed the skull in his hand, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Zhou Chen sighed deeply, feeling that the threat of the monsters seemed distant, unaware that it was already looming perilously close. The sects were disunited. Even if they did unite, it would only be against the Huaxia dynasty. Li Wanji sneered repeatedly, noting that in such circumstances, the dynasty had very limited options. Otherwise, there would be no need for the establishment of the Demon Extermination Office and the Exorcism Bureau. As she spoke, her gaze turned to Zhou Chen. I truly hope that more talents like you will join the fray, rather than those sects who only know to shut their doors and lead their own lives. Zhou Chen's expression hardened. Wanji, I will strive to slay demons and contribute my part to the peace of the world. Li Wanji's face lit up with a smile, her satisfaction evident in Zhou Chen's response. She felt that she was on the verge of witnessing the emergence of a true demon-slaying general, in time. Even the mere mention of his name would strike fear into the hearts of those great demons. Zhou You rose, placing the skull atop a crumbling courtyard wall, allowing its hollow eyes to gaze toward the distant city walls. Li Wanji urged them onward. Let us go. Once we arrive at our destination, I shall introduce you to a yellow-level demon slayer and present you with your identity token. With this token, you can record the beast you have slain. In other words, it will serve as your merit point. Regrettably, I am merely an apprentice. Had I been otherwise, I would possess such authority. Zhou You advanced with a somewhat indifferent demeanor, his left hand resting upon the Zhu Xie sword, his emotions reflecting a certain complexity. This was entirely different from the tribulations faced by the Zhou family. The number of lives lost to the demon calamity far exceeds mere tens of thousands. It appears. Zhou You tightened his grip on the sword sheath, preparing for a great slaughter. Why the haste? Li Wanji exclaimed, seizing Zhou Yu's shoulder. Your reckless actions could easily lead to disaster. Chapter 26. Yi City. Zhou Yu was taken aback, lifting his gaze, but Li Wanji showed no interest in him, continuing her stride. Zhou Chen assisted Zhou Yu to his feet, inquiring, Are you all right, second master? Zhou Yu let out a long breath, conceding that it was best for a gentleman not to quarrel with a lady. Truth be told, this woman possessed quite a formidable grip. While speaking, he turned his attention to Zhou Chen, suggesting, Take a page from her book. Zhou Chen blinked. What do you mean? Zhou Yu exclaimed with admiration. Marrying her is akin to marrying 3. It is undoubtedly a wise investment. Zhou Chen smiled gently. Zhou Yu sincerely believed this. In his eyes, apart from her temper, Li Wanji was quite an admirable person. Though her physique was robust, her features were exquisite. The juxtaposition of these two attributes often left an odd impression. However, one thing was certain. Whoever could marry Li Wanji would have no cause for concern about being bullied. With her by their side, one could be assured that her future husband would experience an abundance of security. The journey ahead proved to be markedly smoother. Yi City, with its scarred battlements, retained only these two characters in their former glory. Upon entering the city gates, the atmosphere was permeated not only by the scent of blood, but also by the strong aroma of medicinal herbs. Scanning the surroundings, one could see that most buildings had collapsed, while some individuals had hastily erected makeshift shelters along the streets, and many were concocting potions on the sidewalks. In terms of population, it was far from a city living in normalcy. Zhou Yu mused, the efficacy of healing elixirs must be better, right? Li Wanji scoffed lightly. Do you think we haven't considered what you have? While herbs may be of average effectiveness, their advantage lies in the ability to brew them promptly. Just ponder. How many elixirs can a single alchemist produce in one day? And during actual combat, how many would be consumed daily? Without sufficient reserves, such a scenario is utterly impractical. Zhou Chen nodded in agreement, stating, I have heard that alchemists are quite rare. The lineage is one aspect, but the time invested is something many cannot endure. While you are pondering alchemy, others may have ascended several realms above you. If they truly wish to eliminate you, it would be child's play. When the effort and reward become disproportionate, many would simply retreat. Zhou Yu rubbed his nose, feeling rather foolish. Suddenly, Li Wanji lowered her voice, as newcomers. You are unaware of the situation at the front lines. Yi City is merely one of the entry points, but regardless of the location. Remember not to reveal any elixirs you may possess. Zhou Yu thought to himself that this was not a mere assumption. He indeed possessed some. Zhou Chen asked in confusion. Why is that? Li Wanji replied quietly. Wealth should not be flaunted, for it invites ambushes. Although joining the Demon Slayer Guild contributes to the greater good, these individuals, having fought for years, are ruthless and cunning, not the benevolent figures you may envision. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu scanned the area, noticing some individuals casting glances at the three of them, either intentionally or inadvertently. To others, Zhou Yu and his companions were evidently newcomers. New arrivals often shared a common trait. They carried with them unspent elixirs and other items. Zhou Yu's gaze swept over a certain area, locking eyes with a young man. The man was clad in tattered garments stained with blood, his gaze icy and penetrating. He had taken lives, many, it seemed. It was not uncommon for Zhou Yu to have killed, but the palpable aura of violence emanating from this individual suggested a far greater history of bloodshed. Strangely, despite his filthy appearance, this man inexplicably exuded a sense of cleanliness. Zhou Yu averted his gaze and observed an elderly man with gray hair squatting in a corner, meticulously trimming his nails with a small blade. The instant he laid eyes on the old man, an instinctual urge to draw his sword surged within him. This individual radiated danger. Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes, noting that the old man remained engrossed in his task, oblivious to the world around him. Zhou Yu had underestimated the Wao Yaosi. Deep down, he mused that it was merely a congregation of bloodthirsty maniacs. They had responded to the summons of the Huaxia dynasty due to the scarcity of cultivation resources available to them. The solitary cultivators differed vastly from those of established sections. These individuals came from diverse backgrounds, and their disparate environments shaped their distinct approaches to action. While their levels of cultivation might not be particularly high, their combat experience was undeniably extensive. The moment a confrontation commenced, any hesitation on one's part could lead to swift demise. Upon entering Yi City, the only words left in Zhou Yu's mind to describe these individuals were extremely vicious. There were those like Li Wanji, who aspired to contribute to the greater good. Yet they were a mere handful. Do not stray from my side, Zhou Yu urged, hastening his pace to grasp Zhou Chen's wrist. Zhou Chen nodded earnestly. As they proceeded, Zhou Yu felt numerous gazes, akin to the heat of the sun, bore into his back. It was as if he were encircled by a pack of wolves. Before long, the trio entered a relatively intact estate, where individuals were moving in and out. Upon passing through the entrance, they made their way directly to the main hall. Seated prominently within was an elderly man in a yellow robe, the very individual Li Wanji had referred to as a member of the yellow-level Zhua Yaosi. In the realm of demon hunters, achieving a rank signified official affiliation with the Huaxia dynasty. Individuals like Li Wanji and the majority outside were merely apprentice demon hunters, a distinction unrelated to their prowess. Elder Nie, Li Wanji addressed him with utmost respect. The yellow-robed demon hunter, Niesen, looked up. Wanji, how have matters within been handled? Li Wanji replied promptly, all is settled. I have brought them here today to complete the necessary procedures and obtain the demon hunting decree. Niesen's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a formidable aura. Zhou Chen felt a shiver run through him, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Zhou Yu stepped slightly forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhou Chen, offering a reassuring smile. Niesen interlocked his fingers atop the table, one at the transcendental realm and another at the mortal blood realm. This does not comply with regulations. Such individuals would meet their demise on the battlefield. Li Wanji quickly leaned in, whispering about the previous encounter with the Blood Shadow Wolves. Niesen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is that so? Li Wanji affirmed, absolutely. Otherwise, under the assault of dozens of Blood Shadow Wolves, given my condition at the time, it would have been impossible for me to return alive. Niesen's expression revealed a hint of skepticism. As a formidable expert at the profound realm, he could discern that Zhou Chen was rather unremarkable. Conversely, Zhou Yu instilled an unsettling sensation within him. However, driven by fervent zeal and a strong sense of justice, Li Wanji would never trivialize the lives of others. Have you all made your decisions? Niesen inquired calmly. Hunting demonic beasts is no trifling matter. Once you leave the city, there may be no opportunity for regret. Zhou Yu nodded with a smile, indicating his resolve. Nielsen did not object, stating, "Very well, do as you wish." He then produced 2 jade tokens, each 3 inches high. Place a drop of your blood upon these. Do not misplace them, for they pertain to your future merits. As for their usage, Li Wanji will enlighten you. Chapter 27. The Demon Extermination Order. Is it truly so simple? Zhou You was somewhat taken aback, surprised that they were not even asked for their names. The yellow-robed demon exterminator, Nielsen, replied with indifference, "Before you become true demon exterminators, there is no need for me to know any of your names. Allow me to remind you, however, that if someone possesses your demon extermination order, they can similarly exchange it for merit points." Zhou Qin was astonished, thinking that this could incite everyone to turn against one another. Nielsen chuckled softly, saying, "It cannot be deemed incitement. Rather, it serves to remind you that sometimes the hearts of men can be more malevolent than the beasts themselves. Or perhaps I should emphasize that what this world requires is a formidable power that instills fear, rather than aspiring but feeble scholars." Zhou You flipped the demon extermination order in his hand and merely smiled, fully comprehending the situation. In a time beset by demonic calamities, a single heinous strongman could outweigh thousands or even tens of thousands of ordinary individuals. Reason? What reason is there to be discussed? The Huaxia dynasty desires tangible results. Just as one could divide 10,000 top-tier spirit stones into 1,000 portions, it is unlikely that any of those 1,000 individuals would yield a true powerhouse. However, if those 10,000 spirit stones were to fall into the hands of one person, the outcome would be vastly different. Of course, Zhou You, was excluded from this equation. Zhou Yu's fingernail sliced through the skin of his ring finger, leaving a trail of blood on the demon extermination order. Nielsen's eyes widened suddenly, and he rubbed them as if trying to dispel an illusion. For an inexplicable moment, he thought he glimpsed a fleeting glimmer of golden light within that drop of blood. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. A mere mortal, daring to appear on the front lines at such a time, could not possibly possess a noble bloodline. After all, such individuals would be meticulously protected by their sects or the Huaxia dynasty once they reached maturity. Let us step outside. Li Wanji led the 2 out of the main hall, retrieving her own demon extermination order to elucidate its function. Your blood can activate the formations within the demon extermination order. Henceforth, whenever you slay a demon beast, you must promptly present the order and simply infuse it with your spiritual energy. Zhou Qin was perplexed, asking why this was necessary. Li Wanji explained. The formation within the demon extermination order is a soul capture array, designed to ensnare the souls of the demon beasts. This way, each time you return to the city, you can submit the captured souls in exchange for merit points. The merit points will also be recorded within the demon extermination order. If you examine the back, you will find a total of 45 small protrusions, each representing a number. When the first row of 9 lights up, it signifies 9 merit points. Upon reaching 10 merit points, the first one in the second row will illuminate. The third row indicates hundreds, the fourth thousands, and the fifth 10,000s. Zhou You flipped it over and found, indeed, as Li Wanji had stated. "I recall when I first encountered you. Why didn't you capture any souls then?" "In that situation, I was too flustered to even consider such things," Li Wanji replied with a serious expression, reiterating her warning, "Remember, do not lose it. After all, 100 merit points can be exchanged for a treasured artifact." Zhou Qin was curious about the top-tier spiritual weapon. Li Wanji responded that it could be exchanged for 50,000 merit points. Zhou You chuckled in disbelief. 50,000 merit points? When would that be? Li Wanji replied solemnly. "If you're within the sect, no matter how hard you strive, the opportunity will elude you. At the very least, the Huaxia dynasty has granted you a chance." Zhou You couldn't help but glance at the exorcising sword at his waist, realizing that his master was indeed quite generous. Following Zhou Yu's gaze, Li Wanji commented, "As for you, that shabby sword is sufficient." The exorcising sword, with its scabbard exuding an air of antiquity, was frankly quite unremarkable. According to Master Niodali, one must not only wield a sword, but also learn to care for it. To this end, Niodali had even pinned a piece titled 36 Tips for Post-Use Sword Care. However, the issue lay in Niodali's laziness, which Zhou You matched with his own. When Niodali acquired the sword, he had only maintained it for 3 years. After hearing this, Zhou You diligently cared for it for a month before ultimately neglecting it. Li Wanji continued, "A first-tier demon beast is worth 1 merit point, a second-tier 5 points, a third-tier 10 points, a fourth-tier 30 points, a fifth-tier 100 points, a sixth-tier 300 points, a seventh-tier 1,000 points, an eighth-tier 5,000 points, and a ninth-tier 50,000 points." Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. Did that mean if he killed a ninth-tier beast, He could directly exchange it for a top-tier spiritual weapon? Li Wanji looked at Zhou You as though he were a fool, as if to say, is he out of his mind? A ninth-tier beast is a true great demon. Capable of transformation and immensely powerful, Zhou You cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Zhou Chen, however, began counting on his fingers. Noting that to kill a first-tier demon beast, one would need to slay a full 50,000, and for a second tier, one would need to kill 10,000. Zhou You laughed. Miss Li, how many merit points do you currently have? Li Wanji produced her exorcising order for both to see. The third row glowed with 5 lights, indicating 500 points. My weapon cost me 300 merit points, a great bargain indeed. Such heavy weaponry is seldom used. That copper hammer is a top-tier treasure. Thus, Li Wanji had amassed over 800 merit points. Excluding the 5th tier and above demon beasts, she had also slain nearly 34th tier beasts, demonstrating considerable effort. Zhou Yu then asked the question that concerned him most. If I only wished to exchange for a powerful flying technique, how many merit points would that require? Li Wanji had initially intended to ignore Zhou Yu, but out of consideration for Zhou Chen, she chose to respond. The grades of techniques are classified as Earth, Yellow, and Divine. It is said that the Huaxia dynasty possesses divine techniques, but the requirements are exceedingly stringent, so I'm not certain. For Yellow grade, it's around 5,000 merit points, while the Xian grade starts in the tens of thousands, and Earth grade begins at 30,000. As for the Sky grade, I am not aware. Zhou Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it really that outrageous? Li Wanji replied, techniques differ from external items. The more individuals who learn them, the greater the risk of leakage. However, if you only need a flying technique, it should be significantly cheaper. Zhou Yu smiled. So, can I just go out and acquire it directly? Li Wanji was taken aback. Are you in such a hurry? Zhou Yu responded with a smile. I sense that the dangers within the city are even greater than those outside. Upon hearing this, Li Wanji sighed softly. She too was dissatisfied with the current situation, yet felt powerless to effect change. The multitude of restrictions meant that those individuals could abandon their efforts at any moment. Zhou Chen remained in a state of confusion, her adaptability evidently inferior to that of Zhou Yu. As Li Wanji stepped outside, she remarked, let me first share a typical scenario with you. Although we are all independent cultivators, we have traditionally ventured out of the city in small teams. After all, a little caution goes a long way. And being part of the human race certainly has its advantages. Are you planning to leave the city? A bald man stood up on the road outside the courtyard, waving and smiling. Perfect timing. We are also gathering people to venture out. Why not join us? Chapter 28. Toussaint faced with such an invitation. It felt as though a pillow was being offered just as one began to doze off. Zhou Yu smiled, a contented grin. He merely needed a sensation to discern whether these individuals posed a threat. Furthermore, it was evident that they were stationed there, clearly waiting for them and eavesdropping on their conversation. Toussaint, we have no need for your assistance, Li Wanji stated coldly. Please step aside. Toussaint responded with a grin. Oh, come now. Isn't it a splendid endeavor to vanquish demons together? Moreover, your previous companions, Li Wanji, have recently perished. Don't you think it prudent to recruit additional hands? Li Wanji's fury ignited. You. Toussaint chuckled, turning to Zhou Yu. Young brother. The front lines are not as safe as the rear. They are fraught with peril. I, Toussaint, may lack certain skills, but I do possess several capable brothers. Collaborating would also serve to watch over you newcomers. As he spoke, his gaze flickered, scrutinizing Zhou Yu's sword and attire. In his eyes, Li Wanji had merely deceived a couple of young aristocrats into joining her. Such individuals, on their inaugural venture, were bound to be well-stocked with elixirs. In a certain sense, they embodied the quintessential target for exploitation. A swift plundering would ensure a bounty of elixirs for a considerable duration. The primary distinction between loose cultivators and those from sects is that all expenses for the former are borne by themselves, while the latter receive continuous support. It is utterly absurd to expect a loose cultivator to sustain an alchemist. That is the realm of sections. Li Wanji retorted sharply. I have stated we require no assistance. We do not wish to leave the city at this time. Toussaint replied with a smile. Young brother, I am not spreading rumors. It is my understanding that 2 groups of Li Wanji's comrades have perished just outside the city, with her being the sole survivor each time. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire. Is there a single word of mine that is untrue? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu and Zhou Chen turned their gazes towards Li Wanji. Her expression darkened, and she gripped her copper hammer, glaring at Toussaint. What is this? Toussaint chuckled. Planning to strike? This is within the city, you know. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment. He indeed had no intention of leaving the city. If he ever harbored such a thought, he would seek Toussaint out later. Tu San's expression shifted, and he nodded in retreat. Since young brother has made up his mind, I shall say no more. As he departed, 3 figures quietly withdrew from the shadows, all of which Zhou You observed keenly. That fellow is no ordinary man. In the distance, amid a desolate ruin, an elderly man wielding a small blade slightly lifted his head. Perched upon a collapsed wall behind him sat a youth, bloodied and grimy, whose eyes were large and bright. Upon hearing the conversation, he merely scoffed, for he possessed a storage ring. The old man's lips curled into a smile, a rare find indeed. The blood-stained youth replied coldly, a mere blood realm cultivator with a storage ring. The old man nodded, quite an incongruity. Storage rings are not common possessions. The number of loose cultivators across the realm exceeds millions. Yet, those who possess a storage ring may not exceed 20 individuals, even among sects. Only the most prominent and esteemed figures are granted such items. However, it is rather disconcerting and illogical that an individual of the mortal blood realm possesses a storage ring and has ventured to the front lines. The youth clad in soiled garments spoke coldly, exhibiting a peculiar nature, perhaps marked by inconsistency. The elder chuckled, remarking, "What can a mortal blood realm individual truly achieve, regardless of their incongruities?" The youth shook his head, expressing uncertainty. The elder narrowed his eyes. "Are you concerned that he may be concealing his true strength?" After a moment of contemplation, the youth replied, "He is perilous. My intuition suggests as much." The elder deftly maneuvered a blade in his hand, akin to a butterfly in flight. "Are you frightened?" The youth shot him a glance. "I fear you may not even realize your own demise." The elder laughed. "Perhaps a stroke of fortune awaits." The youth retorted coldly, "Or perhaps a wave of death." The elder stretched his neck. "The bald trio has already set their sights on us. They are quite cunning. Should you hesitate, you may end up with nothing." The youth remained silent, gazing skyward. The elder rose. "How much do you think this information would fetch from those individuals?" The youth replied with a frigid tone, "Perhaps it is worth your very life." The elder smirked, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Ahead lies the city gate. Li Wanji pointed towards the luminous barrier. "The demon extermination order we possess serves as our pass for entry and exit, yet occasionally, beast tides forcefully assault this location. Moreover, the demonic beasts are not devoid of intelligence. They too gather demon extermination orders to assault the city gates. It is worth noting that the demon extermination order cannot be procured from other regions. It is only applicable within this vicinity, inclusive of the gates of other cities. Given the current circumstances, even if we exit the city, our movements will be confined to the area between the 17th and 18th rings." Zhou You, preoccupied with his own concerns, inquired about the 6th-tier Blood Shadow Wolf King you mentioned previously. Li Wanji cast a glance at Zhou You. The 6th tier represents a significant demarcation for demonic beasts, particularly for social species such as wolves, monkeys, and snakes. The 6th tier is their king. Their appearances herald a beast tide. Non-social demonic beasts, while possessing greater individual strength, tend to lack in coordination. Zhou Chen hesitated. "Does that imply there are many beast kings above the 6th tier outside?" Li Wanji nodded. "Demonic beasts possess a strong territorial instinct. The stronger the beast, the larger their domain. Upon conquering a territory, they delineate it and commence feeding. Those powerful beast kings will periodically rest, rather than perpetually attacking." "Feeding?" Zhou Chen asked, bewildered. Li Wanji took a deep breath. "Those who fail to escape, both cultivators and ordinary folk, become trapped in the wild, transforming into a banquet for the demonic beasts." Zhou Chen gasped, finding the mere thought to be savage. Li Wanji's expression turned somber. "The stronger the demonic beast, the greater their intellect. They have learned to control their desires, refraining from devouring everything in one go." Zhou Chen was horrified. "Does that mean?" Li Wanji nodded. "Indeed. It is akin to how we humans raise pigs and sheep, allowing the food to reproduce continuously." Zhou You softly inquired, "Are there many beings like that?" Li Wanji nodded, acknowledging the grim reality. There were indeed countless individuals, perhaps tens of millions, who had succumbed to the wilderness over the past century. Regrettably, the defensive lines had continually retreated, extending to distances that rendered hope utterly desolate. After a brief pause, her gaze fell upon Zhou Chen. The words spoken by the bald man were undeniably true. "I had 2 groups of companions, all of whom perished outside the city, leaving me as the sole survivor. I earnestly wish for someone like you to contribute to the greater good. Yet should you harbor different intentions now, you are free to depart at any moment." Chapter 29. Good and evil departure was never on Zhou Yu's mind. He was in dire need of the demon pills. His past life revolved around this necessity, with those pills provided by his master. The demon pills served 2 purposes, one for alchemical refinement, and the other for consumption, but the taste was far from palatable, reeking and difficult to swallow. Now that he had descended the mountain, he would have to fend for himself. Perhaps, as Zhou had suggested, his master had sent him down at this juncture to confront these challenges. He was determined to slay demon beasts and enhance his own strength. Once he achieved success, he envisioned a life adorned with multiple wives and concubines. A smile played on his lips as he fantasized about the promising future ahead. Zhou Qin, however, was oblivious to these musings of Zhou You. Her heart was fueled by a righteous fervor, unaware of the treacherous realities of the world. 1G, since I have arrived, retreat is out of the question. Besides, my second master is here. There is no need for concern. What she truly intended to convey was that her second master was unrivaled, and she assured that even if trouble arose, he would resolve it. After all, which noble could so casually bestow a six-flavored Emperor Phoenix pill upon another? Li Wanji cast a glance at Zhou Yu's handsome visage, feeling a twinge of worry that she might have misjudged these two. If they were to meet a dire fate, it would indeed be a grave sin. Zhou Yu chuckled. Xiaoqin, well said. My second master is always worthy of your trust. Li Wanji gritted her teeth in silent frustration, increasingly feeling that they did not resemble warriors heading to the front lines to combat demons. Rather, they appeared to be mere tourists, especially Zhou Yu. Zhou Qin beamed, considering herself fortunate to accompany her second master on such a grand journey. Zhou Yu's gaze swept across the streets of the city, extending far beyond, and he felt a strange presence drawing near, an aura both chilling and malevolent. He had allowed them to escape that night, never anticipating they would pursue him again. They were neither allies summoned by the Lin family, nor were they simply targeting him for no reason. Zhou Yu's eyes flickered with myriad thoughts. It seemed illogical that, after descending the mountain and behaving with utmost propriety, he had attracted the attention of such sinister beings. Li Wanji composed herself, reflecting that typically, when venturing outside the city, a minimum of 6 individuals was required. A small party would be vulnerable should they face unforeseen challenges. However, they were unaware of Xiaoqin's true capabilities. Most were reluctant to accompany them, aside from those with ulterior motives. Those with strength feared being a burden, while those willing to join posed a threat. It was a dilemma on both fronts. Having grasped the situation fully, Zhou Yu looked towards the outskirts of the city. We need not seek others. We are sufficient as we are. Li Wanji, now irate, retorted. Do you think this is merely childish play? The fallen areas are perilous. In the event of a crisis, no one can safeguard you. You do not expect me to protect you, do you? Protect me? Zhou Yu was taken aback, realizing this woman had a rather admirable disposition. Zhou Qin hesitated, recalling that previous fellow, the bald one. He seemed quite capable, did he not? Upon hearing this, Li Wanji's expression darkened. None of those rascals were of good character. I have overheard discussions indicating that they have at least caused the demise of several newcomers at the front lines. Being overly cautious is hardly a virtue. Zhou Yu chuckled lightly and proceeded forward. In life, one ought to be efficient and decisive. Li Wanji, displeased, retorted, Who are you being cryptic with? In truth, there is no need for such convoluted thoughts. Zhou Yu continued his stride, stating, Whoever does not stand with us is a good person. And it is as simple as that. Li Wanji glared, questioning the logic behind his reasoning. Zhou Yu soon halted, standing before the dirty-clothed youth. Shall we venture out of the city? The youth did not even glance up, replying with a disinterested no. Zhou Yu squatted down beside him. Old man, care to join for some fun? The elder grasped his blade, revealing a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth, not interested in babysitting. Zhou Yu jested. Perhaps I could be the one to provide for your twilight years? The elder squinted, intrigued. You possess such inclinations? Zhou Yu replied with a smile, Indeed. The elder raised his right hand, a glint of cold steel flashing, producing a sound of clanging metal. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yu had already positioned his sword sheath in front of him, effectively blocking the blade. The elder raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. He had intended merely to intimidate. Yet the youth's speed exceeded his own. Was it merely a coincidence? Are you going or not? Zhou Yu inquired with a cheerful demeanor. The elder chuckled darkly. I am no good man. Zhou Yu responded. Which good man would ever declare himself as such? The elder's smile faded. You've just arrived. Are you not afraid of the repercussions? Zhou Yu smiled back. We either prosper together or I assist you in your final days. The elder scoffed. Are you threatening me? Zhou Yu shook his head. No, this is not a threat. It is a piece of advice. The dirty-clothed youth stood, casting a cold glance at Zhou Yu, his left hand gripping a short sword, while his right rested on the hilt. Zhou Yu met his gaze. Your stance in drawing the sword is riddled with flaws. It is evident you intend to unsheathe it. Drawing a sword is an art in itself. requiring skill in how to harness strength within the sheath and how to unleash a force that surpasses one's own in that fleeting moment. The youth was momentarily taken aback, finding this individual quite peculiar. The elder stood. Perhaps we truly can journey together. The youth coldly interjected, "Old dog." The elder chuckled. "Since he has extended an invitation, is there not reason to decline?" The youth retorted, "You are not permitted to go." As he spoke, he moved closer to the elder, whispering, "This man is not what he seems." The moment I intended to draw my sword, he locked onto my energy. I have a foreboding sense that should I dare to draw, I would be the first to perish. The elder's expression shifted, recognizing that such a statement transcended mere intuition. They were seasoned cultivators, having battled countless times in the wild. They were no sheltered flowers, nor were they timid souls. Zhou You, perplexed, asked, "So, are we going or not?" The elder took a deep breath. "Let us not go, unless you intend to kill me?" Zhou Yu nodded, swiftly turning to greet the approaching Li Wanji and Shou Qin. Unable to locate anyone, he decided to leave the city directly. After speaking, he paid no heed to Li Wanji and strode towards the city gate. The old dog glanced at the blade in his hand, pondering if perhaps the other's speed indeed surpassed his own, leading to an unlikely interception. The young man in tattered clothes furrowed his brow, casting his gaze in another direction where Tu San and 4 others were quietly making their way toward the city gate. "Xiao Jing," the old dog murmured, sensing that the situation had taken an intriguing turn. "Do not sell his information," Xiao Jing replied coolly. "This individual is not to be trifled with. Possessing a storage ring suggests there are hidden depths to him. At the very least, he has formidable connections that we, as rogue cultivators, cannot provoke." Chapter 30. The Desolation of the Wilderness. "Hey, hey, hey," Li Wanji called out, chasing from behind, yet she could not keep pace with Zhou Yu's strides. By the time she drew near, Zhou Yu had already passed through the shimmering veil. Nearby, a few onlookers raised their heads, their lips curling into mockery and derision. Newcomers were always brimming with fervor, radiating a reckless courage that seemed oblivious to danger. Stepping beyond the city gates, the ground was stained with blood. The dark crimson earth was sullied. Even the blades of grass were drenched in the taint of gore. The atmosphere was bleak and somber, permeated with a chilling aura of bloodshed. This desolation was far more sinister than that behind the city walls. Although they shared the same sky, this place was darker, more spine-chilling. It felt as though the air was thick with the lingering spirits of the slain. Of course, the most pressing matter was that night had fallen. "How could you be so reckless?" Li Wanji admonished. Though she secretly wished for his demise outside, it remained merely a fleeting thought. Zhou Qin ran to Zhou Yu's side, casting his gaze over the vast expanse, devoid of life, while the distant roars of beasts echoed ominously in the air. Those sounds were far away, yet they still instilled a profound discomfort, a stark contrast to the safety within the city, shielded by protective formations. Li Wanji insisted once more, "We must return immediately. We need to gather more people for safety. After all, none of you possess any experience in battle." Zhou Yu paid her no heed, stating, "Xiao Qin, when engaging in combat outside, remember this principle: show no mercy to those who harbor hostility." Zhou Qin nodded earnestly, "Understood, second master." Zhou Yu continued, "If I turn to flee, you must not hesitate. Run faster than I do." Zhou Qin replied, "All right." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yu concluded, "That is all for now. I will share more thoughts later." He had always been limited in his retention of the occasional ramblings from his master. With that, Zhou Yu strode purposefully toward the source of the beastly roars. Li Wanji, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, "Wait, don't do anything reckless." As she watched the two of them distance themselves, she hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to follow. "Goodness, this is truly terrifying," Zhou Yu mused, his gaze darting ahead, taking in the skeletal remains scattered about, both human and beast alike. Some were mere frames, while others remained in a state of decay. Zhou Qin's face turned pale as she trailed closely behind Zhou Yu, bewildered by his apparent lack of fear. In all her years, she had never encountered so many corpses. And they had only just stepped outside the city. The ground was littered with bones, far exceeding mere thousands. Zhou Yu turned, contemplating. "I find it peculiar that there are no weapons lying on the ground." Li Wanji scoffed. "Naturally, they were collected by others. Those are treasures." Zhou Yu responded with a thoughtful "oh," and remarked that he would help Xiao Qin find a fine sword. Li Wanji cautioned, "Do not venture straight ahead. That leads deeper in. The safest course is to follow the perimeter of the protective formation, searching for isolated beasts." Her words, though intended as a warning, served to remind Zhou Yu of the potential dangers. "How am I to acquire demon cores if I do not delve deeper? What gives me such audacity? It is simply because these beasts do not evade. In the perspective of Zhou You, anyone who does not resist or evade is merely a living target. No different from a scarecrow. Li Wanji was filled with indignation, yet when she saw the young girl gazing at Zhou You with wide-eyed admiration, she found herself utterly powerless to intervene. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, a flicker of regret suddenly stirred within Li Wanji. How absurd it was. She had unwittingly led two oblivious newcomers to their doom. Zhou You quickened his pace, appearing to stroll leisurely, yet moving with the swiftness of a tempest. In no time, even Li Wanji found herself having to jog to keep up. However, Li Wanji seemed oblivious to the gravity of their situation. The realm of ordinary blood before them was no ordinary one. Zhou You was increasing his speed, gliding through the grass like a breeze through the meadows, like clouds drifting across the sky. Not far ahead, the jungle shimmered with a verdant glow. A chill ran down Li Wanji's spine, and she gasped breathlessly, "Be careful. There are demon beasts." Due to his inexperience, Zhou Chen reacted a moment too late, having already passed Zhou You, and upon stopping, he drew his sword at once. With a crack, a massive tree was uprooted and crashed to the ground. A wild boar, as large as a room, emerged, its tusks menacingly protruding like long spears. Its wide mouth was still chewing before it spat out a boot. It advanced slowly, each footfall causing the earth to tremble. Zhou Chen stood frozen, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of pressure, momentarily forgetting whether to retreat or flee. How enormous! Zhou You exclaimed in genuine awe. The black wild boar emanated a foul stench, snorting as it scrutinized the three delectable morsels before it. Ultimately, its gaze fixated on Zhou You. It was fragrant, intoxicatingly so. The aroma wafting from him was akin to a sumptuous broth brewed from countless miraculous elixirs, stirring its appetite to an insatiable degree. Li Wanji, wielding a copper hammer, recognized Zhou Chen's exceptional prowess, yet feared that his lack of combat experience might lead him astray. Without hesitation, she dashed past Zhou You, letting out a fierce shout. Gripping the hammer tightly, leaping 3 yards high, and bringing it down with all her might upon the black wild boar's forehead. Zhou Chen finally regained his composure, channeling spiritual energy into his sword, stepping forward to sweep at the boar's front legs. The wild boar, colossal in size, moved with surprising agility. It suddenly swung its head, tusks lunging toward Li Wanji. Startled, she did not wait for her technique to mature. Blood spirit manifested directly, and she swung the hammer at the sharp tusks. To her astonishment, the black wild boar did not evade. Instead, it charged forward, knocking Li Wanji aside. Zhou Chen's sword strike fell, yet it could not even breach the skin. The wild boar lowered its head, its tusks sweeping menacingly. With such force, any contact would surely spell doom. Li Wanji's face turned pale, and she hurriedly retreated. However, as the tusks grazed her, they shattered, and in turn, Zhou Chen severed the boar's front leg, causing it to crash to the ground. Just as it attempted to rise, its head split open, and after a few futile struggles, it fell silent. Wandering as steadfast as a mountain, she spoke calmly, reminding herself to maintain composure during battles and to avoid panic. Once a person succumbs to fear, their heart becomes disordered. And even if they manage to survive, a dire fate awaits. Zhou Chen nodded earnestly, striving to adjust her emotions. She felt an urgent need to learn and to experience more combat to enhance her abilities. Zhou Yu then suggested, try the demon-slaying order to familiarize yourself with its usage. Zhou Chen nodded in agreement, feeling no need for excessive formality with her own second uncle. At that moment, Zhou Chen followed Li Wanji's instructions to produce the demon-slaying order. And indeed, she absorbed a wisp of residual soul, which served as proof of her demon-slaying. Unfortunately, it was merely of the 4th rank. A tinge of regret stirred within Zhou Yu as he casually placed his left hand on the black wild boar, drawing in a wisp of its vital essence. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Yi City, 10 miles away, Tu San and a group of followers stood still, puzzled. Where have the people gone? He wondered. The plump prey they had in their grasp could not be allowed to escape. Chapter 31. The reality of death. Isn't this just an old bird pretending to be young? Sneered a lean man wielding a curved dagger among Tushan's team. Tushan retorted sharply, impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. They are undoubtedly 2 novices. That Li Wanji merely has some connection with the yellow-robed demon slayer. Otherwise, she wouldn't even warrant a second glance. The lean man waved his dagger ominously, saying, Don't spend a lifetime as an eagle only to have your eyes pecked out by one. This is the front line, even if the city gates appear peaceful. Those 2 novices are bound to stray and adapt to their surroundings. Just look around. The area is desolate, and their pace cannot exceed ours. A short, stout man interjected coldly. Let us not be outsmarted. There are plenty of old birds masquerading as fledglings these days. Tushan's voice turned grave. What is this? After all our efforts, do you now doubt my word? The lean man chuckled. It's not a matter of trust. It's that only you have approached those two. And what was it you said? They possess a storage ring? Such claims should not be made lightly. Tushan's expression darkened. Remember this. I, Tushan, have never forgotten my brothers when fortune smiles upon me. Anyone with a storage ring certainly has significant backing, and it undoubtedly contains wealth beyond our imagination. If we succeed in this venture, we can find a mountain to dwell in for decades, waiting for the storm to pass. Why must we risk our lives in battle? With our heads on the chopping block, the others fell silent, each a ruthless individual in their own right. In previous years, novices who fell into their hands met grim fates. The men were killed outright, while the women were discarded in beast-infested areas after they lost their novelty, ensuring their remains were erased without a trace. But what would it mean to offend someone with a storage ring? Even if they succeeded, the repercussions would be akin to the wrath of thunder, with nowhere to hide. The lean man's demeanor turned icy. Tushan, I wish to confirm once more. Did he indeed wear a storage ring on his left hand? Yes, but is it genuine? After all, none of us have seen one before. This cannot be mistaken. If it is not a storage ring, then he is merely an ordinary fat sheep. The others inquired urgently. Tushan took a deep breath. Brothers, you know my character well. Since you are hesitant about this matter, allow me to reveal my background. Without boasting, 30 years ago, I served as a menial worker at the prestigious Huaxing sect among the top 500 in the Kuan Yuan continent for 3 months. The crowd gasped, with the lean man particularly astonished. That was a sect ranked among the top 50. A flicker of disdain crossed Tushan's eyes as he lifted his chin slightly. I am not boasting. Ask yourselves who possesses the qualifications to serve at the Huaxing sect as a menial. None of you can claim such a right. The group shook their heads in unison, acknowledging that none had that privilege. Tushan's origins were indeed remarkable. With a haughty snort, Tushan continued, during my time as a menial, I had a fortuitous encounter when those influential figures passed by me. Although I was 50 meters away, I saw unmistakably that one among them wore a storage ring similar to the one that Fat Sheep possesses. Thus, with just a glance, I could ascertain that this corpulent sheep indeed possessed a genuine storage ring. The lean man, with a complex expression, then plastered a broad smile on his face, saying, Brother, why didn't you mention this sooner? Look, this has sparked unwarranted doubts among the brethren. The short and stout man inquired with curiosity, so why didn't you stay longer? In response, Bald 3 sighed deeply, lamenting that it was due to my lack of background and resources, and the ascent to higher ranks was too constrained. Upon realizing that there was no future, I absconded from the outer sect with a technique I had acquired. The lean man suddenly interjected. If this person truly possesses such formidable connections, it might be unwise to eliminate him directly. Bald 3's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting techniques? A wave of fervor rippled through the crowd. What they lacked most as independent cultivators was indeed techniques. Although the Huaxia dynasty provided them with some opportunities, the price was the necessity to slay countless beasts. One misstep could lead to their own demise before they could even gather enough strength. Bald 3, regaining his composure, exclaimed with excitement, Brothers, this is no mere sheep. This is a plump pig. The lean man brandished his blade, shouting with fervor, Brothers, let us slaughter the pig and feast. In an instant, the atmosphere surged with enthusiasm, their eyes ablaze with zeal. Li Wanji rose, somewhat flustered. In the darkness, Zhou Chen was laboriously striking at the 2 robust hind legs of a black wild boar. The reason was simple. The second master had a penchant for its meat. As for Zhou You, he merely sat cross-legged nearby, quietly contemplating his own dilemmas. These days, the unswerving success of his sword-drawing technique gradually made him aware of certain details he had previously overlooked. Under the oppressive teaching style of Nyodali, he had indeed developed a sense of inferiority. Reflecting on those years, the phrase he heard most often was dull-witted. Yet today, he effortlessly dispatched a wild boar the size of a house. Thus, he arrived at a new conclusion. I am not necessarily worthless. In fact, my sword-drawing speed is quite commendable. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled, and he mused inwardly. One might even argue that I am quite formidable. But to what extent? At present, it remains indeterminate, unless he encounters a being from whom he cannot draw a sword. In that case, he would likely be able to assess his own strength. I must seek out more powerful beasts, perhaps even those of the 6th or 9th rank. A fervent thought began to take root within him. He was eager to validate his assumptions. Second master, Zhou Chen called out in the darkness. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. What is it? Zhou Chen hesitated. The sword has broken. Zhou Yu stood up and walked towards Li Wanji. The ordinary sharp sword had snapped, failing to penetrate the tough hide of the black wild boar. Even as a fourth-rank beast, this black wild boar was resilient, difficult to injure. Li Wanji sighed, remarking that was merely an ordinary sword. Given how many beasts you have slain, it was bound to break eventually. Zhou Chen pouted, feeling quite helpless. Li Wanji reached for the Zhuxia sword at Zhou Yu's waist, saying, "Give her yours. After all, you have no further use for it." As the journey progressed, a sudden stiffness gripped my entire being. A chill surged directly to my mind. Zhou Yu spoke with an air of indifference, declaring that his sword was sacred and could be touched by none but his master. Li Wanji, taken aback, retreated awkwardly, yet defiantly remarked, "What is there to be so arrogant about? Who are you trying to intimidate?" Zhou Yu replied calmly, "Remember? If you wish to walk alongside me, never lay a finger on my sword." The gravity in his gaze instilled in Li Wanji a profound sense of pressure, leaving her somewhat breathless. Zhou Yu's cold words resonated ominously. "You could very well meet your demise. The art of swordsmanship necessitates not only a sword but also a scabbard. This sword, without a doubt, is not to be relinquished." Chapter 32. I am the elder beneath the starry sky. Li Wanji's body trembled uncontrollably, the moonlight pouring down upon the earth as the dark clouds dispersed. Before her eyes, a figure ambled forward nonchalantly. She could not comprehend the source of the fear that gripped her heart. All she understood was that should she dare to touch the man's sword, death would surely follow. Had she misjudged something? Reflecting upon her past, she recalled how, at the tender age of 5, she was far more robust than her peers, moving with the agility of a young lad. This momentum did not wane. By the age of 16, she had grown tall and sturdy, with the physique of a robust warrior, yet her visage retained the delicate features of a girl. In the eyes of the world, and even her parents, she was a peculiar being, neither fully a boy nor entirely a girl. While she had never paid much heed to it, living her life as she wished while others speculated. How could any girl remain untouched by the stirrings of youthful affection? Yet, as all the men shunned her and whispered behind her back, she began to change, developing an aversion toward them. Even though the man before her had never uttered a harsh word, she could not help but feel repulsed. His casual remarks invariably revealed his carefree nature, eating when he pleased, saying whatever came to mind, acting solely on his whims. She found herself perplexed. What right did a mere mortal possess to live so freely? It was indeed a pity. Zhou Yu squatted down with a cheerful grin, examining a broken sword. It seemed he would have to find another weapon. Zhou Chen pouted, lamenting that the sword had yet to be severed. Zhou Yu then picked up a meter-long tusk from the ground, a glint of cold light flashing as he declared it suitable. Zhou Chen gasped, reaching for the tusk, which suddenly splintered, transforming into a long tusk sword as shards cascaded down. Zhou Yu pondered aloud, acknowledging its lack of sharpness, yet deemed it sufficient for some playful antics. Given that it was a beast's tusk, its hardness assured, Zhou Chen playfully stuck out her tongue, affirming it was useless to her but would serve well for theatrics. Zhou Yu laughed heartily, advising her to return and diligently hone her skills after this enlightening experience. Zhou Chen nodded earnestly, agreeing, "All right, second elder. But what about this pig leg?" Zhou Yu stood, having already prepared it, right? Zhou Chen eagerly seized the leg, detaching it cleanly from the base, her joy palpable. While Lu Runjiao roasted wolf legs, I picked up a few tricks. From now on, I shall be responsible for cooking for you, second elder. Zhou Yu expressed admiration. How wonderful! My standard of living has finally ascended. Li Wanji approached awkwardly. "Young Master Zhou, I wish to apologize for my previous demeanor toward you." Zhou Yu blinked. Attitude? Such trifles matter not. Li Wanji inhaled deeply, clasping her hands in a bow. "I am sorry." Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for concern. I am not one to hold grudges." Li Wanji lowered her hands, continuing, "Perhaps this topic may unsettle you, but without suitable weapons, should we encounter a more formidable beast, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage." Zhou Chen busily remarked, "It's nothing. I'm merely a subordinate here. The key is that second master is present." Li Wanji sighed inwardly, aware that Zhou Chen was attempting to uphold Zhou Yu's image, yet she remained perplexed. To live in such a self-sacrificing manner, devoid of dignity, even if it resulted in what is deemed love, is it truly worth it? She found it utterly incomprehensible and could not endorse such a life. A daughter ought to be self-reliant, to shine brilliantly in the world. That, indeed, was the life goal that Li Wanji esteemed. "Miss Li," Zhou Yu chuckled, "you must be quite familiar with this vicinity. Why not guide us? Help us locate a place where people reside, preferably in the city." "The city?" Li Wanji exclaimed. "What do you intend to do?" Zhou Yu grinned. "Why, I seek weapons. I believe in those fallen cities. There must be many lost armaments. If fortune favors us, We might even stumble upon spiritual artifacts. Ha ha ha. He became wholly absorbed in his excitement at the thought. Isn't that swifter than slaying demon beasts? However, Li Wanji could not help but glance at Zhou Chun, and upon seeing a sword in Zhou Chen's hand, she felt utterly exasperated. She realized that her descent would be of no consequence. Very well, I shall lead you there. But let us agree beforehand, if danger looms ahead, do not be reckless in pursuit of glory. Just 2 hind legs of a pig will suffice. We can do without the front legs. They are not palatable. Zhou Yu directed Li Wanji. Li Wanji was immediately incensed, thinking, why must it be me? Zhou Yu replied nonchalantly, because I am the elder. Zhou Chen quickly interjected. I can go. I'll manage just fine. Li Wanji scoffed, a copper hammer hanging at her waist, and effortlessly lifted a few dozen pounds of wild boar legs with each hand. No, I'll handle it. Zhou Chen apologized. I feel quite embarrassed about this. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Zhou Yu said, stepping forward leisurely. She possessed inherent strength. This was hardly a challenge. Li Wanji gritted her teeth in frustration, realizing that this fellow neither regarded her as a woman nor as a man. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment and remarked, your cultivation method is rather inadequate. It does not suit your physique, preventing you from harnessing your inherent advantages. Li Wanji scoffed, and do you comprehend this? Zhou Yu nodded. I understand somewhat. According to the principles of yin and yang within the human body, qi represents yang, while blood signifies yin. Those with innate physical anomalies fall into 2 categories. The first is the weak constitution, often plagued by ailments from a young age. The second is the strong constitution, where such children are notably more lively than their peers, sometimes to an off-putting extent. However, these children share a common trait. They rarely fall ill. When qi reaches a certain level, it autonomously invigorates the blood, nourishing the entire body, thus giving rise to the concept of innate divine power. Li Wanji was taken aback, having never encountered such reasoning before. Zhou Yu continued, your situation aligns with the latter category. Your young energy is exceedingly potent, even influencing your growth. Your body serves as the finest testament to this. Males lean towards yang, while females should embody yin. This is the way of yin and yang. When the boundaries become indistinct, one may find themselves in a state that is neither male nor female. Indeed, one could argue that your situation is relatively fortunate. Li Wanji pursed her lips, opting not to counter. Zhou Chun, perplexed, inquired, what does it mean for boundaries to be unclear? Zhou Yu replied, I have heard others discuss the balance of yin and yang, and this very issue was raised. For instance, those born with indistinct boundaries may manifest as a unique anomaly, hermaphrodites. Zhou Chen gasped in surprise. Is such a thing truly possible? Indeed, it is, Zhou Yu affirmed. Alternatively, one might possess a female form yet exhibit male characteristics. This results from the blurred lines between yin and yang. Hence, I maintain that her condition is considered fortunate. Chapter 33, Behold, the Great Fat Pig Kinyu. Resolve my predicament? Li Wanji gazed at Zhou Yu, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. To claim indifference would undoubtedly be false. Her physique was more robust and formidable than that of most men. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yu replied, in the discourse of yin and yang, water, fire, and vital essence, it is stated that to circulate blood is to circulate qi. To address your issue, one must employ the appropriate techniques and elixirs to harmonize one's qi, subsequently circulating blood throughout the body. After all, even human hair and nails are profoundly intertwined with one's vital essence. Hair, being the extremity of blood, requires normal circulation for nourishment. Otherwise, what can one expect as a result? Zhou Chen blinked. Baldness? Precisely, Zhou Yu nodded, likening it to a field of crops deprived of water, destined to wither. Zhou Chun, intrigued, inquired, what elixir would be necessary to assist Wanji? The yin put a handan, Zhou Yu responded, but regrettably, I do not possess it. Li Wanji furrowed her brow. Yin put a handan? What kind of elixir is that? Zhou Yu pondered for a moment. It is a supreme elixir for treating infertility. Generally, few endeavor to concoct such a thing. Li Wanji raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? Zhou Yu, puzzled, replied, what purpose would I have to deceive you? An imbalance of yin and yang would inherently render one incapable of conceiving. Taking a deep breath, Li Wanji asked, pray tell, what kind of technique must I cultivate? Zhou Yu casually responded, the Guanghanju. Li Wanji looked bewildered, having never heard of it. Zhou Yu explained, the Guanghanju is a technique of the Moon Emperor sect, which can summon the yin energy within the blood, allowing a woman's distinct qualities to manifest fully. Moreover, Your body possesses such vigorous yang energy that practicing this technique would yield exceptional results. After all, your yang energy would nourish the yin blood, achieving a state of mutual supplementation. Upon hearing this, the glimmer of hope in Li Wanji's eyes dimmed entirely. If it were a technique from another dynasty, there might still be a chance. However, the Moon Emperor's sex techniques were akin to chasing a dream in broad daylight. And as for that so-called invincible Dan, it was a supreme elixir. She couldn't even afford it if she sold herself. Zhou Chen, intrigued, asked, if that is the case, would that suffice? Yes, it would, Zhou Yu replied, glancing back. Yet, considering her physique, it was unlikely she could resemble a normal woman. At most, she might achieve a slightly narrower waist and a shapelier posterior. However, if no action were taken, in 3 years' time, she might very well start growing a beard. A beard. Li Wanji trembled, frozen in place. Although she had acclimated to her current state, the prospect of growing a beard was nothing short of a nightmare. Zhou Chen was taken aback, unable to fathom such a scenario. A Li Wanji like that would surely resemble a man. Zhou Yu suddenly realized he may have spoken too much. The shock on her face was palpable. Do not overthink it. I merely heard it from others. Li Wanji chuckled wryly, dragging her burdensome leg as she pressed onward. I had thought I had resigned myself to my fate. Yet your words have rekindled an impractical dream within me. Reality, indeed, is a harsh mistress. Whether it be the invincible Dan or the Guanghanju, both are treasures unworthy of my possession. Zhou Yu could not help but laugh, exclaiming, your temperament is quite peculiar. You are so easily disheartened. As long as one breathes, nothing is beyond reach. The invincible Dan can be acquired with a little assistance in its refinement. The Guanghanju is even simpler. A letter penned by my hand will surely gain you their favor. Naturally, such a letter would bear the signature of Nyodali, for Zhou Yu's name holds little weight. It is unlikely anyone would dare to seek verification from the master. Li Wanji hesitated. After how I treated you before, would you truly help me? Zhou Yu shrugged, seemingly unfazed. I live for myself, not to cater to your fleeting words. Besides, this hardly qualifies as assistance. It is merely a casual nudge in the right direction. Li Wanji was puzzled. Why? Zhou Yu, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, because I am the elder here. Elder? Li Wanji regarded Zhou Yu with a complex expression. He truly was an odd character. Zhou Yu gestured toward Zhou Chen. Little Chen calls me second uncle, hence my support for her. Were she to disregard me as an elder, I would ignore her entirely. You are a friend of Little Chen, thus I extend the same courtesy to you. Zhou Chen giggled at this. Although Li Wanji remained perplexed by their relationship, she was nonetheless taken aback. Thank you. Zhou Yu stretched lazily and continued his assent, stating, I am a simple man. I appreciate respect from others. After this exchange, Li Wanji's demeanor shifted, becoming notably more amiable. An hour later, the trio found themselves atop a small hill. Beneath the moonlight, a solitary city stood before them. Upon its walls, a pack of wolves howled at the moon. A dense throng. Li Wanji's expression grew serious as she lowered her voice. This must be a gathering place for the Blood Shadow Wolves. Perhaps their king resides here as well. Zhou Yu stood atop the hill, surveying the city, which lay a mere 20 miles away, with an elevation of 200 meters, a suitable height for observation. There were indeed people within the city. Zhou Yu squinted, scrutinizing the situation inside. Li Wanji was taken aback, despite being of the spirit connection realm with decent eyesight. She could discern nothing of the city's interior. Was the information being fabricated? Zhou Chen, anxious, whispered, second uncle. There must be at least 1,000 blood shadow wolves on the city wall. While the grade of these wolves is generally low, most being second-tier beasts, their sheer numbers were formidable. The distance was still too great to see clearly. Zhou Yu spoke softly, preparing to descend the mountain. Li Wanji quickly grasped his arm. The wolves have keen senses. Any trace of human presence within miles will be detected immediately. She found it hard not to feel anxious. If discovered, they would be reduced to mere bones in an instant. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow slightly, but turned his gaze in another direction. Li Wanji, confused, asked, what is it? Zhou Yu chuckled lightly, finding the situation amusing. That so-called bald three had followed him. What? Li Wanji's expression darkened, filled with disdain for those scoundrels. Simultaneously, a wave of confusion washed over her. How had Zhou Yu discovered them? Turning her gaze towards Zhou Chun, she inquired, Xiao Chun, those individuals, including Bald Three, are on the verge of breaking through to the true Xian realm. Do you possess any confidence? If we fall into their hands, it would be akin to a fate worse than death. Zhou Chun was taken aback. She had no assurance to offer. You all stay here. I shall take a stroll. Zhou Yu murmured, not waiting for the two to respond before striding away. Li Wanji's anxiety surged. Don't act recklessly. However, Zhou You floated down the hillside with an air of nonchalance, heading in another direction. Zhou Chen interposed. Do not worry, trust in Second Master. Li Wanji felt utterly despondent, wondering why these recent days had been so bewildering. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu quickened his pace, like a wisp of wind beneath the night sky. Before long, he arrived at a flat expanse, where several figures hastened toward him. Suddenly, a voice of delight pierced the night air. Bald 3, look, it's that big fat pig. Chapter 34. The hunter and the prey. A man adorned with a storage ring is no longer a mere lamb. He has transformed into a sumptuous feast, a veritable prize large enough to satisfy the hunger of many. This is the kind of bounty that, once consumed, would sate one's appetite for years, even decades to come. A sumptuous prize? Zhou Yu instinctively glanced around, searching for this grand bounty. Had they discovered the pig's leg dragged by Li Wanji? Swish, swish, swish. Under the blanket of night, 5 figures swiftly dispersed, encircling Zhou Yu. He understood then that he was not merely a lamb, but had indeed become a prized boar. A flattering regard for himself. Tu Sin licked his lips, drawing forth his sword. Boy, did that masculine woman not warn you against wandering alone in the world? Zhou Yu pondered momentarily. He believed such a warning had been issued, yet he had failed to retain it. Tu Sin chuckled ominously, while the others struggled to conceal their jubilation. Even a novice of mere mortal blood cannot contend with you. You might as well embrace death. Zhou Yu calmly replied. Your laughter bears a striking resemblance to that of villains. Tu Sin grinned maliciously. Speak, boy. Where are the masculine woman and that pretty girl? Reveal their whereabouts, and I may grant you a swifter demise. Rooted in the principle of eradicating all traces, they would not permit anyone to learn of this matter, lest it ultimately lead back to them. Zhou Yu softly remarked, there is no enmity between us. There is no need for such hostility. A gaunt man stepped forward, sneering. Do you not comprehend the principle of a commoner's guilt for possessing a treasure? As he spoke, his curved blade darted towards Zhou Yu. Thud. The gaunt man staggered, severed in half. In that fleeting moment, blood erupted into the night sky. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Tu Sin bellowed in fury, who dares to ambush? If you are a man, step forward. 100 meters away, 2 figures concealed themselves in the shadows. The younger one, Xiao Jing, furrowed his brow. Old dog, was that you? What a jest. The old dog raised an eyebrow. At such a distance, do you take me for a deity? You haven't framed me for your misdeeds, have you? Xiao Jing replied coldly, I have done nothing. I merely wish to prevent you from committing any mischief. Otherwise, I would not have come at all. The old dog's expression darkened. Are there others besides us? Xiao Jing frowned. If we cannot proceed, let us retreat. Do not entertain any ill thoughts. The old dog whispered, if they kill him, we could seize the opportunity from Tu Sin. Surely, this matter would not fall upon us. Xiao Jing remained silent, feeling an increasing sense of dread. Tu Sin's countenance darkened. The one slain was a 7th-tier spirit connection, the only one among them weaker than himself. Using blood spirit to protect oneself, kill him and retreat immediately. Before his words could fade, the 4 others surged forward, igniting their blood energy. Bored, Zhou Yu murmured, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In a flurry of swift swordplay, 4 splendid heads soared into the air, propelled by the geyser of blood that erupted several meters high. Zhou Yu's left hand grasped 2 swords and 3 daggers, stowing them within his storage ring. And then he rifled through the others, finding only a stack of silver bills and a vial of healing elixirs from Tu Sin. What a cursed turn of events. Beneath the earthen slope, the old dog wore an expression of distress. What had transpired? Xiao Jing murmured, I warned you not to be greedy, yet you refused to listen. We remain unaware of who lurks behind us. It seems neither of us will escape unscathed. Why, you two have come as well. On the slope, Zhou Yu stood bathed in moonlight. Whoosh. The old dog was propelled away in an instant, and as he turned, a cacophony of ferocious barking erupted behind him. A towering, black-red hound bared its teeth, exuding an aura of formidable menace. Xiao Jing swiftly landed several dozen meters away, revealing that the blood spirit was, in fact, a phoenix. The old dog's face twitched. What had occurred? How had their opponents silently approached? Zhou Yu spoke softly, are you two here to ambush me as well? The old dog's lips trembled, an odd sensation enveloping him. Under the gaze of his adversaries, he felt as though he had vulnerabilities laid bare. My young friend, we merely wish to join the fray. We harbor no ulterior motives, Zhou Yu declared, settling onto the slope. Hand over your valuables. The old dog glared. What nonsense is this? Zhou Yu rested his chin on his right hand, stating, Even if you are not here to kill me, you undoubtedly seek to capitalize on the situation. Surrender all your possessions, and I shall grant you a single opportunity. The old dog replied gravely, brother. Your actions are forcing us into a corner. Who does not know that in this front line, elixirs are life itself? Xiaojing inhaled deeply, inquiring, may I ask? Did you kill Toussaint and the others? Zhou You responded calmly, it was not I. Xiaojing immediately felt a wave of relief and exchanged a knowing glance with the old dog, signaling a hasty retreat. Zhou You slowly continued, could it be you? The old dog had already turned away but abruptly spun back. You have a delightful sense of humor, brother. Though the situation remained unclear, it was undeniable that Toussaint and the others were indeed dead. Nothing is more persuasive than the finality of death. As the night wind rustled, an unsettling silence enveloped the three. Zhou You had his own considerations. Regardless of their intentions, these two were perilous. Their malice had been forged in the crucible of battle. Zhou You sensed an inkling of danger. He might very well be injured, a prospect he loathed, for he had never suffered wounds before. The old man's movements were unpredictable, his agility remarkable. As for the disheveled youth, his expertise seemed to lie in assassination-style swordplay. Should conflict arise, it would likely lead to mutual destruction. Zhou You shifted his gaze to the distance. Those two specters were drawing nearer, a most unwelcome development. Xiaojing coldly asserted, we mean you no harm. We can offer you a portion of the elixirs. Let this matter conclude here, shall we? He increasingly sensed the threat posed by this individual. Even if he and the old dog were to engage in a fight to the death, it would be a formidable challenge to truly inflict harm upon Zhou You. The old dog, now agitated, exclaimed, those are hard-earned merits, you wasteful fool. Suddenly, Zhou You rose to his feet. He could not decipher the intentions of those two ghostly figures. Were they watching him? But to what end? Could they possibly be foes of his master, Niodali? Zhou You furrowed his brow, acutely aware of his sluggish reactions, yet he never anticipated them to be this delayed. One must ponder. How could someone of his virtuous disposition possibly harbor enemies? Surely, it must be the fault of his master. Unable to contend with the master, they have turned their ire upon him. Thus, Zhou You mused, his thoughts becoming increasingly lucid. As Zhou You walked further away, the old dog gazed vacantly at Xiaojing, perplexed by the implications of this situation. Did it suggest a disdain for them? Xiaojing, equally astonished, had never encountered such an anomaly. The old dog spat dismissively, stating that a man could be killed, to which Xiaojing slowly replied, but can also be humiliated. The old dog twitched his lips in annoyance. He was not pleased. Xiaojing turned to head in the direction of Yi City, suppressing his feelings. No, this wouldn't he do. The old dog's eyes glimmered with intent. They were not far from the city that had fallen, and he planned to sneak in for a little theft. Xiaojing raised an eyebrow, his expression displeased. The old dog smirked, asserting that a thief never returns empty-handed. That is my principle. Chapter 35. The Bloodshadow Wolf King. The weathered city walls bore witness to the grim accumulation of bones at their base, while the words West Decision City lay obscured beneath dark crimson stains. Zhou You halted his steps, gazing upward towards the city tower. A pack of wolves encircled him, their scarlet eyes fixated on the figure below. The actions of Zhou You bewildered these beasts. Could it be that such a delectable creature had strayed off course? Saliva dripped from the maw of a nearby Bloodshadow wolf, for in their eyes, he was akin to a rare elixir, the aroma intoxicatingly unique, magnified by their keen sense of smell. Casting a glance around, Zhou You reached a realization. While lost in thought, he had neglected to look up, thus deviating from the path where Shou Qin and the others awaited. A chorus of wolf howls erupted, shaking the very foundations of the city. In an instant, under the moonlight, shadows of wolves darted through the night, thundering like a tempest. Zhou Yu's right hand gradually descended upon the hilt of his sword, as the pack descended with a deafening roar. With a swift motion, he executed the technique of consecutive sword draws. At that moment, the moonlight glinted ominously, weaving a strange web of blades. What on earth is happening? Behind him, the old dog and Xiaojing appeared, their eyes wide with astonishment at the scene unfolding at the city gate. The Bloodshadow wolves charged down the walls, only to fall like dumplings scattered across the ground. Yet, the man did not even draw his sword. Zhou You advanced slowly, stepping into the gate where bones lay heaped. To him, the presence or absence of Li Wanji and Shou Qin bore no significance. Accompanied by their words, it was more prudent to seek out solitary beasts. Unlike the outside, a foul stench of decay permeated the air within the gate, the remnants of the beast's existence evident in every aspect of their lives. More Bloodshadow wolves leapt from the walls, surged from the houses, and emerged from alleys, coming forth like a relentless tide. Zhou You once more paused, observing the heap of corpses from dozens of blood shadow wolves nearby, blood flowing and pooling like a river. As the later arrivals bared their fangs, Zhou You leisurely retrieved the Demon Slayer order, overlapping it with the sword sheath in his left hand, invoking the soul-capturing formation. Instantly, tendrils of gray mist began to converge from all directions. These blood shadow wolves ranged between the second and third tiers of strength. A sudden tremor shook the street as the pack parted, revealing a towering blood shadow wolf, gnawing on an infant. It had been relishing its midnight snack when disturbed by the commotion outside, and one could only imagine the fury that boiled within. A fourth-tier blood shadow wolf. Zhou You regarded it with calm eyes. The fourth-tier blood shadow wolf spat out a severed infant's arm, its gaze piercing as it focused on Zhou You. This one is even more delectable, more fragrant than a human child, it roared, with its forepaws pressing into the ground. It extended its neck and let out a skyward howl. In an instant, the fourth-tier blood shadow wolf's body split in two. What a racket, Zhou You muttered coldly, his gaze flashing as he unleashed the technique of consecutive sword draws once more. Within a 30-meter radius, yet another wave of wolves fell. Outside the city gate, the old dog and Xiao Jing gazed at the blood shadow wolf corpses blocking the city gate, their scalps tingling with dread. Fortunately, we refrained from intervening, the old dog remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. I have heard that some exceptionally talented individuals, even while venturing out for training, are accompanied by a protector. Clearly, this one is accompanied by such a figure, evidently here to test their courage. I cannot bring myself to believe that a mere mortal could achieve this level of prowess. He dared not ponder further. Had they rashly intervened, they might have met their demise before even engaging the foe. Xiao Jing's complexion paled. Those from the grand sects always invoked a sense of envy. The old dog sighed, lamenting the inherent unfairness of the world. Surely, a protector who acts with such efficiency must be at least a practitioner of the Yin-Yang realm? Xiao Jing mused. The old dog nodded in agreement, indeed. At the very least, they must be of the Yin-Yang realm, perhaps even stronger. Xiao Jing leaped onto the city wall, prompting the old dog to hastily follow. What are you doing? We should not involve ourselves in such matters. Xiao Jing coldly replied, I wish to observe how these grand sects cultivate their disciples. The old dog, growing anxious, cautioned, you should reconsider. Such affairs are beyond our purview. Just look at that youth's composure. He does not even draw his sword. This is purely a test of courage. Once accustomed to such slaughter, he will no longer falter. Xiao Jing tightened his grip on a short sword, contemplating the worth of his own efforts. How many times had he narrowly escaped death? Meanwhile, his counterpart merely engaged in a test of bravery, yet had a formidable guardian at his side. No wonder those like Tu San met their fate without ever perceiving the danger. They were simply unworthy of witnessing it. Are you not seeking to obtain something? Xiao Jing remarked coolly. I shall accompany you. The old dog, with a mournful expression, replied, Please, not now. I have no desire to acquire anything. I long to return home, to Yu City. The outside world is far too perilous. Xiao Jing pointed towards the street below. As they advanced further, the old dog grasped Xiao Jing's wrist, urging him, heed my advice, do not involve yourself in this matter. If his protector takes offense, we could be swiftly dispatched, and we would have no recourse to plead our case. Xiao Jing clenched his teeth defiantly. I refuse to back down. What use is your defiance? The old dog retorted firmly, we cannot afford to provoke such individuals, nor can we compare ourselves to them. I suspect that even a single pill they consume is beyond our wildest dreams. Xiao Jing coldly replied, yet you insisted on coming. The old dog's expression darkened. How was I to know that such a terrifying presence would accompany this novice? Had I sensed even the faintest hint of danger, I would not have come. Even under duress. Xiao Jing shrugged off the old dog's grip and leaped onto the street. The ground trembled as the blood shadow wolves charged recklessly towards Zhou You. With a resounding thud, Zhou You kicked open a door, revealing a man in the living room, his abdomen sliced open and entrails devoured. He then turned, decapitating several blood shadow wolves with swift precision. Is this what a fallen city looks like? Zhou You frowned, contemplating the grim scene before him. Truly tragic. Trapped here indefinitely. One could only allow the demon beasts to feast. Even though Li Wanji had mentioned that these creatures had learned to restrain their desires, they remained beasts at heart. Whenever they wished, they could indulge themselves. A piercing howl echoed, causing the moonlight to dim slightly. A colossal wolf ascended, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Zhou You. At that moment, the other blood shadow wolves retreated, clearing a space. Concurrently, 5 more giant wolves emerged. These were the 5th-grade blood shadow wolves, immense and imposing. Waves of a repugnant stench permeated the air, inducing nausea. Zhou Yu gazed upward at the beast, despite its smaller size compared to the 5th-grade blood shadow wolves. His instincts told him that this was indeed the 6th-grade demon beast, the Blood Shadow Wolf King, as described by Li Wanji. Chapter 36. The arena of carnage beneath the watchful gaze of the Blood Shadow Wolf King, illuminated by the moonlight, a chilling aura enveloped the scene. Zhou Yu gripped the exorcising evil sword in his right hand, finally sensing a peculiar emotion stirring within him. His heart raced, and a fierce desire ignited within him. He longed to draw his sword, to slay the creature before him. This was indeed a 6th-tier demon beast, distinctly unlike those lesser creatures. In the filthy alley behind, the old dog exerted its blood spirit, firmly suppressing Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing, I beseech you, do not approach any closer. Xiao Jing, filled with indignation and reluctance, stood defiant. The Blood Shadow Wolf King's gaze was icy. Human, you possess remarkable audacity. Zhou Yu was taken aback. You can speak? The Blood Shadow Wolf King roared. I am a 6th-tier Wolf King. Is it so surprising that I can converse? Zhou Yu, apologetic, replied, my apologies. I have recently descended from the mountains and am not well versed in common knowledge. The Blood Shadow Wolf King bared its teeth. According to our agreement, any city occupied by my kind must remain off limits to you for 1 year. You are blatantly violating this pact. Zhou Yu, perplexed, retorted, what nonsensical agreement is this? The Blood Shadow Wolf King thundered. This is the grand covenant established by the mighty howling celestial wolf emperor and numerous great demons with your human race. It is this very agreement that has allowed your dynasty to survive until today. Otherwise, we would have relentlessly breached your defenses, storming into your royal city. Zhou Yu shook his head. I have never heard of such a thing. He was an honest man. If he had not heard of it, he would not feign knowledge. The Blood Shadow Wolf King slammed its forepaw against the air, generating a violent gust. What a stubborn fool. Not only do you openly defy the agreement, but you also dare to feign ignorance. Let me clarify. This place is solely for my kind to recuperate and feast. Do you not comprehend? Allow me to elaborate further. This territory belongs to my Blood Shadow Wolf clan for dining. Zhou Yu frowned. I do not fancy this. The Blood Shadow Wolf King erupted in fury. You do not fancy it? What significance does that hold? Though I am unsure how you manage this, you are indeed deserving of death. Nearby, a 5th-tier Blood Shadow Wolf roared, rallying a throng of minions to charge forth. Zhou Yu slightly shifted his body, gripping the hilt of his sword. Supreme continuous sword-drawing technique. Boom. The air surged violently. Debris soaring through the sky, accompanied by a torrential downpour of blood. The terrifying sword-drawing technique was beyond description. The Blood Shadow Wolf King was taken aback as the dust settled. It could scarcely believe its eyes. Below lay a true arena of carnage. Hundreds of Blood Shadow Wolves had formed a wall of corpses around Zhou Yu. Exhaling deeply, Zhou Yu felt an undeniable fatigue creeping in. His techniques were somewhat monotonous, yet fortunately, these demon beasts lacked the awareness to defend or evade. Otherwise, such results would not have been possible. The mortal realm was perilous. He longed to return to the town domain. Zhou Yu's complexion turned pale, and a hint of discontent stirred within his heart. The Blood Shadow Wolf King raised its head, suddenly unleashing a torrent of blood energy towards Zhou Yu. Boom. The blood energy erupted above, cleaved apart by a single stroke of Zhou Yu's sword. The Wolf King's fierce eyes reflected shock. This human had not drawn his sword. Yet how could he withstand such an assault? Then, the Blood Shadow Wolf King roared once more, its mouth aglow with a silvery light, swirling with the essence of blood. As powerful gusts of wind formed a vortex around its body. Suddenly, a menacing storm erupted from thin air, the sphere of light swelling against the wind, instantly expanding to the size of a house, enveloping the surroundings. How terrifying was this strike? Before it could fully descend, the tempest it unleashed had already torn nearby structures to shreds. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow and stepped forward with determination, fully committing to his sword technique. Under the moonlit night, a sharp beam of sword light tore through the sphere, soaring into the sky and splitting a dark cloud, revealing the moon behind it. Boom. The ground was ravaged, shattering in succession, while nearby houses exploded into fragments. The Blood Shadow Wolf King hovered above, its body fracturing and plummeting downward. At that moment, the entire city fell into a deathly silence. After a while, the old dog and Xiao Jing emerged from the shadows. The old dog's face was grim. Is this truly the strength of a 6th-rank Blood Shadow Wolf King? Far more fearsome than I had imagined, and it hasn't even unleashed its full power. Xiao Jing suddenly accelerated forward. The old dog shouted, Where are you going? Amidst the ruins, Zhou Yu slowly sat up, covered in dust and blood. He cast a glance at the halted Xiao Jing before inspecting his right arm, where his clothing was torn and his skin red and swollen. He had sustained injuries. Even if it was merely a scrape, with no blood drawn, he was enraged. I told you. I urged you to teach me more, but you refused. Look. I nearly died. Xiao Jing and the old dog instinctively took a step back, glancing warily at their surroundings. This reinforced the notion of the guardian. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth in frustration. One day, I'll end up dead out here, and you'll be satisfied. Then we'll see whether I take care of you in your old age, or you send me off to the afterlife. It was utterly unjust, so painfully unjust. If only he had taught him a bit more, he wouldn't be in such a precarious position. A chill ran through Xiao Jing and the old dog. Indeed, a disciple of a powerful figure was truly formidable. Zhou Yu could express his wrath as he pleased. Look, he was already cursing. While the hidden guardian dared not even make a sound, one must ponder what extraordinary talent and potent lineage could lead to such an exalted status. Zhou Yu took several deep breaths and approached the carcass of the Blood Shadow Wolf King, discovering a demon core within. After rubbing it on himself a few times, he swallowed it whole. Xiao Jing's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't that a bit too wild? He just ate it? At least wash it down with water. Zhou Yu released his left hand and spat out a mouthful of blood foam, stowing the demon-slaying order into his storage ring. Do you two need something? The old dog, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, awkwardly asked, Do you want the wolf pelt? Zhou Yu glanced over and replied, No. The old dog lowered his head. If you don't want it, I will take it. I'm just a scavenger. As he spoke, he hurried over to the Blood Shadow Wolf King's side. Soul capturing was out of the question, but this pelt could fetch a good price. The seasoned old dog possesses a wealth of experience and his own methods. After all, with the Blood Shadow Wolf King slain, he merely needs to separate the two pieces of wolf skin from the incision with a small knife. What do you see me doing? Zhou Yu was already in a foul mood, and the scrutiny from Xiao Jing only exacerbated his irritation. Xiao Jing pursed his lips and after a moment, inquired, Who exactly are you? He could not comprehend it. Clearly, they were all young individuals. Why was it that your treatment was so superior? Zhou Yu brushed off the dust from his clothes, asserting, I am an ambitious person. Xiao Jing replied sternly, You are backed by a powerful figure. Should you not allow them to intervene and eradicate the demonic threat? Must you wait for the suffering of the innocent to manifest your status? Zhou Yu was taken aback. Allow the old master to intervene? That old fellow was lazier than he was. Seeing Zhou Yu remain silent, Xiao Jing rebuked, A true man, born amidst heaven and earth, should at least strive for justice and rescue those in peril. Do you lofty individuals truly care not for the lives of the world? Even if it means squandering time on the training of new disciples, are you unwilling to extend a hand to save the suffering? Chapter 37. Insult confronted with Xiao Jing's fervent assertions, Zhou Yu blinked, utterly bewildered by the nonsensical tirade. Xiao Jing trembled with rage. He had long since come to terms with reality. Those formidable figures, as long as they enjoyed even a single day of comfort, would never venture to the front lines to confront the enemy. He harbored a profound disdain and loathing for such matters. Yet, he still chose to arrive at the front lines, eager to contribute his share and fortify his own strength. The chasm between solitary cultivators and sects was indeed vast. The old dog, clutching two wolf pelts, rushed back and positioned himself before Xiao Jing, making exaggerated gestures. He was acutely aware that Xiao Jing's words were aimed at the protector of this person. Despite possessing formidable power, he was unwilling to engage in slaying demons, preferring to remain behind and observe. Only when it came time to train disciples did he deign to act. Such behavior was particularly abhorrent. The old dog reassured Xiao Jing and then turned back with a grin, apologizing for the youthful indiscretions of the boy. Zhou Yu calmly remarked, I truly did not comprehend. The old dog opened his mouth, offering a sheepish laugh. It's better that you don't understand. Zhou Yu stifled a yawn, his mind preoccupied with other matters. He had sustained an injury, albeit merely a scratch. This served as a reminder to him to learn some survival techniques post-haste. As Zhou Yu departed, Xiao Jing, consumed by fury, declared, One day, I will grow powerful enough to rival the Guardian. Then I shall trample upon you ineffectual sects. Zhou Yu turned with a smile. The Guardian? You must strive diligently for that. Xiao Jing retorted, Do you look down upon me? That is of little consequence. What truly matters is your own actions. Zhou Yu replied, returning, You may be short in stature, yet your ambitions soar high. As long as you do not perish, you will undoubtedly become a guardian. He placed a heavy hand upon Xiao Jing's shoulder. At that moment, Xiao Jing attempted to evade the gesture, only to find himself unable to do so. I tell you, should you possess that capability, those guardians would be eager to abdicate their positions in your favor. Zhou You chuckled. Each day they languish upon the cliffs. They grow ever more weary of life. Xiao Jing glared up at Zhou You in indignation. How dare you insult the guardians? Each and every one has sacrificed everything to safeguard the domain. They are the most noble and selfless of warriors, deserving of utmost respect. Zhou You was taken aback. Did I insult them? It is they who insult me, if anything. Xiao Jing ground his teeth in frustration, casting a resentful glance at Zhou You. Zhou Yu withdrew his hand, bemused by the young man's peculiar temperament. Previously cold, he was now filled with rage. Who had provoked him so? A fine young man. Yet with such erratic behavior, it was quite troubling. The old dog, smiling obsequiously, said, Young master, do not take offense. Men have their days of discomfort each month. Zhou Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Yet, young man, your aspirations far exceed my own. Strive diligently. With that, he chose not to linger further. The old dog hastily inquired, Young master, what of the survivors in the city? At this very moment, shadows have begun to creep along other streets, each figure trembling with trepidation, uncertain of the unfolding events. This does not concern me. Zhou Yu cast a fleeting glance, his pace unwavering. You may handle matters as you wish. I have no time for such trivialities. As he spoke, he had already distanced himself. With Zhou Yu's departure, the smile on the old dog's face faded, and he barked sternly. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Do you not realize that at a mere gesture from him, you could find yourself dead at the hands of his protectors? Xiao Jing gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. The old dog reprimanded, You are not to act this way again. Sects have their protocols, and we, as loose cultivators, must look after ourselves. Why provoke them unnecessarily? Do you have a death wish? Fortunately, he is not holding you accountable. Otherwise, your words would be considered insubordination. Xiao Jing lowered her head, pondering why they hoarded so many cultivation resources without contributing. If those sects truly committed to the fight, they could undoubtedly alter the current situation. The old dog sighed, Survival is paramount. As long as we live, that is sufficient. Many circumstances, no matter your aspirations, remain unchangeable unless you become a powerhouse like the Guardians. Though hope is dim, one among the three Guardians is indeed a loose cultivator. Is that not a mere fantasy? A daydream? He recalled a time when a formidable force emerged, causing rivers of blood to flow and compelling various sects to retreat into silence, too fearful to speak. Yet, with subsequent events, that very powerhouse became one of the three Guardians, leaving no trace behind. Such an individual has graced this world only once throughout history. The old dog scanned his surroundings and then chuckled. What he disregards could be advantageous for us. These fallen refugees can also yield merit points. I find myself thinking that following this person and seizing opportunities is not a bad course of action. Xiao Jing, taken aback, responded, Old dog, you. What of it? The old dog retorted. I took you in, raised you to this point. What is wrong with seizing an opportunity? My entire life has been built on scavenging. Without scavenging, would you possess any cultivation techniques? Without scavenging, would you have a low-grade spirit sword? Xiao Jing pouted, turning her head away. Humph, now that you've grown up, you dare to sulk at me. The old dog snorted, Remember, if you're following me. Xiao Jing approached the refugees, who had gone 3 days with barely a meal. The old dog shouted angrily, Why do you hold a grudge? Was Tiami who was nearly beaten to death for stealing? Otherwise, would you have gone hungry? Ungrateful little thing. Is there a commotion within the city? On a small hillside, Zhou Chun and Li Wanji gazed intently in that direction, particularly at the Blood Shadow Wolf King soaring into the sky, unleashing a terrifying strike. Alas, they were too far away to discern the scene clearly. Zhou Chun suddenly felt a wave of concern. I hope my second uncle is not in trouble. Li Wanji exclaimed in surprise. He wouldn't dare enter the city, would he? Zhou Chun, perplexed, mused, could he? It seems unlikely. She too was uncertain. Despite being her second uncle, their time together had been fleeting. Upon this realization, Zhou Chun hastily rose to his feet, eager to rush over and investigate. Where are you going? Zhou Yu approached leisurely. Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy, second master. Li Wanji expressed her concern. Where have you been? Why did it take you so long? I got lost, Zhou Yu sighed, acknowledging the inappropriateness of wandering about at such a late hour, as one could easily stray into the wrong direction. Li Wanji breathed a sigh of relief. It seems there has been a skirmish within the city. Zhou Yu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I witnessed it. As they spoke, he produced 2 swords and handed them to Zhou Chun. I found these. One was a medium-grade sword, and the other a lower-grade one. Yet both were superior to what Zhou Chun had previously possessed. Zhou Chun gratefully accepted. Thank you, second master. However, Li Wanji was left in a state of bewilderment. Wait, where did he obtain those swords? Chapter 38. The plan of the old dog. Before Li Wanji could pose her question, Zhou Chen exclaimed, "Second master, you're injured." He dropped his weapon and hurried to examine Zhou Yu's right arm. The clothing was torn, and the skin was red and swollen. It was merely a careless fall. Yet it pained him considerably. Zhou Yu grimaced, expressing his disdain for injuries. They hurt far too much. Throughout his life, he had seldom endured such pain. Zhou Chen sighed in relief, grateful that no bones had been harmed. Li Wanji, at a loss for words, observed him. It was evident that there wasn't even a scratch, so what was there to fret about? This man was truly incomprehensible to her. It was merely a bruise. Yet he reacted with such dismay? This was in stark contrast to his previously boastful demeanor. Despite the minor injury, Zhou Chen retrieved ointment from his satchel and diligently bandaged Zhou Yu's arm. "I'll rest for a moment," Zhou Yu said, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to recuperate without waiting for the others to speak. Li Wanji pulled Zhou Chen aside, lowering her voice. "As a young woman, it's best to avoid excessive intimacy with men." Zhou Chen looked bewildered. "I'm not being close with anyone." Li Wanji pointed her chin towards Zhou Yu. Zhou Chen was taken aback, "But he is my second master." Li Wanji frowned. "Even a daughter should maintain a distance from her father. What more a distant relative like your second master?" Zhou Chen grew increasingly confused, struggling to comprehend Li Wanji's perspective. Wasn't it entirely normal to be close to her second master? Li Wanji sighed softly. "In principle, I shouldn't interfere in your personal feelings. However, I believe it is wise to adhere to societal norms. Otherwise, even if you achieve great success in the future, it will leave an indelible stain on your life." Zhou Chen chuckled. "I don't see anything wrong with it. The second master has always treated me well, and I am willing to care for him." "Care for him?" Li Wanji shook her head inwardly. Though she was only 25, her years of experience had exposed her to various situations. Looking at Zhou Chen now, she felt a sense of pity. How could such a fine girl be so naive? Taking a deep breath, she said, "Xiao Chun, to speak candidly, your feelings for your second master are inappropriate. I believe you should maintain some distance between you." She thought that having expressed herself thus, the girl could not possibly remain foolish. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen's expression soured. "The second master treats me exceptionally well. I would willingly die for him." Zhou Chen's thoughts were simple. The calamity that befell her was a consequence of her broken engagement. Had it not been for the second master's return, the outcome could have been dire, potentially implicating the entire Zhou family. Perhaps to the second master, these matters were easily resolved. Yet she was not a mere child. She understood all too well the terror posed by Lin Long and the subsequent threats from the Tiger Gate, not only for herself but for the entire Zhou family. The second master was a savior of monumental significance. Her gratitude was profound enough that she would willingly sacrifice her life for him. Li Wanji opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately decided to remain silent. She could hardly fathom that her emotions had twisted to such an extent. To contemplate sacrificing herself for him? It was utterly preposterous. Zhou Chen took a deep breath and said, "Miss Li, you are not me. Hence you cannot comprehend the significance of the second master to me. I do not wish to hear such sentiments again. I kindly ask you to maintain your dignity." Li Wanji's expression shifted slightly, her address changing, indicating her genuine anger. Zhou Chen moved aside, clutching a high-quality spirit stone and closing his eyes to meditate. Li Wanji sighed internally, choosing to remain by the side, vigilant against any sudden beast attacks. Her gaze drifted towards the distant city, sensing that significant commotion was unfolding within. In the city of Shijue, crowds of refugees surged outward, their faces etched with incredulity, and some even bowed in gratitude to Old Dog and Xiao Jing. Old Dog grinned broadly. For the Demon Extermination Division, saving a life outweighed any merit point. Thus, one life equated to 2 merit points. The fall of Shijue City had not been long, yet many refugees remained within the sprawling city. "This is a windfall," Old Dog exclaimed, saliva dripping from his mouth. Xiao Jing quietly admonished him, "Mind your image." Old Dog wiped his mouth and swallowed, saying, "Xiao Jing, do not underestimate the value of seizing opportunities. There are at least 3,000 lives saved. Do you grasp the significance? That's 6,000 merit points. How many beasts must be slain for that?" Xiao Jing's gaze shifted to a nearby pile of gold and silver. He then called out, selecting a few strong individuals to carry the chests away. Old Dog chuckled. "You are quite astute. I was just pondering how we would transport these ourselves." Without glancing at him, Xiao Jing replied, "Once we reach Yi City, we will divide it among the people, ensuring a secure future for all." The smile on Old Dog's face froze completely. "Thank you, young hero. Thank you, old hero." The refugees exclaimed, their gratitude overflowing as they knelt in reverence. Xiao Jing quickly urged, "Please rise. This is a fallen territory, unsuitable for prolonged stay. We must leave at once." Upon hearing this, everyone trembled, hastily getting to their feet and starting to transport the gold and silver. Old Dog shuddered and collapsed to the ground. Xiao Jing turned back to him. Old Dog burst into tears, exclaiming, "Dear mother, how am I to survive? You spend my money so extravagantly." Xiao Jing replied calmly, "Is that truly your money? It is merely what you acquired." Old Dog's eyes reddened as he angrily pointed at Xiao Jing. "You wasteful brat. Just because you acquired it, does that mean it is not mine? If I had not taken it, would anyone else have? Spare me your sense of justice. I raised you through thick and thin, and this is how you repay me?" Xiao Jing extended his hand, stating, "We must proceed into the city to negotiate. After all, we need to let so many people in." Old Dog slapped Xiao Jing's hand away, insisting, "No, you owe me." Xiao Jing withdrew his hand. "Do you not wish to continue seizing opportunities? Those people will not return to the city for a while. If you linger here too long, you may miss out." Old Dog ceased his tears and sprang to his feet, saying, "At last, you are speaking sense." Xiao Jing walked straight ahead, his expression somewhat intricate. The old dog trailed behind him, delighting in the fortune bestowed upon them, a bounty of over 6,000 merit points. Who could have anticipated that I, the old dog, would stumble upon such extraordinary luck? Ah, over 6,000 merit points. Should I exchange them for medicinal pills, or perhaps for more medicinal pills? Xiao Jing murmured, "Old Dog, do you think I can surpass him?" The old dog shrugged, "Dream on. He has consumed more pills than you have ever seen. Don't be deceived by his current mortal blood realm. In the blink of an eye, he could ascend to the yin-yang realm. These individuals are all about accumulating strength over time to unleash a stunning burst." Xiao Jing continued to walk in silence. The old dog's gaze sparkled as he walked alongside Xiao Jing. "With this recent influx of merit points, the two of us will have amassed a total of 10,000. This time, I shall procure for you a mysterious level skill, the shadow technique. Although this technique is somewhat unique, 10,000 merit points will suffice." Xiao Jing looked up. "Old Dog." The old dog chuckled coldly. "Stop placing your hopes on those people to be our saviors. I have never been known for my good reputation. But if you wish to save the world, then I shall steal and rob for you. I guarantee that your future brilliance will blind those fools." Chapter 39. A subtle change. As the sun ascended, its golden rays cascaded upon the earth. Yet, the fervent light could not dispel the gloom that enveloped the fallen district. Zhou You opened his eyes, and the consequence of consuming a demon pill was a lack of consequence. Nevertheless, his spirits remained undeterred, for he felt no particular inclination towards the outcome. A change, however slight, was akin to a stroke of fortune. An absence of change was merely the norm. Yet, after the battle of the previous night, he sensed that the operation of the dominating heaven technique had become more fluid. Rising to his feet, he moved to an empty expanse, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to his state. He felt a subtle difference within himself. It seemed that the true combat had invigorated his body, breathing new life into him. With his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, he drew it with a grace reminiscent of flowing clouds. If in the past he had drawn his sword merely for the act itself, now he possessed at least a reason to unsheath it. Curious, Zhou You opened his eyes. My realm had not ascended, yet why had my speed in drawing the sword increased by 20%? And the power to? Could it be attributed to the essence of the sword? His master had once remarked that the sword's essence represents the true heart of the swordsman. While seemingly simple, it was not a quality possessed by all. The first step in swordsmanship is to forge the sword's essence. This essence embodies fearlessness and symbolizes an unwavering advance. Yet, this essence remained clouded. Zhou Yu had inquired about this matter, and his master's response had been rather casual, merely stating that he would understand once he grew older. Yet, here he was, over a century old, still in the dark. The sword's essence is not merely a heart, it is a form of intent. What the sword's essence seeks is an answer, a justification for drawing the sword. A double-edged sword signifies that to harm others is to also harm oneself. The steps of the sword-drawing technique are deceptively simple. Gather the sword, draw the sword, and sheathe the sword. Gathering the sword nurtures both the blade and one's own heart. Drawing the sword signifies an offensive strike, clearing all obstacles. Sheathing the sword represents letting go and returning to oneself. Drawing the sword is not extraordinary. Anyone can do it. However, when one adds the term technique, it signifies that it transcends the mere act of drawing. In that fleeting moment of drawing the sword, the left hand gripping the scabbard is already channeling energy for the blade, aiming for an explosive release that surpasses one's inherent strength. Zhou Yu exhaled deeply. sensing that the dust-cloaked essence of his sword had seemingly shed a small fragment of its grime. "What are you doing?" Li Wanji inquired, stepping closer with a puzzled expression. In her eyes, Zhou You had stood there in a daze for a moment, motionless, merely grasping the hilt of his sword. She felt a flicker of curiosity. Was there something amiss with the sword? Why had he never drawn it? At best, he occasionally feigned a grip on the hilt, which seemed rather peculiar. Releasing his right hand, Zhou You felt an urge to continue his path of destruction, seeking the purpose behind his sword drawing. This would be the road that belonged to him, a grand path awaiting his tread. "I need to delve deeper." Zhou You gazed into the distance, raising his hand to point. For he could discern the shadow of a city, likely another fallen stronghold. Li Wanji, without so much as a glance, remarked, "That direction is towards Yi City." "Oh." Zhou You turned around awkwardly, pointing in the opposite direction, saying, "It is over there." Li Wanji's expression shifted. She had previously warned them that the longer a place remained occupied, the more monstrous beasts would gather there. The intricacies of this situation were deeply entangled, to the extent that it could be said to have completely transformed into territory belonging to the demon race. Suddenly, Zhou You remarked, "I have heard that cities that have just fallen cannot be rescued. It is said to be an agreement between the demon emperor and the dynasty." Li Wanji was taken aback. "What?" Zhou You, puzzled, asked. "You are not aware?" Li Wanji shook her head, admitting she had never heard of it. Zhou You let out an "oh," suspecting that the Blood Shadow Wolf King might have been spouting nonsense. Upon reflecting on this, he realized that these beasts had indeed grown cunning and were now adept at deception. Li Wanji scrutinized Zhou You, feeling a strange sensation. This person seemed to have undergone a significant transformation from yesterday to today. Yet, she could not articulate this feeling, as if he was still himself, but somehow, he was no longer the same. Zhou Chen had awakened from his meditative state and smiled as he inquired, "Second Master, what shall we do next?" Zhou Yu yawned and replied, "Let us eat some pig legs." Zhou Chen quickly nodded, "I will go find some firewood right away." Having learned a technique from Lu Renjia, she believed that everything could be barbecued. Li Wanji took out a porcelain vial from her robe, suggesting, "How about we consume some fasting pills? They can also stave off hunger. However, it is best not to light a fire while traversing the wilderness." Just as she uncorked the vial, Zhou Yu's complexion changed abruptly, and he retched violently. The mere thought of it made him nauseous. He could not even bear to hear its name. Li Wanji was startled and hurriedly examined the fasting pills in her hand, wondering if they had perhaps expired. Yet, there was no unusual odor. However, Zhou Yu's reaction was anything but feigned. "Put it away. Put it away. Store the fasting pills." Zhou Yu shouted angrily, turning his back to Li Wanji. Okay. She hurriedly complied. "What is wrong with you? Why such a strong reaction?" Zhou Yu spat out his last mouthful of saliva, taking several deep breaths. "From today onward, do not mention fasting pills to me, and certainly do not offer them to me." Li Wanji was momentarily stunned, but ultimately decided to join Zhou Chen in searching for firewood, pondering what a temper he had. Fasting pills. Those are not meant for humans. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth in resentment towards this pill, despising it to the core. He would not only refuse to consume it, but he also did not wish to hear its name. Fortunately, the two women soon returned with a pile of dry wood, commencing a new barbecue. Now armed with a treasured sword, Zhou Chen worked more deftly, slicing the large pig leg into chunks. Zhou Yu rubbed his hands together, sitting nearby and watching eagerly. As for why he did not help, well, he declared, "I am the elder. What reason is there for an elder to engage in manual labor?" Not only was Zhou Yu unwilling, but Zhou Chen was also disinclined to assist. Li Wanji, feeling a sense of frustration, quietly lent a hand. Finally understanding a saying, if one lives long enough, one is bound to encounter all kinds of people. In Shijua City, two shadows stood, gazing at the distant firelight on the hillside. Was it he who orchestrated the happenings within the city? It is inconceivable at least 1,000 blood shadow wolves. Not to mention a wolf king. What is he up to? Is he here to slay demons or merely to indulge in a picnic? This is exceedingly strange. There is undoubtedly something amiss with this individual. Two shadows exchanged their thoughts, initially intending to approach for surveillance, yet due to earlier detection, they became significantly more vigilant. Well now, this fellow is actually having a picnic? Could he not engage in something more serious? For instance, seeking formidable demon beasts to showcase his prowess before returning to report? One of the shadows advanced toward a pile of corpses, striking with ruthless precision, dispatching with a single stroke, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. Such swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. The other shadow nodded in agreement, yet added, however, "We did not clearly see the strike that wounded me. Even now, my rear end still aches. Has he truly concealed his strength? Otherwise, How could he have inflicted harm upon me? Chapter 40. You do not respect me cunning, lazy, gluttonous, and sly. As she observed Zhou You indulging in his meal, Li Wanji silently catalogued his attributes. When it came to taking the pig's leg, he refrained. That was cunning. When it was time to slice the pig's leg, he hesitated. That was laziness. Yet, when it was time to eat, he was eager. That was gluttony. And when faced with a challenge, he proclaimed himself an elder. That was slyness. If it weren't for that day when he rambled on boastfully, she would have seriously considered kicking him to death. In Padahandan, Guanghanju, Li Wanji adjusted her mood and quietly committed these two unfamiliar names to memory. Second master, take your time eating. Be careful. It's hot. Upon hearing this, a single word sprang to her mind, fool. The realization that she had followed two eccentric individuals to this remote wilderness led her to self-critique. Foolish. An hour later, Zhou You lay back contentedly, reveling in the sensation of having eaten his fill. It was simply delightful. Zhou You exclaimed, no longer having to endure the wretched life on the mountain. Zhou Chen beamed with joy. Nothing pleased a chef more than such praise. After resting for a moment, Zhou You sprang to his feet. Let us hunt the demon beasts. Zhou Chen nodded vigorously. Yes. What could Li Wanji say? In a 1-2 situation, her words held no weight. Let us go. I shall lead the way. Taking a deep breath, Li Wanji stepped forward, feeling it was time to closely observe Zhou Chen's prowess. The previous wild boar had fallen too swiftly for her to truly assess. She believed this time she would surely get her wish fulfilled. Following their battle in the city, Zhou Yu's confidence surged. Zhou Chen was bewildered, yet with the second master present, there was no need for fear. Li Wanji's thoughts were of little consequence, entirely unimportant. Over there. Moments later, Zhou Yu pointed towards a grove of trees, which, in truth, concealed a village. Li Wanji found it perplexing. How had he detected it from 3 miles away? Zhou Yu strode forward. His upper body remained still, yet his feet moved with remarkable speed. Woof! Ark! A resounding bark echoed like thunder as a dog-like demon beast, as large as a bull with long slender legs, appeared. By its aura, it was evident that it was a third-grade demon beast. Not impressive at all. Zhou Yu remained unfazed, wondering why it was merely a collection of pigs and dogs. Li Wanji's confusion deepened. Did he truly not know? What do you not understand? Zhou Yu asked, puzzled. Li Wanji could only steady her emotions and explain. Roughly a century ago, an inexplicable event had transpired, causing wild beasts to transform into demon beasts. And even domesticated cats and dogs began to evolve into demons. Thus commenced a century-long plague of demons. In the subsequent battles, these types of demon beasts became the most prevalent. They reproduced rapidly and became the vanguards of the demon race's assaults. Zhou Yu was enlightened. He had thought demon beasts were all dragons, phoenixes, and the like. Li Wanji, feeling helpless, lamented that such creatures were indeed rare. A decade ago, the emergence of a single bifong bird had resulted in the deaths of thousands. If a monstrous beast like a black dragon were to appear, the devastation would be unimaginable. Zhou Yu nodded and inquired, have you ever encountered one? Li Wanji smiled wryly. As someone at the spirit communication level, how could I possibly witness such transcendent beings? Not to mention the dragon clan. Even the pinnacle of canine groups is beyond my imagination, such as the Tengu and the Earth Dog clans. Zhou Yu glanced at Zhou Chen, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was common knowledge. Common knowledge? Zhou Yu's lips twitched. His master had never uttered a word about this. The high dog barked fiercely once more, enraged at being ignored. Don't bare your teeth. Dare to do so, and I shall strike you. Zhou Yu pointed with his right hand, commanding Sid. The high dog paused momentarily, then its expression turned menacing as it charged forward. Zhou Yu couldn't help but chuckle, realizing it was clearly not a domesticated creature. Zhou Chen, with a sharp command, drew his sword and engaged. Being at the transcendence level and capable of combat, Zhou Yu chose to observe, curious about Zhou Chen's swordsmanship. The cloud sky sword technique was indeed remarkable, with sword light unfolding like mist. Li Wanji watched intently, eager to grasp Zhou Chen's true prowess. Perhaps due to recent experiences, Zhou Chen had become notably composed. Facing the ferocious high dog, she appeared unfazed, maintaining a methodical approach. Armed with a mid-grade sword, she was able to exchange blows effectively. How peculiar, Li Wanji mused inwardly. Perplexed. Previously, she dispatched the blood shadow wolf with such finesse. Why has she suddenly become so feeble and ineffective? In contrast to Li Wanji's disappointment, Zhou Chen grew increasingly emboldened. After consuming the golden and silver spirit Xian pill and the 6-flavor Rehmannia pill, her perception and reactions had noticeably quickened. Had this been before, She would have been merely fodder in the face of such a beast. Zhou Yu maneuvered past the high dog, cautioning, "Be careful not to injure yourself. I will investigate further." Zhou Chen had no time to respond, merely nodding as she continued her assault. Zhou Yu entered a densely wooded village, where he observed collapsed courtyard walls. In the corners and grass, remnants of gnawed bones were visible. Canine beasts relished shattering bones to consume the marrow within. After a winding exploration, Zhou Yu arrived at a larger and seemingly more intact courtyard. He sought to witness the true extent of the devastation wrought by the monsters. The gate stood wide open, leading him into a main hall, where he heard muffled growls. Inside, a large white dog lay on a bed, beside which lay a half-eaten girl, her eyes wide open, frozen in the agony of death. The white dog emitted a low growl towards Zhou Yu, baring its teeth in a threat. Beneath it, a litter of 8 puppies writhed. Zhou Yu approached the bed, and the white dog raised its head and barked. Slap! Zhou Yu struck the dog, causing it to yelp and retract its head. "Do you possess fire?" Zhou Yu inquired calmly. "I wish to give you a cremation." The large white dog gazed at Zhou Yu with a vigilant demeanor. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Grasping the fur atop the dog's head with his right hand, while his left hand delivered a resounding slap, causing blood to spurt from the dog's nose. "I am speaking to you. Do you not comprehend?" The white dog howled in response, lifting its head to bite. With a thunderous motion, Zhou Yu hurled the dog to the ground. The dog staggered to its feet, baring its teeth. Zhou Yu turned around and inquired, "Are you angry?" The white dog roared and lunged forward. With a thud, the dog crashed to the floor, only to be pinned down by Zhou Yu's foot. "You display a profound lack of respect for me, which does not bring me joy." The dog braced its front paws against the ground, its body twisting violently, revealing a black stripe resembling a centipede amidst its white fur. Chapter 41. The Earth Dog. This feels just right. In the face of the great white dog's desperate struggles, Zhou Yu's tone remained indifferent. The aura I sensed was not that of the stray dog outside, but rather that of this peculiar creature before me. Bang! The ground erupted, and the great white dog finally broke free. Zhou Yu's expression remained impassive. It seemed he was beginning to comprehend the words of that disheveled youth. Indeed, the wilderness was dire. Those sects ought to intervene. But the question remained, was he not a member of any sect? He began to doubt himself. It appeared his master had not mentioned the name of any sect. The great white dog seemed to have recently given birth, its aura weak and frail. Now, it could only protect its young, glaring fiercely at Zhou Yu. "You eat her." "I eat you. How reasonable." Zhou Yu spoke with an air of nonchalance, unbothered by the fact that the dog had tasted human flesh. The great white dog's fur bristled. It felt that this individual before it was the true beast. Zhou Yu approached the window, pulled over a chair, and brushed off the dust. "I have encountered some issues in my cultivation, thus I require a rather unique essence of blood to nourish my lineage. I trust you can assist me, yes?" Over the years, Zhou Yu had absorbed various essences. For instance, he could directly extract a strand of the purest blood from a beast body. Had not his master said? When the blood shimmered with golden light, when the bones radiated golden patterns, and when the tendons emitted a dragon's roar, he would ascend to the transcendence realm. Naturally, he would approach this matter from that angle. "I'm speaking to you." Zhou Yu suddenly bellowed with authority. The great white dog quivered, its forelegs twitching uncontrollably. Though a fifth-tier beast, in that moment it felt as if it were merely an ordinary wild dog. Listen, listen, listen closely. As a fifth-tier beast, it could indeed comprehend human speech, yet it could not articulate human words. However, at this moment, Zhou Yu's fierce demeanor forced it to speak. "Name," Zhou Yu commanded coldly. The great white dog trembled, stammering, "W.W. White. Species, Earth Dog. Home address, Wide Out Gorge, THTH 36, Cave." In response to Zhou Yu's inquiries, the great white dog struggled to provide answers. "Your attitude is commendable." Zhou Yu slowly rose. The great white dog quaked. "PP, please spare me." Zhou Yu replied, "I have a question for you. If your answer satisfies me, I shall spare your life." The great white dog nodded fervently. Zhou Yu inquired, "You are quite hungry now, and before you stand both me and your offspring. Whom do you choose to eat?" The great white dog raised its head in horror, then lifted its paw to point at its progeny on the bed. "Even a tiger does not consume its young, a creature as cruel as you cannot be spared." Zhou Yu turned and walked away, and the great white dog lowered its head, its gaze falling to the ground, while a wisp of blood energy and gray mist followed Zhou Yu. As Zhou Yu stepped into the courtyard, the house collapsed entirely. Outside, Zhou Chun and Li Wanji had also arrived, with Zhou Chun carrying 2 dog legs. Zhou Yu's gaze swept over Zhou Chen's abdomen, where a paw print was visible, though it appeared uninjured. Zhou Qin's face flushed with excitement. She felt that her growth was remarkably swift, truly worthy of the elder's nurturing. Is everything all right? Zhou Yu inquired. Zhou Qin shook her head. No, I merely let my guard down for a moment. Zhou Yu smiled gently. Miss Li, do you know where the One-Blade Gorge is? Li Wanji was taken aback. You intend to go to the One-Blade Gorge? It is said that the area is teeming with ferocious beasts and is exceedingly perilous. There have even been sightings of the Earth-Hound clan there. Even formidable warriors at the 9th level of the true profound realm would not dare to venture forth. Zhou Yu sighed. Such an honest dog. Upon reflection, that large white dog indeed did not lie. Had he known, he would have given it another chance to respond. Li Wanji's expression darkened. Why suddenly insult someone as a dog? Zhou Yu replied, How much do you know about the Earth-Hound clan? Li Wanji retorted, It is rumored that both the celestial dogs and Earth-Hounds originate from the Demon Wilderness continent, which is entirely disconnected from our Kuan Yuan continent. Legends say that celestial dogs can consume the moon, while Earth-Hounds can burrow into the earth. Zhou Yu understood. Anything Li Wanji spoke of was prefaced with rumor. In essence, it meant that all her knowledge was hearsay, not derived from personal experience, and its veracity was uncertain at best. Burrowing? Zhou Yu mused, stroking his chin. That was indeed a clever survival tactic. Li Wanji continued. The bloodline techniques possessed by demon beasts can only be utilized by their own lineage. Moreover, even the most powerful demons cannot impart their ultimate skills to us humans. To acquire such secret techniques, one must rely on blood spirits. Zhou Yu nodded. I am aware of that. Blood spirits are manifestations of one's own bloodline awakening, taking various forms, and can embody all things. As long as the blood spirit is not too inferior, it will invariably accompany some secret techniques, often referred to as innate secret techniques. If one awakens a dragon, they will likely possess some techniques of the dragon race. Contemplating this, he mused that if his blood spirit were a wild dog, it might not be so bad after all. Perhaps it would grant him the ability to burrow into the earth? Yet, the thought of struggling to even break through to the transformation realm left him despondent. When will that ever happen? Zhou Yu sighed heavily. If future cultivation remained this arduous, even achieving the transformation realm would prove futile, as he might require another 100 years to attain spiritual resonance. However, this disheartening sentiment did not linger long. Once the thought passed, he was once again filled with joy. He had also carved out a new path for himself. The more demon blood he absorbed, the stronger his own blood would become. He refused to believe that it was merely about blood shining with golden light. Surely, even if he were to be foolish, he deserved some benefits. Li Wanji exclaimed in horror, You aren't truly considering going, are you? Zhou Yu nodded. Of course, a man must stand by his word. If I say I'm going, then I shall go. Li Wanji turned pale. Do you truly wish for death? Zhou Yu looked at her in confusion. This is called training. Why does it sound so dreadful coming from your lips? Abruptly, the three of them looked up simultaneously, spotting a figure soaring swiftly through the air. Li Wanji exclaimed in astonishment, a practitioner of the Yin-Yang realm. What Zhou Yu was unaware of was that only those who had transcended to the Yin-Yang realm could soar through the skies. He can fly. How is it possible? I cannot even take to the air, yet he can. Zhou Qin's countenance was filled with excitement, yearning for the day he could emulate such prowess. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as a colossal golden eagle swooped down, engulfing the airborne master in a single gulp. So powerful, Zhou Qin managed to utter. His words barely discernible. Li Wanji and Zhou Yu were left utterly speechless. The wind howled through the village, causing the trees to sway violently. Chapter 42. Perils of the Heights. Silence. A silence as profound as death. Zhou Yu remained in quietude, his expression one of melancholy. Perhaps, as my master asserted, high-altitude flight is indeed perilous. Even if one does not perish from a fall, what if one becomes prey? Does that count against him or against oneself? Li Wanji's gaze was intricate. A formidable being of the Yin-Yang realm had just met their demise. When she pursued the elusive blood shadow wolf, she had been stirred by the presence of a Yin-Yang realm expert, even believing that they would vanquish the blood shadow wolf king. If her memory served her well, the wolf king was still in the West City. If events transpired as expected, this expert must be the one she had heard of earlier. The question remained, what brought him here? Most importantly, was this death not somewhat tragic? Zhou Qin hesitated. He had indeed perished, hadn't he? Zhou Yu whispered. There should be no turning back now. Let us refrain from speaking or questioning for the moment. Li Wanji's expression was vacant. Allow me to gather my thoughts. I need solitude. Zhou Qin queried softly, what is wrong with her? Zhou Yu shrugged. Her faith has crumbled. Li Wanji moved aside, sitting dazed on the ground, feeling utterly disheveled. That was a being of the Yin-Yang realm, For those in the mundane world, merely breaking through to the transcendental realm was but a dream, let alone ascending to the higher echelons of the yin-yang realm. She had not even had the opportunity to exchange a word, to admire the majesty of such power, nor to request an autograph before it was all lost. After a while, Li Wanji remained seated, her eyes devoid of focus. Zhou You approached. What are you doing? Li Wanji struggled to lift her head to Zhou You. I yearn to meet a yin-yang realm expert. Zhou You, perplexed, replied. Did you not just see one? Moreover, the most precious remains. Li Wanji bowed her head, burying it between her knees. Why is it so difficult to meet a powerful being? What's so difficult about it? Zhou You shrugged. Look at me, I'm quite strong. Besides, what does another's strength have to do with you? My master is strong too. Yet he hasn't taught me any extraordinary skills. Li Wanji's voice was subdued. You cannot comprehend my feelings. I desire a goal. I wish to converse with those powerful figures, even if it's just a word of guidance. Zhou You rolled his eyes. When we return, I'll recommend you to the Moon Emperor sect. You'll see them every day. Li Wanji murmured. You wouldn't understand. Hey, why are you being so melodramatic? Zhou You retorted, indignant. Can't you have a bit of ambition? If you truly can't handle this, just return to the city and stop wasting time. Li Wanji stood up in anger, her tall stature emanating an air of intimidation. Zhou You remarked, now that's more like it. What is the big deal? You're acting as if you've lost a beloved father. Li Wanji, infuriated, replied, how can you be so lacking in empathy? Zhou You maintained a calm demeanor. Though my experience is limited, I am older. Do you truly think I am like you children? Li Wanji glared. What kind of nonsense is that? Zhou You turned to Shou Qin and asked, Little Qin, did something fall when that golden eagle was feasting on its prey? Zhou Qin pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, something had indeed dropped. Zhou Yu's expression brightened. Without further ado, they must hurry. Zhou Qin suddenly understood and dragged the dog leg towards the direction they sensed. The dog leg was no longer a concern. Zhou You dashed forward with great speed. For the treasure was of utmost importance. Zhou Qin hastily remarked, It's fine, I shall still carry it. Li Wanji quickly followed suit, rushing towards the spot where the golden eagle had devoured its victim. In a flat expanse, a sword was embedded in a rock. The blade was 2 fingers wide and 2 feet 6 inches long, its tassel swaying gracefully in the breeze. Zhou You sprinted like the wind, seizing the sword's hilt and feeling a trace of spiritual essence within it, causing him to beam with delight. It was indeed a low-grade spiritual sword. Brother. I spotted the weapon first, boomed a scar-faced man wielding a hefty broadsword, striding towards them. As he spoke, 8 more men appeared behind him, each brandishing a large blade, exuding an imposing presence. Zhou You turned around, and Li Wanji and Zhou Qin had just caught up. Upon seeing the scar-faced man, Li Wanji's expression changed swiftly. She hurried to Zhou Yu's side and whispered urgently, This man is named Ma Shangxi, a master of the Jinshin realm. He has a considerable following in Yi City. We cannot afford to provoke him. Though she wielded no sword, she recognized that this was indeed a low-grade spiritual sword. Its value was exorbitant, belonging to a realm that could not be acquired even if they sold their entire family. Yet, what could they do if they did not surrender it? Would they truly risk their lives over a mere sword? Zhou You examined the sword and calmly regarded his adversary, stating, What does it matter who saw it first? What I seize first is naturally mine. Ma Shangxi chuckled softly, Little brother, you seem unfamiliar with this place, having just arrived in Yi City, I presume? This area essentially falls within the city's domain, being a vital entry point. As he spoke, his entourage closed in around them. Li Wanji, suppressing her fury, pleaded, Ma. We shall give you the item. We hope you can show us mercy. Zhou You responded nonchalantly, I just arrived. Is there a problem? Ma Shangxi replied with a smirk. Young man, do temper your temper. It is hardly worth losing one's life over material possessions. Zhou You smiled. You echoed my sentiments. Ma Shangxi laughed heartily, quite audacious. Little brother, though you are young, your pride is remarkable. I, Ma, am but a humble man who has founded the Wind and Cloud Gang with my 2 brothers. For we believe in unity as strength. Zhou You nodded, understanding the underlying threat. Ma Shangxi continued, Your attitude suggests you are not in the mood for negotiations. Zhou You retorted lightly, It is quite clear that you are the ones obstructing our path and attempting to seize what is not yours. How does that become a negotiation? Vice Leader Ma, why waste words? Let us just crush them, shouted a burly man, brandishing his broadsword and wearing a fierce expression. The others raised their blades, their shouts echoing like thunder. Li Wanji's countenance darkened, and she urged anxiously, Just give him the weapon. Most scattered cultivators are like loose sand, yet they possess remarkable capabilities. Adept at forming alliances. Leader of the caravan, leader of the caravan. A figure swiftly darted over. Ma Xiang's turned, his brow instantly raised. Old dog? The old man chuckled. What a coincidence. It's truly remarkable to encounter you here. Ma Xiang's gaze wandered until he spotted a youth in tattered garments approaching leisurely. With a cold tone, he remarked. He couldn't have come here merely by scent, could he? The old man hurriedly leaned in, lowering his voice. Leader, this individual is extraordinary. I have saved your life. His background is vast, and he has protectors lurking nearby. Ma Xiang's raised an eyebrow, and before he could respond, the old man continued. Think carefully. If he were truly just an ordinary mortal, would he dare venture this deep? He would likely only meander near the city gates. Chapter 43. The Hound of Hades. Ma Xiang snorted coldly, clearly unconvinced by the narrative. The old dog, resigned, leaned in to whisper once more. Have you heard about the events in Shiju's city? It was orchestrated by the guardian beside him. Once the old dog had fixed his mind on this notion, it became exceedingly difficult to alter. After all, how could a mere mortal, no matter how formidable, achieve such extraordinary strength? It seemed utterly unreasonable. What is a realm? A realm serves as a reference point. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiang's countenance darkened. Is that true? The old dog nodded emphatically. I was merely picking up the pieces from behind. How could I not know? I witnessed it firsthand. Ma Xiang squinted slightly and murmured, Old dog, very well, consider this a favor owed to you. The old dog chuckled. No worries, it's just a trivial matter. Brothers, Ma Xiang waved his hand, signaling a retreat. Though the others were perplexed, they followed suit without hesitation, displaying their well-trained discipline. My lord, it is good to see you well, the old dog greeted with a bow. Is it you? Zhou You frowned. You aren't following me. Are you? How could I dare? The old dog laughed cheerfully as he approached. I came specifically to express my gratitude for your previous kindness. Kindness? Zhou You was bewildered, but chose not to dwell on it. The old dog produced a porcelain vial containing 5 Baiwa Xiaohuan pills, known for their efficacy in treating internal injuries, presenting it as a humble token of appreciation. I hope you will not refuse this small gesture. Li Wanji gasped in astonishment. Baiwa Xiaohuan pills could only be exchanged for 100 merit points. As for the two individuals before her, she knew them well, a seasoned elder and a youthful companion. Yet, this display of generosity seemed rather excessive. Most striking was the sudden familiarity between them. Had not Zhou Yu been rebuffed during his previous invitation? Zhou Yu accepted the vial, casting a glance before passing his inferior spirit sword directly to Shouqin. Is there anything else? The old dog glanced back at Xiaojing, exchanging a meaningful look, noting the latter's poise, clearly a prodigy nurtured by a powerful entity, indifferent to the value of the Baiwa Xiaohuan pills. Xiaojing turned away, equally astonished. A Baiwa Xiaohuan pill was worth 100 merit points. How could he merely cast a glance at it? The old dog chuckled. We previously declined your invitation, and my companion and I have felt quite remiss. After all, you are a newcomer, and this is your first time here. The more I ponder it, the more uneasy I feel. If you wish to explore different vistas, I would be honored to serve as your guide. Zhou Yu regarded the old fellow with suspicion. Was this shift in attitude not a touch too drastic? Upon hearing this, Li Wanji breathed a sigh of relief. We are headed to Yidao Gorge. She was well aware of the capabilities of these two, who might even have the potential to advance to the true profound realm. The old dog was taken aback, frozen in his tracks. Zhou Yu remarked, if I recall correctly, your blood spirit is a dog, is it not? It seems fitting. The old dog and Xiao Jing exchanged a glance, their expressions numb. You see, this eagerness seems a bit premature. At Yidao Gorge, it's quite possible that one might meet their demise first. After all, the guardians would surely look after their own, indifferent to the fates of others. Ahem. The Blade Gorge. What is your perspective, Xiao Jing? The old dog appeared uneasy, coughing incessantly to mask his embarrassment. Xiao Jing retorted coldly. If you want to go, then go. As if anyone is truly afraid. It seemed he was determined to compete with this extraordinary individual, eager to demonstrate to the protector that even a rogue cultivator could surpass the disciples they painstakingly nurtured. The old dog, taken aback, hastily replied, Child, perhaps you should reconsider? Xiao Jing, unfazed, remarked that he had indeed been there before, having caught a distant glimpse. His gaze landed on Zhou Yu, exuding a provocative air. The implication was clear, those who flinch are the true cowards. However, Zhou Yu paid no mind to Xiao Jing, instead expressing a hint of excitement. What manner of blood spirit is yours? It appears rather formidable. The old dog chuckled awkwardly. It's a hellhound. What is a hellhound? Merely a dead dog. What? Young master. Could you spare some secrets? Very well. Zhou Yu nodded. You are quite peculiar. Previously, I could not extend an invitation, and now you come knocking at my door. No wonder Li Wanji spoke of these rogue cultivators as oddities. Now, he had witnessed it firsthand. Zhou Yu turned and led the way. Li Wanji, filled with curiosity, took the lead. Zhou Chen approached Zhou Yu, second master. Is this not overly extravagant? My current strength is so feeble. I fear I may not do justice to it. Zhou Yu chuckled. Do not fret over trifles. Weapons are meant to be utilized. Zhou Chen trembled, for spiritual artifacts were, for her and many others, akin to legends, something to be admired from afar. Who could have imagined she would find such fortune? Zhou Yu reached for the inferior grade sword at Zhou Chen's waist, drawing it forth and tossing it aside. Indeed, he threw it. See? Now we have a sword sheath. Zhou Yu smiled contentedly, his wisdom ever apparent. Zhou Chen was taken aback, then smiled sweetly. After all, what second master said was always correct. The old dog casually picked up the discarded inferior grade sword and inquired. Young master, do you not want this sword? No, Zhou Yu replied without turning back. TSK. The old dog lowered his voice, leaning toward Xiaojing. Look at this extravagance. Tossing aside a sword for a sheath, what a peculiar thought process. If sold, it could fetch several meals. Unperturbed by Xiaojing's silence, the old dog's eyes flickered as they landed on Zhou Yu's waist. The sword sheath appeared rather grimy. To be precise, it was not dirty, but rather aged. This was an artifact of antiquity. The old dog squinted slightly, for most in the world could not discern the distinction between old and dirty. Some items, when they endure the passage of time, appear worn and filthy, yet that is certainly not the case. It is merely the result of age. This sword is exceptional. The old dog pondered quietly, unable to ascertain its nature from its appearance alone. Seeing that Zhou Yu did not even regard the inferior grade spiritual sword, it was inevitable that this was a superior grade spiritual sword. A mere grade difference could yield a value discrepancy of 100-fold. If it were possible to seize it, then Xiaojing would possess ample resources for cultivation for an extended period. No, that is not correct. The old dog furrowed his brow, dismissing the guardian of the other party from consideration. Why does this individual exhibit no discernible weaknesses from behind? It seems as though he could draw his sword and turn at any moment. Name. Zhou Yu suddenly spoke. The old dog promptly replied, just call me old dog. Occupation. Thief. A mover of other people's possessions. Residential address. Annihilated. I have no home. And another. A wandering cultivator. Xiaojing. Zhou Yu nodded, then turned his gaze to Zhou Chen. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Where there is one thief, two are sure to follow. One must be cautious. The old dog forced a smile. Young master, with such a reminder, should we be wary of your intentions? I prefer not to speak ill of others behind their backs. Zhou Yu's expression remained indifferent. It is far better to address matters face to face, lest you accuse me of mistrusting you. Chapter 44. The Goo Eagle traversing no more than 5 miles. The scene ahead was a chaotic tableau of devastation, with blood splattered everywhere and lifeless bodies strewn about. A magnificent avian beast, nearly 2 meters tall, resembling an eagle yet adorned with 2 horns, was pecking at a man's skull, voraciously consuming his brain. This creature was known as the Goo Eagle. The old dog's voice quivered as he assessed its rank. At least a 6th grade. The Goo Eagle lifted its head and cast a glance at the onlookers before shifting to another corpse, resuming its gruesome feast. Anxiety gripped the crowd, rendering them paralyzed with fear. Until this moment, they had sensed not a whisper of its presence. Upon reaching this open terrain, they found themselves bereft of any opportunity to conceal their whereabouts. Zhou Yu stood in silence, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, his posture slightly inclined, radiating an aura of seriousness. The power of the Goo Eagle felt far more potent than that of the Wolf King he had encountered earlier. The old dog regarded Zhou Yu with a complex expression, silently questioning why he did not allow his protector to intervene. What a display, indeed. At last, the Goo Eagle finished its meal and turned its gaze toward them. Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes, a surge of battle spirit igniting within him. He sought that exhilarating sensation of drawing his sword. The Goo Eagle tilted its head, its piercing gaze fixed intently on Zhou Yu. Li Wanji's complexion paled, her legs trembling in tension. Suddenly, the Goo Eagle unfurled its wings and soared into the sky, departing swiftly. Zhou Yu released his grip, falling into silence. Was it truly leaving? Li Wanji's lips quivered, still in disbelief. Of course, with such formidable beings present, who wouldn't he flee? The old dog, possessing his own insights, approached to examine the scene and sighed, recognizing it was the work of Mar's hands and his group. The crowd's faces shifted slightly, They had merely lingered behind for a moment, yet these individuals had met their demise up ahead. Without a hint of disdain, the old dog began collecting the discarded weapons. Lamenting, as for Mars' hands, he possesses no exceptional skills. He is merely of the true profound realm, yet he carries himself as if he were grand. In his lifetime, the most remarkable thing about him is perhaps the name he bears. Zhou You was puzzled by the old dog's words regarding the significance of a name. The old dog chuckled. Mars' hands, you see. Zhou You inquired further, and then? The old dog's expression darkened. Nothing, I spoke out of turn. Undeterred, he rummaged among the bodies and found some wealth and healing elixirs. Remarkable treasures, he exclaimed, pulling out an item from Mars' hands' remains. Zhou You cast a glance, noting it was a pendant crafted from a high-grade spirit stone partially enveloped in gold. He did not comprehend what made this item so valuable. The Wind and Cloud Gang evidently possessed some resources. The old dog examined it with great delight. The golden exterior bore a small gathering formation, which, when paired with the precious spirit stone, not only harnessed the essence of heaven and earth but also slowed the consumption rate of the stone itself. Incredible! Truly extraordinary. A treasure beyond monetary reach. Li Wanji expressed her astonishment. I have heard of such items, but never anticipated that Mars' hands would possess something so precious. It is said that this could increase the absorption rate of heavenly essence by at least 30%. The old dog's face shone with joy, declaring, this is undoubtedly an essential asset for both home cultivation and travel. Zhou You pondered, would not directly absorbing spirit stones be a swifter approach? That would be an egregious waste. The old dog could not help but chastise. Do you truly understand? Each spirit stone is exceedingly precious. It is only through this method that one can amplify its value infinitely. Anyone could absorb spirit stones directly. But the question remains, where would one find such an abundance of spirit stones to consume? The old dog's voice gradually diminished, until it was nearly inaudible. Could it be that this individual truly absorbs spirit stones for cultivation daily? Such treatment, such disparity suddenly. He found the treasure in his hand less appealing. Spirit stones are the crystallization of the world's spiritual energy, requiring specific environments and times to form spirit stone mines. Thus, absorbing spirit stones directly equates to consuming the world's spiritual energy outright, bypassing the crucial steps of filtration and transformation. Naturally, standard cultivation and the absorption of spirit stones are two distinct paths. The old dog slowly returned, reluctantly presenting his hands. Young master, please accept this. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known that Marcia had such treasures, he should have pilfered a few first. How could it come to this, where he could only relinquish them willingly? Zhou You held the golden ornament in his hand, carefully attuning to it, while subtly circulating the Dominion decision. Indeed, the speed of absorbing the world's spiritual energy quickened somewhat. Do you not want it? Zhou You extended his hand to return it. The old dog chuckled awkwardly. Your merit is yours to allocate. My merit? Zhou You realized that it must refer to his confrontation with the Gujiao, after which the Gujiao had fled. Thus it could indeed be considered his achievement. This notion seemed entirely justified. The old dog gazed eagerly at Zhou You, wishing for another opportunity. He would undoubtedly accept it without hesitation. And then he would provide it for Xiao Jing's cultivation. Zhou You casually handed the golden ornament to Xiaoqin. This is for you. The old dog's face twitched, inwardly cursing profusely. Good heavens, the scions of noble families truly invest heavily in courting women, to the point that he almost wished to don women's attire himself. With both spiritual artifacts and treasures being bestowed, which woman could withstand such an onslaught? Look at that young girl, her eyes practically crescent-shaped with delight. Zhou You inquired, is it correct that once the high-quality spirit stone inside is depleted, one can simply find another to insert? The old dog nodded. Indeed. Understood. Zhou You nodded. There were merely thousands of high-quality spirit stones within his storage ring, barely sufficient for his own use. Given that this item is so advantageous, it would undoubtedly conserve considerable resources. After all, this is his own niece. It would be remiss not to cultivate her. With this thought, 3 high-quality spirit stones appeared in Zhou Yu's hand. With a flick of his right hand, they flew towards Li Wanji, the old dog, and Xiao Jing, ensuring that all who witnessed would share in the bounty, for he disliked taking advantage of others. Thud! The old dog knelt on the ground, his lips quivering. Is he truly this generous? He rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing once more, confirming they were indeed high-quality spirit stones. The old dog looked up. Young master, did you perhaps take these by mistake? It must be a mistake. Which fool would give away high-quality spirit stones? He had encountered many prodigal sons, given that one was right beside him, yet never before had he witnessed such a foolishly extravagant one. Indeed, it was a first. Zhou Yu's puzzled gaze swept over the exquisite spirit stones held by the three. He could not be mistaken. Suddenly, the old dog sprang to his feet and rushed to Zhou Yu's side, grinning mischievously. Young master, in need of a handyman? Don't mind my age. With age comes wisdom. I can knead your shoulders, massage your legs, you name it. If you have peculiar tastes, I can don women's attire as well. Zhou Yu frowned, perplexed by the absurdity of it all. Xiaojing clenched the exquisite spirit stone tightly in his hand, wishing to hurl it at the old dog's face, as if he required a favor from him. But it truly was enticing. Zhou Yu felt a sense of helplessness. This old dog was quite chatty. Lead the way. I need to return home soon. The old dog hurriedly scampered ahead, proclaiming, I will scout the path. If danger arises, I shall be the first to confront it. Li Wanji trudged along, lost in her thoughts, murmuring to herself, exquisite spirit stones. I can't believe I have the chance to touch them. Am I perhaps dreaming? Chapter 45. The Conspiracy of the Old Dog as they journeyed forth. Each individual harbored their own thoughts. Zhou Chen found himself in a dreamlike state, reveling in the possession of a low-grade spirit sword and a golden pendant within such a brief span of time. Li Wanji could scarcely believe that she might have the opportunity to come into contact with a high-grade spirit stone, something she had never encountered before. Meanwhile, the old dog contemplated the lavishness with which this person acted, paired with the presence of a guardian by their side. Even a humble role as a follower could yield substantial benefits along the way. However, Xiaojing, who had reaped some rewards, felt a sense of despair. The chasm between him and this individual appeared insurmountable, so vast that the latter's starting point might very well be his endpoint. The extravagance displayed was indicative of the immense and unfathomable cultivation resources expended in private. One might ponder, how could one possibly surpass such a prodigy? Even without explicit encouragement, this individual could effortlessly intimidate a sixth-tier demon beast into retreat. Regardless of his willingness to accept it, Xiaojing had to confront the harsh reality. Did innate talent truly hold no value in the face of wealth? Gritting his teeth, he recalled the rigorous training he had undergone under the old dog's guidance since childhood. Now, at merely 22 years of age, he had already reached the first tier of the profound realm. The old dog often proclaimed him to be gold encased in filth, destined to someday shine with his own brilliance. What was he? He was a genius. Yet even now, after expending 10,000 merit points to acquire the profound level technique, Shadow Technique, his confidence had waned. With the capabilities of the other party, should they choose to speak, his master would undoubtedly impart all knowledge, granting access to all they desired. The old dog, a step ahead, animatedly described the specifics of the knife gorge to Zhou Yu. His knowledge of the gorge far surpassed that of Li Wanji. Within the knife gorge, formidable entities akin to the Gu Dia resided. As the old dog spoke, his expression grew grave. There was even the possibility of encountering seventh-tier demon beasts. While humanity classifies demon beasts according to their realms, such categorizations often serve merely as a reference. For instance, the spirit communication realm corresponds to the third tier, typically matched with third-tier demon beasts. However, in reality, those in the spirit communication realm can easily slay third-tier beasts and even vanquish fourth-tier ones. In this regard, victory lies primarily in techniques and methodologies. Yet, this is not an absolute truth. Demon beasts place greater emphasis on bloodline heritage. Rare breeds, such as Zhun, Fei, Kuei, Baifeng, and Jindiao, possess inherently robust bloodlines. Conversely, the bloodlines among humanity are relatively thin. Any individual exhibiting an innate spiritual blood constitution is already extraordinary. There are also special and renowned bloodlines, such as the Yuan Yang vein, Tianling vein, and Hualing vein, among others. Yet, when compared to the entirety of the demon race, humanity's numbers are insignificant. Otherwise, humanity would not have distilled the adage, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and the offspring of my stick holes. This saying essentially underscores the significance of bloodlines. Powerful demon beasts can directly achieve bloodline inheritance through reproduction, often giving rise to descendants with bloodlines surpassing those of their ancestors. In contrast, humanity predominantly relies on mutations. Zhou Yu, taken aback, pondered the concept of mutation. The old dog nodded, remarking that the most peculiar aspect of the human bloodline lies here. Parents may be utterly ordinary, yet their offspring can possess inexplicably potent bloodlines, surpassing all records in the family tree. This is mutation. The second type is ancestral return, wherein a powerful ancestor's traits manifest in subsequent generations. The third type occurs with a certain probability. For instance, if one is a super strong individual, there is a 40% chance that their progeny will inherit a remarkable bloodline. Consequently, as time progresses, sects increasingly prefer to recruit descendants of noble families as disciples. As for the impoverished, they rely solely on mutation. If fortunate, they are sought after, but if not, they return to tilling the land. Furthermore, noble families should not be conflated with newly wealthy individuals. They are genuinely entrenched families with deep roots. There exist distinctions among small families, larger clans, and the esteemed families of influence. Indeed, those illustrious families, intricately intertwined, may encompass thousands or tens of thousands through mere blood relations. Such families would rival any sect in strength. It could even be posited that offending a colossal family is tantamount to alienating half the continent, as it invariably entangles one in numerous connections. After all, this world is fundamentally a vast web of relationships. Upon concluding his thoughts, the old dog wondered if he had spoken too freely. Given the lofty status of his companion, would he not already be aware of such matters? Yet, noticing Zhou Yu's contemplative nods, he felt a surge of pride. Perhaps he had the opportunity to enlighten these high-ranking individuals. If he could cultivate an even closer connection, marry a wife, and have a daughter to wed him, would that not deepen their bond? What would one call such an endeavor? A leap to success. He would directly become the father-in-law of his esteemed companion. In that future, with his daughter whispering sweet nothings, immense wealth would be but a mere grasp away. The corners of the old dog's mouth curled into a broad grin. Should his companion resist, he could discreetly administer some poison, claiming shared marital assets to divide his riches. He chuckled to himself, lost in delight. Suddenly, a voice pulled him back to reality. Xiao Jing was urging him to move along. The old dog looked up to see the crowd had already drifted far away. He hastily wiped away the drool, realizing he had been lost in thought. Xiao Jing frowned, questioning his dazed demeanor and the peculiar smile he wore. Lowering his voice, the old dog revealed, "I have conceived an impeccably foolproof plan. Should it succeed, it would catapult us to unparalleled heights, allowing us to soar like phoenixes." Xiao Jing's eyes widened. "You old rogue, is your hand itching again? Are you not afraid that if you steal from him, his protector will annihilate you on the spot?" The old dog's lips curled upward. "How can it be called theft when it pertains to items from my own house?" Xiao Jing instinctively took a step back. What are you planning?" "Fear not. I have no need for you. I wouldn't push you into the flames," the old dog scoffed. "Though my plan is indeed flawless, it requires a roundabout strategy, taking no less than 18 years and possibly up to 25 to unfold. Yet, once accomplished, we shall have alleviated a millennium's worth of struggle." Little Jing felt a sense of suspicion, convinced that this old fellow harbored ill intentions. The old dog clenched his fist towards little Jing, his gaze resolute. "My dear child, the days of hardship are finally drawing to a close. From now on, I shall indulge you in sumptuous feasts, ensuring that each day brings something novel." With that, he hurriedly caught up with Zhou Yu. "Young master, may I take a moment to enlighten you about the fundamental circumstances of the surrounding area, spanning 800 li? While I may lack other skills, I possess a keen eye and an attentive ear, excelling in the art of intelligence gathering. For instance, along the path to Knife Gorge, there are at least 5 6th-grade demon beasts." Chapter 46, The Sand Dagger. Why do they call you old dog? Is it due to your numerous petty misdeeds? Not quite. It's because. Do you relish the power that comes with being a bully? Not that either. It's because. Loyalty? It is because Blood Spirit is a dog, hence the name Old Dog. Old Dog swiftly interrupted Zhou Yu's discourse, eager to clarify his identity. To divert Zhou Yu from this line of questioning, Old Dog promptly introduced a new topic. "It is rumored." Zhou Yu frowned, noticing a common trait in Old Dog's conversations with Li Wanji. He always prefaced stories with the words "it is rumored." Unlike his master and those who visited him, who often spoke of what I witnessed or what I experienced, Old Dog persisted in his narrative. 5 years ago, there was a powerful warrior who perished in the Blade Canyon, leaving behind a treasure. Treasure? Zhou Yu felt a lack of fervor, yet acknowledged that any treasure must possess inherent value. Old Dog nodded. "As for its authenticity, I cannot say, but the rumors are quite vivid, claiming it to be a treasure of the shaman. The shaman were formidable, ranking among the top 500 in the Kuan Yuan continent." Zhou Yu remained silent. Although he had only recently descended the mountain, he felt indifferent towards this top 500. It was merely a title, inflated as if they were the best in the world. Li Wanji exclaimed, "Could it be that treasure you speak of?" Old Dog's expression grew grave. "Indeed, it is that very treasure." Xiao Jing murmured, "I have heard whispers, but I cannot ascertain the truth." Old Dog spoke solemnly. The shaman's most prized possession is that treasure. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? The sand dagger. Old Dog gazed intently at Zhou Yu, who reciprocated the gaze, prompting everyone to fix their attention on Old Dog. Old Dog hesitated. It truly is the sand dagger. Zhou Yu slowly raised his hand, clenching his fist. Though my talents may be lacking and my reaction slow, I can discern truth from falsehood. Old Dog grew anxious. You misunderstand. I meant that the treasure is called the sand dagger, crafted at great expense by the shaman. It is said that they nearly drained their entire sect's resources for this dagger. Although it is merely a high-grade spiritual artifact, its versatility is boundless. As for the materials, it is rumored to be made of divine river sand, each grain worth a fortune, exceedingly rare. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Such a treasure, if truly lost, how could the shaman simply abandon it? Even if they lacked the strength to retrieve it, would not other powerful beings be tempted? Old Dog's expression turned desperate. There is a reason for this. The shaman's leader misappropriated funds to secretly purchase divine river sand and liquidated sect assets to commission a divine craftsman for its creation. This unfortunate incident led to a rupture in the sect's financial chain, resulting in famine. How could the elders accept such a fate? How could the disciples? Does any family lack hungry mouths to feed? Thus, they quarreled, and amidst the turmoil, blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled high. A civil strife erupted, leaving few survivors. Li Wanji was astonished. Was it not said that the elder of the shaman had usurped power? How could this be? Is it any wonder you are so young? The Old Dog shook his head. The elder of the shaman is not a virtuous man. He maintains over 30 concubines and is a notorious gambler, leading to exorbitant expenses. Thus, he regularly accepted bribes and embezzled public funds. Just as he was troubled by his inability to balance the accounts, news of the sect leader's embezzlement broke. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? That ignited the flames, resulting in his own demise and the shaman's inevitable decline. Fortunately, that divine craftsman was quite trustworthy and indeed forged the sacred dagger. Li Wanji, puzzled, inquired, how do you know so much about these affairs? It seems the outside world is unaware. The Old Dog hesitated. Well, Zhou Yu chuckled lightly, struggling to articulate. He believed that if the Old Dog's claims were true, they were indeed highly confidential. The Old Dog, feeling helpless, turned to Xiao Jing. Do you remember 5 years ago when I was nearly beaten to death? I had targeted a few plump sheep, intending to consume their wealth. I first hid beneath their bed and overheard these matters. I also learned that the sect leader, gravely wounded, perished at the knife gorge. Once the leader was gone, they naturally returned to gather what little assets remained. Then I was discovered, and they nearly turned me into a wretch. Xiao Jing's eyes brightened with realization. So that's why you went hungry for 3 days. Zhou Yu nodded. So, this matter is known only to you? The Old Dog affirmed. Outsiders only know of the shaman's treasure dagger but are oblivious to the fact that their leader fell at knife gorge. Even you, knowing your own leader met his demise there, would hardly proclaim it. At most, you would wait until you were strong enough to retrieve the treasure. Zhou Yu smiled. Why choose to confide in me? The Old Dog chuckled. Having come this far, it would be unsatisfactory not to take something with me. Zhou Yu chuckled lightly. How can you be certain I possess such capability? The Old Dog playfully smiled, choosing not to respond. You may lack the ability, but the individuals behind you do not. After all, this treasure does not belong to me. Should you acquire it, it would serve as my bribe to you, thus drawing us closer together. What is this called? This is called strategy. Very well. Zhou Yu nodded. You respect and trust me. I shall not disappoint you. The Old Dog clasped his hands. I am honored by your regard, and I shall serve you diligently. Li Wanji interjected. We are not far from Knife Gorge. I can clearly sense an increase in the nearby beasts. Increase? Zhou Chen inquired. Li Wanji pointed to the nearby thicket. Look, the beast droppings have multiplied. Zhou Chen immediately comprehended. Zhou Yu cast a meaningful glance and remarked, in this world, all is excrement. Proximity renders it undetectable. Should I descend the mountain? I shall certainly slay both man and demon. The Old Dog muttered to himself, what a ridiculous affair this is, yet he still wore a smile. Young master. What splendid poetry. Truly splendid. The words of my master were not my own. Zhou Yu gazed ahead, as the distant growls of beasts resonated ominously, drawing nearer. The Old Dog brandished a small knife, urging, Fear not, young master. Though I am of little worth, I shall pave the way for you. Xiao Jing, come along. Xiao Jing, perplexed, followed suit, lowering her voice. What on earth are you doing? Such antics are quite embarrassing. This is called cultivating goodwill, the Old Dog whispered. My strategic maneuver has commenced. he will soon find himself ensnared in my trap. In 20 years, all that he possesses will belong to me. Chapter 47. A cornered dog barks as the first monstrous beast fell. The scent of blood wafted through the air, drawing an increasing number of beasts to the scene. At this juncture, Zhou You and Li Wanji also took action. As for Zhou You, he ambled leisurely behind, preoccupied with contemplating whether to feast on dog legs or pig legs for dinner. Why wasn't this fellow making a move? From a distant shadow, a voice erupted in frustration. I have truly had enough. Can he not engage in something meaningful? If he were to act, we would have a fundamental judgment on whether to kill or spare, leaving the final decision to our leader. Damn it, I am exasperated. I will summon a wave of beasts and see if I cannot compel him to act. Another shadow darted away swiftly, heading into the distance. Zhou You meandered aimlessly, finding himself at a loss. The old dog possessed extraordinary strength, as he had previously sensed, with battle experience that was remarkably rich and a style that was both cunning and ruthless. Most importantly, he also took care of Zhou You, which pleased Zhou You immensely. Indeed, there are advantages to age. It makes one particularly adept at caring for others. As the old dog struck, he reveled inwardly, pleased that his plan was unfolding flawlessly. And the way Zhou You regarded him had transformed entirely. This is trust. The next step of the plan, to marry and have children. No. To marry and have a daughter, and then marry her off, thus elevating himself from the subordinate to the superior. Humph. The old dog's weapon gleamed coldly as he severed the throat of a sheep demon. The youth was still too inexperienced to fathom the brilliance of his flawless tactics. By the time he grasped the situation, he would have to respectfully call him father-in-law. Zhou You turned his gaze, noticing that the small figure in his periphery wielded a low-grade spiritual weapon. The short sword danced in their hands like a butterfly, executing attacks with remarkable fluidity. Each move was a lethal strike, even eschewing the so-called feints, focusing solely on a life-or-death struggle. These two. Zhou You paused again, as yet another beast emerged. Though they respected him, their intentions were not necessarily benevolent. Idleness is detrimental. Once one becomes idle, the mind has time to analyze the faults of others. Li Wanji was of no concern to him. She belonged to a type that was somewhat insecure, yet straightforward, given her figure and the environment she hailed from. It would be a miracle if she were not self-conscious. Zhou You calculated carefully, realizing that although he had been belittled by the old fellow for a century, his resilience was indeed remarkable. Who could possibly bring him down now? It was simply absurd. Boom. The ground trembled as more and more beasts charged forth, different in species. Yet they were all mere rabble, beasts as large as leopards, cow demons, goats, and wild dogs. Most were of the first or second rank, with the occasional third rank appearing. Their numbers were substantial, but the threat they posed was minimal. Zhou You chuckled. These were all mere food. Suddenly, he raised his hand, pointing backward. Donkey, donkey, donkey. The old dog looked up, spotting a stubborn donkey charging toward them, its eyes ablaze with fervor. In the heavens, dragon meat reigns supreme, while on the ground, donkey meat holds its own. As Zhou You calls out, tonight's dinner is settled. The old dog leaps into the air, determined to secure this feat for the sake of his future son-in-law. The red-eyed donkey snorts, releasing a wave of heat as the old dog descends. With a swift twist of its rear, the donkey's legs lash out with a powerful kick. What a remarkable display of donkey agility. The old dog, caught off guard, finds that the speed with which he arrives is matched by the speed of his departure. A fifth-tier demon beast, the black wind donkey. The old dog exclaims in astonishment. The black wind donkey bares its teeth, sneezing forth a gust of black wind that envelopes the area. Rising with the wind, its body spins like a top, unleashing a terrifying force with a powerful kick. Li Wanji swings her copper hammer in response, only to be sent flying as the hammer is knocked aside. The donkey follows up with a second kick, causing Li Wanji to spit blood as her ribcage is brutally fractured. Whir! The black wind donkey rears its head and brays. Its rear raised high as a cloud of noxious black smoke bursts forth, filling the air with a foul stench. The old dog rises, summoning the spirit soul hellhound. His eyes darkened with urgency, desperation fueling his resolve. Boom! In front of the crowd, a wall of spiritual energy materializes. Zhou Yu's eyes widen in disbelief. Is this even possible? The black smoke crashes against the wall, only to be repelled. The black wind donkey steadies itself on its front hooves, its hind legs poised to unleash a cataclysmic strike. In that instant, the old dog, hunched in form, suddenly bursts forth from behind the wall, his right hand glinting with lethal coldness, plunging a strike into the donkey's neck as the hellhound sinks its teeth into the creature's skull. So swift. Zhou Yu sighs in amazement. From the moment the old dog conjured the wall to his leap beyond it, Not even the blink of an eye passed. It seemed, at that moment, his speed had increased tenfold. Such a remarkable technique is truly fascinating. Thud. The black-winged donkey crashes to the ground, and the old dog hurriedly retrieves the demon-slaying order to capture its soul. This is a merit point, an impressive 100 points. Had it not been for the desire to demonstrate his prowess today, he would have undoubtedly turned tail upon encountering a 5th-tier demon beast. After all, sustaining injuries offers no advantage, especially on the front lines in these desolate wilds. Before other demon beasts could converge, the old dog quickly pivots and retreats. At the moment the wall dissipates, the onlookers recoil in horror. What a stench, utterly unbearable. Zhou You covers his nose and steps back, while Xiao Jing rushes forward, her short sword unerringly slicing through the thick hides of these demon beasts, for it is indeed a spiritual weapon. The old dog's complexion pales slightly. The earlier blow was no trifling matter, and now, Li Wanji has completely lost her combat capability. Yet, when he thinks of future plans, the old dog feels that all of this is worthwhile. As the black mist dissipates, Xiao Jing returns, having resolved everything. Zhou You turns his head. What you just demonstrated was the blood spirit secret technique, wasn't it? The old dog nods. Indeed, I am more than willing to employ it to protect you. My technique allows the higher the wall, the faster my speed. Once I leap out, the explosive force is even greater. It balances both offense and defense while enhancing my own swiftness. Fascinating, truly fascinating, Zhou You remarks, filled with admiration. Previously, he feared that his blood spirit was merely a dog, but now he finds that a dog can be rather impressive. As human beings, we must never engage in racial discrimination. Xiao Jing furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at the old dog with a look of utter astonishment, for he had never witnessed such fervor in the creature before. Typically, it would only engage in the hunting of 4th-grade demon beasts, and even for 5th-grade ones. It would only target those that were relatively easy to subdue. However, today, the old dog seemed as if it had been invigorated with a surge of energy. Suddenly, Xiao Jing's expression became vacant. He noticed the old dog's countenance turn ashen, and then it charged towards him in a frenzy. With his neck stiffened, Xiao Jing raised his head, realizing that the surroundings had dimmed without his notice, accompanied by a piercing, resonant cry. It felt as though his very soul was on the verge of disintegration. A pair of razor-sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light, slicing through the air. The old dog collided with Xiao Jing, its left arm raised protectively, but in an instant, the fabric of its clothing tore and blood spattered. That cursed vulture had appeared once more. Chapter 48. The last words of an old dog. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness. In a flash, the old dog's left arm was rendered a mangled mess, and a vicious claw had torn through his chest. A 6th-tier demon beast, the Gujiao. Old dog. Xiao Jing cried out in despair. Boom. A rain of blood descended, enveloping a 5-meter radius. A tempest stirred in the heavens, as if the very clouds had been cleaved apart. Thud. The Gujiao fell to the ground, its massive form split in two. Xiao Jing rushed forward, disregarding all else, pulling the barely breathing old dog from the ground, and instantly broke down in tears. Old dog, please don't die. What will I do if you leave me? Zhou Chen covered his mouth, his eyes reddening. After all, it was a companion who had perished, and it weighed heavily on him. Li Wanji struggled to move, yet could not rise, her expression one of disbelief. She had refrained from speaking ill of others, but she was aware of some of the old dog's past. What a despicable, shameless old thief. Yet now, this man lay dying before her eyes? With great difficulty, the old dog raised his right hand, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Child, don't cry if you do. Alas, I am old, and this day would come sooner or later. Xiao Jing knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Master, the old dog weakly lifted his gaze. Zhou You approached him. The old dog grasped Xiao Jing's hand. I have never asked anyone for anything in my life, but may I request one final favor? Zhou You lowered his head, declining. The old dog stared wide-eyed, letting out a sorrowful sigh. Your refusal is understandable. After all, we are mere strangers. Alas, I pity my child. She shall be left all alone. I have long come to terms with life and death, so even if I were to perish today, it matters not. However, if Xiao Jing were to be wronged, I would die with an unfulfilled heart. Zhou You spoke slowly. In such moments, your words should come in gasps, and you must strive to convey your impending demise. For instance, when you raise your hand, it must be slow, not only slow but trembling. Yes, just like that, and enrich your expression with regret and unwillingness, as if your eyes are filled with despair. The old dog fell silent for a moment. Master, I truly am dying, not pretending. Zhou You crouched down, Do you have any last words? The old dog coughed violently, blood splattering everywhere. I only worry for my child. Zhou Yu shook his head. No, something is amiss. Given your current predicament, you should gaze at me with a particularly hopeful look, filled with an expectation that I cannot refuse. Xiao Jing, her eyes brimming with tears, glared up in anger. What is wrong with you? The old dog is dying. Zhou Yu stood up. When I first ascended the mountain, I was so insistent on returning home that my master feigned death every day to deceive me. In comparison, you truly fall short. Did you think you could die from a few broken bones? With your cultivation at the 3rd level of Jinxian, how could you be so feeble? The old dog let out a dry laugh, looking embarrassed. I apologize for making you laugh. Xiao Jing suddenly understood, pushing the old dog away in indignation. Old dog. The old dog chuckled dryly, urging not to take offense, merely jesting to alleviate the tension. Xiao Jing, infuriated, stamped her foot, chiding him for his lack of decorum. The old dog, wincing in pain, sat up, revealing a chest marred with gruesome injuries, a broken sternum clearly visible. This was no trifling wound. Zhou Yu approached the Gujiao, first employing the exorcism order, then drawing forth a drop of its essence, before retrieving the demon core and returning to the old dog's side. The old dog's expression transformed with excitement. It seemed the demon core was intended for him. What a stroke of fortune. This was indeed a worthwhile exchange. The prowess of this protector was extraordinary, effortlessly vanquishing a 6th-grade Gujiao. Though injured, acquiring a demon core was undeniably a lucrative gain. Zhou Yu extended his hand, and the old dog reciprocated, murmuring his gratitude. Zhou Yu wiped the demon core on the old dog's sleeve before swallowing it whole, insisting there was no need for thanks, for they were companions on this journey and he could not bear witness to the old dog's demise. The smile on the old dog's face froze, his heart swelling with indignation. This injury felt unjust. Let us pause our journey, Zhou Yu instructed. Xiao Chun, please attend to Miss Li. Xiao Chun complied. Understood, second master. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. This route was specifically chosen by the old dog to reach the Blade Gorge, and for an experienced rogue like him, wasting energy before arriving was utterly unthinkable. Yet, therein lay the conundrum. A horde of demonic beasts had suddenly converged from a singular direction, and a varied species at that. This was indeed peculiar. Were they being herded deliberately? Was this aimed at us? Zhou Yu closed his eyes once more, attuning himself to his surroundings. He suspected the 2 shadows were still tailing him. Several miles away, the 2 shadows fled with great urgency. In that moment, they sensed a fierce aura rapidly approaching, akin to an invisible sword, swift as a lightning bolt. This fellow is no fool. One shadow exclaimed, recognizing the technique as the formidable mind annihilation sword of Nyodali. Buzz. The air trembled as a golden sword began to take form. At the instant the sword materialized, the 2 figures felt as if they were snow before a blazing sun, uncontrollably melting away. Split up. One shadow roared, this mortal realm has already coalesced the sword's essence. We have been deceived by Nyodali. As they diverged, the golden sword split in 2, instantly piercing the foreheads of the 2 shadows. My lord, the situation is one shadow produced a token, which subsequently fell to the ground. The 2 shadows dissipated entirely. The golden sword transformed into a beam of golden light, seizing the token and returning to Zhou Yu. He opened his eyes, pondering, my lord. Do they recognize the master? Indeed, have I become the scapegoat for my master? After a moment's reflection, he found it curious. What manner of technique was the mind annihilation sword? Was it merely a minor skill taught by the master for harnessing soul energy? Though deemed inconsequential, it could enhance focus. He had never regarded it seriously, having only employed it out of anger moments ago. As Zhou Yu raised his hand, a token descended into his grasp, its golden light merging with his brow. One side of the token bore the intricate patterns of malevolent spirits, while the other displayed the character evil. Holding it, he could sense a chilling aura emanating from it. What could this be? Zhou Yu tilted his head, surveying it once more, acutely aware of the limitations of his knowledge. This left him unable to comprehend its significance. Never mind, he thought. He would inquire with his master upon his return to the town domain. After stowing the token in his storage ring and dealing with the 2 adversaries, he felt a considerable weight lifted from his shoulders. In life, after all, joy is paramount. The unsolvable must be left untouched, and internal strife must be avoided. Chapter 49. The covetous gaze of the great sect, the Stone Gate, as formidable as a dragon, stood resolutely closed, while outside, an ominous darkness enveloped the land, illuminated intermittently by jagged black lightning, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. Upon a towering peak, a figure gracefully descended, casting a glance at the imposing silhouette of Nyodali, who sat at the cliff's edge. The newcomer, a young woman of striking stature, bore an elegant hairstyle that reached skyward, veiled by a sheer fabric that obscured her face, revealing skin as lustrous as white jade. Behind her, a crescent moon floated serenely. Her form was enchanting, with eyes that shimmered like autumn waters, and her voice rang out, clear and melodious as the tinkling of wind chimes. Is your disciple gone? Nyodali's gaze remained fixed on the precipice. Gone? The woman gasped, hastily peering over the edge. Did he fall to his death? With a somber grunt, Nyodali lamented, the poor child, he fell so hard that even his parents would not recognize him. I spent many days piecing together what was left, and finally, I had no choice but to dispose of him, feeding him to wild dogs. The woman's expression shifted dramatically. Surely you jest? Nyodali sighed. He was merely a waste of talent. What do you all see in him? Her delicate brows furrowed. Your disciple cannot be a waste. Surely he possesses unique qualities. For years, you have kept him subdued. You are nurturing a sword, are you not? A blade of slaughter that, once drawn, could alter the very fabric of the world. Nyodali gestured towards a distant hill. Do you see those wild dogs frolicking about? My disciple is now within their bellies. With a graceful motion, the woman extended her right hand, sending a jade token floating towards Nyodali. Trust in this, esteemed elder. You must not forget its significance. Upon receiving the token, Nyodali's expression turned profoundly intricate. My master is unable to move freely and has sent me to visit you on his behalf. Turning, Nyodali donned a cheerful demeanor. Is Cece well? Does she miss me? The woman softly replied, she often thinks of you, aware of the challenges you face in guarding this place. Thus, I have come to check on you in her stead. Nyodali's eyes sparkled with joy. Heavens, she finally understands the ache of longing. Longing is indeed a malady. And my heart aches for her. With a hint of exasperation, the woman continued. Now, may we engage in a serious discussion? Your disciple is to be united in marriage with our Moon Sovereign sect's most outstanding disciple, thus becoming the honorary patriarch of our sect. What say you? At her words, Nyodali sighed heavily. Why do you doubt me, child? He truly has perished. I fed him to the wild dogs. The woman fell silent. Nyodali's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I knew you would not believe me. The poor boy was indeed a simpleton, yet he was obedient. Look, the scar remains. He pointed towards the cliff. He stood right here, relieving himself, and then, in a moment of carelessness, fell with a resounding splash. Alas, it is my fault. Had I taught him the art of flight, he would not have met such a tragic end. As he spoke, he raised a hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Oh, child, if only you knew, you must forgive your master. Nyodali shouted towards the depths below. The woman clenched her teeth, producing a crisp sound. Senior. Nyodali's eyes brimmed with tears. I know you have something to say, but please allow me to weep for a moment. The woman spoke solemnly. Our Moon Sovereign sect aspires to become the foremost sect. Nyodali choked back his sorrow. Then strive for it. I am buried in the earth, unable to assist you. The woman stepped closer. We require him. As I mentioned earlier, I will ensure he is matched with the most exceptional and beautiful female disciples of the Moon Sovereign sect. Furthermore, he shall be honored as the honorary sect master. This is our promise to you. Nyodali wept more loudly. My disciple, if only you had lived a few more days, you could have embraced this immense fortune. Such misfortune, beauty is often fleeting. The woman's tone turned icy. Must you insist on this, senior? Nyodali sobbed. I apologize. The thought of my disciple's tragic demise overwhelms me with grief. The woman sneered. Then allow me to deliver some good news. Nyodali looked up. Is it possible that Cece wishes to spend her remaining days with me? The woman replied coldly. Your eldest disciple, it is said, has emerged from seclusion. Nyodali's gaze flickered, falling silent. The woman continued. You are well aware of whom he associates with. Moreover, our Moon Sovereign sect has received intelligence that some malevolent entities have infiltrated the Huaxia dynasty. They seem to be searching for someone. Could this individual be your closed-door disciple? Nyodali once again cried out in despair. What a calamity! My eldest disciple is inept, and my youngest disciple's life is so short. Am I destined to be a cursed star, bringing misfortune to my disciples? The woman took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with anger. My master entrusted me with a message for you. As long as you agree to send your young disciple to our Moon Sovereign sect, she is willing to share a meal with you each year. Nyodali wept uncontrollably. My disciple, my child, my little rascal. The woman, incensed, flicked her sleeves and soared away. Suddenly, a figure ascended the peak. I say, old man, A meal each year is quite a generous benefit. Niodali fell silent. His heart as tranquil as the cold pond below. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, who, upon hearing this, chuckled and sat cross-legged beside Niodali. His emergence from seclusion is hardly a good sign, Niodali muttered. Bah, I only concern myself with teaching. Whether he engages in misdeeds is not my affair. The middle-aged man replied with a smile, addressing such matters is still necessary, isn't it? With a wave of his hand, the air filled with the carcasses of wild dogs. Niodali rolled his eyes. The middle-aged man chuckled, Old man, I believe whatever you say. If you claim wild dogs devoured the little one, I shall dissect every last one, and the evidence shall reveal nothing inside. Niodali casually remarked, it simply indicates they had a hearty appetite and have long digested. The middle-aged man smiled, as all the wild dogs were engulfed in flames, turning to ashes. As for you, with 5 disciples in total, we shall not speak of the youngest. Among the first 4, which one is not extraordinary? It is only natural for the Moon Sovereign sect to seek individuals through this connection. Niodali cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, What is it with your group that you are always plotting mischief? The middle-aged man chuckled, I merely wish to remind you, venerable elder, that the youngest is brimming with youthful vigor and, being sheltered in the mountains, is unaware of the ways of the world. Do you believe that if the Moon Emperor sect were to send over a female disciple, he wouldn't rush over? Before she even loosens her belt, he would be all over her. Niodali replied coldly, Impossible. The boy is of dull wit and slower to react than anyone else. He knows nothing of the affairs between men and women. The middle-aged man laughed. Just because he is ignorant does not mean others cannot teach him. What is the art of seduction? If we were to present him with 1,000 stunning beauties, surely one would capture his heart. Once we ascertain his preferences, it would be akin to fastening him with a leash. There would be no escape. Niodali's expression remained impassive. I have said it before. He would perish from a fall while relieving himself. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. As long as you consent, in no more than 3 years, I shall relinquish my position to him. He will then become the leader of the Tianyang sect. Niodali was taken aback. Are you serious about such a grand scheme? The middle-aged man nodded. It is worth the gamble. Niodali beckoned mysteriously, and the middle-aged man leaned in to listen. In truth, I am merely jesting with you, deceiving you for your cultivation resources. In reality, he is just a complete waste. Do not squander your time on him. Chapter 50, Blade Canyon Achoo. Beneath the moonlit sky, Zhou You was unable to suppress his sneezing. Zhou Chen hastily concluded his meditation. Elder brother, have you caught a chill? I never fall ill. Zhou You replied, his eyes glinting with mischief, pondering which little vixen might be longing for him. Zhou Chen giggled. Is it the second lady? Tilting his head to gaze at the dim moon, Zhou You affirmed, Indeed, she must be waiting for me somewhere. Hoping I will find her and offer her a warm embrace. Zhou Chen's smile broadened. If their grandfather exuded authority, then elder brother was undoubtedly more amusing than his peers and doted on her. This sentiment was particularly comforting. Let me tell you, Zhou You shifted his position, and Zhou Chun leaned in closer. My purpose in descending the mountain this time is to arrange for you to marry 7 or 8 second ladies. Zhou Chen gasped. 7 or 8. How should I address them? Zhou You paused. What? Zhou Chen opened her left hand. You see, I call you elder brother, and your first wife is the second lady, right? Zhou You nodded emphatically, naturally. Zhou Chen continued. Then how should I refer to your second wife? Zhou You chuckled. Of course, she would be the third lady. Zhou Chen replied, but wouldn't the third lady be the wife of the third elder brother? Assuming I had a third elder brother. Zhou You sat up straighter, his expression turning serious. The little second lady? Zhou Chen inquired again. If you were to marry 3, could the second still be called the little second lady? Coughing slightly, Zhou You straightened his posture, his mind momentarily ceasing to function under the weight of such inquiries. Zhou Chen tilted her head, observing Zhou You closely. Elder brother, how should I address you? Zhou You fell silent, his hands clasped together. This question felt trivial in essence, yet it stirred a restless anxiety within him. Indeed, what should they be called? How hasty of him. After a while, Zhou You raised his hand to gently push Zhou Chen's face away. This matter was my oversight. Zhou Chen softly suggested, Elder brother, if you feel hungry, just let me know, and I shall roast a leg of lamb for you. I gathered plenty of ingredients earlier today. Zhou You mused. If I were to have a child, I would wish for them to be as filial as you. Such a feeling is truly delightful, obedient, and dutiful, and best of all, without the need for me to provide for them. Zhou Chen playfully stuck out her tongue and retreated to sit quietly beside Li Wanji, resuming her meditation. In the shadows, Xiao Jing slightly lifted his eyelids, having overheard their conversation. Previously, he had not given it much thought. But now he realized that their relationship seemed to differ from what he initially presumed. Elder brother? After all this time, were they actually relatives? If he were indeed a blood relative, then his age must be significantly greater than it appeared. Xiao Jing mused inwardly. If they were merely distant relatives, that would certainly change the context. At this moment, Zhou You lay quietly on the grass with his hands cradling his head. He pondered whether his master missed him. Having descended the mountain, surely it must be lonely up there without anyone to converse with. He must be taught a lesson, to make him realize how solitary life can be without me. Zhou Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Once I've had my fill of wandering, I shall bring him a few elderly ladies to alleviate his boredom. I shall cover the betrothal gifts. So it wouldn't be in vain for the bond we share as master and disciple. Or perhaps, Zhou Yu's spirits lifted. Was he once infatuated with an elderly woman from the Moon Sovereign sect? I could fetch a rope and bring her back directly. The Moon Sovereign sect. I've heard whispers of their countless beauties. Each one youthful and exquisite, combined with their unique cultivation methods, they are truly unparalleled in the realm. Suddenly, a yearning to visit the Moon Sovereign sect emerged within me. Zhou Yu's thoughts danced. Once I break through to the transcendence realm, no. It must be the spirit connection realm. Then I shall uncover the true nature of my blood spirit. That would certainly add to my prestige, wouldn't it? After all, the old man has nurtured me for so many years, I cannot bring shame upon him. A peaceful night passed. When dawn broke, the old dog began its raucous barking to rise. Li Wanji had also managed to regain some mobility, yet her complexion remained pallid. Seeing Zhou Yu gaze towards the direction of the Blade Gorge, Xiao Jing couldn't help but speak first. Young Master Zhou, why don't I accompany you to the Blade Gorge while they remain here? Once we've completed our task, we can return for them. Zhou Yu's eyes flickered. He found merit in her suggestion. The old dog's injuries were not severe, yet engaging in combat might pose complications. Li Wanji had become a burden on this journey and could not proceed any further. Zhou Yu nodded. Very well, Xiao Qin, you shall stay behind to care for them. We shall return swiftly. Xiao Qin expressed his concerns, but second master, you must be cautious. Li Wanji exclaimed anxiously, how can you go alone, without Xiao Qin? How will you ensure your safety? Upon hearing this, the old dog and Xiao Jing exchanged puzzled glances. How peculiar, a girl of the transcendence realm. Protecting the esteemed young Master Zhou? Surely, her mind was unhinged. Zhou Yu chuckled. It's settled then. Old dog, take care. Once Xiao Jing and I ascertain the matter of the sand dagger, we will return at once. The old dog nodded solemnly. Rest assured, with me around, there will be no unforeseen mishaps. As they spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Jing, conveying a silent warning to flee if the situation turned dire. Rather than recklessly charging ahead, Xiao Jing discreetly nodded, and together they hastened their pace. Their speed increased significantly, and they deliberately avoided the regions of the forest inhabited by demonic beasts. In less than half an hour, they arrived at a gorge. The gorge stretched for 100 miles, and from their vantage point, they could see several openings on one side. The Blade Gorge, with its 36 caves, was the residence of that large white dog. Zhou Yu was not there for a familial visit, thus he paid no heed to the locations of the 36 caves. His current objective was to absorb the essence blood of the earth dog and subsequently locate the sand dagger. In a moment, Zhou Yu focused his mind, attuning to the circumstances within the gorge. Numerous beings were present. Zhou Yu chuckled lightly. Creatures of the 3rd and 4th rank were abundant, and there were a dozen of the 5th rank, while for the 6th rank, one presence was deeply concealed. Could it be a 7th rank? Xiao Jing's expression was taut, glancing around nervously from time to time. The one question that eluded him was the whereabouts of Zhou Yu's protector. Why had he remained undetected? Zhou Yu drew the demon extermination order with his left hand, firmly grasping it against the sword sheath. Xiao Jing felt a surge of tension. Should he devise a plan? This was not a place to act recklessly. Zhou Yu observed Xiao Jing, reflecting that a man may lack everything, yet must possess courage. For it is a quality that we, as men, are destined to safeguard with our very lives. Instantly, Xiao Jing straightened his posture. Zhou Yu gazed downward, pondering how one could obtain the sand dagger without venturing into the dog's lair. Young man, you are still too inexperienced. Chapter 51. The dog-headed man Xiao Jing turned his head to glance at Zhou Yu. This seemingly youthful individual exhibited an extraordinary fearlessness, displaying commendable courage. Even upon arriving at the treacherous knife gorge, which instilled dread in many, he remained composed, as tranquil as a still pond. So, this is what cultivating courage entails? Xiao Jing mused inwardly, realizing that this young man was far steadier than himself, a seasoned wanderer who had faced countless battles. Recalling the scene in Western Decision City, Zhou Yu had similarly advanced with unwavering calmness, never drawing his sword. Any delicate flower nurtured in a sheltered environment would surely have panicked. This demeanor was undoubtedly rooted not merely in the presence of a protector, but rather in his own self-assurance. Xiao Jing silently concluded, noting the methods employed by the great sects to cultivate their disciples. Yet Zhou Yu did not descend immediately. Instead, he observed the terrain below in silence. A sudden thought struck him. Was he perhaps being overly audacious? He was acutely aware of his own weakness. Why, then, did he feel an inexplicable urge to kill? To seek the meaning behind drawing his sword, and to pursue the demon cores? Had he been corrupted by the mundane world, becoming oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead? Zhou Yu gently stroked his chin, a cascade of thoughts flitting through his mind. A breeze tousled his dark hair as he softly spoke. If I ever hesitate to draw my sword, you must remember to flee. Should he encounter an adversary so formidable that he dared not draw his weapon, the only recourse would be to escape. Xiao Jing was bewildered, unable to comprehend. Is there truly a distinction between whether you draw your sword or not, when your protector is the one taking action? Suddenly, a dark hound on the opposite cliff barked furiously in their direction. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Jing was taken aback. They had been discovered. Zhou Yu's expression darkened instantly, and he inhaled deeply. Woof. The knife gorge trembled as a pack of dogs howled in unison. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and barked back. Woof, 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 woof. In an instant, more and more black hounds gathered, their eyes fierce and menacing. Glaring at the two with palpable hostility, they clustered together, baring their sharp fangs, their barks crashing like waves. Woo 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 woo. Zhou Yu roared woof. Xiao Jing's face darkened. Young master, what are you doing? Without turning around, Zhou Yu replied, damn it, they accused me of peeping. And I told them I was standing here openly. Then they called me a dead man, and I retorted that they were all dead dogs. Now, they are provoking me, claiming I dare not descend. Xiao Jing was dumbstruck. This prodigy possessed the ability to converse with dogs? Suddenly, Zhou Yu stamped his foot, his voice booming, woof. Instantly, all the hounds recoiled, exchanging glances. Xiao Jing hesitated. What do your words mean now? Zhou Yu smirked. I told them to scram. Subsequently, all the hounds bared their teeth, while those on the opposite side began to leap down the cliff, and those on this side commenced their ascent. Zhou Yu took a deep breath. Woof, 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 woof. Sweat beaded on Xiao Jing's forehead. What is happening now? For the first time, he realized the immense importance of being multilingual, feeling utterly foolish. Zhou Yu sneered. I challenged them to a duel. As the words fell, a quiet voice murmured, this number is rather excessive, far beyond my expectations. A look of helplessness flickered in Xiao Jing's eyes. Indeed, as far as the eye could see, there were no fewer than 300 beasts. All the hounds came to a halt and began to retreat, clearing a path. Bang bang. Accompanied by a rhythmic thud, a towering black hound emerged, its magnificent coat shimmering under the sunlight. Notably, the centipede-like markings along its back were even darker than its fur. Zhou Yu stepped forward, extending his right hand towards the creature, offering a sand dagger as a gesture of mercy. The imposing black hound raised its head, its eyes filled with disdain, the corners of its human-like mouth curling into a mocking smile. Subsequently, the formidable hound knelt before him. Zhou Yu chuckled, good dog. Xiao Jing nudged Zhou Yu's arm. Zhou Yu instinctively glanced to his right, where, merely 30 meters away, a dog-headed man sat upon a stone, a golden dagger in hand, observing them with keen interest. Xiao Jing's lips trembled. Despite his battle-hardened experience, he was momentarily paralyzed by fear. He had every reason to suspect that he had lost his sanity. How else could one explain a visit to the Blade Gorge? A 7th-tier demon beast, no less. And it had transformed, no less. How could they possibly contend against that? Moreover, there were still hundreds of minions surrounding them. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu's expression remained remarkably calm. How formidable he was. Zhou Yu gazed quietly at the dog-headed man. Whether it was the 6th-tier Blood Shadow Wolf King or the 6th-tier Goose Sculpture, they were not even on the same level as this opponent. They were entirely different categories altogether. The dog-headed man spoke in human tongue. What are you barking about? Zhou Yu took a few steps forward, reducing the distance to 20 meters. I come for justice, to slay demons and eradicate evil. Look at that. I can now utter words of righteous valor. Zhou Yu felt a surge of joy at his own growth. In the past, he would never have spoken such hypocritical words. The dog-headed man glanced at the golden dagger in his hand. Do you seek my sand dagger? Zhou Yu nodded, expressing his desire. Having heard it was an exquisite spiritual artifact of boundless utility, the dog-headed man nodded in return. Though you are somewhat ignorant of your own peril, you are still honest. Zhou You replied with pride, "Honesty is the foundation of my character." The dog-headed man scoffed, "I have come here to witness what qualifications you, a foolish weakling, possess to provoke the blade gorge." Zhou Yu's gaze flickered. "Let us settle this with a single challenge. If I win, the sand dagger is mine. If you win, I shall belong to you." Xiao Jing's eyes widened in alarm. "Hey, don't make decisions on your own." The dog-headed man burst into laughter. "With so many minions at my command, why would I engage in a duel with you?" Zhou Yu suddenly shouted towards the blade gorge, "Woof, woof, woo." In an instant, all the hounds turned their attention to the dog-headed man. The expression of the dog-headed man shifted abruptly. "You." According to the laws of their kind, the victor is king. Zhou Yu discreetly advanced 2 more steps. Among the clan of demon beasts, there existed an unwritten rule. Subordinates could challenge their superiors, and should they lose, they would perish. Victory would crown them as king. The dog-headed creature could no longer remain seated and abruptly rose to its feet. "Do you aspire to be the Dog King?" queried Zhou Yu, his expression unruffled. "I am not fond of that title. Canine Emperor would suffice." The dog-headed being retorted angrily. "Do you not realize that with a mere command from me, they would devour you whole?" A flicker of unease surfaced within it. What was this insignificant insect truly capable of? Who had bestowed upon him such audacity? Zhou Yu placed his right hand upon the hilt of his sword, slightly bending his legs and leaning forward. "Surely you do not lack the courage? If I were in your position, facing a mere weakling, I would allow my opponent 3 moves." This was indeed a 7th-tier beast, and he needed to ensure a safe retreat for himself. Zhou Yu sensed that. In light of his current inability to enhance his own strength, the 7th-tier creature posed a considerable threat. Coupled with the presence of 300 to 500 Earth Hounds, he feared that today might truly mark his demise. Chapter 52, Ascension of the Dog King. The dog-headed man gripped his sandy dagger tightly, his gaze fierce. Hundreds of subordinates looked upon him with rapt attention. Any sign of weakness on his part would render future management an arduous task. Reflecting on his life, he realized he had never encountered a situation like this. Whenever human beings approached, those of lesser strength were promptly devoured by his followers. Even the formidable practitioners among the human race were merely seen as sustenance. But today, this individual, fluent in the language of dogs, had incited all his subordinates to challenge the strongest in accordance with tribal law. This man appeared weak, yet emanated a sense of strength. The dog-headed man's nose twitched, and an unsettling emotion began to burgeon within him. Strangely, as this unease grew, he perceived the seemingly feeble figure before him becoming increasingly formidable. A sense of dread welled up within the dog-headed man, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Raising his eyes, he felt his consciousness blur. As if he beheld a sword, a lethal blade poised between heaven and earth. This sword was restless, seemingly ready to be drawn at any moment, delivering a strike capable of annihilating the cosmos. "Allow 3 moves? Not a single one." The dog-headed man roared, charging forth like lightning, swift as the wind. In that instant, he expanded in stature, akin to a mountain. Simultaneously, the sandy dagger transformed into a golden streak, slicing through the air towards Zhou Yu. That sword must never be unsheathed. The dog-headed man's gaze was razor-sharp. He had never felt such panic before. He had consumed no less than 80 human cultivators, yet today, this one was undeniably extraordinary. Zhou Yu remained calm, tranquil as the depths of a cold pond, at that moment seemingly merging with the cosmos. The fervor of battle surged, and the intent to kill bubbled over. Xiao Jing stood frozen, his awareness dimming, unable to perceive clearly. With utmost effort and unparalleled seriousness, Zhou Yu unleashed his sword technique. Suddenly, his complexion turned ghostly pale, the sky trembled, and distant hills were cleaved in 2, an extensive area laid bare. The sandy dagger plunged into Zhou Yu's chest. Halted by his sternum, the dog-headed man's strike cleaved through him, reaching the tail end. And only when Zhou Yu collided with Xiao Jing did the latter awaken from his stupor. Blood stained Zhou Yu's garments. He winced, the pain overwhelming, lamenting his master's refusal to impart a few more techniques. Xiao Jing stammered, "Are you all right?" He was bewildered, utterly devoid of response, feeling as if he were drifting in a haze. Zhou Yu extracted the sandy dagger. The blood flowing from his wound began to reverse, surging back into his body. He then approached the corpse of the dog-headed man, absorbing a trace of vital blood, capturing its soul, and retrieving the demon core. He glanced at his own attire, then at Xiao Jing, who remained perplexed. Zhou Yu approached, rubbing the demon core against Xiao Jing's sleeve before swallowing it. Once ingested, he stood at the cliff's edge, holding the sandy dagger aloft. "Woof, arf woof." The earth dogs howled towards the heavens, shaking the entire knife gorge with their resounding cries. In that moment, he was the Dog King. No, he was the Canine Emperor. Zhou Yu sat at the edge of the cliff and let out a resounding bark once more. Shortly thereafter, a sixth-tier earth dog leapt up, prostrating itself before him. Zhou Yu, wielding a sand dagger, made a small incision on its foreleg, leaving a minor wound. May the heavens bless you, my brother. Please accept my blessings. Subsequently, he inconspicuously absorbed a wisp of its essence. Now, the next one. May the heavens bless you. My sister, please accept my blessings. May the heavens bless you. This continued until the sun had set, and the last earth dog departed. All of them gazing longingly at Zhou Yu. I have a grand dream. Zhou Yu coughed lightly. I shall lead you to glory, creating a splendid future. At that time, we will surpass the dragon tribe, transcend the ancient divine beasts, and become the mightiest dogs in this realm. And I shall be crowned as the strongest dog king in all the world. By then, the celestial dog clan would not even be worthy of serving us. The pack of dogs erupted in excited howls once more. Now, return and rest. Zhou Yu waved his hand. I too shall take my rest. Having conveyed all of this, Zhou Yu turned and walked away into the distance. Xiao Jing hurried to follow, noticing Zhou Yu's pallor akin to paper, and was even more astonished. Is he on the brink of death? Moreover, what was going on? Initially, they were supposed to be slaying demons, then searching for the sand dagger. Yet how did it lead to becoming the Dog King? After walking over 20 miles, Zhou Yu paused in a shadowed area and sat down on the ground. Xiao Jing also stopped, perplexed as to why the protector had yet to appear. I don't understand, Xiao Jing murmured, expressing his bewilderment. How did things come to this? Zhou Yu cast him a glance, remarking that among the beast tribes, it was customary for other demon clans not to challenge a newly ascended king for a brief period. In this regard, the demon tribes adhered to their rules quite strictly. Xiao Jing was taken aback. How do you know about such matters? Zhou Yu replied, I read. Xiao Jing hesitated. So you truly have become the Dog King? Evidently, Zhou Yu nodded. Until my injuries heal, I am the Dog King. The Dog Emperor. Xiao Jing's eyes widened. But we are the human race. How would those beasts consent? Zhou Yu frowned. You, a young one, are quite talkative. Are you a curious child? As for why they consent, it is simply due to the challenge. In my current state, I appear very weak in their eyes. Even among the demon tribes, a weak contender can earn respect by defeating a stronger one. The demon race differs from the human race, devoid of deceit and betrayal. Xiao Jing hesitated. But why are you so eager to leave? Is that even a question? Zhou Yu thought Xiao Jing might be simple-minded. I am of the human race. Do you expect me to accept the wives and children of dog-headed beings? Furthermore, once I recover, they can challenge me again. Do they really think I am foolish? They are merely adhering to the rules. Xiao Jing stood there, utterly stunned, frozen in place. In daily life, one is either engaged in combat or fleeing, leaving little time to comprehend such matters. Zhou Yu closed his eyes and requested, keep watch for me. I need to rest. No sooner had he spoken than he began to channel the dominating heaven technique. Refining the essence of the demon beast's blood he had absorbed and integrating it into his own veins. Xiao Jing pursed his lips, troubled by a lingering question. Why was it necessary to leave a minuscule wound on every canine beast? Was it truly a form of blessing? Could this be some unwritten agreement among the demon beasts? If one were to continually challenge the king of the demon clan, might it expedite the resolution of their menace? He soon shook his head, reflecting that, under the circumstances at that time, even someone as formidable as himself had perceived nothing. It seemed that the primary effect was one of intimidation. Chapter 53. The unique sand dagger. The air was thick with vitality, as if the crimson heavens were adorned with twinkling stars, each radiating strands of golden light. Amidst this sanguine energy, the white bones stood tall, with wisps of blood essence swirling around them. In an instant, the blood surged, and spiritual energy coursed through him. At that moment, it appeared as though every meridian was ablaze with an extraordinary luminescence. The spiritual energy, akin to a dragon, danced around his body, absorbing the blood essence, awakening an enigmatic presence within his very veins. Suddenly, his body trembled, and his eyes gradually opened. Outside, the sun blazed in its zenith. He had reached the 6th level of the mortal blood realm. Zhou Yu could hardly conceal his elation. At long last, he had made a breakthrough, drawing ever closer to the 7th level of the mortal blood realm. In that moment, tears nearly welled in his eyes. It had been an arduous journey. No wonder his master often lamented his lack of talent. Indeed, he had been rather dim-witted. The path he had chosen was correct, and the methods employed were sound. Zhou Yu clenched his fists, having finally discovered his own way forward, to absorb the essence of more magical beasts and swiftly elevate his power. Was it possible that his master had intentionally imparted the technique of blood extraction as a means to guide him on his cultivation journey? His gaze flickered, as if he had finally grasped the profound intent of his master. After all, during his time on the mountain, he had never been short of precious elixirs or beast cores. As long as his master was willing, the blood essence would be plentiful. Yet, in truth, he had been consuming beast cores and rare spiritual pills all along. "You're awake?" Xiao Jing remarked, glancing over. Ah, there was indeed someone else present, Zhou You thought, startled. Xiao Jing's expression was complex. "Did you not ask me to watch over you?" "Oh, right," Zhou You replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he had forgotten this detail. Xiao Jing furrowed her brow, having sensed a change in Zhou Yu's aura moments earlier. Had he broken through? Yet, he remained at the mortal blood realm. It seemed he had merely advanced a minor stage. "Is your injury all right?" she inquired, her gaze falling upon the wound on his chest, which had begun to scab over. As long as it had not damaged his tendons or bones, there was nothing to worry about. After Zhou Yu responded, he recalled the sand dagger he had just acquired. With his right hand outstretched, the dagger materialized in his palm, its sharp blade still bearing traces of his blood. Grasped in his hand, it felt as though there was a blood bond connecting them. "Remarkable," Zhou Yu marveled. "This trinket even has a blood recognition feature. How intriguing." Xiao Jing couldn't help but correct him. "It's blood recognition of the master. It's not quite about recognizing ownership. Rather, it fosters a deeper resonance between the user and the weapon." Zhou Yu dismissed the technicalities of her correction, not caring in the least. With a mere thought, the sand dagger transformed in his hand into a glistening, plump stream of sand, swirling around his right hand with remarkable agility. Zhou Yu was thrilled. How delightful. This artifact was truly captivating. Xiao Jing, too, was astonished. She had always thought that the distinction among spiritual artifacts lay solely in their strength. But it appeared there was far more to it than that. This exquisite spiritual artifact, the sand dagger, possesses an extraordinarily unique, transformative ability. It can disperse into grains of sand and then coalesce into a dagger. Subsequently, the divine river sand morphs into a slender shield. Zhou Yu's delight was palpable, his laughter unfurling with uncontained joy. It was simply too fascinating. Xiao Jing was utterly astounded. The quality of this item was leagues apart from the inferior spiritual artifact in his possession. Observing Zhou Yu's exhilaration, Xiao Jing could no longer restrain himself. Letting out a deep sigh, the misappropriated funds that led to the downfall of the sect had been expended on this treasure, only to be donned by another. He increasingly felt that integrity must prevail in one's conduct. If he were ever to establish a sect, such a principle would be an unwavering rule. Zhou Yu reveled in the novelty of such an object. He had never encountered anything so intriguing in the mountains. Apart from the mundane aspects of life, he had only ever drawn his sword. After a brief period of play, Zhou Yu's enthusiasm waned slightly, and the sand dagger transformed into a bracelet adorning his right wrist, glittering golden in the sunlight, adding an air of peculiarity. A golden bracelet. A magnificent sword. Zhou Yu patted the blade of his exorcising evil sword, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A man should indeed present himself in such a manner. Xiao Jing opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his unflattering thoughts. Who among the virtuous would wear such a large golden bracelet? Moreover, one crafted from sand gold. However, he resigned himself to the notion that the weight of his words bore little significance. It seemed the sect was rather strict, leaving little room for leisure. I wonder if we should return and regroup with them? Xiao Jing hesitated, primarily concerned about the time lost and the potential for trouble on the other side. After all, Old Dog was injured, and he felt a twinge of unease. "Congratulations, young hero, on acquiring such a treasure," a sinister voice suddenly echoed nearby. Both turned towards the sound, spotting a small demonic beast seated beneath the shadow of a large rock, its pea-sized eyes glimmering with a greenish hue. Xiao Jing swiftly unsheathed his dagger, only to feel his strength wane. Zhou Yu tilted his head, recognizing it as a yellow-bellied marten, seemingly of considerable age, its yellow fur partially turned white. The yellow-bellied marten spoke. "The Earth Dog clan has safeguarded this treasure for many years. Who would have thought it would change hands so easily?" Xiao Jing's complexion paled. "Young master, I may have been poisoned." A chill ran down his spine. He had no understanding of how he had been poisoned, only a sense of fatigue enveloping him and a double vision before his eyes. Zhou Yu chuckled. Treasures are meant for the worthy." The yellow-bellied marten let out a sinister chuckle. "What the young hero says is profoundly true. Zhou Yu glanced at the sun, asking, "Shouldn't TA be like you be active at night? Why are you so reversed in your schedule?" The yellow-bellied marten replied, "Of course, I have come for you." "Young hero," Zhou Yu, intrigued, inquired, "You know me?" The marten shook its head. "I do not." Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. "Then why seek me out?" The marten revealed a sly smile. "Naturally, I wish to enlist your assistance. Only someone as refined and noble as you can be of help." Zhou Yu burst into hearty laughter. "I am a man who relishes in the respect of others. Since you are treating me with such courtesy, do share your request." The yellow-bellied weasel emitted a sinister laugh as tendrils of black mist unfurled, casting an inexplicable shadow over the vast expanse, even obscuring the sunlight. Zhou Yu nodded thoughtfully. This ability was quite impressive, ideal for cooling off. The yellow-bellied weasel fixed its gaze upon Zhou Yu, its eyes shimmering with an eerie green light. "Pray tell, young warrior, do I resemble a human or a deity?" Suddenly, Xiaojing bit his tongue, striving to remain alert. As that question lingered in the air, he felt as though his very soul threatened to detach from his body, while an irresistible urge to respond surged within him. The air around them swirled violently, the endless black mist enveloping the area entirely. Zhou Yu chuckled softly and replied, "I see you resemble your father." Chapter 54. Doubts regarding demon souls. In the instant the voice fell, the yellow-bellied weasel erupted in a thick, foul-smelling black smoke. The smoke surged and transformed into a tempest of darkness. Observing closely, the yellow-bellied weasel's form rapidly enlarged, towering over Zhou Yu. Within the swirling black mist, its eyes gleamed with a chilling green light. "You seek your demise," it shrieked, a tone laced with boundless fury. Xiaojing's eyes rolled back, sensing as if his very soul might escape his corporeal vessel. This was one of the yellow-bellied weasel's abilities. Whenever it sought to transcend, it would demand a tribute from others. Regardless of how one responded, they would become ensnared within its unique spell, forcibly extracting their cultivation to bolster its own advancement. The creature before them was of the 6th grade. Were it not for such formidable strength, it would not dare to pry into the affairs within the knife gorge. However, the yellow-bellied weasel soon sensed something amiss. This person's will was as immovable as a mountain. The fortitude of his soul was exceedingly difficult to disturb. Standing amidst the black smoke, Zhou Yu murmured, "Do you comprehend what it means for a man to refrain from using his right hand for over a century?" The yellow-bellied weasel growled lowly, devoid of any interest in conversation. Such an indomitable will rendered its temptations utterly trivial. A smirk crept upon Zhou Yu's lips, tinged with disdain. The yellow-bellied weasel bared its teeth, its demonic energy surging violently, gathering in its mouth, poised to strike down the individual before it. The black smoke roiled and was neatly cleaved apart. As Zhou Yu watched the smoke dissipate and the yellow-bellied weasel collapse to the ground, he silently compared his prior strength with his current prowess. Having ascended to the 6th layer of the mortal blood realm, his capabilities had significantly improved. With an overall enhancement of at least 30%, Zhou Yu produced the demon-slaying order, ready to capture its soul and extract a drop of its essence. Nothing was to be wasted. He then retrieved the demon core and rubbed it against the dazed Xiaojing, as was his custom, before tossing it into his mouth. Curiously, Zhou Yu pondered as he sat on the ground. The establishment of the demon-slaying division by the Huaxia dynasty served as a certification for hunting demon souls. Yet what was the purpose behind accumulating such a vast number of these souls? His master had once remarked that whether it be sects or dynasties, their essence was simply a business. The only distinction lay in their scale. Sects cultivate disciples, who in turn contribute to the sect. If they manage to nurture exceptional talents, it becomes a lucrative investment. Therefore, the sects invariably select prodigious individuals. Even the most mediocre among them are still a rarity. There is no necessity for every individual to become a success. They all possess a certain failure rate. As for matters of inheritance, such instances are exceedingly rare. The so-called dynasty merely represents a vast expansion of the business territory, catering to all, regardless of wealth or poverty. Zhou Yu toyed with the demon-slaying order, contemplating this conundrum. Even in the present day, the population of the Huaxia dynasty neared 300 million. Among these, there must be millions of loose cultivators and sect forces. Even among the scattered cultivators on the front lines, there are still hundreds of thousands. With such a vast number of individuals, the souls harvested daily are undoubtedly immense. Coupled with the accumulation of souls over the years, this figure becomes staggering. Why is that? Zhou Yu looked up, feeling somewhat foolish and realizing his mind lacked the necessary clarity. Providing a plethora of elixirs, techniques, and weapons could not possibly mean that the souls of demons are simply discarded, could it? without any profit to be gained, not to mention the exorcism office. Even the demon extermination division alone could lead to the complete depletion of the Huaxia dynasty, resulting in a total collapse. If their intention were to stimulate enthusiasm and find a more rational way to eradicate the demon threat, then why not simply distribute the techniques so that everyone could cultivate? If everyone were to become a cultivator, wouldn't it be far simpler to confront the demonic beasts? Suddenly, Xiaojing let out a muffled groan, finally awakening to the reality. This served to illustrate just how terrifying the abilities of the yellow-bellied marten were. Even during his moment of distraction, he could have been killed dozens of times over. Xiaojing's complexion turned pale, and he struggled to maintain his composure. This was the power of a 6th-grade demon beast, far beyond what someone at the first level of the true profound realm could contend with. Looking back at Zhou You, he appeared utterly unfazed. Setting aside his protector, the mere fact that Zhou You had avoided harm was enough to indicate his capabilities were unfathomable, beyond what Xiaojing could comprehend. Unconsciously, Xiaojing felt a mix of admiration and apprehension towards Zhou You. Upon noticing Xiaojing had regained his senses, Zhou You yawned and stood up, remarking, "Young man, you are still too inexperienced. In the future, when confronted with such peculiar entities, the first course of action is to center your mind, lest you fall prey to soul-snatching without even realizing it." Xiaojing felt a tinge of shame and clasped his hands, saying, "I apologize for the embarrassment, and I am grateful for your assistance." Regardless of the extent of aid provided, without Zhou You, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. Zhou You took a step forward, emphasizing the importance of continuous cultivation, while also advocating for the pursuit of knowledge through reading. Relying solely on one's own experiences can sometimes prove insufficient. Xiaojing nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Zhou Yu's words. Zhou Yu casually inquired, "What ultimately becomes of the demon souls collected by the demon extermination order?" Xiaojing was taken aback. "What?" Zhou Yu repeated the question, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his tone. How can someone so young be somewhat hard of hearing? Xiaojing's face flushed with embarrassment. "I'm not quite sure. I usually just exchange for merit points and pay little attention to that matter. However, generally, every month, the yellow-robed demon exterminators stationed on the front lines leave for a period." Zhou Yu, intrigued, asked, "Is there a regular schedule?" Xiaojing shook his head. "Not exactly. Sometimes it's around 20 days, other times it could be 40 days. Zhou Yu nodded, increasingly convinced that something about this matter seemed peculiar. His subconscious suggested that the demon souls must have another purpose, one far more valuable than mere merit points. Xiaojing, curious, asked, "Why the sudden interest in this?" Zhou Yu smiled and replied, "I just happened to think of it. There's no need for you to concern yourself with the details." Xiaojing responded with an understanding nod. Zhou Yu fell silent, lost in contemplation of the books he had perused atop the mountain, endeavoring to uncover similar information. However, Xiaojing suddenly interjected, recalling the words of the old dog, who had once remarked that a master capable of inscribing a soul-capturing array onto such a diminutive token must undoubtedly be of the highest caliber. As for the drop of blood left by the owner, the old dog speculated that it might be used for nurturing a spirit beast. Nurturing a spirit beast? Zhou Yu pondered, perplexed by the notion that such a thing could even be cultivated. Xiaojing shook his head, admitting that he too was uncertain. The old dog had merely spoken offhandedly. Suddenly, with a crunch, Zhou Yu stepped down, shattering a fragment of bone beneath his foot. Raising his gaze, he realized that they had unwittingly entered an area strewn with countless bones. In the distance, a tower of skulls loomed ominously, formed entirely from human craniums. Chapter 55, The Bone Tower. In the man in white, the bone tower stood at a height of 5 meters, crowned by a platform upon which lay a solitary figure. Zhou Yu and Xiaojing exchanged glances before turning their eyes backward. They were nearly certain they had lost their way. Zhou Yu murmured, "It's understandable that I am disoriented, as I rarely descend these mountains. In this matter, one must learn the art of deflecting responsibility." Xiaojing pursed his lips. His earlier experiences had left him somewhat unsettled, rendering him indifferent to their direction. Most importantly, it was Zhou Yu who led the way. "My apologies, I was not attentive to the path." "No matter, I forgive you," Zhou Yu replied, exhibiting his characteristic generosity. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is commendable. He was indeed a good-hearted youth. The bone tower creaked ominously as someone sat up upon it. They were certain it was a person. The figure faced them, a man clad in a flowing white robe, possessing a finely chiseled visage, with his brows curling into spirals. The collar of his robe was open, revealing a luxuriant chest of hair. Xiaojing felt a tightening in his chest, sensing an ominous aura. Even in the absence of any overt display of power, an oppressive feeling still gripped his heart. Zhou Yu's complexion was far from favorable, as he had already sustained injuries. "Do you remember what I said before my arrival?" Zhou Yu inquired, looking at Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing paused, suddenly recalling. If Zhou Yu was devoid of even the thought of drawing his sword, then it was time for him to flee. The man in white fixed his gaze upon them, saying, "Your skulls are quite aesthetically pleasing." Zhou Yu nodded. "You flatter us." The man in white gestured to the side. "To be placed here must create a rather artistic ambience." Zhou Yu expressed surprise. "So you are a connoisseur." The man in white regarded Zhou Yu. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Zhou Yu raised his chin defiantly. "Why should I fear you?" The man scrutinized Zhou Yu closely. "Most humans who see me are often struck with terror, and then they meet their demise." Zhou Yu responded, "Ah, so if I am not afraid, does that mean I shall not die?" The man in white appeared momentarily taken aback, softly commenting, "Your logic is intriguing." Zhou Yu sighed. "I am but a foolish individual, often slower to react than many." The man in white murmured, "Perhaps wisdom often masquerades as folly." Zhou Yu shook his head. "See, you are also implying I am foolish." The man in white raised his hand, pointing at the exorcising evil sword. "I have seen that sword before." Zhou Yu sighed. "That bodes ill. Those who have encountered this sword typically meet grim fates." The man in white chuckled. Zhou Yu joined in the laughter. Xiao Jing swallowed hard. "Does knowing each other mean there is no danger?" Zhou Yu replied with a smile. "It is you who should be running." Xiao Jing responded, realizing the gravity of the situation, and transformed into a shadow, dashing away with the speed of lightning. The man in white remarked, "He has fled." Zhou Yu nodded. "I prompted him to do so." The man in white queried, "Why would you state such a thing in my presence?" Zhou Yu answered, "Because I, too, wish to flee." The man in white tilted his head. "Then why do you not run?" Zhou Yu sighed. "If I were to run, he would surely perish." The man in the white robe wore a radiant smile, proclaiming, "You are certainly not foolish." Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. "That is indeed my sentiment. Yet my master has always deemed me dim-witted." The white-robed man picked up a skull, rubbing it thoughtfully in his hands. "I find myself less inclined to kill you." Zhou Yu shook his head. Such words often precede one's demise. The white-robed man mused softly. "I have a fondness for human skulls. They are invariably perfect. Rounded where they should be and flat where necessary, a flawless balance." Zhou Yu countered, "In truth, the skull of a monkey is quite similar to that of a human. Perhaps you could cultivate a different passion." The white-robed man grinned widely, laughter escaping his lips. Zhou Yu chuckled lightly in response. The white-robed man set the skull aside. "Shall we engage in a game?" Zhou Yu declined, shaking his head. The white-robed man continued, "If you walk in that direction for 1,000 meters without looking back, I shall spare you." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yu asked, "Is running allowed?" The white-robed man replied with a shake of his head, "That is not permitted." He stood upon the ground, his stature not imposing, measuring just over 1.70 meters. Zhou Yu exhaled deeply. "This is quite challenging." The white-robed man chuckled. "One must seek amusement in life. To slay without hesitation is to strip away the thrill of the hunt. Rest assured, I shall only exert a fraction of my strength, not exceeding your own capabilities." He raised his right hand, and a tower of bones erupted, thousands of skulls swirling ominously in the sky. Zhou Yu pondered, "In truth, this sensation is rather unpleasant. I abhor the feeling of being coerced." The white-robed man replied, "Then you must grow as powerful as I am, as formidable as your master, to seize control of your own destiny." Zhou Yu added, "What if I told you I have severed ties with that old master? Would you believe it?" The white-robed man chuckled. "That is of little consequence. At least to me, it holds no significance." Zhou Yu's expression darkened as he turned to depart. Suddenly, a skull hurtled toward the back of his head with terrifying force. Zhou Yu tilted his head, and the skull crashed into the ground ahead, creating a deep crater. The dreadful shockwave rattled his frame, yet he pressed on, undeterred. Another skull barreled toward him, aimed at his back. The sand dagger transformed into a shield, positioned behind him. With a resounding thud, the shield shattered, but Zhou Yu continued his advance without glancing back. A skull enveloped in dark energy surged forward like a vengeful spirit. In that moment, the sky itself dimmed. The white-robed man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor indifferent. An increasing number of skulls descended, each possessing a formidable might akin to falling stars. With every impact, the earth trembled violently. 100 meters. Zhou Yu's garments were tattered, and his skin bore cracks. The exhilaration of his earlier breakthrough faded entirely in that instant. This may well be the consequence of excessive joy. 200 meters. And blood dripped from his mouth and nose, staining his chest crimson. 300 meters, and the sand dagger could no longer defend him. This was the first occasion since his descent that he found himself unable to draw his sword. The moment his opponent appeared, he recognized the vast chasm between them. As great as the difference between a river and the boundless ocean, his sword could cleave mountains and rivers, yet it could not sever the vast expanse of the sea. Zhou Yu refrains from engaging in futile endeavors, and he certainly would not stubbornly resist such matters, for he is inherently lazy. With a clear understanding of the outcome, why persist any further? Thus, Zhou Yu must continue onward. He contemplates that when his strength is sufficiently formidable, he might indulge in this game with his adversary. The power of the skulls is not particularly overwhelming, indicating that his opponent spoke the truth and indeed restrained their force. Zhou Yu endures the pain of flesh torn and skin lacerated, yet his expression remains unchanged, devoid of fear or panic, only imbued with calmness. As the final skull descends, Zhou Yu walks away without a glance back. The man in white shrugs, acknowledging his prowess. Aside from merely tilting his head to evade the skulls aiming for his cranium, he has withstood everything else with sheer resolve. This audacity is indeed unparalleled. He ponders that this human possesses a certain intrigue, warranting a longer existence. After all, it is connected to that old fellow. Chapter 56. Return to the Blade Gorge. Ouch. It hurts. It truly pains me. Zhou Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. It was the first time in his life he had endured such agony. In a frantic search within his storage ring, he retrieved a vial of spirit vitality pills, hastily pouring one into his mouth. This was utterly terrifying. Zhou Yu's face contorted with fear as he quickened his pace, breaking into a run. How formidable must this creature be? A ninth-grade demon? That seemed implausible. It could only be stronger. The ninth grade was merely the limit known to Li Wanji, but certainly not the apex of the demon clan. Master, I have suffered in your stead. You must compensate me upon my return. Zhou Yu lamented incessantly, for he had always harbored a profound fear of pain. Reflecting on the oppressive presence of his adversary, he felt an overwhelming dread, so terrifying that a mere finger could crush him. How infuriating. Just wait until I attain the pinnacle of strength, though it seems I am still a bit lacking. When I ascend to be the strongest in the world, I shall engage in this game 1,000, nay, 10,000 times. As Zhou Yu contemplated this, he suddenly halted. He realized he was lost. Which direction led to Yi City? He looked up. The sun hung directly overhead, rendering it difficult to discern. At least for Zhou Yu, it was a perplexity. The wisdom of the mundane world was truly inadequate. To read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles, my journey is still far from over. Zhou Yu muttered to himself, reflecting on the years spent in solitude atop the mountain, often resorting to shouting at the wild dogs below, engaging in dialogue through the pauses and intensity of their barking. Woof. The sound of a dog's bark echoed. Zhou Yu turned his head to see a land dog approaching silently, laying its head on the ground just 5 meters away, tail wagging incessantly. Zhou Yu wept, overwhelmed with emotion. What a good dog. He glanced behind and was suddenly dismayed. How had he returned to the Blade Gorge? The 4th-grade land dog crawled closer, extending its tongue to lick Zhou Yu's hand. Good dog, good dog. Zhou Yu patted the dog's head, vowing never to eat dog meat again. Woof woof woof. The land dog barked fiercely at the Blade Gorge. Then, hundreds of land dogs surged in like a tide, encircling Zhou Yu. Struggling to rise, he proclaimed, "Brothers and sisters, I have failed in my ambush against the human race and suffered grievous injury, diminishing the dignity of our clan. Yet I shall strive to regain our strength and honor in the future." All the land dogs howled in response, echoing Zhou Yu's sentiment. A towering 6th-grade land dog lay before him, tail wagging enthusiastically. Zhou Yu mounted its back as the 6th-grade land dog strode forward with pride. This was a canine monarch, a 6th-grade beast capable of human speech, provided it so desired. After all, not everyone aspires to be human, just as not every beast wishes to become one. Zhou Yu found it utterly splendid, for he had magnificently returned to the Blade Gorge, back to his very own den, the former lair of the dog-headed man. To be fair, aside from the foul odor, this den was quite spacious. Zhou Yu, inherently unperturbed, quickly found his composure even amidst a throng of demons. As Neo Dali aptly remarked, his reactions were rather sluggish. His emotions seldom synchronized with the events unfolding around him. In moments when fear was warranted, he remained unafraid. It was only after the crisis had passed that trepidation took hold. To put it delicately, one might say he was simply dull-witted. A harsher critique would label him as brainless. Sitting in his makeshift inn, Zhou Yu retrieved a spirit stone to continue his cultivation, with little else to occupy his time. It seemed imprudent to venture out while still nursing his wounds. After all, should that pack of hounds catch wind of any weakness, they might very well tear him apart. Given his current state, How many consecutive sword techniques could he even execute? By the following morning, thanks to the extraordinary spirit elixir, the external injuries had nearly healed. Clad in fresh attire, he appeared clean and presentable, with only a lingering discomfort within. A ground dog arrived, presenting him with a rabbit it had killed, his breakfast. Albeit a culinary challenge, as he was no cook. A sudden nostalgia for the attentive presence of Shou washed over him. "Come here," Zhou You commanded the ground dog, leading it with the rabbit to the center of the knife gorge. Clapping his hands, he called out, "Gather around. Everyone, let's hold a morning meeting." The pack responded swiftly, encircling him in layers, a testament to their intelligence as members of the ground dog clan. Clearing his throat, Zhou You addressed them. "Today, we shall discuss the distinctions between our kind and the human race. Some of you may grasp this, while others may not. The answer is quite simple. It lies in the use of fire. Since humanity harnessed fire, they embarked on the path of true civilization, leaving behind primal existence. Meanwhile, we demons have remained entrenched in our savage ways, even procreating in the open." He paused, noticing 2 dogs in the back. "You two, settle down. Wait until I finish before you indulge in your merriment." He continued, "Do we truly possess lesser intellect than humans?" The pack gazed at him, their innocent eyes wide with confusion. "Absolutely not. It is merely that you lack a wise and formidable leader." Standing atop a stone, he proclaimed, "Today, as your canine monarch, I have the authority to amend our collective habits." He gestured for a 6th-tier ground dog to approach, observe this stone and this other stone. What transpires when they collide? When nothing occurred except for a whiff of odor and some debris, Zhou You scratched his head in contemplation, recalling that humans utilized a firestone. Disregarding the minutiae, he gathered some sticks and wood. "Now, I shall instruct you on the art of friction fire. Those with intellect should take note, those without, feel free to ask the knowledgeable later." A day later, after countless experiments, a flicker of flame finally emerged. In that moment, all the hounds erupted in excited howls. But the overwhelming noise extinguished the fragile spark of hope. Nevertheless, the correct answer had been discovered. 2 days later, flames roared as Zhou You utilized the charcoal preserved in a bluish-gray hue. This charcoal burned slowly, igniting with just a gentle breath. What do we possess now? We possess a true ember of fire. Zhou You was immensely satisfied with the outcome and then turned to the 6th-grade hound beside him, saying, "My friend, could you perhaps muster the effort to utter a few human words? Listening to myself ramble on and mimic a dog's bark is rather dull." Chapter 57. The Prosperity of Dogs on the 5th day of residing in the Blade Canyon. Zhou Yu's expression was grim as he forced himself to consume the first pill of fasting, although it was still barbecued. The taste of his own preparation was akin to charcoal. Even if it wasn't literally charcoal, it was hardly palatable. Comparatively speaking, it was leagues apart from Lu Rinjia's culinary skills, let alone Shou Chen's. However, for the Earthhounds, it was a different story. Cooked food was often far more delectable than raw. Esteemed Lord Canine Emperor, a 6th-rank Earthhound entered, under Zhou Yu's coercion. This hound finally acquiesced to speak in human tongue. For some beastly creatures, this was a source of shame, but the Lord Canine Emperor had mandated it. Zhou Yu regarded the hound. "Dog prosperity, do not be so resistant. Consider this. Once you master a language, you can subsequently acquire knowledge from the human race. Knowledge is wealth, akin to possessing the treasures of humanity." Dog prosperity nodded. "Indeed, I shall adhere to the directives of the Lord Canine Emperor." Zhou Yu was quite pleased. "If you have matters to discuss, present them. If not, you may depart." Dog prosperity replied, "Some kin discovered a spiritual entity while hunting and sent me to inform you. Should we attempt to seize it?" Zhou Yu instantly straightened. "What sort of spiritual entity?" Dog prosperity responded, "A wild spiritual herb, estimated to be a millennium old. However, it is guarded by a shadow fox." Zhou Yu furrowed his brow. "Is it formidable?" Dog prosperity answered, "Its strength is comparable to mine, but it excels in illusion and speed." Zhou Yu gently stroked his chin. "A millennium-old wild spiritual herb. How tantalizing. All major sects possess herb gardens, which are enhanced by spirit-gathering formations, artificially accelerating their growth. Through external forces, these gardens can produce herbs that possess significant medicinal properties in a mere decade. Wild spiritual entities are inherently spiritual, whereas those cultivated are manipulated, forcibly infusing them with the essence of heaven and earth." As for the distinction, Zhou Yu was not particularly knowledgeable in this regard. He merely understood that wild spiritual entities are the preferred choice for refining supreme spiritual pills, whereas cultivated ones are often unsuitable and carry the risk of exploding during refinement. "Let us go," Zhou Yu exclaimed, rallying his brethren. "Is it merely a shadow fox? Let us take action." Dog prosperity dashed out like lightning, followed by a cacophony of barks echoing through the Blade Canyon. Zhou You emerged from the dog cave and leaped onto the cliff. Behind him, a throng of earthhounds charged forth, their spirits invigorated. "Lead the way," Zhou You called out. Woof! An earthhound bolted ahead, evidently the one that had discovered the location. The mobilization of several hundred earthhounds was no small matter. It was akin to a tide of beasts. Wherever they passed, the demonic creatures scattered in disarray. Those capable of flight took to the skies, while others fled in terror. Seated upon Dog Prosperity's back, Zhou You felt an exhilarating sense of authority, akin to a sovereign surveying his domain. A massive black bear, standing 5 meters tall, roared in fury as it was obstructed in its path. Woof! It was met with the fierce gazes of all the earthhounds. The black bear monster lowered its head and swiftly retreated with its corpulent body. "Make a note of this," Zhou You, undeterred, commanded while turning back to seize the bear paw. The troop continued its vigorous assault, drawing the attention of numerous beastly creatures from afar. A fragrant human unexpectedly mingled with the earthhounds. Has the world turned upside down? Or have the esteemed demon emperors altered their strategy once again? Before an unremarkable hill, the guiding earthhound emitted a low growl. Zhou You raised his hand, signaling, "Scatter." Upon hearing this, the earthhounds quickly dispersed, encircling from various directions. "Attack!" Zhou You gave a pat to Dog Fu Gue and ascended the slope. At the summit, a large brown fox appeared, letting out a piercing howl. Clearly displeased by the arrival of these intruders. "What is it shrieking about?" Zhou You inquired. Dog Fu Gue replied, "The shadow demon fox claims it has never been our enemy, so why invade its territory?" Zhou You snorted coldly, informing it to surrender the spirit herb or face annihilation. Dog Fu Gue barked upwards. The shadow demon fox, increasingly irate, produced an even sharper cry. Dog Fu Gue continued, "It refuses, threatening that if we come closer, it will show no mercy, stating that we recognize humans as fathers and shall meet a grim fate." Zhou You chuckled derisively. "How bold! It dares to insult our Earthhound clan." Dog Fu Gue cautioned, "Its illusionary skills are formidable and exceedingly cunning." Zhou Yu's gaze flickered. Although both were of the 6th rank, Dog Fu Gue seemed genuinely apprehensive of the shadow demon fox. Upon reflection, it was likely due to the Earthhound's inability to withstand illusions. Otherwise, they would not exhibit such trepidation. The shadow demon fox stood atop the hill, its fur bristling, adopting a fierce stance. However, Earthhounds surged from all directions, leaving it with no means of defense. As Zhou You and the other Earthhounds ascended the summit, the shadow demon fox's eyes emitted a peculiar glow. Dog Fu Gue trembled, letting out a mournful wail, while the other Earthhounds began to turn on one another. Zhou You leapt down, his eyes icy. The shadow demon fox bared its teeth and transformed into a shadowy figure, launching itself through the air. Though it was not entirely clear what had transpired, any intrusion into its domain warranted ruthless retribution. It had guarded this spirit herb for 50 years, intending to break through to the 7th rank when its strength was sufficient. Little did it anticipate such unforeseen complications. Zhou You had no desire to sustain injuries this time, opting instead for evasion. Missing its strike, the shadow demon fox rebounded upon landing, its fierce claws aimed at Zhou Yu's neck. A sand dagger materialized, piercing towards the fox's eyes. The shadow demon fox, moving with incredible speed, narrowly evaded in the nick of time. The sand dagger transformed into a swirl of yellow sand, shielding Zhou You from behind, while the shadow demon fox crouched low, its leg muscles coiling in preparation. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou You grasped the hilt of his sword, and in an instant, a beam of sword light surged toward the shadow demon fox. A serious sword draw technique, Zhou You exclaimed in surprise, only to find that ahead lay merely a fading afterimage. Where had the shadow demon fox gone? Had he missed? Instinctively, Zhou You looked down as the ground shattered, and the shadow demon fox emerged from beneath, its claws slashing toward Zhou Yu's groin. Zhou You swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the impending danger. He then slightly angled his body, his right hand, like a phantom, gracefully grasping the hilt of his sword. With utmost precision, he executed the art of sword drawing. The shadowy fox had barely emerged when it was instantaneously cleaved in two. As the shadow fox met its demise, all the hellhounds abruptly ceased their movements, each one drenched in blood, revealing the profound impact of the illusion upon them. Zhou You captured the demon's soul, absorbed its vital essence, and consumed the demon core, revitalizing himself completely. The hound, Fu Gue, approached, acknowledging that the canine monarch was indeed unparalleled, remaining entirely unaffected by the illusion. His subordinate expressed deep regret, relieved that he had restrained his murderous intent and refrained from striking against him. Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such matters were trivial. The focus now lay solely on the spirit herbs. Chapter 58. The rising sun herb with the indication of a ground dog. Zhou Yu finally beheld the wild spirit herb, towering at 5 meters. Its leaves were a vivid emerald green, sprouting new foliage from within. The leaves were elongated and flat. Zhou Yu tilted his head in astonishment. Is this what you call grass? The dog, Fu Gui, stepped forward. This is the rising sun herb. Zhou Yu, after a moment of realization, responded, Ah, you mean garlic chives. Fu Gui explained, that is what humans call it. We canines refer to it as rising sun herb. As Zhou Yu touched one of the leaves, he could indeed sense the spirit contained within. Fu Gui remarked, the leaves harbor minimal spirit. The root, being a millennium old, is where the essence lies. Zhou Yu gestured. Then let us excavate it. With a bark, Fu Gui summoned 4 ground dogs that quickly rushed over, beginning to dig around the rising sun herb. Under their sharp claws, earth and stones flew, an unstoppable force. Zhou Yu recalled a matter. The fox had rewarded the guiding puppy, as Fu Gui instructed. The leading ground dog wagged its tail joyfully and approached Zhou Yu, licking his cheek. Zhou Yu recoiled. Hey, remember to brush your teeth. That stinks. The other ground dogs wagged their tails, gazing eagerly. Fear not, my brothers and sisters. As long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall never go hungry. Zhou Yu proclaimed loudly, for this rising sun herb, I require merely a small portion. The rest, including the leaves, we shall share together, and the dogs shall partake. The pack of dogs howled in excitement, their spirits lifted. In the presence of such a noble leader, their canine lives held promise. The previous dog-headed man had exploited them for his own transformation, but in comparison to Zhou Yu, it was a stark contrast. Today marked merely the beginning, not the end. Standing tall, Zhou Yu declared, in this wild expanse, if we ground dogs claim the second position, no demon dares to assert the first. At that moment, it seemed a spark ignited in the eyes of all the dogs. Fu Gui, exhilarated, proclaimed loyalty to the dog emperor. While digging continued with fervor, Zhou Yu sat cross-legged, and all the ground dogs lay down. Yet, Zhou Yu's mind wandered elsewhere. What are our strengths as dogs? Our keen sense of smell and swiftness. Thus, during idle times, venture nearby, explore, and uncover the beauty of the world. I do not covet all the spiritual treasures. The one who discovers first shall claim 30%. 60% shall be shared among all, and I shall take but 10%. To this end, I propose the following. First, when you go hunting, form teams of no fewer than 3 and no more than 10. This way, you can look out for one another and deter solitary beasts from daring to approach you. Second, when faced with formidable beasts, if you cannot contend, retreat swiftly with your tails tucked. Why? Simply put, while spiritual treasures are desirable, your lives are paramount. I do not wish to see you perish for the sake of external possessions. Third, if we aspire to grow strong, we must initiate changes from within, clearly distinguishing ourselves from other beast tribes. Thus, from this point forward, we shall refrain from consuming just anyone. If we must feast, let it be upon the wicked. But how do we distinguish the malevolent? It is quite simple. Observe their laughter and their gaze. The smiles of the nefarious differ markedly from those of the virtuous. For instance, when you encounter someone, if a girl exclaims with delight, "Oh, what an adorable dog!" more often than not, such exuberance signifies innocence, devoid of malice. In contrast, the truly malevolent possess a sinister glare, a ghastly smile, praising you outwardly while cursing you inwardly. The fourth point, of utmost significance, is that the dogs behind us must remain vigilant and not succumb to drowsiness. Our demon clan is uniquely endowed, possessing extraordinary abilities to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, thereby refining ourselves and forming a distinct method of demon cultivation. This method is profound and intricately linked to the unique traits of each demon. However, consider the human race. What have they devised? They have created cultivation techniques. With these techniques in place, they do not require our methods and can cultivate anywhere, at any time. Therefore, I plan to impart the first level of the dominance technique to my brothers and sisters shortly, and I hope everyone listens attentively. Do you have confidence? Woof. Do you have confidence? Louder. I cannot hear you. Woof, 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 woof. The mountains tremble, and a myriad of birds take flight. Excellent. Zhou Yu nodded in satisfaction and produced a high-grade spirit stone from his hand. Lastly, let me add that this object in my possession is called a spirit stone. Smell it, and later find a way to procure some for me. You all can absorb its essence as well. Once you have cultivated the technique, I will have Dog Fu Gui teach you how to utilize it. Dog Fugue grasped the spirit stone and began passing it around. It is imperative that everyone remembers the scent of the spirit stone and the sensations it imparts. After completing this task, Zhou You felt a sense of ease. A land dog, clutching a branch, approached the pack. The branch bore several large fragrant pears. Zhou You, filled with joy, plucked one and reclined as a land dog hastily nestled behind him, serving as a cushion. What a delightful moment! ZhouYu crossed his legs, savoring the pear, reflecting that life could be nothing less than this. The excavation work gradually approached its conclusion. The roots of the Millennium Rising Sun grass were remarkably developed and intricate. It took a substantial effort to excavate a pit measuring 5 meters in length and width to extract all the roots. The task was accomplished. Time to return home. Zhou Yu mounted Dog Fugue, and a throng of land dogs descended the mountain in grand procession. The land dog, rewarded by the fox, joyfully trotted at the forefront, its little legs bouncing as if dancing. "Oh, what an adorable dog!" A melodious voice chimed. Under the sunlight, a girl in a green robe cheered. Having never witnessed such charming creatures in motion. "Be cautious, junior sister, that appears to be a land dog," exclaimed a girl in orange, astonished, as she swiftly drew her sword. Soon, figures rushed forth like a dazzling rainbow, gathering the hues of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Yet, all the girls turned pale, for from the mountain descended a torrent of hundreds of land dogs, their momentum formidable and overwhelming. The girl in the purple shirt, her expression drastically altered, positioned herself protectively in front of everyone, fully transforming into the embodiment of a demon monarch. Her gaze fell upon the handsome man astride a dog. What an extraordinary presence he possessed. Furthermore, he exuded not a trace of demonic energy. Only those formidable demon monarchs could achieve such a feat. In that instant, the 7 girls stood frozen in fear, rooted to the spot. Hundreds of earthhounds, accompanied by a demon emperor, rendered escape a futile endeavor. The earthhounds marched forward with heads held high, proceeding in an orderly fashion. The dog king remained silent. Even the most delectable morsels along the way would not tempt them to stray. Such is the essence of discipline. Chapter 59. The onset of conflict. A cacophony of barking and a cloud of dust filled the air. Zhou Yu sat proudly atop the back of a hound, gazing resolutely ahead. At this moment, he harbored an audacious dream, to forge a demon clan entirely of his own design. Imagine, these hounds require little sustenance yet exert considerable effort, scouring the land for spiritual treasures and seeking out veins of spirit stones. What a delightful prospect! In due time, he would achieve fame and fortune, marrying several enchanting wives, a life fulfilled. Nurturing this pack of dogs would surely be a swifter endeavor than cultivating the Zhou family's legacy. In the future, it would be a lineage of dogs birthing more dogs, an endless cycle of life. Within a mere decade or two, he would command thousands of hounds. At that juncture, who would dare to challenge him, even with his singular skill in swordsmanship? Would you dare to oppose him? Lost in this reverie, Zhou Yu paid no heed to the 7 astonished girls. Only when the hounds had dissipated, leaving behind a haze of dust, did the girl in the blue skirt, her lips pale and trembling, utter, "Sister. Sister, are we still alive?" What on earth had they witnessed today? They had merely intended to venture out for a bit of training, only to encounter such a horrifying spectacle, an imposing demon sovereign devoid of any trace of malice. Most alarming was the fact that such occurrences were not recorded anywhere. Prior to their expedition, they had prepared, aware that the mightiest creature in the vicinity was the dog-headed man among the hounds. Although the 7 sisters could not contend with it individually, they possessed a formidable combination formation, sufficient for self-preservation. After all, training was meant to impart a sense of tension and thrill, alongside a hint of life and death crisis. However, they must not truly perish. If they did, their training would transform into a mere delivery service. The girl in the red dress lifted her skirt, revealing her flawless, porcelain-like legs, and pinched herself hard, leaving a bruise. "No, I'm not dead. I'm still alive." The girl in orange paled, realizing the urgency to report to their master that 7th-tier dog-headed man might have ascended to the 9th tier, or even the 10th, or beyond. Such a unique aura, nearly indistinguishable from that of humans, would render it impossible to track once it infiltrated human territory. This was a grave calamity, an impending disaster. The 7 sisters trembled. Fear etched in their eyes, and they turned to flee. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu and his pack of hounds began to divide the sun-soaked grass. There were 365 adult dogs and 88 pups. Zhou Yu only took the most exquisite roots, which tasted akin to white radishes, yet he cared little for flavor. As he could consume demon cores without concern, What did taste matter? As long as he avoided the abstaining pills, any sustenance sufficed. As the spiritual essence entered his body, he felt his bloodline surge, vigor boiling within him. Within the confines of the One-Blade Gorge, the hounds barked exuberantly, engaged in their reproductive endeavors. By midnight, as the hounds settled, Zhou You too found tranquility, suppressing the restlessness within. He had reached the 7th layer of the mortal blood realm. ZhouYu was filled with unparalleled excitement. This was indeed an unexpected delight. He had not anticipated that the medicinal properties of the Shenyang grass would forcibly awaken a remnant of the potency within him, enabling a breakthrough. At this moment, he felt increasingly that his decision to remain in the Yidao Gorge was sagacious, even though it had not initially been his intention. Nevertheless, he praised his own wisdom regarding this choice. In the following days, Zhou Yu summoned Go Fugui and imparted the first layer of the body Inju technique. In his view, this was sufficient for the Earthhound. The intelligence of demonic beasts was notably high, and given that Go Fugui was of the 6th rank, comprehension came easily. A few days later, it seemed that everything began to proceed in an orderly fashion. With a sufficiently ample quantity, one could surely select the exceptional among the ordinary. Go Fugui identified 10 promising candidates among the hounds. Although they were all of the 4th rank, their speed in cultivating the body Inju was remarkably swift. These 10 hounds would receive focused training and a preferential allocation of resources. Go Fugui belonged to the type of hound capable of drawing inferences from one example. He aimed to forge a loyal guard that could be mobilized by the Hound Emperor at any moment. Zhou Yu was exceedingly pleased with this development. Their performance was nothing short of outstanding. Thus began a new chapter of industrious and joyful living for the Earthhound clan, engaging in cooking, hunting, and seeking various spiritual materials, all the while searching for more spirit stones. Zhou Yu himself was fervently cultivating, having glimpsed a hope unseen for a century, and in a remarkably short time, he achieved consecutive breakthroughs of 2 minor realms, an exhilarating sensation indeed. Approximately 10 days later, accompanied by a piercing shriek, the hounds of Yidao Gorge erupted from their dens in fury. Zhou Yu emerged as well, and at the cliff's edge, a group of foxes glared with fury. Go Fugui sprang forth, baring his teeth and roaring, unafraid. Shadow demon foxes? Zhou Yu approached Go Fugui, noting the considerable number, at least 50. Recalling the illusion cast by a fox previously, Zhou Yu furrowed his brow. Fortunately, aside from the leader being of the 6th rank, the rest were merely 4th rank. Humans? The leader of the foxes fixed an unwavering gaze upon Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu nodded, inquiring if there was something amiss. The shadow demon fox bared its teeth, demanding, "What will you say about the matter of killing my consort?" Zhou Yu looked perplexedly at Go Fugui. Go Fugui replied, "Shenyang grass." Zhou Yu understood, survival of the fittest. The strong prevail. Now, you dare to underestimate our Earthhound clan and provoke us? I do hope you can provide a reasonable explanation. The pack of hounds shifted, gradually encircling the group of shadow demon foxes. The foxes howled, nervously adjusting their positions. The hounds growled, eyes fixed with predatory intent. A great battle was on the verge of erupting, the atmosphere charged with tension. The shadow demon fox bellowed, "Where is the Hound King? I wish to speak with him personally. My kin and your Earthhound clan have always maintained a non-aggression stance. Now, daring to kill my consort. Do you not fear the wrath of our ancestors, who would annihilate you?" Go Fugui growled lowly, "This is our esteemed Hound Emperor. His commands are the highest decree of our clan. Should you dare to act recklessly today, I shall rend you apart." The shadowy fox seethed with unrestrained fury, declaring, "I shall certainly report this to my ancestral matriarch and ensure that you pay for your blood debts." Zhou Yu, intrigued, inquired, "Ancestral matriarch?" Go Fugui, in a hushed tone, elucidated, "She is an ancient fox of the clan, over 13 centuries old, residing far from this place." Zhou Yu rubbed his fingers together, contemplating the troublesome nature of this figure, and could not help but fix his gaze upon Go Fugui's eyes. With a flicker of determination, Go Fugui nodded slightly. "Rest assured, our canine clan will provide you with a satisfactory resolution." No sooner had he spoken than he leaped into action, pouncing upon the shadowy fox. In that fleeting moment, as the fox's eyes glimmered, a fierce hound surged forth from the side, clamping its jaws around the fox's neck, instantly tearing through fur and eliciting a spray of blood. In an instant, all the hounds rushed forward, overwhelming the encroaching shadowy fox with relentless ferocity. Chapter 60. On secret techniques. The scene was harrowing. The shadow fox emitted a piercing shriek, struggling with all its might, yet its neck had been torn asunder, blood cascading forth. In other areas, chaos reigned supreme. Dust and mist enveloped the battlefield as a pack of hounds valiantly fought against their foes. In a mere moment, all invading shadow foxes were reduced to mere fragments, their illusions proving utterly futile. After a fierce battle, the Earthhound clan sustained minimal injuries, and there were no fatalities. Dog Fuguei licked the blood from his lips and inquired, "My liege, what shall we do next?" Zhou You understood his implication, referring to the need for vigilance against potential retaliation from the foxes. "As long as I am here, be it an old lady or an old man, any who dare intrude shall find no way back," Zhou You declared with an air of arrogance, unperturbed by the threats. Dog Fuguei gazed up at Zhou You, recognizing that such fearless determination is the hallmark of a true canine sovereign, far bolder than the previous dog king. "It seems I have forgotten something," Zhou You murmured to himself, pondering what it might be. It felt as though the answer lingered in his mind, yet remained elusive. Naturally, these thoughts pertained to the old dog, Xiao Jing and Shou Chen among others. In the ensuing days, the Earthhounds scoured their surroundings in search of spiritual treasures and spirit stone mines. Dog Fuguei, accompanied by his loyal canine retinue, devoted himself wholeheartedly to mastering the first level of the dominance technique. Everything unfolded in an orderly fashion, gradually falling into a harmonious rhythm. Meanwhile, the affairs of the Earthhound clan quietly stirred a commotion far and wide. For the human race, the emergence of an additional demon emperor-level beast among the demon clan was undeniably a cause for alarm. Such monumental events warranted deliberation among the powerful, until a consensus was reached. Discretion was paramount. Within a radius of 300 miles centered around the Knife Gorge, a dog plague had manifested. Solitary demon beasts found themselves increasingly perturbed, regardless of day or night. The mere sight of a pack of hounds would quicken their hearts. Otherwise, whether one was a wolf or a bear, they would surely face a bite. However, this unforeseen plague of dogs had led to a noticeable decline in demon beasts frequenting the city gates. One day, Zhou You summoned Dog Fuguei. Having concluded his training, Dog Fuguei hurried to Zhou Yu's den. "My liege," he addressed him. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled as he inquired, "I have heard that our clan possesses the ability to burrow underground?" This was a matter even Li Wanji was aware of, as it was said that celestial dogs could consume the moon while earthhounds could vanish into the earth. Dog Fuguei hastily replied, "This is a unique skill of our clan, but it requires one to reach the 8th rank to master it." Zhou You pondered, "Can I learn it?" Dog Fuguei was momentarily taken aback. This is a bloodline secret skill, and it cannot be awakened until one reaches a certain threshold. Thus, the vast majority of demon beasts wielded singular methods of attack, relying primarily on brute strength. However, he hesitated to articulate, "But you are human." Zhou Yu was well aware of these facts. Take the shadow fox, for instance. It merely acted swiftly and possessed some illusions. The previous blood shadow wolf king and the yellow weasel were no different. The demon race, inherently swift, possessed formidable physiques and sharp claws, which were their intrinsic advantages. As Zhou Yu fell silent, the dog named Fuguei busily interjected, "However, if the esteemed dog emperor wishes to learn, there are indeed methods available." Zhou Yu, taken aback, inquired, "Really?" Fuguei nodded, explaining, "Our lineage merely relocated here primarily to confront the human race and to recuperate and thrive. 800 miles from here lies the sacred Dog Mountain, within which resides a divine pool. In years past, any clan member who reached the 7th rank was permitted to enter, nourishing their bloodline in preparation for breaking through to the 8th rank. Occasionally, unexpected occurrences would allow some 7th rank members to awaken latent bloodline techniques. Therefore, I believe that if the Dog Emperor were to absorb the essence within, it might enable you to learn." Zhou Yu's astonishment grew. He was unaware of such rare secrets among the demon clan. Fuguei continued, "The bloodline of the Earth Dogs is not particularly formidable, unlike the Dragon, Qilin, or Taodai clans, whose offspring possess bloodline techniques from a young age. We must chart our own unique path." Zhou Yu stood up in excitement. "Do you think I could successfully enter?" Fuguei hesitated slightly. "It may be somewhat difficult. Our branch is akin to a suicide squad. Currently, those resting and propagating in the rear are the strongest of each clan." Fuguei then added, "I do have a notion that may slightly inconvenience you, esteemed Dog Emperor." Zhou Yu urged him to speak quickly. Fuguei explained, "I have lingered at the 6th rank for quite a while, and recently, having consumed the rising sun grass, I sense I am on the verge of breaking through to the 7th rank. If I can achieve this, I will have a legitimate reason to enter the divine pool. At that point, I could enlarge my body several times and then swallow you, esteemed Dog Emperor. Once in the divine pool, you could emerge." Zhou Yu's eyes flickered. Was this fellow actually suggesting he might consume himself? Yet, as the saying goes, one does not doubt a dog that is used, nor use a dog that is doubted. Zhou Yu chuckled. There is no inconvenience at all. Your idea is splendid. It keeps me from facing danger while allowing me to learn the techniques. Excellent, truly excellent. Now, how long do you think it will take for you to break through? Fu Guo replied promptly, no more than 10 years. Zhou Yu's smile faltered. 10 years? How many decades are there in a lifetime? Fu Guo added, with the techniques imparted by the Dog Emperor, perhaps the time could be shortened. Zhou Yu frowned. No? That duration is far too long. Fu Guo lowered his head, feeling ashamed and silent. Zhou Yu gently stroked his chin, suddenly producing 10 high-grade spirit stones, followed by a 6-flavored Emperor Phoenix pill, stating, I shall absorb this and see if it can assist you. Fu Guo quickly retreated. No, I cannot accept such extravagance. I have yet to procure spirit stones for you, esteemed Emperor. Do not be so modest, Zhou Yu replied earnestly. Do you truly wish to remain on the front lines as part of a suicide squad? To alter one's fate, one must be willing to act boldly. Consider this. If you were to attain the might of an emperor or empress of the demons, would our lineage not stand as a paragon for the entire Earth Dog clan? At that point, whether facing humans or other demon clans upon merely contemplating the term canine, 3 words will inevitably materialize in their minds. Your name, Dog Fu Guo. Dog Fu Guo, astonished, lifted his head. What a truly audacious notion. If one is to pursue greatness, let it be as the most formidable among them, Zhou Yu proclaimed with pride. Otherwise, it would be more prudent to lie here and await demise. Dog Fu Guo. I have faith that you are an ambitious and noble dog. As your brother, I shall exert every effort to assist you. With tears glistening in his eyes, Dog Fu Guo exclaimed, Oh, my esteemed canine sovereign, I have never yearned to be a mere female dog to serve you as I do today. Zhou Yu grasped Dog Fu Guo's head, speaking earnestly, Dear Dog Fu Guo, as your brother, my unwavering support shall not be forgotten in the future. Chapter 61. The Hound's Rampage. Zhou Chen, please slow down, Li Wanji implored, wielding a bronze hammer as she traversed the desolate expanse. Zhou Chen's delicate features were taut, her silver teeth clenched in anxiety. My second master has yet to appear, and I fear for his safety. Li Wanji grasped Zhou Chen's arm, cautioning, We are in the wilderness, far from the protective array. Your reckless wandering could lead to peril. I do not care, Zhou Chen retorted fiercely. I must find my second master. Her faith in his abilities was unwavering, yet as time passed, uncertainty gnawed at her, amplifying her distress. Miss Zhou, Xiaojing interjected, blocking their path. When he sent me away, he appeared serene. Zhou Chen and Li Wanji exchanged glances, incredulous. Serene? Xiaojing corrected himself. I apologize, I meant calm. I believe he possesses ample confidence. The old dog chimed in, Indeed, with the prowess of those around him, he is surely safe. For all we know, he might be indulging in fine delicacies somewhere. Those around him? Zhou Chen questioned, perplexed. The old dog cleared his throat. It is nothing. Rest assured, he is undoubtedly unharmed. He suspected that Zhou Chen was unaware of the Guardian's existence. Otherwise, why would she be so anxious? Zhou Chen hesitated, but she cast a glance at Xiaojing. Recalling the terrifying adversary rumored to be a monstrous beast, indistinguishable from a human, Xiaojing admitted, I am merely at the first level of the true profound realm. My perception of danger pales in comparison to his. Even if I were at the 9th level, I would still flee. The old dog nodded in agreement. Affirming the validity of Xiaojing's words, Li Wanji suggested, perhaps we should return to Yu City and await his return in tranquility? They had been wandering outside, battling various ferocious beasts, and had narrowly escaped dire situations. Without the old dog and Xiaojing, their lives might have been forfeit. Li Wanji now felt even more bewildered. Zhou Chen's current demeanor was even less composed than her own, though in possession of an inferior spirit sword. Zhou Chen's overall strength was akin to that of a true fledgling. Zhou Chen bit her lip, yet I still wish to search. Xiaojing and the old dog exchanged a knowing glance before Xiaojing proposed, let us discreetly revisit the location where I parted ways with young Master Zhou. If we find nothing, we shall return to Yi City, shall we? He had refrained from mentioning this earlier, fearing that the formidable beast might still linger in that vicinity. Leading a group there would be akin to offering oneself as prey. However, given the passage of time, it was possible that their adversary had departed. The old dog smiled. That sounds feasible. Although I am not particularly skilled, I can certainly manage a retreat. I shall scout ahead, and you two can follow closely behind. With a glimmer in his eyes, the old dog harbored his own calculations. The initial phase of his strategic maneuvering could not be abruptly halted. This journey would also allow him to ascertain the true state of affairs. If death were truly upon me, I would be liberated from the burdens of marrying and raising daughters. As for these two encumbrances, I would simply part ways with them upon returning to Yeqing. Li Wanji advised, Shouchen, why not heed the words of the elder? Since I have taken you out, it is my genuine hope that you can return safely. Shouchen inhaled deeply, understanding that this might indeed be his final opportunity. Yet, the thought of the nearly helpless second master filled him with sorrow. Without anyone to care for him, he must have gone hungry during this time. Hunger is indeed a palpable reality. Zhou You lay on the ground, quietly observing a porcelain vial before him, containing the elusive fasting elixir. The earthhounds would find wild fruits for Zhou You, but their taste was often sour and difficult to swallow. He was incapable of roasting meat properly, leaving only the scraps for the dogs. The fasting elixir was the only viable option. Should he consume it or not? That was indeed a conundrum. If others knew it was the fasting elixir, that would be one thing. If they did not, they might assume it to be poison. His stomach began to growl, having emptied itself of all previous sustenance. Zhou You tightly shut his eyes, grasping the vial with his right hand. He poured out a single fasting elixir, peeled away the beeswax, pinched his nose with his left hand, and held the elixir to his lips. He hesitated, maintaining his stance. This simply would not do. Zhou You lowered the elixir, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. He had truly had his fill, to the point of retching. He returned the fasting elixir to the vial and opened his eyes, resolute. I refuse to believe that abstaining from this substance could lead to my demise. A hound rushed into the burrow, wagging its tail as it approached Zhou You. He collected the vial, inquiring if there was something amiss. The hound barked loudly towards the outside. Zhou You understood its meaning and rose to exit. As Zhou You stepped outside, hounds from various burrows emerged. He looked up to see a wolf, the size of a calf, perched upon a cliff to his left, its aura radiating strength at the 6th rank. The dog noble was absent, still engrossed in its training. Zhou You placed his left hand upon the sword sheath and bellowed. Which scoundrel dares to spy upon my hound clan? Indeed, it was a human. The wolf leapt down, landing upon a stone before Zhou You. It was the Wolf King. Zhou You acknowledged. What brings you here? The Wolf King replied coldly, your hounds have acted violently more than once. I have come to inquire if this will continue. Zhou You scoffed. You come here to interrogate me? The Wolf King sneered. I have heard that the Hound clan has a new master. A peculiar human in place of the 7th rank Dog King. Seeing you today, it is indeed quite bizarre. Previously, it had lacked the courage to approach. That dog-headed man was exceedingly ruthless, both to his kin and to outsiders. Zhou You stood unfazed. What does it matter to you? The Wolf King's lips curled in suppressed anger. A mere human dares to speak thus. I care not who you are. But you would do well to rein in your subordinates. Zhou You stepped forward, and if I choose not to restrain them, what will you do? A howl echoed in response. The king of the gray wolves raised his head and howled, instantly summoning a formidable array of his kind. In an instant, a cacophony of canines erupted, baring their teeth and growling. Dog King. The Gray Wolf King bellowed. I have tolerated your clan stealing our food. I have even endured your blatant attempts to interbreed with our kind. But you have truly gone too far. Is it necessary for us to be insulted even when merely passing by? What sort of reasoning is this? Zhou You, with an air of arrogance, retorted. When have we, the Demon Clan, ever adhered to reason? Upon hearing this, the Gray Wolf King was filled with righteous fury. Mountain Chicken King, have you heard his audacious words? I told you these wretched pups are utterly unreasonable. On the opposite side, a red-bellied pheasant, roughly the size of an ordinary dog and of the 6th rank, fixed its sharp gaze upon Zhou You. Is this how you wish to proceed, Dog King? Do you seek conflict with such brazen behavior? Chapter 62. Refusing to be defined war? Who are you trying to intimidate? Zhou Yu's anger flared as he confronted the audacity of the intruder in his home. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced a pill of fasting and swallowed it, suppressing his nausea. Observing this, the Wolf King's pupils contracted, revealing a glimmer of apprehension. The human race has unparalleled prowess in alchemy, leaving the demon clans in the dust. Taking medicine before a battle undoubtedly signifies a boost in strength. The Mountain Chicken King also sensed something amiss, a wave of unease washing over him. When has our Earth Dog clan ever shown cowardice? Zhou You scoffed. Do not mistake my respect for you all as weakness. Should a conflict arise, the outcome remains uncertain. With that proclamation, he bellowed, siblings. The pack surged forward, their roars echoing through the canyon. With bared fangs and claws digging into the earth, they braced for battle. The Wolf King's expression shifted drastically, realizing he was surrounded. Dog King, we are of the same kin. What is the meaning of this? Zhou You stepped forward. You arrive uninvited, yet do not offer a greeting? A greeting? The Wolf King gulped, perplexed by the notion. Zhou You retorted coldly. I extend courtesy, Yet you dare to bark at me? Is this what you call reason? The Wolf King instinctively recoiled, sensing his own guilt. With a pointed finger, Zhou Yu declared, "You claim my clan forces a union with yours. Yet is it not for the sake of propagating your lineage? More offspring signify greater combat strength. Our Earth Dog lineage is noble. What does your wolf clan amount to? Your bloodline is inferior, even to the Bloodshadow Wolf clan. Have you overestimated your own worth?" The Wolf King bowed his head, stammering, I did not mean it that way." Zhou Yu scoffed, "Do you truly believe I sit in this position for mere pretense? I could eradicate a 7th-tier dog king. Do you think I cannot handle you? Are you foolish or merely dim-witted?" The Wolf King trembled, unable to utter a single word. "And you?" Zhou Yu turned his attention to the resplendent Mountain Chicken King. "Stop dreaming of becoming a phoenix while pretending to be something you're not." The Mountain Chicken King gasped. Could a chicken truly transform into a phoenix? Zhou Yu scolded, "Look at your lack of ambition. 5,000 years ago, you were kin, sharing bloodlines with them. What of the phoenix? Do they possess more heads or eyes than you? Can you not aspire to surpass them? To replace them?" The Mountain Chicken King lowered his gaze, shame flickering in his eyes. Truly, it was beyond redemption. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "In my lifetime, I detest individuals and beasts lacking ambition. You flaunt your power at the grassroots level, yet if you truly had the capability, why not elevate your skills and become the pinnacle?" The Mountain Chicken King quivered, "But I am just a chicken. And what of chickens?" Zhou Yu retorted sharply. "Who decreed that chickens exist solely to be consumed or sold? Refuse to be defined. Do you understand? Refuse to be defined?" The Mountain Chicken King murmured, a spark igniting in his eyes. "As I gaze upwards, I find myself harboring a dream. In this dream, chickens are not merely commodities for sale. And dogs are not solely guardians of the home. We must strive to embody our true selves, returning to a state of authenticity. Even a chicken should aspire to be an independent being." The Mountain Chicken King, with wings unfurled, kneels upon the ground, tears streaming from its eyes. "Oh, great Dog King. Your profound wisdom is etched in the hearts of the little chickens, never to be forgotten. Reflecting on my existence as a chicken, I realize that my fate has been one of being sold and consumed, relegated to the bottom of the food chain." The Wolf King of the Song, kneeling, beseeches the esteemed Dog King for a chance at redemption. "My kin desires to forge a marital alliance with your lineage, creating a new bloodline." Fearful yet astonished, it trembles at the thought of being devoured in the next moment. "As for me, I am quite straightforward. I, Zhou Yu, release my sword sheath with my left hand. If you show me respect, I shall spare your lives. Yet, recently, the scarcity of food has been quite troubling." The Tsang Wolf King hastens to respond, proclaiming that wherever the Earth Dogs tread, a mere utterance will grant my kin the liberty to feast upon their territory. The Mountain Chicken King adds, "Though I am humble, I have raised a number of humans who tend to my flock, establishing a poultry farm that promises to deliver 50,000 eggs each month to the illustrious Dog King." Zhou Yu smiles, "Very well, I shall call you Little Chicken." Upon uttering this, he feels a pang of awkwardness. Mountain Chicken King, Song Wolf King, you both have performed admirably, and I am quite pleased. As long as you two sincerely repent, I am willing to join forces with you to eradicate the human race. The Tsang Wolf King, invigorated, declares, "O great Dog King, I can almost envision your future, a radiant figure, akin to a war god, becoming the pinnacle of existence." Zhou Yu bursts into laughter. "I have always been at the pinnacle." In that moment, howls of wolves, barks of dogs, and clucks of chickens resound. Zhou Yu inquires, "By the way, do tell me, have there been any unusual occurrences lately?" The Mountain Chicken King flutters down, addressing the great Dog King. "It has been said that the Wanshi Cave, 200 miles to the northeast, is rather tumultuous. The Snake King is known for his cunning and ruthlessness, behaving with arrogance and bravado. Rumor has it that he may seek to expand his territory." The Song Wolf King concurs, stating that in a mere decade, that wretch has inexplicably advanced from a rank of 4 to 7. Zhou Yu ponders, could it be that he has consumed some extraordinary spiritual essence? The Mountain Chicken King responds, specifics are unclear, but his momentum is indeed formidable. The Song Wolf King reflects, it is said that this Snake King has the ability to poison a formidable golden bear nearing the 8th rank. Other beasts have whispered that he may be on the verge of transforming into a dragon. Transforming into a dragon? Zhou Yu is taken aback. There are tales that a great snake becomes a python becomes a large anaconda, an anaconda becomes a coiling dragon, and ultimately, a dragon. Yet, whether this is indeed the case, and what the trajectory of such a transformation entails, remains unknown to Zhou Yu. However, certain titles often remain unchanged. For instance, once the title of Snake King is established, Even if he transforms into a python, he shall not be referred to as Python King. Moreover, such rumors should often be treated as mere references rather than rigid rules. Before Zhou You entered the city, there had already been reports of a fourth-grade demon beast known as the Murky Python. The Murky Python, with its colossal form and exceptional abilities, could never rival the Snake King. It seems that there must be some extraordinary force augmenting its power. As thoughts swirled in Zhou Yu's mind, a desire to seize arose within him. With this notion settled, Zhou Yu chuckled and declared, "As long as I am present, it surely would not dare to trespass. However, it is said that a demon without foresight will inevitably face imminent peril. Since this Snake King proves to be unruly, for the sake of our future peaceful days, it must be dealt with first." Chapter 63. Arrival at the chicken farm. The Mountain Chicken King proved to be quite reliable. On the very day of their return, 3 individuals from its domain were dispatched, bringing with them 5,000 eggs. This was merely the initial offering. As these eggs were unfertilized, they posed no risk of nurturing new life, making them perfectly suitable for consumption. Zhou Yu chose not to rescue these 3 individuals. Firstly, he was the Dog King. And secondly, they did not appear to be in distress. Each was notably rotund, clearly accustomed to a diet rich in eggs. The mountain chickens retained their natural habits, feasting primarily on grains and small insects, which starkly contrasted with the predatory instincts of the wolf and bear clans. On this day, Zhou Yu finally savored a meal, boiled white eggs. While lacking in flavor, they were certainly preferable to the tasteless fasting pills he had previously endured. He consumed a remarkable 15 eggs in one sitting, only to be hindered by the richness of the yolks. Meanwhile, the Wolf King had ventured to investigate the Serpent Cave, a task too significant for the illustrious Dog King. Such an endeavor would be folly. Being a wolf also entailed fulfilling one's purpose. Out of curiosity, the following day, Zhou Yu, accompanied by 5 fourth-tier Earthhounds, journeyed to the territory of the Mountain Chicken King. As for Dog Fugua, he remained engrossed in his training. For Zhou Yu held the matters concerning the divine pool in great regard. The small hill where the Mountain Chicken King resided was alive with the sounds of clucking. Vibrantly colored chickens roamed the slopes, while flamboyant roosters crowed in various breeds, such as the pearl chicken, the recessive black chicken, and the dwarf chicken, flourished. In different areas, humans moved about, scattering grains for feeding, while others gathered eggs from the thickets. One could easily mistake this for a bustling chicken farm. Unaware of the Mountain Chicken King's presence, Zhou Yu was mesmerized, imagining how much Xiaoqin would relish the opportunity to feast on a few. The 5 hounds were equally entranced, drooling at the sight. Upon their arrival, the humans promptly bowed their heads and stepped aside. One must wonder, in the presence of a man among the beasts, what thoughts would arise? Naturally, they would assume he was a fearsome shape-shifting beast king, an alarming prospect. What if they inadvertently caught his eye and became his next meal? Such a fate seemed hardly worth the risk. With a graceful flap of its wings, the Mountain Chicken King descended, elegantly positioning its wings before itself, welcoming the illustrious Dog King. Zhou Yu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. These chickens were truly magnificent. The Mountain Chicken King rose and respectfully explained, "As chickens, we tend to lead more leisurely lives, thus affording us ample time to preen and arrange our feathers, which enhances our beauty." Suddenly, the Mountain Chicken King extended its neck and let out a resounding call. In an instant, a dazzling array of wild chickens surged forth along the mountain path, forming 2 splendid lines on either side. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Zhou Yu nodded in approval, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. At that moment, he realized that being a dog was indeed far more delightful than being human. Consider our esteemed status. Wherever we go, we are met with profound respect. Zhou Yu cleared his throat softly and patted the head of the dog beside him, urging it to temper its enthusiasm and refrain from leaping forward, as such an action could jeopardize relationships and, in severe cases, escalate to matters of race. "Mountain Chicken King, I find you increasingly agreeable," he remarked. The Mountain Chicken King, his eyes gleaming with delight, expressed his gratitude, vowing to work diligently and strive for further achievements. Traversing the vibrant mountain path, they arrived at a clean and tidy chicken coop. Unlike the territory of the ground dogs, the realm of the Mountain Chicken King was maintained by humans, resulting in its pristine condition. Entering a wooden house that was simple yet spacious, they found the main hall adorned with a painting titled Hibiscus Golden Chicken, accompanied by an inscription. "Autumn's vigor defies the frost, crowned and resplendent is the golden chicken. It embodies all 5 virtues, surpassing even the graceful duck." Zhou Yu mused, chickens possess 5 virtues. The one crowned represents culture, the one with spurs signifies martial prowess, The brave confronts the foe, the benevolent call to share food, the vigilant guard the night. The Mountain Chicken King bowed deeply, acknowledging Zhou Yu's praise with trepidation. Zhou Yu laughed heartily. There is no need for such formality. I am merely here to observe. Please, take a seat, Dog King, the Mountain Chicken King invited. Once Zhou Yu was seated, 2 dogs positioned themselves on either side of the entrance, while another 2 stood watch outside, with one lying alert at Zhou Yu's feet. The Mountain Chicken King was indeed an anomaly. Zhou Yu had taken note of this as he ascended. Most chickens were of low rank, with only a few of the 3rd or 4th grades, and he had yet to encounter any of the 5th. After half an hour of exploration, he had seen most of what the place had to offer. Returning to the living room, the Mountain Chicken King spoke respectfully. I beg your pardon, Dog King, for I am unable to prepare a feast from my own kin in my territory. Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. I am not one to be overly indulgent. At these words, the Mountain Chicken King visibly relaxed and let out a triumphant call. Soon, humans approached, bowing as they carried in trays of food, entering one by one, placing the trays down and retreating. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. His heart raced. Braised pork knuckle, twice cooked pork, 8 treasure duck, steamed shad, spicy crayfish, and braised pigtails. The Mountain Chicken King added apologetically, it is not that I presume to know your esteemed tastes, but rather that my territory happens to be home to some humans. I hope you will not take offense at this manner of hospitality. Zhou Yu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Dear chicken, I am exceedingly pleased with your offerings. This is truly a lifesaver. I was prepared to settle for boiled eggs. And who could have anticipated such a grand feast? The Mountain Chicken King replied humbly, if the Dog King is not displeased, then I am entirely satisfied. Zhou Yu, ignoring the chicken's words, began to feast joyfully, devouring the meal with fervor. The Mountain Chicken King watched in bewilderment, questioning whether such dishes could truly be so delectable. To him, they paled in comparison to the crunch of a small insect transformed into a monster. Yet, it seemed the Dog King possessed his own peculiar tastes. Zhou Yu savored every bite, his mouth glistening with grease, pondering what a 100-mile journey mattered in light of this feast. It was all worth it. Every day, they willingly gather for a meal. Once satisfied and well-fed, they beckoned to one another, urging everyone to partake. The 5 dogs exchanged glances and then pounced upon the table, leaving a chaotic scene in their wake. Ultimately, not a drop of tea remained. Soon after, someone entered with swift movements, tidying up the mess and serving tea. Finally, a man entered, bowed slightly, and placed a wooden box on the table before retreating. Zhou Yu was puzzled, wondering what this was. It is a token of respect. The Mountain Chicken King replied, I visited the Dog King yesterday without bringing a gift, so I present this today. Please accept it. Yesterday? That visit was for the purpose of conflict, not for gift-giving. However, everyone present was shrewd, understanding that some matters need not be expressed too explicitly. Zhou Yu reached for the wooden box, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Chapter 64. The celestial dog within the wooden box lay a pristine, white jade ginseng, complete with its roots and whiskers. Though it had been unearthed some time ago, its luster remained exquisite, reminiscent of fine jade. The moment the box was opened, a unique aura surged forth, invigorating the senses and evoking a sensation of complete rejuvenation. Its age, I surmise, exceeds 5 centuries. This remarkable specimen, while perhaps not as ancient as the previous sun-enhancing herb, possesses medicinal properties that are undeniably formidable. In this era, wild specimens are the true treasures. Those cultivated artificially invariably lack a certain essence, even with the aid of spirit-gathering formations to hasten their growth. After all, the age of wild plants is genuine and tangible, gradually undergoing extraordinary transformations as they absorb the essence of heaven and earth and distill the quintessence of sun and moon. The evolution of flora itself is a notably slow process. Joy radiated from Zhou Yu, his spirits soaring. Indeed, interactions between humans and spirits need not be fraught with conflict. They are steeped in the intricacies of human relationships. If one can acquire treasures through conversation and camaraderie, why resort to violence? Having secured the white jade ginseng, Zhou Yu mused that if everyone were as amicable as he, the world would undoubtedly be at peace. Yet, his gaze fell upon the Mountain Chicken King. Surely, there was a matter at hand that required his assistance. The Mountain Chicken King, taken aback, beseeched the Dog King for forgiveness regarding its minor concerns. It lamented the presence of a rogue wild dog that had been lurking, surreptitiously hunting members of its clan, despite being of a higher rank. It found itself unable to contend with the creature's remarkable speed, which had become a source of great vexation. If the Dog King were to provide protection, The clan's egg production would surely increase by 20%. Understanding this, Zhou You nodded. A state of constant anxiety would indeed impact egg production, which, in turn, concerned his own sustenance. The Mountain Chicken King affirmed this truth. Very well, Zhou You declared, stretching and rising. Having eaten and taken his prize, it was time to lend a hand. His nature was always thus. If one respected him, he would be inclined to assist, but if one insulted him, he would draw his sword without hesitation. The Mountain Chicken King, moved by this sentiment, recognized that despite its own strength, it sometimes had to restrain itself. Had it not been for the instigation of the Wolf King the previous day, it would not have dared to trespass upon the territory of the Earth Dog. That would have been akin to a foolish rooster delivering a New Year-esque greeting to dogs, a meal served on a platter. Location? Zhou You inquired. The Mountain Chicken King promptly responded that the wild dog had been lurking nearby, without a fixed abode. Zhou You snapped his fingers, signaling for action. 5 Earth Dogs let out a fierce howl and dashed off in different directions. Zhou You stepped outside, standing atop the hill and scanning the surroundings. Can you fly? The Mountain Chicken King nodded, indicating it could manage short distances. Zhou You softly remarked, then that's settled. When my little brother's located, you shall guide me there. The Mountain Chicken King marveled at the Dog King's prudence, conserving his spiritual energy and avoiding flight whenever possible. This demonstrated the profound depth of the great Dog King's character. Moments later, a resounding woof echoed through the air. Zhou You raised an eyebrow. They had found it. The Mountain Chicken King trembled, its body swelling like a calf, and with a mighty leap, it soared into the sky. Boom! The Mountain Chicken King flapped its wings and ascended rapidly towards the source of the sound. Is this the sensation of flight? Zhou You mused, filled with envy. He even began contemplating whether, in the event he could not learn the art of flying, he might consider raising a chicken instead. These wild chickens, splendid in their beauty and vibrant feathers, could rival even the peacocks. As they burst forth for 10 miles, the Mountain Chicken King swiftly beat its wings. Lord Dog King, prepare for landing. Zhou Yu's eyes shimmered with intensity as he gazed ahead at a thicket. A ground dog was barking loudly, while others were swiftly closing in from different directions, attempting to encircle them. Just as the Mountain Chicken King was about to touch down, Zhou Yu leapt into action. Boom! The ground trembled as the Mountain Chicken King landed safely. Zhou Yu descended smoothly, his gaze sharp and focused ahead. Before him stood a slender, black and white striped dog. Its long legs poised as it abandoned the ground dogs in a bid to flee. It dashed with astonishing speed. Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes, swiftly grasping the hilt of his sword. Bang! The ground before the black and white striped dog was cleaved, revealing a crack. The striped dog retreated quickly, letting out a low growl directed at Zhou Yu. At the same time, 3 more ground dogs appeared, surrounding it. The black and white striped dog backed away, adopting a defensive stance. Unflinching. Being a 5th-tier demon beast, it felt little threat from the surrounding 4th-tier ground dogs, especially since the first dog to find it was evidently injured. It is it. Indeed. The Mountain Chicken King exclaimed, "Be careful, it is incredibly swift." Zhou Yu stepped forward, challenging, "How dare you harm my little brother? What audacity you possess." The striped dog cast a cold glance, bewildered. Since when did the ground dog clan heed a human? Why were they pursuing it so fiercely? With the return of the 5th ground dog, the black and white striped dog's eyes narrowed, revealing a murderous glint. This was peculiar. Could it be that someone dared to raise ground dogs? But as the saying goes, a wise dog avoids needless trouble. It would be best to leave promptly. The Mountain Chicken King grew anxious. It is about to flee. Having clashed multiple times, they were well aware of each other's habits. Zhou Yu spoke slowly, cursing at it. No sooner had his words left his lips than the 5 ground dogs bared their teeth and roared, each insult more vicious than the last. The black and white striped dog, incensed, turned to bark furiously. Yet how could one dog out 5? The striped dog's eyes turned crimson, gasping for breath amidst the curses. Suddenly, it ceased its retreat. Its gaze filled with animosity directed at Zhou Yu, and it lunged forward. The 5 ground dogs, witnessing this, rushed to intercept. However, they were ultimately a tier lower. And with the black and white striped dog's remarkable speed, it reached Zhou Yu in an instant. Thud! The black and white striped dog collapsed to the ground, blood pouring forth. The Mountain Chicken King was elated. The Dog King is formidable. Although it had not seen how the attack unfolded, it was profoundly impressed. One ground dog approached, gently pawing at the head of the black and white striped dog, then turned to Zhou Yu, barking in fear. Zhou Yu was utterly taken aback and involuntarily glanced over. The creature bore black fur adorned with white markings, intricately woven on its forehead to form a peculiar symbol, perhaps a character. Heaven? Zhou Yu's brow quivered slightly. The mountain chicken king scrutinized it closely and exclaimed in astonishment, Tengu, the most elite of all canine demon beasts. The Tengu clan symbolizes absolute authority. No wonder its speed was so astonishing. Even the 6th-tier mountain chicken king found himself at a loss. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the mountain chicken king urged, This is dire. We have provoked the Tengu clan, and it may not end well. My lord, Dog King, I implore you to depart swiftly. This incident has arisen from my clan, and it must be resolved by us. I shall take meticulous care of the body, ensuring that not a whisper of this matter escapes. Chapter 65. The most detestable creature was I manipulated? Reclining upon the backs of 4 earthhounds, Zhou You found his thoughts wandering elsewhere. A lead hound cautiously scouted the surroundings, ever vigilant. The mountain chicken king had lived for a century or two. Having engaged in countless encounters, could it truly fail to recognize the distinct features of the celestial dog clan? No wonder the elders often remarked that a greedy chicken is indeed a true thief. A smirk curled upon Zhou Yu's lips as he chuckled to himself. Utilizing my hand to rid itself of the troublesome celestial dog, and then feigning ignorance while I bear the brunt of the matter. If the celestial dog clan remains oblivious to this affair, it would simply fade away. However, should they genuinely care about this celestial dog, the mountain chicken king would undoubtedly sell me out directly. Or perhaps, this incident could become a leverage against me. How amusing. So, the demon beasts are not merely brutish. They have begun to engage in cunning strategies, have they? Zhou You laughed aloud, finding the situation exceedingly entertaining. To say he was fearful would be an exaggeration. After all, are celestial dogs not just dogs? They are merely stronger, of higher status, and possess purer bloodlines. What of it? If worst comes to worst, he could always retreat to the town domain. Let the old man deal with them. Zhou You turned over, raising his hand to pat the head of a hound, expressing his discomfort at their uneven pace. The 4 hounds howled in unison, striding forward with rhythmic precision. Ah, good dogs. Zhou You reclined once more, gazing at the azure sky and cotton-like clouds, feeling a sense of serene contentment. Woof! The leading earth hound barked fiercely. Zhou You tilted his head, following the direction of the hound's call. Upon a tree by the roadside, several monkeys perched, watching intently and hurling wild fruits at the leading hound. The hound responded with an enraged growl, and the 4 hounds bearing Zhou You could no longer contain themselves, breaking formation and rushing forward in a cacophony of barks. The monkeys chattered incessantly, bombarding them with wild fruits. With a sudden thud, Zhou You found himself unceremoniously dropped into the dust. In the forest, more and more monkeys emerged, brazenly tossing stones and fruits. The 5 earthhounds, incensed, grew restless, their eyes ablaze with fury. Yet alas, the earth-to-sky disparity rendered them powerless. Zhou You, now covered in dirt, rose to his feet, his expression darkening. Monkeys were, without a doubt, the creatures he despised most in this lifetime. Truly infuriating. Before he could finish his thought, a deluge of stones and wild fruits rained down upon him. Zhou You staggered backward, yet still endured countless strikes. The troop of monkeys erupted in raucous laughter, displaying unbridled audacity. Zhou You gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with menace, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. With a thunderous roar, as he drew his sword with earnest intent, a fearsome beam of light cleaved through a vast expanse of treetops. Countless branches and leaves cascaded to the ground, mingling with blood that seeped into the earth. The fortunate surviving monkeys emitted terrified cries, scattering in all directions. Scream! Zhou You bellowed, continue to scream. Why have you fallen silent? The troop of monkeys trembled in the thicket, their faces contorted with fear. It had always been them who bullied humans and demons. Why had the tables turned today? I do not unleash my power frivolously. Do you truly perceive me as a mere dog? Zhou Yu's countenance darkened, his right hand retrieving a half-eaten, rotten fruit from his collar. He inhaled deeply, striving to recalibrate his mindset. He harbored a disdain for anthropomorphic beings, including animals, finding them exceedingly bothersome. As long as they did not provoke him, all was well. However, once they did, his fury would escalate uncontrollably. All of you, begone. Zhou Yu spat, his previously splendid mood utterly ruined by their presence. Do you dare believe I would annihilate your entire clan? The monkeys bowed in submission. Observing this, Zhou Yu snorted coldly. Let us depart. The 5 earth hounds bared their teeth and obediently withdrew. In an instant, the jungle trembled as countless stones and fruits hurtled toward him. To his dismay, excrement was mixed among them. Even more shocking, some creatures defecated on the spot before hurling it his way. With a swift flourish, Zhou Yu drew his sword, a murderous intent igniting in his eyes. In a heartbeat, flickers of sword light intertwined, shredding the jungle and reducing the monkeys to mere fragments. As the onslaught subsided, the 5 earthhounds roared forth, pinning down the monkeys that had narrowly escaped and swiftly severing their windpipes. The hunt had commenced. The earthhounds were ferocious, mercilessly slaughtering the monkeys, who were not particularly formidable and had no time to retreat to the trees. In the blink of an eye, aside from a few that had fled earlier, the ground was strewn with corpses. When the earthhounds went on a rampage, it was indeed a sight to behold. After all, they were 4th-grade demonic beasts. Though their speed was slightly inferior to that of the celestial hounds, they were far beyond what these ground-running monkeys could match. With a thud, an earthhound returned, depositing a corpse at Zhou Yu's feet. He snorted disdainfully, stepping forward to return home. The earthhound strutted proudly, wagging its tail as it followed Zhou Yu. Halt! A commanding voice rang out. Zhou Yu turned to look back. There stood a man and a woman, both striking in appearance, clad in luxurious blue satin garments. What is it? Zhou Yu replied coolly. The woman admonished, how can you, a disgraceful wretch, bear to kill such adorable monkeys? The man chimed in, indeed, indeed. Zhou Yu slowly retorted, begone. The woman was momentarily taken aback, then cried out, brother Yu, he is threatening me. The man drew his sword. Boy, I shall grant you an opportunity to apologize. You can also leave, Zhou Yu responded coldly. The man, taken aback, said, you must not know who I am. Just look at my attire. This is the standard uniform of the Blue Garment sect. Zhou Yu coolly replied, I have not heard of it. The man chuckled, pretending ignorance. Is that so? Our Blue Garment sect will soon break into the top 500 sects of the Kuan Yuan continent. Does your feigned ignorance serve any purpose? I shall say this once more. Apologize to her at once. Zhou Yu scoffed. Why should I apologize? This raucous troop of monkeys irritates me. Their fate is of no concern to you. The woman reprimanded, had you not provoked them, they would not have attacked you. You are at fault in this matter. Moreover, that group of monkeys barely reaches the 2nd grade. What sense of superiority do you seek from them? Clearly, you are a lowly wretch from a mountain village. In a moment, he shall sever his head and witness whether he can still be so audacious. Woof woof. The 5 hounds spread out, fixating their piercing gazes upon the 2 individuals. Ah, rather intimidating, isn't it? The man chuckled, bemused by the sight of someone bringing dogs to this place for the first time. Yet, a sudden unease washed over him. These dogs appeared to be no ordinary hunting hounds. But that individual was clearly of mortal bloodline, wasn't he? Could it be that this person was not of common origin? The woman rebuked, brother Yu, why waste words on him? In his presence, let us dismantle his dogs completely and see if he feels the sting of loss. The 5 hounds, emboldened, bared their fangs and tightened their encirclement. The man's expression darkened, a tempestuous aura swirling about him, coalescing into a blood serpent spirit. Young man, I am of the Blue Robe sect, and surely this trivial dispute does not warrant such extremes? You cherish dogs, she cherishes monkeys. We could certainly coexist with our differences. Yu Yu's cold retort cut through the air. Lacking prowess yet daring to venture this far, it appears you are truly blinded by desire. Let this life be as it is, perhaps in the next you shall awaken to reality. With that, he raised his hand, commanding them to act. Chapter 66, Ascending Peach Mountain. Zhou Yu departed, for he held no fondness for witnessing the gruesome spectacle of monstrous beasts consuming human lives, even if those lives belonged to individuals who had shown him disrespect. Thus, he opted to avert his gaze. To be precise, Zhou Yu harbored no true definition of good and evil within his heart. If one disrespected him, he could simply dismiss it with a smile. Yet, should one persist in their transgressions and provoke his ire, he would not hesitate to eliminate them, deeming them irredeemable. When it came to feelings, he felt nothing at all. Was it merely the act of slaying 2 individuals? Suddenly, Zhou Yu perceived a hint of malevolence and cruelty within himself. Before long, 5 hounds of the earth caught up with him, their maws stained with fresh blood. And though they bore injuries, they were merely superficial, not affecting their bones. Such was the nature of demonic beasts. Injury was an everyday occurrence. One of the hounds bounded past Zhou Yu, rolling in the dust before lying down and wagging its tail, indicating its desire to carry Zhou Yu. Instantly, Zhou Yu's gloomy disposition lifted, and he erupted into laughter. Good dog. But then, a massive boulder, the size of a house, plummeted from above, crashing down upon the hound, burying it beneath the earth. Dust billowed forth, and clods of dirt flew into the air. The remaining 4 hounds swiftly encircled Zhou Yu, bracing themselves for what was to come. Zhou Yu gazed at the colossal stone looming perilously close, his smile frozen, replaced by a chilling, sinister expression. The scent of blood permeated the air, a nauseating stench. Not far away, for golden monkeys, each standing 2 meters tall. Observed with a hint of surprise as the boulder had missed its intended target. These were 4 fifth-tier golden-haired monkeys, with gritted teeth. Zhou You emitted a series of sharp clicks. Unforgivable, completely beyond forgiveness. At the moment he averted his gaze, the 4 monkeys recoiled in terror. What an eerie and menacing stare he possessed. You have truly provoked my wrath. Zhou Yu's voice was icy. The 4 monkeys exchanged glances before swiftly retreating into the distant thicket. Just as the 4 hounds prepared to charge, Zhou Yu barked a command for them to hold back. Obediently, the hounds fell back behind him. Clang! A sound resonated through the air, akin to a blade being unsheathed. The swordsmanship was executed with utmost seriousness. The sword's radiance surged forth like tidal waves, ruthlessly cleaving through the air. 3 of the golden monkeys were instantly bisected, while 1 managed to evade with some swiftness. Losing only a tuft of hair from its crown, the monkey screeched in terror, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it fled. Zhou Yu refrained from pursuing, committing its scent to memory. The hounds bared their teeth, having memorized it entirely. Zhou Yu turned to regard the massive stone, reaching out to touch it, yet ultimately chose to take no action. The hound, being only 4th tier, had met its demise beneath the weight of the boulder. The Demon Slayer order emerged, absorbing the essence of the fallen demon. Zhou Yu, lacking the will to linger, set a cold countenance as he returned to the Blade Gorge with the 4 hounds in tow. The sounds of barking filled the air, a jubilant welcome for the return of their canine king. Dog wealth, Zhou Yu remarked coldly, sensing the disquiet in their master's demeanor. All the hounds obediently settled in place, their eyes fixed upon him with anticipation. Dog wealth hurried forth, Your Majesty the Hound King. Today, our intention was merely to enjoy the day. Zhou Yu's voice remained frosty, yet I have lost a dear companion in the realm of the demon tribe. The occurrence of death is all too common, Dog Fu Gui remarked, urging the Dog Emperor not to take it to heart. For him, such events are merely a part of life. The previous Dog King had only recently passed the 7-day mourning period, which hardly signifies anything significant. Zhou Yu gazed at Dog Fu Gui, expressing his sorrow for the loss of a dear brother. Dog Fu Gui's heart tightened indeed. Zhou Yu's glance swept the surroundings, stating plainly, I am a simple man. You respect me, and I shall protect you, regarding you as brothers. Yet today, unprovoked, I faced a challenge that led to the tragic death of one who regarded and respected me. Let me ask you all, shall we seek vengeance for this? The ground dogs exchanged glances. Zhou Yu bellowed, shall we take revenge? The ground dogs raised their heads and howled in response. Dog Fu Gui solemnly declared, we shall heed the Dog Emperor's command. Those who have slain my brother shall pay with their blood, even if it costs them their lives. His heart stirred with agitation. From birth until now, it was the first time he was truly regarded as a dog, one who was considered a brother. Excellent. Zhou Yu brandished a sand dagger high, calling for an immediate assembly to eradicate all the monkeys. The command reverberated, instructing that only the breeding bitches and some older dogs be spared. An hour later, a total of 200 ground dogs of 3rd rank and above had gathered. Zhou Yu let out a long howl, and the previous 4 guard dogs took the lead, following their noses to locate the lair of the golden silk monkeys. Zhou Yu rode upon Dog Fu Gui's back, commanding with a fierce voice, anyone who obstructs us shall not require reasoning. They shall be killed without hesitation. Dog Fu Gui barked once and closely followed the 4 guard dogs. Dust and smoke filled the air as the pack of dogs raced forward, stirring up a fearsome tempest. All creatures in their path fled in terror, and the birds took to the skies, all ensnared in utter chaos. Such a formation resembled a miniature beast tide. A foraging gray wolf noticed the commotion and hastily fled. In the shadows, solitary demon beasts observed. Even the tiger-type demons dared not act recklessly at that moment, choosing instead to hide in the depths, fearing to become targets for this frenzied pack. At this moment, the ground dogs showcased their unique speed. Dog Emperor, I possess some knowledge about the golden silk monkeys in this region, Dog Fu Gui explained as they sprinted. A century ago, a peak 7th rank golden crown monkey king was born among their ranks. This monkey is inherently arrogant and unruly. Before our demon tribe launched an attack on the human settlements, this group of monkeys was already notorious for their audacity. They frequently infiltrated human villages, stealing infants from their cradles for sustenance. Of course, our demon tribe has also suffered greatly at their hands, unaware of how many infants were devoured by them. Though these creatures generally lack strength, they are agile and, like humans, display remarkable unity. Even the formidable tiger and bear tribes are reluctant to provoke them. Zhou Yu responded coldly, I shall deal with the Monkey King myself. Dog Fugue replied. Indeed, I know the Dog Emperor is powerful and would not concern himself with such trifles. However, these monkeys possess erratic movements and extreme agility. I hope you are prepared. Zhou You grunted in displeasure. The canine noble remarked, in this region, the golden monkeys have long claimed a mountain adorned with peach trees as their territory, which was once part of the realm of humanity. The group you encountered must have ventured out in search of sustenance. After all, their numbers are vast, and given that it is not the season of abundance, they are compelled to forage for food in other areas. Zhou You responded with composure, they shall no longer need to toil for nourishment. The guiding canine slowed its pace, leading towards a peak rising 800 meters, broad yet of average height. As one gazes into the distance, the peach trees intertwine, their roots sprawling in intricate patterns. This land was once a desolate mountain cultivated by humankind, now flourishing with peach trees. Zhou You descended, and the canine noble barked. All the ground canines slowed their pace, following Zhou You in an orderly fashion. Zhou You continued onward, ascending directly. Strike. Chapter 67. The Blood Summoning Technique. A series of agile figures dashed into the peach grove, followed by the piercing cries of the monkeys. Dog Fugue walked closely beside Zhou You, his vigilant eye surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged from the thicket, launching itself toward Zhou You. Dog Fugue reacted swiftly, rising on his hind legs and swatting the assailant away, its head exploding upon impact. Zhou You felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance today, a feeling he despised. It was as if the chaos around him stemmed solely from his own negligence. In life, happiness is paramount, yet there are always certain elements that hinder one's ability to find joy. If I cannot be happy, then let none be happy. The blood summoning technique. Zhou Yu's gaze intensified, causing the very air around him to tremble. Soon, a wisp of blood energy floated from the slain monkey. As he and Dog Fugue advanced, the entire sky above Peach Mountain became suffused with swirling blood energy, all converging toward Zhou You. More and more monkeys appeared. This was their natural habitat, hinting at their vast numbers. Dog Fugue bared his teeth, revealing the terrifying prowess of a peak 6th-grade beast. As he leaped, even the agile and swift monkeys could not approach Zhou You in the slightest. The Demon Slayer order was also dispatched, for it would be wise not to squander such merit points, even if the purpose of the Demon Slayer Bureau remained unclear for now. Peach Mountain descended into complete chaos, battles erupting in every corner. This group of beasts, while collectively powerful in numbers, generally lacked individual strength. Additionally, the loss of 3 5th-grade golden silk monkeys at Zhou Yu's hands was a significant blow to the entire mountain. As a peak 6th-grade beast, Dog Fugue's approach to combat was straightforward and ruthless, biting, clawing, and delivering heavy blows. Simple yet ferocious, pure and violent. They carved a bloody path as they continued on their journey. The monkeys chattered in fear as they leaped to the treetops. Suddenly, a formidable figure descended with a thunderous crash, effortlessly dispatching 2 earth hounds and tossing their carcasses toward Dog Fugue and Zhou You. The connection among the powerful rendered the Golden Crown Monkey King oblivious to all else, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. The Golden Crown Monkey King stood before Zhou You, sporting a crown-like pattern on its forehead, perhaps the origin of its name. Dog Fugue regarded it with apprehension yet maintained his position at Zhou Yu's forefront. Towering nearly 3 meters, the monkey's muscular frame boasted perfect contours, wielding a large blade forged for humans. With a roar filled with fury, the Golden Crown Monkey King challenged Dog Fugue. Unyielding, Dog Fugue responded with a growl of his own. Zhou You squinted. The Golden Crown Monkey King exuded a strength far superior to that of the previous dog-headed creature. However, Zhou You was no longer merely at the 5th level of the mortal blood realm, but had ascended to the 7th level. The Golden Crown Monkey King's skin quivered as it fixed its gaze on Zhou You. A human? When did the Earthhound clan become subservient to humans? The tone was tempestuous, revealing the depths of his despondency. The dog noble growled low, proclaiming, I am the king of my kin. The Golden Crown Monkey King paused, then erupted into uncontrollable laughter, finding it utterly absurd that a proud branch of the canine lineage would acknowledge a human as their sovereign. Are you not afraid that the Dog Emperor will descend with wrath and obliterate you entirely? He surveyed the peculiar assembly before him, deeming it both ludicrous and comical. There were countless branches of this canine species, be it the celestial hounds or the earth dogs. They merely represented a grander race. True strength, true sovereignty resided in those basking in comfort at the rear. Even the Golden Crown Monkey King was merely a member of the vanguard. This delineated the hierarchy of the demon race. The dog noble's eyes flickered, a fleeting shadow of fear crossing his visage. Zhou You spoke slowly. I have heard that you possess audacity. The Golden Crown Monkey King retorted angrily. Is it not you who is audacious today? Zhou Yu's tone was frigid. I am rather displeased today. The Golden Crowned Monkey King spat in disdain. Your displeasure is of no concern to me. He sensed the situation was far more intricate, recognizing that the actions of the Earth Dog clan clearly indicated internal strife, and notably, a significant private conflict. This was in stark contrast to the norms of hunting. Zhou Yu chuckled coldly. No, if I am displeased, you shall all perish. The Golden Crown Monkey King brandished his large blade, stating, though I cannot fathom your connection to the Earth Dog clan, you certainly exhibit some degree of prowess. He was acquainted with the former Dog King, the dog-headed man. The emergence of this scenario could only imply one possibility. This seemingly feeble individual had slain the dog-headed man. Despite his disdain for the dog-headed man, the Golden Crown Monkey King was acutely aware of the slight disparity in their strengths. As the dog-headed man wielded a rare high-grade spiritual weapon, the sand dagger, the Golden Crown Monkey King's gaze shifted, his irritability merely a fade. He was far from foolish and possessed a keen intellect. In but a brief encounter, he had unraveled numerous underlying issues. This individual undoubtedly possessed unique capabilities. Were it poison, ambush, or traps at play, the Earth Dogs would never have acknowledged him as their king. The answer had become clear. This fellow had managed to confront and slay the Dog King directly. A surge of astonishment coursed through the Golden Crown Monkey King, thus. The sand dagger now lay within his grasp. Yet, his heart was increasingly perplexed. How could a mere human of the mundane bloodline slay a 7th-grade Dog King? Was it possible that an aged man, over a century old, had found a fortunate offspring, aided by others? Contemplating this, he discreetly scanned his surroundings. Ensuring no hidden powers lurked nearby, Zhou Yu regarded the Golden Crown Monkey King with a cold gaze, seemingly able to pierce through the latter's thoughts. This fellow possessed considerable intelligence. Was his furious demeanor merely a ruse to deceive himself? This group, not only ferocious, had evidently begun to employ their wits. Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, his right hand silently resting upon the hilt of his sword. To eliminate the Golden Crown Monkey King would likely prove far more complex than the task of vanquishing the dog-headed man. In light of the opponent's formidable strength and swift agility, should a single strike fail to vanquish them, the sand dagger would serve merely to provide a fleeting defense. As for the dog, it could never hope to rival the Golden Crown Monkey King in a direct confrontation. Throughout his journey, Zhou Yu constantly reminded himself of one undeniable truth. He was exceedingly weak. This realization became increasingly pronounced, particularly after enduring a severe reprimand from the man in the white robe. Acknowledging his own inadequacy dictated a need for humility. Zhou Yu believed he had already adopted a sufficiently modest demeanor, associating himself with a dog. Was that not a testament to his discretion? Suddenly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. From beneath Taosan Mountain, hundreds of gray wolves surged forth, their fierce momentum plunging into the brutal melee. Chapter 68. Hasty slaughter. This sudden turn of events nearly compelled Zhou Yu to retreat. However, upon confirming that the Songlong was preying on monkeys, he felt a considerable sense of relief. The Songlong King descended, eyes filled with apprehension, yet feigned ferocity as he glared at the Golden Crown Monkey King. Fear not. Noble canine monarch, Little Wolf has come to your aid. The Golden Crown Monkey King grinned. Good, very good. At that moment, the Songlong King's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing that this was indeed the Golden Crown Monkey King, one capable of annihilating his entire clan. What had prompted such reckless folly? Or perhaps, was it that the mundane life of a wolf needed an audacious gamble? Should he win, he would no longer suffer the Golden Crown Monkey King's tyranny. Should he lose, he would descend into hell, cursing the wretched canine monarch. After all, there was little to lose. The Golden Crown Monkey King tightened his grip on the large blade, the force with which he held it betraying his outward calm. A wisp of blood energy floated through the air, coalescing behind Zhou Yu and entering his being. This phenomenon only intensified the Golden Crown Monkey King's unease. Such a bizarre technique could undoubtedly be attributed to an evil cultivator. He understood all too well that he could not afford to linger. Prolonging this confrontation would surely lead to his demise. The stalemate was shattered when a monkey's head fell between them. Both Dog Fugue and the Songlong King bristled, emitting low growls. The horizontal blade suddenly shattered, startling the Golden Crown Monkey King, who quickly attempted to distance himself to evade the threat. Yet, his chest was already torn open, blood gushing forth. How could this be possible? The Golden Crown Monkey King was astonished, questioning what had just transpired. The blade, though not of high grade, was substantial. Yet it had been severed in an instant? The residual force nearly cleaved him in two. As the Golden Crown Monkey King glanced towards Zhou Yu, He seemed to perceive an ethereal sword light magnifying infinitely, slicing through his very form. Thud! The golden crown monkey king collapsed heavily to the ground, his head rolling down the slope. Both the Zhonglong king and Dog Fugui remained rooted in place, bewildered. What was meant to be an evenly matched battle had turned inexplicably. Zhou Yu's complexion paled slightly, his gaze coldly sweeping over the Zhonglong king and Dog Fugui. The Zhonglong king hastily prostrated, congratulating the canine monarch on his swordsmanship that vanquished the demon. Dog Fugui approached Zhou Yu's side, then lowered himself as well. Zhou Yu adjusted his breathing as he sat down, suddenly realizing a pressing question. Why had he engaged in so much dialogue with the Golden Crown Monkey King? With his capabilities, it was evident that his sword-drawing technique was intended for a surprise attack. After all, they would not defend against it. Their lack of defense implied that his sword-drawing technique could indeed slay them. As Zhou Yu gazed up at the darkening sky, he reaffirmed a troubling truth. His reaction speed was undeniably slow, so slow, in fact, that it bordered on the absurd. The phrase dull-witted aptly described him, as if it had been coined specifically for his plight. The Zhonglong king trembled, secretly relieved. After all, embellishing a tapestry is no match for offering aid in a blizzard. Regardless of whether he needed the charcoal he delivered, it remains a fact that he offered it himself. You are indeed commendable. Zhou Yu finally turned his gaze toward the king of the Song Wolf, expressing, "You honor me, and in return, I shall protect you." The king of the Song Wolf, overwhelmed with gratitude, replied, "This is merely what the young wolf ought to do." Zhou Yu nodded, acknowledging, "I have taken note of your contributions." The king of the Song Wolf let out a series of excited howls. The battle raged on, yet it was evident that chaos had ensued. With the remnants scattering like monkeys fleeing from a fallen tree, a stream of blood surged through the air, entering Zhou Yu's being. Once the slaughter was over, the esteemed Dog Fugui had already dispatched orders to search for the horde of the Golden Crown Monkey King. There exists a notable distinction between the demon and human races. Humans, for the most part, relish the accumulation of wealth, while demons rarely possess such a mindset, consuming whatever treasures they find almost immediately. The case of the Mountain Chicken King is indeed an exception. After all, the finest treasures only truly belong to one once they have been consumed. An entire hour had passed before the hunting concluded. By then, the sky had darkened considerably. Wolves and dogs traversed through the Peach Mountain, transporting the carcasses of the monkeys. To the demon race, this was as ordinary as their daily hunts. The demon race is a vast community. Wolves are demons, dogs are demons, and dragons are also demons. Thus, slaughter has never required justification for them. What is the rationale? Nothing surpasses hunger as a motive. Vendetta? That exists too, but it has never been the primary cause of the demons' killings. Hence, the multitude of monkeys scattered across the mountains were merely sustenance in the eyes of the king of the Song Wolf. It was a matter of survival. Today you consume me, or tomorrow I shall consume you. In this battle, the Song Wolf clan suffered the loss of 10 wolves, a number the king regarded with disdain. The earthly dogs lost 5, a fact that Dog Fugui accepted with indifference. The extermination of the monkeys on Peach Mountain resulted in such minimal losses, which could hardly be deemed a loss at all. It was a resounding profit. Zhou Yu sat beneath a peach tree, a territory originally belonging to humans, which had been usurped by the monkeys. The outcome was simple. Everything had ended up in the bellies of the monkeys. The Song Wolf clan began to transport their rightful food, while the earthly dogs did the same. Zhou Yu found the situation somewhat absurd. Yet it became clear that they truly did not care. It was not merely lip service. Perhaps, what does kinship truly signify to them? They band together, united solely for the sake of more effective hunting. Even the humans, known for their intellect, seldom regard the lives of their kin with concern. Indeed, humans can often inflict harm upon their own kind in ways that are far more terrifying than these demon beasts. How many individuals can remain steadfast, like my esteemed master, guarding the domain for a lifetime? For what purpose do I fight? For what reason shall I draw my sword? Zhou Yu's expression grew more melancholic, pondering, "Master, what sort of conundrum have you left for me? Are you compelling me to make a choice?" He did not comprehend that perhaps, in this world, only a select few truly grasped the essence of life. Meanwhile, he found himself to be rather slow-witted. Zhou Yu picked up the Zhuxia sword and rested it upon his lap. No one had ever laid eyes upon this blade, save for him and his master, Miodali. Those who have beheld this sword have met their demise, as my master has stated. Furthermore, he has expressed a desire that no one should wish to see it. Zhou Yu grasped the scabbard with his left hand and the hilt with his right, yearning to gaze upon the blade, yet ultimately relinquished his hold. One day, he shall comprehend the profound meaning behind his master's words. The Dog Emperor, Dog Fugui, approached. While both the Mountain Chicken King and the Tsang Wolf King referred to Zhou Yu as the Dog King, a title he did not seek to correct. Dog Fugui, however, was aware that Zhou Yu preferred the appellation of Dog Emperor. Zhou Yu turned his head to regard Dog Fugui. Dog Fugui spoke. My subordinate has discovered the hidden chamber of the Golden Crown Monkey King. A hidden chamber? Zhou Yu expressed mild astonishment. Such places were typically constructed only by the human race. Lead the way, he commanded. Chapter 69. The Dragon Egg. The so-called secret chamber is, in fact, a cave. In Zhou Yu's understanding, a secret chamber is filled with various mechanisms, meticulously concealed. The secret chamber of the Golden Crown Monkey King is merely a pit excavated beneath a resting place within the cave. The chamber is not large, measuring about 10 feet on each side. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment, concluding that it resembled a cellar. Go Fugui, lost in thought, kept his head down in silence. The space was quite spacious, allowing for a clear view of everything. However, Zhou Yu soon began to contemplate further. Was this cellar dug by the Golden Crown Monkey King? Or was it the work of the previous human inhabitants? This appeared to be a pertinent question. Furthermore, the cellar was devoid of any accumulated debris and was completely airtight. What purpose did it serve? Zhou Yu began to traverse the walls, as the space was limited, and he quickly circled the chamber. Then, he continued to walk in concentric circles, causing Go Fugui to feel dizzy and ultimately collapse on the ground. At last, Zhou Yu came to a halt and crouched down. As he extended his hand, he discovered a golden hair in his grasp. Go Fugui perked up, sensing a discovery. Zhou Yu glanced sideways, realizing that even the golden snub-nosed monkey shed hair. Go Fugui, with a smirk, expressed his surprise at this revelation. Zhou Yu's expression turned contemplative, and he arrived at a reasonable conclusion. Generally, all creatures with fur shed hair, thus this strand must belong to the Golden Crown Monkey King. Go Fugui lay on the ground, struggling to continue the conversation. Zhou Yu straightened his posture, gripping the hilt of his sword. Subsequently, the stones surrounding the chamber began to crumble. Zhou Yu withdrew his hand, approached one of the walls, and delivered a powerful kick. The wall shattered in response, revealing a passageway behind it. Go Fugui sprang to his feet, swiftly advancing to sniff the air. He detected the scent of the Golden Crown Monkey King. Zhou Yu nodded, indicating that he would lead the way. Go Fugui leaped into the passage, while Zhou Yu followed at a leisurely pace. The passageway was less than 100 meters long, and both man and dog felt as if they had entered the belly of Peach Mountain. Go Fugui cautiously scanned the dark cavern, intrigued by the air of mystery that surrounded them. Could there truly be treasures hidden within? A peculiar aroma wafted through the air. Wine? Zhou Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Go Fugui turned back in surprise. His lineage allowed him to see in the dark, but what he beheld was Zhou Yu's eyes gleaming with a cold light, akin to the glint of a sword. As Zhou Yu stepped down, a soft squelch echoed, and he looked down to find a rotten peach. Continuing forward for another dozen meters, they stumbled upon a pit measuring 3 meters on each side. The scent that filled the air emanated from this very spot. Go Fugui approached to take a closer whiff. Your Majesty, it seems they are brewing wine here? Brewing wine? Zhou Yu crouched beside the pit, his expression growing increasingly grim. This wretched monkey, neglecting important matters to engage in such secretive winemaking? Was it not a sign of madness? Go Fugui sighed. It appeared that they had truly misjudged the situation. Zhou Yu contemplated, pondering whether a 7th-tier beast king engaging in such clandestine winemaking was somewhat unbecoming of its status. Moreover, it is merely the act of brewing. Could one truly fear other monkeys indulging in the drink? Dog Fugui nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the wisdom in the words of the esteemed canine emperor. Furthermore, as the Golden Crown Monkey King, even if the wine were left unattended, no one would dare to partake. Such is the intimidation that the Golden Crown Monkey King exudes. Apart from him, among the monkeys of Peach Mountain, there are only a few 5th-grade demon beasts, while the others possess relatively feeble strength. One must inquire who would possess such audacity. After observing for a while, Zhou Yu instructed, you go and take a look. Ah? Dog Fugui hesitated. While he was aware that this was indeed wine, its appearance still seemed rather unappetizing. Zhou Yu spoke sternly, you are capable of eating, drinking, and relieving yourself in your own dog den. What is there to fear? Finding wisdom in this statement, Dog Fugui promptly leaped into the concoction. Zhou Yu, seizing the opportunity, swiftly retreated to avoid any splashes. The mixture was exceedingly thick and emitted an overwhelming stench. Dog Fugui howled in despair as he fully submerged himself. After a brief moment, he suddenly sprang forth, exclaiming, Your Majesty, there truly is something at the bottom of the pool. Is this a stone? Zhou Yu's gaze fell upon a lump resembling an egg. Dog Fugue eagerly remarked. It felt quite peculiar upon contact. Zhou Yu extended his hand but chose to withdraw, instructing, "You should first bring it out and wash it in a suitable place." Consequently, Dog Fugue carried the stone in his mouth and emerged outside with it. The surroundings remained bustling as Dog Fugue bathed in the mountain stream beneath Peach Mountain, meticulously cleaning the item he had retrieved before presenting it to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu sat upon a large stone by the stream, holding the stone in his hand. Under the moonlight, this stone, nearly the size of an egg, shone like white jade, adorned with interwoven crimson veins. Zhou Yu held the stone up to the moonlight, faintly perceiving a black-red light within, roughly the size of a thumb. Nothing particularly extraordinary appeared. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow, pondering the intentions of the Golden Crown Monkey King. This made no sense at all. Dog Fugue, lying nearby, looked up and observed earnestly, "Your Majesty, why do I get the impression that this resembles an egg?" "An egg?" Zhou Yu chuckled, striking the stone against another nearby rock with a few firm blows. "Is the egg you laid this hard?" Upon inspecting the stone again, it showed no signs of damage. Dog Fugue hesitated, recalling, "It is said that dragon eggs are indeed that hard." Zhou Yu burst into laughter. "Dragons give birth directly, don't they? What gives birth are mammals." Dog Fugue, with utmost seriousness, replied, "If you do not mind, I can elucidate what constitutes a mammal. For instance, it must possess this." After hearing Dog Fugue's explanation, Zhou Yu suddenly felt the stone in his hand becoming somewhat warm. Dog Fugue continued, "Consider the snake. That is a snake egg. The jiaolong also lays eggs, as do turtles. Why is that? It is simply because they do not nurse." Zhou Yu swallowed hard. "Are you being serious?" Dog Fugue, confused, asked, "Is my seriousness in question?" Zhou Yu's hand trembled slightly. Could it be that the Golden Crown Monkey King had infiltrated the dragon clan to pilfer an egg, subsequently concealing it through the art of brewing? Thus, this must undoubtedly be a dragon egg. "Or perhaps not," replied Dog Fugue. Zhou Yu cast a dubious glance at Dog Fugue. In haste, Dog Fugue clarified that it appeared to be an egg that had been inadvertently sealed away. Through the passage of time, it had long lost its vitality and had entirely petrified on the outside. The dark crimson mark at its core should be a single drop of genuine dragon blood. Dragon blood. Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes. This was no trivial matter. It could even be said that this was profoundly serious. Chapter 70. The Cave of 10,000 Serpents. How proud and powerful is the dragon clan? Even the accidental loss of a single dragon egg, which has turned a fossil, is not something that any race is permitted to covet. It is said that a drop of true dragon blood can significantly enhance a worthless bloodline, transforming one into a formidable being. Dragon blood is exceptionally potent, even when completely integrated with the blood of the recipient. It still emanates the unique sin of its lineage in the eyes of the dragon clan. The astute Dog Fugue began to analyze the situation. While I pondered that the Golden Crown Monkey King likely concealed this matter through the art of brewing, fearing that the truth might be revealed. Moreover, it must have been devising ways to break open the dragon egg, ensuring that not a single drop of precious blood would go to waste. A moment's carelessness could lead to a complete disaster, leaving nothing behind. You see, thought aloud. Therefore, this dragon egg is actually something it stumbled upon by chance. Dog Fugue's expression revealed apprehension. Even if it was found, one cannot afford to be careless. After all, the dragon clan does not concern itself with how the egg was obtained. As long as there is a trace of dragon blood in one's veins, a great enmity is bound to arise. Should one choose to absorb it, one might find themselves compelled to tread carefully around the dragon clan. If they were to unleash their wrath, it would indeed be a cataclysmic force that could annihilate the heavens and the earth. Yusi scrutinized the dragon egg, contemplating a particular matter. Dog Fugue nodded, urging him to continue. Yusi slowly articulated, "Given the size of a dragon, does it not seem somewhat inappropriate for it to lay such a small egg? At this size, I would believe it to be the egg of a goose." Without a moment's hesitation, Dog Fugue retorted, "What if it was a case of premature birth?" Yusi regarded Dog Fugue intently. Dog Fugue hastily clarified, "What I mean is, just as among humans there are both tall and short individuals, it stands to reason that the dragon clan would have both large and small members. It cannot be that they are all of the same size, can it? Would you expect a human woman just over a meter tall to give birth to a child the size of a 3- or 4-year-old? Yusi's expression brightened as he looked at Dog Fugue with appreciation. Indeed, that reasoning is quite sound. Yet, there remained an inkling of something amiss that he could not quite articulate. Dog Fugue suggested that, given the nature of a dragon egg, It would be wise to proceed with caution. To offend the dragon clan over a single drop of blood seems rather unwise. Yu Si chuckled lightly. Have you ever encountered a dragon? Dog Fu Gue vigorously shook his head, admitting he had never seen one, only heard tales of their legendary existence. I am but an ordinary earth dog. How could I ever hope to face such exalted beings? Yu Si replied with a smile, so. What are the odds that I might encounter a dragon? Dog Fu Gue suddenly understood, realizing the rarity of such an encounter. To see a dragon is an exceedingly rare occurrence. How many truly have had the fortune to behold one? As he spoke, Dog Fu Gue could not help but marvel at the wisdom of the Dog Emperor. Every word was profound. Indeed, the scarcity of dragons makes the chance of encountering them akin to being struck by a falling star. Yu Si collected the dragon egg and set forth on the journey home. With a mighty leap, Dog Fu Gue soared into the air, letting out a resounding howl to alert the earth dogs who had not yet evacuated to hurry away. Just as dawn began to break, Dog Fu Gue and Yu Si returned to the One-Blade Gorge. When the prosperous dog continues tirelessly to break through, the wandering one retreats to its den to study the dragon egg, contemplating how to cleave it open in order to acquire a single, unblemished drop of blood within. The demise of the Peach Mountain Golden Crown Monkey King has once again stirred the air with a wave of astonishment. At the very least, within a radius of 500 miles, it is undeniably a momentous event. The Golden Crown Monkey King, renowned for his exceptional prowess, has met a fate of annihilation, instilling dread among the creatures of the wild. This is the front line. They were always the vanguard. It is not mere bragging on my part. The Wolf King devours the corpse of the Golden Crown Monkey King, and now he stands in formidable glory, having slain the Monkey King with a single stroke of his sword. The specifics of the encounter he did not witness. Yet, the Wolf King, ever adorned with his sword, must have wielded it with deadly intent. Nearby, a black bear demon displays an expression of shock. Brother, the former Dog King is dead, and I am already astounded. Now, with the Golden Crown Monkey King also perished, I find myself in great unease. The Wolf King grins. You, a peak 6th grade bear demon, fear this. The black bear smiles apologetically. How could I not fear when the Golden Crown Monkey King has fallen? But tell me, Wolf brother, how did you forge this connection? Perhaps you could extend a hand to your brother, lest one day the Dog King suddenly craves bear paws and annihilates my kin? The Wolf King appears troubled. This is quite a tricky matter. The Dog King is notoriously proud and forbids the entrance of outsiders. If I were to recklessly bring you along, it could lead to. The black bear interjects, rest assured, Wolf brother, I am well versed in the etiquette of such matters, and you shall not go unrewarded. The Wolf King waves a paw dismissively. What you say is amusing. What kind of relationship do we share? You have often feasted upon my kin. Have I ever held that against you? The black bear chuckles. Indeed, Wolf brother speaks the truth. I shall reduce my intake in the future and will ensure my kind is informed. The Wolf King chuckles. Since you have spoken thus, it would be ungracious of me to refuse. Let us find an opportunity to converse with the Dog King. He will afford me some measure of respect. The black bear is immediately filled with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. In the depths of the 10,000 Serpent Caverns, a dark and damp realm, dense jungles and marshes abound. Colorful serpents writhe, with enormous pythons coiling around towering trees and smaller snakes slithering among the leaves. A black and red giant python swiftly navigates through the underbrush, entering a cavern. Within, a colossal serpent coils, adorned with diamond-shaped crimson patterns. Its spine marked by a golden line connecting its head and tail, resembling a thread of gold. Its girth rivals that of a water barrel. This is the Serpent King of the 10,000 Serpent Caverns, the golden thread red scale serpent. The giant python lowers its head in a show of humility. The golden thread red scale serpent gradually raises its gaze, its eyes glinting ominously. The black and red giant python speaks in human tongue. The Golden Crown Monkey King, with whom we were to collaborate, has been slain. The golden thread red scale serpent's presence suddenly intensifies, reverberating through the cavern. How did he perish? The black and red giant python hastily replies, according to news from the Wolf Clan, he was killed by the Dog King of the Earth Dog Clan. The Dog King? The golden thread red scale serpent's eyes gleam with murderous intent. That wretch has always been preoccupied with his own breakthroughs. What could have compelled him to strike at the Golden Crown Monkey King? Moreover, even if it possesses that exquisite spiritual artifact, it would find it exceedingly difficult to eliminate the Golden Crown Monkey King. The black-red giant python hastily responded, claiming that the so-called Dog King had perished. Hiss! The golden-threaded red serpent flicked its tongue, its icy gaze brimming with fury. How dare you utter such nonsense? The black-red giant python trembled in fear, revealing that it was a human who had ascended to become the new Dog King and, with a single stroke of his sword, had slain the Golden Crown Monkey King. This tale has spread far and wide, and the Wolf King has since boasted about it, asserting that his current patron is none other than the Dog King. Chapter 71. The Blood of the Ghost. Regardless of the commotion outside, Zhou You, having learned from his past misfortunes, was determined to avoid further harm. Upon returning to the den, he exhibited an enthusiasm far surpassing that which he had shown on the mountain. After contemplating the dragon elixir for a while, he consumed the white jade ginseng directly. The conclusion was that, aside from an overwhelming heat coursing through his body and a significant potency of the medicine, it bore little effect on him. Yet, he did not feel rushed. After all, it took a century for one to reach the 5th level of the mortal blood realm on the mountain, and he had just ascended, already attaining the 7th level. Why should he feel impatient? Next, he turned his attention to the dragon egg. Didn't he strike him as a genuine dragon egg? Zhou You pondered deeply, harboring doubts about whether this dog, Fu Gui, was merely spinning tales. How could it possibly have seen a dragon, let alone a dragon egg? Upon closer examination of the blood-red patterns on the egg, he began to perceive them as a form of seal. Soon, Zhou Yu's imagination began to weave a narrative. Once upon a time, a dragon laid an egg, only to have it stolen. To prevent the egg's aura from attracting the dragon clan, it was sealed and hidden away. Eventually, the dragon perished, unable to reclaim its offspring. After countless years, the Golden Crown Monkey King stumbled upon the petrified and sealed egg. Fearing trouble, it concealed the egg in a pond. This theory was quite plausible, Zhou Yu mused. With everything appearing to align, what was there to wait for? He positioned the dragon egg correctly and stepped aside, gripping the sheath with his left hand and the hilt with his right. Sword drawing technique. The dragon egg quivered slightly, revealing a minute crack in its surface. Zhou Yu swiftly approached, cautiously examining it. Following the fissure, he sensed a chilling aura. This sensation was unsettling, even ethereal. Not dragon blood. Zhou Yu's expression shifted as he immediately sensed something amiss. This chilling aura was unfamiliar to him, distinctive, even sinister. As he pried open the dragon egg, his sword technique emphasized speed and precision, and he deftly sliced through it, creating a tiny opening through which a droplet of blood emerged. If this was not dragon blood, could it be snake blood? Zhou Yu tilted his head, quickly rationalizing. The egg was relatively small. If it were a snake's gallbladder, that would indeed seem reasonable. But who would steal a snake's egg and then apply a seal? Then again, if it was not dragon blood, perhaps that was preferable. This way, he could avoid conflict with the dragon clan altogether. Zhou Yu exhaled a sigh of relief and leaned in for a closer inspection. The blood was dark red and somewhat translucent. As he drew nearer, the droplet swayed in rhythm with his breath. In that fleeting moment of realization, the droplet transformed into a mist, entering his nostrils with an unsettling ease. Zhou Yu gasped, startled. Well then, it seemed he had fully inhaled it. At that moment, a chilling aura surged towards my mind, as if my very consciousness was on the verge of detachment from my body. This sensation was not fleeting. Rather, it lingered incessantly. Zhou Yu's complexion changed abruptly, yet he remained relatively composed. As he activated the dominating heaven technique, his intention was to expel this trace of blood essence, only to discover that it transformed into countless threads, rapidly diffusing throughout his body and mingling with every vein. In the grand scheme of human anatomy, this single drop of blood was utterly insignificant. However, through Zhou Yu's introspective gaze, it appeared to morph into an exceedingly slender blood thread, coursing through his entire vascular system. There was no discomfort. Inherently, Qi was yang and blood was yin, and the properties of blood were fundamentally the same. Something felt amiss. Zhou Yu muttered to himself, pondering where he had encountered this sensation before. After a moment of furrowed contemplation, his brow abruptly twitched. Could this blood be ghostly blood? Zhou Yu's eyes widened as he murmured, when a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost dies, it becomes a specter. When a specter dies, it transforms into a hope. And when hope dies, it becomes love's demise. Ghosts, being devoid of physical form, are merely manifestations of humanity. Thus, for cultivators, ghosts are not inherently terrifying. They even bestowed upon them a unique designation, spiritual bodies. Zhou Yu recalled a passage from an ancient tome, which recounted that during the transition into a specter or hope, if one's cultivation reached a remarkable level, one could condense a drop of blood that did not exist in the realms of heaven and earth. This drop was known as ghostly blood. Ghostly blood is not blood in the traditional sense, yet it bears a striking resemblance to it. Approximately 10 millennia ago, certain malevolent forces constructed grand formations to specifically slay individuals, turning them into ghosts, and then proceeded to cultivate them before slaying them once more in hopes of acquiring ghostly blood. Eventually, these forces were vanquished. Could it be that they truly succeeded? Was this drop of ghostly blood a remnant from that era? Zhou You furrowed his brow, engaging in speculation. Subsequently, Zhou You rolled up his sleeves and activated the dominating heaven technique once more. In an instant, spiritual energy surged forth, and the blood essence was stirred. Veins bulged ominously, dark as night. This is it. I'm done for, Zhou You mused, marveling at the sheer terror of it all. Yet, his body exhibited no discomfort. Rather, he felt invigorated by the fusion of blood essence and spiritual energy. After all, Qi is the commander of blood, and blood is the mother of Qi. Zhou You reclined on the ground, propping his legs up nonchalantly, unperturbed by this unknown entity. After all, death is an inevitable part of human existence. Whether one perishes in 500 years or 5,000, the distinction seems negligible. Contemplating this, he casually plucked a blade of grass, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Ghostly blood was beyond his comprehension. Those who understood ghostly blood were undoubtedly not of reputable character. Ghosts embody Yin, and blood embodies Yin as well. Therefore, ghostly blood represents an ultimate void of Yin blood. Once it merges with one's being, the prospect of extraction becomes futile. As it pertains to Yin blood, one must seek a balance between Yin and Yang. Zhou Yu's eyes darted about, amused by the thought that merely consuming more aphrodisiacs would replenish his vigor and essence, leaving him unperturbed by the trifling matter of ghostly blood. It was utterly laughable. As his thoughts settled, Zhou Yu burst into laughter. He inquired, who would still dare to claim their own dullness? In an instant, he had unraveled this conundrum. Zhou Yu groped for the eggshell, vowing to remember that while words may be spoken carelessly, one must never indulge indiscriminately in food. With this resolution, he called out loudly, Dog Fuguei. I desire eggs, 100 of them. He needed to instill some sense into himself. Dog Fuguei stepped inside, followed closely by the Zonglong King and a towering black bear. Standing 3 meters tall, the Zonglong King swiftly approached, paying homage to the Dog King. Chapter 72. The Clue of the Spirit Stone Mine. Zhou Yu sat up, casting aside the eggshell. The black bear bowed deeply, paying homage to the Dog King. Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes, contemplating the offer of a bear's paw. The black bear shivered involuntarily, fully aware that the Dog King had his sights set on his claws. The Wolf King hurriedly stepped forward, addressing the Dog King. Your Majesty, we have come to request that you speak to them, urging them to refrain from disturbing the nearby bear clan. The bear clan is exceptionally formidable. Even among the third-tier demon beasts, the Earth Hounds would require at least 3 to collaborate for a successful hunt. However, their drawback lies in their insufficient numbers. Zhou Yu was taken aback, glancing at the Wolf King. When did this fellow become so familiar? Before he even had the chance to inquire about the details, the Wolf King seemed to take charge. Noticing Zhou Yu's silence, the Wolf King approached his side, resting his left forepaw on Zhou Yu's shoulder. Your Majesty, given our camaraderie, this should not be too difficult, should it? The black bear sighed inwardly. Indeed, the relationship between the Wolf King and the Dog King is quite strong. The Wolf King looked at the black bear with a sense of pride, as if to say, did I not tell you the truth? Zhou Yu smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes as he regarded the Wolf King. The Wolf King met his gaze, trembling slightly, and awkwardly withdrew his paw. With a swift motion, Zhou Yu sent the Wolf King flying with a slap, crashing against the wall. The Wolf King lay on the ground, horrified and trembling. Your Majesty, spare my life. Zhou Yu spoke slowly. If this happens again, I shall not hesitate to end you. Dog Fuguei displayed a contemptuous smile. Recognizing that the Wolf King had overestimated his standing with the Dog Emperor, merely preserving his life would be a fortunate outcome. When the Wolf King brought the black bear, Dog Fuguei had already surmised the situation. Thus, he straightforwardly presented them before the Dog Emperor. Moreover, Dog Fuguei was well aware that the Wolf King had been boasting lately of a profound bond with the Dog Emperor, declaring them as blood brothers. He even proclaimed that any word he uttered would warrant respect from the Dog King. The black bear also lay prostrate on the ground, wary of speaking. Zhou Yu's gaze fell upon the black bear. In times of food scarcity, our demon clan tends to view one another as sustenance, even when food is abundant. Such tendencies persist. The black bear replied in a low voice, indeed. Zhou Yu remarked nonchalantly, even a bear like you does not occupy the lowest tier of the food chain. Why seek me out? The black bear trembled as he responded, cultivating is arduous. I wish to avoid falling into the Dog King's trap. Zhou Yu nodded, appreciating the honesty. In fact, prior to your audience with me, you were not even on my menu. The black bear looked up, momentarily dumbfounded. What does this imply? Had he inadvertently presented himself on a platter? The Wolf King felt a surge of alarm. Was the Dog King truly intent on devouring the Bear King? He silently prayed, if he consumes the Bear King, he cannot also feast upon me. The black bear hastily interjected, Your Majesty, I possess crucial information to share. Zhou Yu responded with mild interest. Oh, pray, enlighten me. The black bear eagerly continued. 500 miles to the southeast lies a spirit stone mine left by the human race. A spirit stone mine? Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. While the Earth Dog had been on a relentless quest, yet yielded no success. The black bear nodded vigorously, affirming the truth. Currently, a formidable 8-ranked lion-tiger beast had claimed dominion over the area. Zhou Yu, perplexed, inquired about this lion-tiger beast. Was it a lion or a tiger? The Dog of Wealth interjected with an explanation, recounting a tale of an unexpected encounter between a lion and a tiger one spring day, leading to an unusual union. Thus, the lion-tiger beast was born, though its numbers were exceedingly scarce. After all, to the tiger clan, lions were merely prey. This creature possessed the agility of a tiger and the strength of a lion, making it quite fearsome. Zhou Yu pondered. Did it not inherit any other traits from the lion? The Dog of Wealth hesitated, suggesting perhaps it inherited the lion's visage, yet this remained a subject of debate. The lion-tiger beast, being a hybrid, often exhibited a savage and bloodthirsty temperament. The Black Bear King, though powerful, knew that venturing too close to the lion-tiger beast's territory would likely spell doom. In a moment of desperation, the black bear exclaimed, I speak only the truth. Those who lie are raised by humans. The Wolf King murmured, My lord, the lion-tiger beast is solitary. It dwells only in its own realm. Zhou Yu nodded thoughtfully. A solitary beast had no companions, and even if it were to be slain, it would stir little trouble. However, facing an 8-ranked foe was precarious. A failed ambush could lead to a final farewell to this world. Zhou Yu's gaze fell upon the Dog of Wealth. If this fellow could ascend to the 7th rank, he could venture into the expansive territories of the Earth Dog clan, potentially augmenting his own strength. After all, the allure of spiritual stone mines was hard to resist. Yet, his cultivation had already consumed over 100 high-grade spiritual stones. The pursuit of cultivation was inherently a path of extravagance. Whether one could achieve greatness remained uncertain, but undoubtedly wealth would be swiftly depleted. A smile blossomed on Zhou Yu's face. As an independent beast, there was little to fear. When the time comes, are you two willing to accompany me? The Black Bear and the Wolf King responded in unison. We would risk life and limb without hesitation. Excellent. I am pleased with your resolve, Zhou Yu replied, leaning back with a smile. What is your name? The Black Bear hastily responded, reporting to you, My lord, I am Winnie the Pooh. In my youth, my mother was hunted by humans, and I was raised by a dog. He contemplated this might forge a closer bond, for after all, he was addressing the Dog King. Zhou Yu nodded. Winnie, is it? I shall remember. Winnie the Bear quickly affirmed, Whenever you require anything, my lord, I shall comply without question. Zhou Yu chuckled. Wealthy dog. The Dog of Wealth stepped forward. I am here, my subordinate. Let us host a feast for these two. Zhou Yu smiled. And do not forget to uphold proper etiquette. The Dog of Wealth promptly led them out of the dog den. Winnie the Bear, still trembling, glanced back nervously and whispered, Hey, did you not say the Dog King was human? He certainly does not smell like one. The King of Wolves gazed with an expression of perplexity, uncertain why the aura of Lord Dog King had undeniably altered. While the overall essence remained somewhat similar to before, there was an unmistakable chill within it. A sinister and malevolent undertone that starkly contrasted with the prior gentleness. Dog Fuguei cast a glance at them, but refrained from any rebuttal. Contemplating the severed dragon egg, Dog Fuguei found himself engulfed in doubt. Could it be that his analysis was flawed? Was there not dragon blood within? If it were indeed dragon blood, then the esteemed Dog Emperor should exhibit a hint of draconic bloodline suppression. Could he have truly erred? Chapter 73. The 7th rank canine nobility once again. 2 tranquil days have passed. Thanks to the eggs provided by the Mountain Chicken King, there is no concern regarding sustenance in this regard. However, consuming too many boiled eggs can be quite discomforting. Boiled eggs are, without a doubt, the most accessible food for longevity and maintaining youthful appearance. Their regular consumption can indeed delay the aging process. Thus, for this very reason, Zhou Yu continues to indulge in them. Boom. The valley trembled. A powerful aura was undergoing a transformation, gradually intensifying. Sensing the disturbance, Zhou Yu stepped out of the dog hole, directing his gaze toward the nearest one. That was the dwelling of the canine nobility. It seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough, with low growls emanating from within the dog hole. The other Earth canines, perceiving the commotion, gathered nearby, their eyes glimmering with hope. Every species must understand a fundamental truth. The greater the number of strong individuals among one's kin, the more secure one's own life becomes. This is a form of assurance, an essential guarantee that cannot be provided by outsiders. No matter how amiable a fox may be toward a chicken, the latter should never be overly trusting. One misstep, and the fox might very well turn the chicken into soup. This process lasted for an extended period. By dusk, the aura began to subside. Has it succeeded? Leaning against the wall, Zhou Yu observed quietly, feeling that his elixirs had not gone to waste. After all, when one ventures out, having more dogs means more paths. Boom. The air surged as the canine nobility stepped forth, exuding a formidable presence. A 7th-rank beast. Under this overwhelming pressure, the Earth canines tucked their tails tightly. This is the weight that strength imparts. Whether among humans or beasts, power often manifests in stark hierarchies. Take this valley, for instance. It previously housed a 7th-rank Earth canine and a 6th-rank one, while the others were predominantly 4th or 3rd rank. Gratitude to the canine emperor. The canine nobility bowed its head, fully aware of the source of its newfound strength. Zhou Yu regarded the canine nobility for a time before suggesting, "Perhaps you should revert to your previous form." He sincerely found it unappealing. This included the former canine-headed visage. Even though it could stand upright like a human, its body remained that of a dog, and its head was still canine. At best, it merely resembled a person. The canine nobility shook its body, bones shifting, and soon reverted to its prior appearance, colossal like a half-water buffalo. Its eyes bore an intense gaze, exuding authority. Zhou Yu averted his gaze, relieved that his greatest concern did not materialize. Despite the canine nobility's elevation, it remained a beast by nature. Beasts are inherently bloodthirsty. If one sought to usurp power, a challenge would be issued directly. Yet, from the canine nobility, Zhou Yu sensed no hostility. This indicated that it harbored no malicious intent, nor would it ambush him. The plan may commence. Zhou Yu pondered. The canine nobility settled beside him, wagging its tail and lying down, ready to accompany the canine emperor at any moment. Why wait for a propitious day when tomorrow will suffice? Zhou Yu reflected. The canine nobility mused, "Isn't that still waiting for a propitious day? I see no urgency." Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled as he traversed towards the dominion of the formidable Earth canines. His identity held significance here, yet should he venture forth and be exposed, his fate would be sealed. The illustrious Earth canine clan would never acknowledge him as the canine king of humanity. Therefore, he knew he must contemplate this matter with utmost seriousness. While Dogfu Gue may be trustworthy, any unforeseen circumstance could render it utterly powerless. A well-crafted plan was essential, one that would allow for an escape route. He could not afford to find himself in a predicament where he had not mastered the art of Earth evasion, only to be packaged and delivered as sustenance. Though these 6th-tier and above beastly entities were hailed as kings, in reality, they merely represented the leaders of their respective branches, akin to the heads of human clans. It is crucial to understand that within the realm of beasts, only those of the 9th tier are deemed true formidable entities. In other words, should a great beast reside in that locale, even his swordsmanship would be of no avail. The beast clan had indeed grown overwhelmingly powerful in recent years, completely suppressing humanity. Zhou Yu sighed inwardly, feeling helpless with no better recourse. His thoughts drifted to the Blood Shadow Wolf King in West Zhu City. Were its proclamations indeed accurate? In the recently conquered territories, humanity was barred from entering the city, a stipulation of the accord between the beast and human clans. If those words held any truth, then the timing of the next beastly offensive would not be far off. He turned to Dogfu Gue and inquired, "Do we, as beasts, receive specific commands before each assault on humanity, or do we adhere to a predetermined schedule?" Dogfu Gue replied, "We receive specific commands at designated times. For our small region, the last command was issued by the great beast of the Blood Shadow Wolf clan." Zhou Yu was taken aback. "There exists a great beast among the Blood Shadow Wolves?" Dogfu Gue explained, "It is evident. Many communal beast clans are overseen by great beasts. Although the individual strength of these communal beasts may not rival that of solitary ones, their sheer numbers provide a significant advantage when attacking and depleting human forces. Otherwise, even an 8th-tier bear beast would have limited efficacy. Because the Blood Shadow Wolves spearheaded the last assault, all inhabitants of that city became their prey. If all goes according to plan, it shall be our Earth Canine clan that leads the next charge, and the conquered city will become our bounty to relish. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow, realizing that had he been more perceptive, he would have posed this question to Dog Fu Gue much earlier. And in terms of timing? He asked. Dog Fu Gue responded, approximately 7 months. Zhou Yu fell silent. Dog Fu Gue hesitated. Your Majesty, I have something I am uncertain about how to express. Zhou Yu smiled. Speak freely. Dog Fu Gue continued. I know you are of the human race, and the beasts in this region are aware of your identity as well. However, given the current fragility of humanity, scattered and disunited, will you ever return to your kind? Zhou Yu fell silent once more, gazing silently at the heavens. Dog Fu Gue softly remarked, the internal strife among humans is far more severe than that within our beast clans. The predation within the beast realm ultimately occurs between different species. The term beast clan is merely a collective designation. The Dog of Wealth continued. Should you wish to remain within the demon clan for eternity, all you need to do is strive valiantly in battle. Your status will ascend steadily within the entire demon realm, and at that juncture, you may indulge in whatever delights you desire, along with possessing absolute rights of procreation. Much like the dragon lineage, who reigns supreme. As long as the dragon clan is willing, any race, be it the tortoise clan, tiger clan, or phoenix lineage, possesses these unparalleled rights. This is the reason behind the saying the dragon begets 9 sons, privileges that are undoubtedly absent among your human kin. Zhou Yu chuckled lightly. What will you do if I decide to depart in the future? The Dog of Wealth bowed his head. For eternity, I shall regard you as my sovereign. And I would rather perish by your hand than offer any resistance. Chapter 74. The Golden Silk Red Python King. Good dog, Zhou Yu murmured to himself. He was certain he would depart soon. Once this matter was resolved, he intended to leave, for he still had a home to return to. He understood that as long as the old dog and Xiao Jing were present, Shou Qin would remain safe. Yet, he felt it was time for him to go back. Dog Fu Gue did not pursue the matter further, for the lineage of the Earth Dog clan was not to be underestimated. It possessed considerable intelligence. It was aware of the course of action the esteemed Dog King would likely choose. Before I leave, I will help you eliminate the nearby threats, Shou Yu said, patting Dog Fu Gue on the head. Rest assured. Dog Fu Gue remained silent. Zhou Yu smiled. Don't be like that. Who knows? I might find myself unable to survive among the human race and return. Dog Fu Gue replied solemnly. I shall assist you in slaying the lion tiger beast and seizing the spirit stone mine. It had resolved to act steadfastly, believing that only spirit stones could repay Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu laughed heartily. Very well, but you must always remember not to perish too easily. Who knows? One day you might surpass all the celestial dogs. Dog Fu Gue snapped his fingers, its expression filled with pride. With the current momentum, it felt that such a possibility was not beyond reach, for it was no longer an ordinary earth dog but one that practiced cultivation. Woof, woof, woof. An earth dog raced frantically above the knife canyon, while others scampered back in a state of panic. Zhou Yu and Dog Fu Gue were taken aback. As Zhou Yu descended onto Dog Fu Gue, it leapt up, landing above the knife canyon. In other regions, birds fled in terror into the dim sky, while other beasts dashed about wildly, seemingly caught in chaos. In the distance, a foul wind arose, and a sense of foreboding grew within Zhou Yu. A white wild boar, the size of a small mountain, fled desperately, only to be ensnared by a colossal shadow that emerged, emitting a shrill cry as it opened its massive jaws to swallow it whole. The 10,000 Serpent Cave. Dog Fu Gue exclaimed in astonishment, then held to the sky. The knife canyon trembled, and all earth dogs surged forth, bracing themselves. The 10,000 Serpent Cave? Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled as he dismounted from Dog Fu Gue. He had not heard this name frequently. The last mention was by the Mountain Chicken King. The ground shook as an enormous black and red python, over 100 meters long, slithered swiftly, with serpents densely packed in the vicinity. Zhou Yu felt ill at ease. His aversion to monkeys was simple, but perhaps only creatures like pythons could evoke such discomfort within him. These slimy beings always made him feel uneasy, as if every pore of his body expressed disdain upon sighting them. Dog Fu Gue landed on a patch of open ground, roaring forward. Its voice echoed like thunder, startling the massive snakes into slowing their advance. The threat posed by Dog Fu Gue was no less significant than that of the golden silk red python. The pack of dogs emitted low, rumbling growls as they paced back and forth. No one wished to provoke the Serpent Clan. The Serpent Clan is an extensive and formidable group, known for their penchant for lurking in the shadows, many of which possess lethal venom. Provoking the serpent clan is akin to inciting a multitude of skilled assassins. A colossal black and red python coiled itself, raising its head, its cold eyes fixated ahead. This was a 6th-tier giant python, exhibiting immense power. Even a creature as formidable as the dog noble would meet its demise if ensnared by its coils. Nearby, a silver giant snake undulated, stationed on another side. Subsequently, a serpentine mass writhed behind, from which a nearly 150-meter-long golden-threaded red snake was brought forth to the forefront. The apex of the 7th tier, the golden-threaded red serpent king. The prominent golden thread along its back was particularly striking. The dog noble bared its teeth. "What are you planning, golden-threaded red serpent king?" The golden-threaded red serpent king raised its head slightly, casting a glance at the dog noble before shifting its gaze to Zhou You. Upon learning that the Earth Dog clan had a new king, and notably one from the human race, the king had come to investigate. The dog noble's eyes gleamed with intensity. Was this merely a visit? The serpentine horde numbered no less than 30,000. Such a vast multitude could not simply be for a casual observation. Even if they initially claimed to target the golden-threaded red serpent king, it was merely a fade. The golden-threaded red serpent king regarded the situation with curiosity, surprised that the Earth Dog clan had produced a 7th-tier beast. This was indeed peculiar. In the realm of cultivation, the beast clans did not possess an inherent advantage over the human race. As one progressed, breakthroughs became increasingly arduous. Could it be that this king was unable to endure such a sight? The golden-threaded red serpent king let out a disdainful laugh. The serpents moved in unison, unknowingly enclosing an expansive area. Zhou You surveyed the golden-threaded red serpent king, noting the 2 prominent fleshy protrusions atop its triangular head, a hallmark of its transformation into a dragon. The dog noble barked again, instructing all Earth dogs to prepare for battle. Even in the face of the golden-threaded red serpent king, it remained relatively composed. However, this confrontation would likely spell disaster for the Earth Dog clan. The disparity in tier was trivial. The significant difference in numbers was the true concern. Zhou You approached the dog noble, providing it with a sense of reassurance. "You are indeed an unusual human," remarked the golden-threaded red serpent king, slowly raising its head to scrutinize Zhou You from a position of superiority. A human had ascended to the throne in the territory of the Earth Dog clan, a rather unconventional act in the annals of beastkind history. Zhou You chuckled. "What are you afraid of?" The serpent king's vertically slit eyes glimmered with a chilling menace. "Afraid? Me?" Zhou You nodded. "I can sense your apprehension. You are indeed fearful." The golden-threaded red serpent king scoffed. "Am I to fear because I vanquished the golden crown monkey king?" Zhou You replied. "Does this matter instill in you a sense of threat? Do you believe I would strike against you preemptively?" The serpent king flicked its forked tongue, appearing somewhat agitated. In this region, a human had claimed kingship and even slain the dog king and the golden crown monkey king. For this reason alone, the golden-threaded red serpent king found it increasingly difficult to remain at ease. This matter is indeed exceedingly peculiar, to the point of being almost bizarre. It is difficult to assert that this is not an intentional act by the human race to undermine the strength of the demon front lines. Silence is tantamount to acquiescence. With his right hand firmly grasping the hilt of his sword, Zhou You declared, "I shall challenge you according to the laws of the demon race. If I prevail, I shall be crowned the Serpent King." The golden silk red snake king was taken aback, finally comprehending how this individual had managed to ascend to the position of Dog King. Winning openly and honorably would compel the beasts of that tribe to adhere to the rules, refraining from attacking him post-duel. Alas, this stratagem, the cunning human. This ploy is ineffective against me. The golden silk red snake king grinned maliciously. "Let us strike together and eradicate them." Zhou Yu's eyes blazed with intensity as he tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Deep within, he understood that even the slightest lapse in vigilance could result in his demise, leaving him with scarcely a whole corpse. With all his might. A super serious, continuous sword-drawing technique. Chapter 75. The radiant warrior, the terrifying sword energy surged forth like a celestial killing blade at dawn. The black-red giant python and the silver giant python were instantaneously cleaved into hundreds of segments by the relentless sword aura. The golden silk red python king trembled violently. The moment it comprehended how Zhou You ascended to the position of the Dog King, it had already devoted itself entirely to self-preservation. Yet, despite this, its body was riddled with countless wounds, each gash nearly severing it completely. At this moment, within a 100-meter radius before Zhou You, the lower-tier snakes met a gruesome end. Snake blood pooled and flowed, staining the earth. The golden light emanating from the back of the golden silk red python king surged mightily. a beam of golden radiance darting towards Zhou You with great speed. Zhou You took a step back, transforming the sandy dagger into a shield to block the oncoming attack. Boom! The shield shattered, reverting back into the sandy dagger. Blood gushed from the mouth of the golden silk red python king, confirming that Zhou You indeed possessed the capability to slay a 7th-tier beast. Thankfully, I was not deceived by your facade. Zhou You retreated a short distance, as the golden light scattered around him, releasing a pungent and nauseating stench. That beam of golden light harbored a terrifying toxin. Dog Emperor. Dog Fugue was anxious, poised to charge forward. Do not approach. Zhou Yu's face turned pale. You cannot withstand its poison. The golden silk red python king laughed heartily. Have you finally realized? I am not like those impulsive demon tribes. I shall merely wait for your toxin to take effect, and then I will consume you. The serpentine horde encircled him like a tidal wave, surging forth with ferocity. Eliminate those serpents. Zhou Yu advanced slowly. Dog Fugue hesitated for a moment, then rapidly enlarged his form, leaping to crush a cluster of small snakes, before sinking his teeth into the neck of a giant python, tearing it apart. The golden silk red python king shuddered, racked with pain. The sword had left dozens of deep gashes on its body, even while it had been fully on guard. Its maw opened wide again, spewing forth another beam of golden light. Before it could approach, it was cleaved apart. What swiftness! The golden silk red python king's eyes flickered. Although it could not see clearly, it sensed the movement of Zhou Yu's right hand in that instant. That was the action of drawing a sword. Zhou Yu halted his steps, simultaneously invoking the myriad forms blood-summoning technique. A vast sea of blood energy surged forth, racing towards him. The golden silk red python king was taken aback, unleashing a torrent of transparent venom, enveloping Zhou Yu like a downpour. Zhou Yu neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the venom to envelop him. In an instant, his robes were corroded into tatters. The venom trickled down his cheek, even seeping into his eyes. Fear filled the eyes of the golden silk red python king. It had great confidence in its snake venom. Even the previous 7th-tier dog-headed man would struggle to resist after merely a few drops. But what on earth is this individual? Is this truly human? You dare call this a person? It didn't even bother to shield its body with spirit energy. Zhou Yu slowly unfastened the evil-slaying sword, gripping it firmly before him. Have you heard of the Jade Emperor Celestial Toad? The immense form of the golden silk red snake king glided slowly, its tail coiling in preparation. What does it signify? Its inner elixir. Zhou Yu spoke softly. I have consumed it for an entire month. My master stated that its inner elixir is specifically designed to counter beings like you who rely solely on venom. Once your poison loses its efficacy, your threat diminishes by 90%. It seems his words were indeed prophetic. Of course, its inner elixir is repugnant. Each time I ingest it, I suffer from diarrhea, even when nothing emerges. The golden silk red snake king's gaze was piercing, its colossal body whipping like a long whip, producing a terrifying sound as it sliced through the air. In that moment, all its might coursed through its massive form, concentrating in its tail. This strike was cataclysmic. Even a small mountain would be obliterated into dust. It refused to believe that a mere human could withstand such an onslaught. With utmost seriousness, Zhou Yu drew his sword. In that fleeting instant, the golden silk red snake king finally caught sight of the blade. The exposed blade, less than half an inch, shimmered with an eerie crimson light. This supernatural light possessed the power to ensnare the soul. Merely gazing upon it felt as if one's very essence were shattering. The serpent's tail lashed through the air, conjuring a fierce tempest. Then, as if tearing through fabric, the tail split apart, and a wound rapidly expanded, stretching like a torn piece of cloth. This gash continued to grow, extending further until it reached the neck of the golden silk red snake king. At the moment its head struck the ground, it seemed to awaken to its dire predicament. Zhou Yu, sword in hand, stood quietly, declaring, those who have gazed upon this sword have perished. You shall be no exception. Its countenance was ashen, devoid of any trace of color. The golden silk red snake king struggled to lift its head, but its body had become entirely unresponsive. Gazing at the sleek figure before it, it found the situation somewhat ludicrous, but even more absurd was its own state. The venom it once took pride in, along with its innate toxic essence, was met with utter indifference by its adversary. Completely futile. Were it to confront any other human, a single spray of its venom would claim the lives of hundreds, if not thousands. A nemesis? The eyes of the golden silk red snake king gradually dulled. It could not fathom the reason behind it all. After a brief respite, Zhou Yu produced a porcelain vial and consumed a vitality elixir. Then proceeded to extract 3 demon cores, swallowing them one by one. The surrounding serpent horde surged forward, but before they could approach, they fell lifeless to the ground. The golden silk red snake king's potent venom was far beyond what these creatures could endure. Over yonder, the earth dogs fought valiantly, yet more than 20 had perished, their bodies decaying. Zhou You took a deep breath and forcibly absorbed a piece of high-quality spirit stone, rudely replenishing his internal energy. The super serious sword drawing technique was exceedingly draining. Even he could only execute it once. This final attempt merely consisted of the super serious sword drawing technique. As his internal energy was restored through this crude method, he paid no mind to whether his meridians would suffer damage, striding forward unabashedly. As he plunged into the throngs of serpents, even the weaker members of the snake clan could not withstand even a fleeting moment, succumbing to the toxic miasma emanating from his being. Soon, Zhou You realized that this technique was indeed remarkably effective, rendering even the swordsmanship unnecessary. However, he remained cautious to avoid the earth hounds, lest he inadvertently poison them as well. The universal blood-drawing technique continued to be executed. Although the majority of the snake clan was feeble, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. When the quantity reached a certain threshold, the volume of demonic beast essence he could absorb became significantly vast. Dark clouds swirled, and the crescent moon emerged, casting a faint glow upon the earth. The Earthhound clan, invigorated, fought valiantly against their foes. In that moment, they beheld their bare-bottomed canine king as if he were a deity of war descending upon them. Chapter 76. I am quite delicious. The serpents scattered, fleeing in all directions. A foul stench permeated the air, the metallic tang of blood lingering ominously. Yet, the Earthhounds grew ever more ferocious in their assault. As long as they were not bitten too many times by the venomous snakes, they remained largely unharmed. In fact, utilizing the corpses of the snakes could enhance their resistance to toxins. Among them, Dogfu Gui exhibited the most ferocity. Though it had only recently ascended to the 7th rank of demon beasts, its abilities had undergone a profound transformation, bounding with strength and vigor. It pursued the giant pythons through the air, its claws capable of effortlessly rending the flesh of 5th-rank demon beasts. Wandering through the fray, it plunged into the serpentine horde, employing the venom upon its body to dispatch the snakes. This tactic showcased remarkable intelligence, although its attire was entirely corroded and appeared somewhat indecent. Who cared about clothing in such a desolate wilderness? Had T1 noticed that everyone else was also without garments? If fur could be deemed the attire of demon beasts, then each person bore their own form of fur. This behavior, in the eyes of the Earthhounds, was immensely encouraging. To them, the only distinction between humans and demon beasts was that humans wore clothing. If their lord, the Dog King, forsook his garments, did that not render him identical to them? Thus, barriers between them dissolved. The moon appeared tainted with a sanguine hue, surrounded by the carcasses of serpents. By midnight, the number of escaping serpents dwindled to less than half. The Earthhound clan suffered considerable losses, with a total of 53 hounds perishing. Coupled with the battle at Peach Mountain, the overall number of Earthhounds in the One Blade Gorge had decreased by a significant 10% within just a few days. Howl! The pack of hounds serenaded the moon, their spirits soaring. Beneath their paws lay a sea of corpses. Those who offend our clan shall perish. Zhou You raised his right hand, brandishing a sandy dagger, his voice ringing out in a fierce roar, accompanied by the frenzied barking of the hounds. In the shadows beneath the moonlight, a woman lay in wait at a distance, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the battlefield ahead. Since the dire news from One Blade Gorge had reached her, particularly from Yi City, it had struck them like a death knell. With the vivid accounts of the Rainbow's 7 sisters amplifying their concern, it became evident that this matter was of grave significance. Ultimately, after a consensus was reached, she took the perilous journey to observe One Blade Gorge. Little did she expect to encounter the formidable army of the 10,000 Serpent Cave upon her arrival. She had anticipated the annihilation of the Earthhound clan, yet the outcome was astonishing. The words of the Rainbow 7 sisters rang true. The woman stifled her shock. The individual before her exuded an unfathomable power, potentially a demon emperor. An indelible impression formed in her mind. Which true human would dare to pursue the serpents in such a state of undress? It was undeniably indecorous. Yet, the individual remained unfazed, showing no concern that his younger brother might be bitten by a snake. What did this signify? It indicated that only demon beasts were indifferent to such matters. Were they human, at the very least, they would cover themselves with one hand while wielding a sword with the other. Moonlight cascaded over the figure, revealing a tall and upright posture with muscles harmoniously defined. The woman swallowed hard. Her task was to observe and fully comprehend the condition of the opposing party. Only through such diligence could they better arrange for reinforcements at the entrances and exits of Yeqing when the next demon assault occurred. Otherwise, if their defenses were breached, they would have to establish a line of defense at the 15th or even the 14th ring. The only regret was that under the moonlight, she could only discern the general outline of the person's face, unable to see the specific features clearly. Such was a pity. She quietly retreated. The canine race possessed keen senses, yet the battlefield was saturated with overwhelming scents. Once the cleanup commenced, her presence would surely be detected. Thus, she had to withdraw swiftly. Exiting the thicket, she stepped onto the path. Taking a deep breath, she felt it was time to flee. But then she pondered, should she not take one last glance? After all, such a well-proportioned figure was a rarity to behold. Even if others were shameless, she still valued her dignity. She hesitated. But ultimately the instinct for self-preservation urged her to quicken her pace. However, she had not gone far when she spotted a figure standing before her. Ah, was she hallucinating? The woman chuckled at her own absurdity, questioning when she had become this way. It was indeed unbecoming. Hey, the man spoke, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. The woman froze, her expression shifting dramatically. This was no illusion. Unable to resist, she scrutinized him closely. Indeed, it was that very physique. This was the new Dog King. How could a mere dog provoke such unrest and disquiet in her heart? Zhou You narrowed his eyes, assessing her. She appeared youthful, possessing a cherubic face and large eyes, her stature modest yet curvaceous. From the very beginning, you have been lurking nearby, he remarked nonchalantly. Are you my enemy, or that of the old man? Given the shadows he had encountered previously, he remained vigilant regarding any nearby observers. The woman blushed furiously. I merely passed through, she stammered. Oh, quite polite. I appreciate courteous individuals, Zhou You replied, loosening his grip and embedding his sword into the earth. He then produced a set of clothing from his belongings. Do not wear that, the woman exclaimed urgently. Zhou You paused. Why not? The snake venom, she quickly explained. Zhou You glanced at the clothing in his hand, realizing his oversight as it began to sizzle and corrode upon contact. He discarded the garment, leaving only one set in his storage ring. Name? She-man age? 18. 25. Gender? Female, I suppose. Faction? By woman. Address? By Wagyu, number 28. Earth character courtyard. She-man swallowed hard, gazing at the man before her. He was striking. She had never seen a man unclothed like this before, truly a sight to behold. Zhou You mused thoughtfully. I have noted your name. Should anything go awry at Blade Canyon, you shall be the first I hold accountable. She-man hesitated. Are you not going to consume me? Zhou You raised an eyebrow. Why would I wish to devour you? She-man replied, aren't demonic beasts fond of feasting on humans? Besides, I am quite fragrant and so youthful. Zhou You felt perplexed, pondering the absurdity of her statements. He took a couple of steps back, intending to find a place to cleanse the lingering venom from his body. She-man swiftly followed, suggesting, how about you just take a few bites? I assure you, I am quite delectable. She rolled up her sleeves, her fair skin shimmering alluringly under the moonlight. Zhou Yu's expression shifted slightly, his tone grave. Do not approach me. Otherwise, I shall take your life. She-man pressed on, and after you have slain me, will you then consume me? Zhou Yu turned and strode away with determination. She-man, anxious, called out, Hey, do not leave me. I am not afraid of pain. Chapter 77. The Stingy Wanderer. To cleanse oneself of venom, one must adhere to a specific sequence of actions. First, find a dusty spot and rub against it. Then, locate a puddle for the initial wash, followed by a stream for a thorough cleansing. Otherwise, the toxins mingled with the water could wreak havoc on all the fish inhabiting a vast lake. Such an act is decidedly unkind to the environment. Zhou Yu, a man of refinement, held this principle in high regard. Once he confirmed that the venom had been washed away, he reclined comfortably upon the pebbles in the stream, allowing the water to cascade over him. The hazy moonlight and gently flowing water enveloped him. After the battle, he felt a sense of fatigue. After all, he often wrestled with feelings of inadequacy due to his limited prowess. How splendid it would be to learn an additional technique or two. Zhou Yu gazed quietly at the crescent moon, his thoughts wandering toward his future. He pondered whether the divine pool of the Dog clan could bestow upon him the art of earth evasion. If he could indeed master such a skill, he would possess an additional means of self-preservation. As it stood, aside from using his sand dagger for a few blocks, he had no defensive capabilities whatsoever. Furthermore, his speed relied solely on his legs, devoid of any technique. His musings shifted, and he found himself cursing once more. That miserly old man. If swordplay could indeed vanquish foes, wouldn't it be a simple matter for him to impart a technique or two? If he truly did so, wouldn't Zhou You be able to stride confidently? Let alone striding, who would dare to challenge him on the ground? His irritation deepened as he continued to dwell on it. Young Master Zhou, a somewhat familiar voice called from the riverbank. Zhou You sprang upright, instinctively gripping the exorcising sword in the flowing water. A figure emerged from the shadows, exclaiming in delight, "It's really you. I thought I was mistaken." Xiao Jing. Zhou You replied, somewhat astonished, rising from the water. Xiao Jing's expression suddenly shifted, her face flushing as she turned away, letting out a sharp cry. "You're not dressed. What nonsense. I'm covered in snake venom. I'm here to cleanse myself." Zhou You approached her, asking, "How did you find me?" I heard that a shape-shifting demon sovereign had appeared at Blade Gorge. I thought about that day and figured they must have been mistaken. It should have been you." Xiao Jing hurriedly explained. "Moreover, Zhou Chun has been insistent on finding you. I thought I'd scout ahead and then encountered Qi Man. During our conversation, she mentioned that the Dog King was heading this way, so I came." Zhou You responded with an "oh," realizing that Qi Man from the 100 Flowers sect was known to her. "You recognize her?" he inquired. Xiao Jing nodded. "Yes. I knew her before the fall of West Decision City." "Your current behavior is rather impolite," Zhou You said, settling on a stone before her. Upon seeing him, Xiao Jing quickly turned away again. "At least you could put on some clothes." Zhou You replied, "I only have this one outfit. If I wear it now, and it gets wet, it would be uncomfortable. Not to mention, you're a grown man, yet you're acting so timid. Have you never bathed with a man? Never shared a bed with one?" Xiao Jing once again turned her back to Zhou You, responding with a simple no. "How peculiar." Zhou You shook his head, indifferent to such trivialities. "Is my little Qin doing well?" Xiao Jing nodded, reassured by the presence of the old dog. There were no concerns. "Our methods differ significantly. While you venture deep into the territory of the demon clan, we merely seek to survive and earn merit. Our strategy is one of steady progress. Who would recklessly roam about like you, Zhou? Isn't that a classic path to self-destruction? As long as all is well." Zhou nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Xiao Jing proposed, "Shall we return together?" "Not at the moment," Zhou replied, shaking his head. "I have matters to attend to. Once they're resolved, I will come to Yeching to meet you." The matters he referred to were related to the divine pool of the Earthhound clan. Besides that, there was the Spirit Stone Mine. If all went smoothly, securing the remaining Spirit Stone Mine would greatly benefit the Zhou family in the future. Even if he couldn't take the stones himself, he could allow Gofu Gue and his companions to take command and guard it. After all, Gofu Gue was now a 7th-ranked demon beast, more than capable of maintaining order in this region. Xiao Jing looked at Zhou You in surprise, then quickly averted her gaze, asking if she could assist. "No need. I have my own help." Zhou You thought of the Song Wolf King, the Black Bear King, Gofu Gue, and the Mountain Chicken King. Xiao Jing's thoughts drifted to the mysterious guardian, who had yet to make an appearance. Zhou You set the Zhuxie sword aside and inquired, "Did you bring any spare clothes?" Xiao Jing responded with a startled "What?" Zhou You sighed in exasperation. How could someone so young be so hard of hearing? "I asked if you have any extra clothes. I only have one set, and I doubt it will suffice." Xiao Jing shook her head. No. Zhou You furrowed his brow, rising abruptly to grasp Xiao Jing's shoulders and reach for her bag. Xiao Jing gasped in alarm, insisting, "I truly don't have the clothes you seek." Zhou You glared. "I've already felt the clothes. How can you claim there aren't any? Why are you so stingy? I'll return them when I get back." Xiao Jing clutched her bag tightly, insisting, "I truly don't. I'm not lying." Zhou released her, nodding thoughtfully as he understood. Xiao Jing trembled. "What have you understood?" "You wandering cultivators," Zhou You shook his head with a sigh. "Each of you is so shrewd and exceedingly stingy. You and that old dog are not so different." Xiao Jing once again averted her gaze, falling silent. Zhou was aware that wandering cultivators were often impoverished, but he hadn't anticipated their stinginess. "Fine. I want to press the matter." Zhou You began to put on his undergarments, trousers, shirt, and outer garments before Xiao Jing. His disdain for wandering cultivators grew. They truly were miserly. Hadn't he saved the old dog's life, regardless of the circumstances? Once dressed, he tied his hair back and concluded his preparations. Zhou fastened the Zhuxie sword at his waist and said, "You may return first. Just inform Xiaoqin." Xiao Jing's complexion shifted between red and pale, feeling more mortified than ever before. "Hello, when will you return?" Zhou You paused, contemplating carefully. "It will likely take around 7 to 8 days, but certainly no more than 10. Xiao Jing found herself momentarily stunned. Such an estimate lacked precision. Suddenly, a low growl resonated, and the dog, Fortune, appeared, eyeing Xiao Jing warily. Zhou You nonchalantly kicked Fortune into the stream for a bath before continuing on his way. Xiao Jing felt as though her breath was nearly stifled. Another 7th grade canine? Moreover, it appeared to be remarkably obedient. How was this achieved? Fortune splashed joyfully in the water, while Zhou You moved onward, bidding farewell. Chapter 78, Dog God Mountain. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Leaf City remained, as always, the safest refuge, provided that no monstrous beast besieged it. Within a dilapidated courtyard, Xiao Jing hastily entered, having not paused for a moment during his journey. Zhou Qin sprang to his feet, inquiring, Xiao Jing, do you have news of my second master? Yes, Xiao Jing replied, his countenance slightly pallid, a testament to his arduous travels. He is well and unharmed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qin exhaled a sigh of relief. That is splendid news. Old Dog, perplexed, asked, where did you find him? Xiao Jing offered a brief explanation. Li Wanji chuckled. If he has the leisure to bathe, it surely indicates he is fine. However, Old Dog's expression darkened. So you saw him? Lowering his gaze, Xiao Jing stammered. I saw him. Old Dog's teeth ground together audibly. That wretched scoundrel. Li Wanji and Zhou Chun exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Old Dog's agitation. Taking a deep breath, Old Dog's smile turned sinister. Very well, I shall wait until I have a daughter, then deceive you of all your riches and poison you. The convoluted strategy continued unabated. Do not presume I have relinquished my plans. Xiao Jing shifted the topic, asserting that he was currently thriving, protected by a 7th grade earth dog at his side. Li Wanji expressed surprise. Could it be that the Rainbow's 7 sisters have mistaken him for someone else? Old Dog scoffed, clearly. They must have mistaken him for the demon emperor. Zhou Qin, unfazed by such conjectures, pressed, did my second master mention when he shall return? Xiao Jing replied earnestly. He mentioned it would take 3 to 8 days, but no more than 10. At these words, a profound silence enveloped the trio. 3 days or 5 days? This is hardly informative, they mused. Old Dog huffed, implying that it could be as little as 3 days or as much as 10. Rest assured, Miss Zhou, he shall come to no harm. Zhou Qin could not suppress a smile. By the way, has he lost weight? Lost weight. Xiao Jing's grimy face flushed suddenly, as if he had not noticed. Seeing this, Zhou Qin felt a pang of sympathy. His second master had dedicated his life to cultivation, living in near self-sufficiency. Surely enduring hunger in the wild. It truly was a hardship for him. Zhou Qin resolved to refine his culinary skills further to honor his second master's sacrifices for the Zhou family. At the chicken farm, the domain of the Mountain Chicken King, Zhou You savored a delectable oil-braised pork knuckle, while Dog Fugue lay nearby. The Mountain Chicken King lay on the other side, paralyzed by fear. Heavens, what is the meaning of this? Not only is there the unfathomably powerful Dog King, but now a 7th grade earth dog has also appeared. Are we to allow these insignificant little demons to survive nearby? Dog Fugue's gaze flickered, occasionally darting toward the Mountain Chicken King. The Mountain Chicken King struggled to maintain composure. Utterly terrified. With the monkeys of Peach Mountain and the Serpent Cave eradicated, there was no one within a 500-mile radius capable of challenging the Dog King. A canine sovereign, accompanied by a 7th grade earth dog, could undoubtedly stride with audacity. In this lifetime, one must not forsake the delights of exquisite cuisine. Zhou You set down the bone and exhaled deeply. As another entered, they placed a bowl of steamed egg custard before retreating. Zhou You, with his left hand, lifted the custard and with his right, wielded a spoon, savoring each bite. What say you, Mountain Chicken King, regarding the lion-tiger beast? Tremulously inquired the Mountain Chicken King. My Lord Dog King, that lion-tiger beast belongs to a different species altogether. It is rumored that there exists an 8th grade. As for me, I am merely of the 6th grade, and the weakest among them. Thus, we are not of the same caliber. Dog Fugue's lips curled as he gradually rose, fixing his gaze upon the Mountain Chicken King, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Instinctively, the Mountain Chicken King recoiled, but a clever scheme brewed within him. Zhou You nodded, urging him to proceed. The Mountain Chicken King trembled as he spoke. On the western side of this mountain grows a certain poisonous herb. The extracted juice from this herb is indistinguishable from regular vegetable juice. Should one ingest it in excess, even the lion-tiger beast would find itself paralyzed and unable to move for at least 3 to 5 breaths. Hence, I devised a plan to prepare the poison in advance and arrange for 10 chickens to hold the juice in their mouths. When the lion-tiger beast consumes them, it too shall absorb the poison. Zhou You erupted in laughter. Fugue, see, the Mountain Chicken King is indeed quite astute. Dog Fugue bared his teeth. He deceived you into slaying the celestial dog. Just for this, he has already paved his path to demise. Zhou Yu continued to relish his custard, Mountain Chicken King. You will handle this matter proficiently, will you not? The Mountain Chicken King hastily assured, I will manage it with utmost diligence. Zhou Yu set down the empty bowl, took a damp cloth to wipe his hands, and said, Fuguei and I have matters to attend to. I hope that upon my return, you will have completed all preparations. Otherwise, you will come to understand the terrifying acuity of the Earth Dog clan's senses. The Mountain Chicken King stood resolute, vowing to exert every effort and never flee. Dog Fuguei coldly remarked, some matters are best kept buried within you, unless you no longer wish to live. The affairs of the Celestial Dog clan are significant. They represent the pinnacle, the mightiest existence of the canine lineage. Recklessly provoking such entities is evidently unwise. The Mountain Chicken King nodded earnestly. Yes, yes. I shall not dare to speak carelessly. Zhou Yu stepped into the sunlight, departing with Dog Fuguei. His destination was the so-called Canine God Mountain, one of the sacred sites of the Earth Dog clan. The Mountain Chicken King sighed inwardly, resigned to his fate. Fortunately, he recognized his value. Without his presence, how many fewer eggs would the Earth Dog clan have to supply in this vast poultry farm? Indeed, both the life of a chicken and that of a human require proving one's worth. Zhou Yu perched upon Dog Fuguei's back, soaring into the skies through the eyes of the Mountain Chicken King. The 7th-grade Dog Fuguei was certainly capable of flight, sustaining it for an hour. As they glided through the air, Zhou Yu marveled in admiration. He could set aside all other aspirations, flying undoubtedly ranked at the pinnacle of his desires. At this altitude, not only can one behold the grandeur of the mountains, but one can also inhale the essence of true freedom. The flight of the canine, akin to that of humans, resonates with the celestial realm through an intrinsic power, enabling it to soar through the skies. Unlike the mountain rooster kings, it possesses a distinct nature. Soaring high amidst the clouds and mist, a voice calls out, look ahead. Dog Fortune reminds, there lies the Dog God Mountain. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yu gazes into the distance, where, amidst the swirling mists, a towering canine silhouette emerges. As he approaches closer, the vision becomes clear. It reveals a majestic mountain, piercing the clouds, resembling a terrestrial hound seated upon the earth, gazing toward the vast heavens. Chapter 79, Execution of the Plan. The undulating mountains, shrouded in mist, present a breathtaking panorama. A solitary dog ascends into the heavens, appearing remarkably unique. The eyes of the noble canine, Go Fuguei, glimmer with a radiant light. For this is the sacred ground of the canine clan. Yet, such a place exists in 2 other locations as well. Zhou Yu sits atop the majestic Go Fuguei, keenly observing the surroundings. This mountainous region had existed long before the territories fell into disarray, serving as the revered Dog God Mountain for the canine clan. In the aftermath of the rise of monstrous threats, it is said that all calamities originated from the demonic wasteland. Gradually, the remnants of humanity here have been reduced to mere sustenance for the beasts. Naturally, areas once belonging to the realm of demonic beasts have transformed into sanctuaries for their worship. My Lord Dog Emperor, Go Fuguei whispers, soon we shall find a place to land. I will enlarge my form to the utmost and carry you within my maw. Zhou Yu's gaze flickers, surely. There is no need for verbal communication? Wouldn't speaking betray their intentions? Go Fuguei responds, generally speaking, if it were not for your presence, I would not converse in human tongue even with the likes of the Tsang Wolf King. We primarily communicate through our essence and body language. For instance, the position of my tail, whether it is raised or lowered, to the left or right, or even swaying back and forth, serves as our means of expression. This method is refreshingly straightforward and lacks the complexity of human vocabulary. In fact, all that I have articulated could simply be conveyed with a few gestures: 3 sways to the left, 3 to the right, a twist of the neck, and a wiggle of the rear, which would clearly convey my meaning. Zhou Yu reflects, indeed, every species possesses its own unique mode of expression. Curiously, he inquires, what is the purpose of your sniffing around? Go Fuguei explains, it is to discern the species of others and ascertain their mating status. It is akin to the basic behaviors of humanity. For instance, how would you act when in a state of arousal? Zhou Yu ponders, perhaps a visit to a brothel? Although I have never been. Go Fuguei is taken aback. Do you not have other inclinations? Zhou Yu glances at his right hand. Indeed. But I have never acted upon them. Go Fuguei, perplexed, elaborates. For example, a male bird adorns itself in various ways to attract the attention of a female. This leads to some rather enjoyable outcomes. Zhou Yu remains confused, and thus? Go Fuguei remains silent for a time before stating plainly, You pursue women, do you not? Zhou You chuckles. I am not adept at that. Go Fuguwei clarifies. Marking territory through urination is akin to your written correspondence when in a state of arousal. It resembles a love letter. When not, it signifies an invasion of territory equivalent to declaring war. Zhou You understands, yet admits, I have never penned a love letter. What constitutes a love letter? Go Fuguwei gently lands Zhou You upon a mountain peak, gazing toward the dog god mountain. I believe now is not the time to discuss such matters. Zhou You follows his gaze, noting that the distance is no longer great. Soon, they must infiltrate the sacred grounds. Zhou You ran his fingers along the hilt of the Zhuxia sword at his waist, feeling a lack of confidence but not fear. As the saying goes, trust not the dog that is untested, trust the tested dog. Go Fuguwei raised his paw, indicating a sequence of actions. First this, then that, and finally the last. He gestured for quite a while. Zhou You nodded, conceding, you lead, I shall follow. After all, he did not fully comprehend the plan. Go Fuguwei nodded in agreement. Ever since his breakthrough to the 7th rank, he had sensed that the esteemed canine sovereign before him was not as astute as he had initially presumed. Zhou You rubbed his chin, pondering. Shouldn't we consider a retreat? For instance, being as dashing as I am, might I receive preferential treatment among the demon race? Go Fuguwei solemnly nodded, affirming, indeed, there would be advantages. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What do you mean? Go Fuguwei explained. Your Excellency, you possess an alluring fragrance, a delicacy favored by the demon race. Consuming you would be akin to feasting on numerous powerful human beings. Thus, determining how to devour you would become a matter of utmost significance in their councils. Am I truly that fragrant? Zhou Yu mused, having encountered this notion before. Go Fuguwei nodded. Yes, it is the scent emanating from your vital essence. Moreover, the immense medicinal properties you harbor within you render you more akin to a grand herb than a mere human. Zhou Yu smirked. I possess such value? Go Fuguwei shook his head. If I were in your position, I would not be so pleased. Should you ever set foot in the demon wilderness, you would be regarded as a walking elixir by the great demons. Zhou Yu chuckled. I am not particularly concerned about that. I could always choose not to go. After all, I have no grand ambitions. Go Fuguwei contemplated for a moment before adding, you also emit a youthful essence, which signifies purity to the demon race. The more pure something is, the more they desire to consume it. Zhou Yu frowned slightly. Is that detectable? Go Fuguwei confirmed. It is indeed. If a woman possesses the essence of a man, she is no longer considered pure. Similarly, a man's slightest contact can also be discerned. Zhou Yu opened his mouth. Let us proceed with the plan. He felt reluctant to argue with the dog, finding it quite humiliating. Go Fuguwei's form shifted, growing as large as a house. Zhou Yu glanced at his attire, realizing this was the only set he had left, lamenting that the little scene was too stingy to lend him his clothes. One cannot associate with solitary cultivators, he mused. Go Fuguwei suggested, Your Excellency may shed your garments. Zhou Yu looked up at the enormous tongue and shivered at the thought of it touching his skin. Let us proceed as is, he decided. He curled up and then sprang into action. Go Fuguwei caught Zhou Yu effortlessly in his mouth and, closing it, raced up the hillside toward the dog god mountain. Zhou Yu held his breath entirely, consumed by one singular thought. Regardless of whether one is human or canine, one must remember to brush their teeth. It was unbearably foul. Go Fuguwei moved with remarkable speed, leaving them unable to converse any further. Soon, Dog Fuguwei arrived at the foot of Dog God Mountain, where a 6th-grade earth dog, the size of a calf, rushed out to block the path. Dog Fuguwei emitted a low whimper, then tilted his neck left and right, wagging his tail. The earth dog on the opposite side also approached, circling around and sniffing every inch of Dog Fuguwei's body before finally leaning in closer. Dog Fuguwei curled his lips, releasing an irritated snarl, and lifted his paw to press the earth dog down. The 6th-grade earth dog quickly revealed its belly, signifying its lack of malice. Dog Fuguwei then released his paw and stepped back 2 paces. The 6th-grade earth dog, tucking its tail, let out a soft whine and swiftly ascended the mountain. Observing this, Dog Fuguwei promptly followed suit. Chapter 80, Mutation. The exchange among the demon clans is often refreshingly straightforward. In contrast to the human race, it is devoid of superfluous formalities and tedious flattery. With measured steps, the formidable figure of Dog Fuchi advances, each footfall resonating with a deep thud. Before long, Dog Fuchi enters the heart of the canine deity mountain. This is an immense cavern, its walls adorned with sculptures of earth hounds, 9 on each side. At the forefront, positioned with solemnity, stands a colossal statue of a black golden earth hound, its gaze fixed ahead. This statue is remarkably distinctive, embellished with silver cloud patterns across its body. Dog Fuchi prostrates itself in reverence. From a side passage, a somewhat emaciated elder hound emerges, moving slowly yet emanating a palpable pressure. Dog Fuchi lowers its jaw to the ground, its gaze cast downwards. The sharp eyes of the gaunt elder scrutinize Dog Fuchi, which only responds with a slight wag of its tail. In this moment, Dog Fuchi feels an undeniable tension. Before it stands a genuine 8th-tier demon beast. A venerable creature over 8 centuries old, an age that commands respect even among the Earth Hound lineage. After a prolonged pause, the elder hound turns to retrace its steps down the passage. Dog Fuchi hastily rises, tucking its tail and following closely behind. They traverse a spiraling descent, the walls flickering with the glow of unique oil lamps, barely illuminating the space below. Before them lies a blood pool, measuring 10 meters in length and 8 meters in width. At the center of this pool, another statue of a black golden earthhound stands. The elder hound emits a low growl, prompting Dog Fuchi to kneel before it. With a fleeting glance at Dog Fuchi, the elder hound ascends, departing the scene. Dog Fuchi breathes a quiet sigh of relief, and as the stone door to the passageway seals shut, it swiftly approaches the blood pool. With a deep breath, it unleashes a torrent of saliva, the stench overwhelming, but it understands that now is not the time for hesitation. Without further exchange, both enter the blood pool. The moment they step into the blood pool, they are enveloped by an extraordinary sensation, as if every pore is being awakened by the blood. The blood within the pool is peculiarly clear, not staining their garments or fur. Though inexperienced, Dog Fuchi surmises that this blood pool is the work of a supreme demon, crafted from its formidable essence, continuously replenished over the years by powerful earthhounds. In time, the sacred pool has taken shape. Harboring the bloodline power of the Earthhound clan, Dog Fuchi dares not squander this singular opportunity in its lifetime. It submerges completely, leaving only its head above the surface. Meanwhile, Zhou You sits cross-legged, silently channeling the Ba Tian Ju. Threads of blood energy from all directions surge into his being. In this moment, the blood within him begins to boil and intertwine. Particularly, a drop of ghostly blood transforms into ghost threads, accelerating this absorption. Blood is of the Yin, and ghost blood is of the utmost Yin. Sitting within this pool of blood, everything unfolded with an effortless inevitability. The blood churned, descending at a visibly rapid pace. The formidable force of the supreme heavenly decision repeatedly tempered his physique, while Zhou You observed the transformations occurring within. The originally sparse golden glimmers in the blood seemed to multiply gradually, akin to the nurturing he had received over the years. Now slowly awakening as he descended from the mountain, he had arrived at the right place. Zhou Yu's heart swelled with joy. This was his own realm of transcendence, blood shimmering with golden light. This step was finally nearing perfection. Unique patterns began to emerge on each bone, dark golden in hue, reminiscent of lightning's spread, resembling ancient natural runes. Each tendon trembled uncontrollably, faintly resonating with the sound of dragon's roar. This phenomenon was often referred to as cramping. The unusual movement of his tendons brought discomfort, yet after the spasms, an exhilarating sensation followed. He maintained his state of cultivation amidst this paradox of pain and pleasure. The foreign entity within his blood seemed to awaken an eye, capturing Zhou Yu's immediate attention. He suspected this to be his blood spirit, now taking shape, ready to be awakened when he reached the spirit communication realm. If fortune favored him, perhaps he could awaken it even earlier upon reaching the embryonic birth stage. The spiritual energy within him circulated, cleansing his meridians, refining his entire skeletal structure, and catalyzing the golden patterns of bone. Simultaneously, over 100 high-grade spirit stones fell into the blood pool, gradually disintegrating under its influence. The astute dog Fugu noticed this development. Filled with gratitude, truly, the dog emperor was a benevolent being, fearing that the power of the blood pool might diminish, even going so far as to present over 100 high-grade spirit stones. Such generosity was extraordinary. After all, a single high-grade spirit stone held considerable value. At the very least, his life as a dog was not worth even one high-grade spirit stone. With the catalysis of these high-grade spirit stones, the blood pool became enveloped in a dense spiritual energy, thick enough to obscure vision. Dog Fugu greedily absorbed the surging spiritual energy, diligently cultivating himself. Though the 7th and 8th grades appeared close, a moment's carelessness could cost him centuries of effort. Now was the perfect opportunity for Dog Fugu to break through. Should he ever attain the status of a 9th grade demon, it would signify a notable standing among the entire demon clan. Zhou Yu's heart raced with unrestrained joy. He felt as though the blood pool and the stimulation from the high-grade spirit stones had opened a floodgate within him, an overwhelming force relentlessly cleansing his body. Wherever this power flowed, his bones, like towering pillars, voraciously absorbed it. Each tendon soaked in this energy, becoming softer and more resilient. For Zhou You, as long as he could break through to the embryonic birth stage, the 100 high-grade spirit stones were of little consequence. Even if it required 1,000, he would not hesitate to spend. Under the old man's care, he had little strong notion of the value of such things. It was only by observing the reactions of his elder brother, Zhou Chao, and his niece, Zhou Qin, that he gradually came to realize the intrinsic value of high-grade spiritual stones. With renewed determination, he broke through to the transcendence realm. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth, aware that the ambient spiritual energy was gradually diminishing. Just as he prepared to replenish himself, he sensed something amiss within his body. At that moment, his entire skeletal structure began to writhe uncontrollably. Additionally, hair sprouted from his skin. Zhou Yu could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt his body suddenly constrict, only to expand explosively thereafter. Zhou Yu opened his mouth and looked down at his hands. Pause? He glanced further down. Oh, my heavens. Zhou Yu felt a chill run down his spine as he realized he had transformed into a dog. Chapter 81. The Canine Emperor is a dog. The ebony fur of the canine shimmered with a subtle, dark golden glow, adorned with patterns reminiscent of white clouds. This appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the statue of the dark golden dog deity. Its size was modest, akin to that of an ordinary dog. Dog Fugue poked its head out, utterly astonished by the scene before it. Could it be that it had been mistaken all along? Was the Canine Emperor truly a dog? Yet, for some inexplicable reason, its true form had only now been revealed. Dog Fugue felt a surge of excitement. Since the day of the challenge, it had been convinced that the Canine Emperor was human. This belief had persisted until now. After all, who among the human race would aspire to be a canine king? It simply defied reason. But now, everything made sense. As Dog Fugue's mind raced, it conjured a myriad of historical events. For instance, a dog traversing into humanity, a canine emperor reincarnating as a human, or a canine emperor seizing a human's body. And then, by some twist of fate, this dog returned to its original lair, albeit in human form. The necessity to conceal its identity must stem from countless grudges formed prior to its journey of crossing, reincarnation, or body snatching. If one were to ponder deeply, wouldn't one realize that the Canine Emperor's strength was rather excessive? Despite not even having reached the Transcendence realm, it could vanquish the golden silk red snake. If any of the aforementioned scenarios held true, then everything would fall into place. This was a return to one's origins, a reformation of the true self. Dog Fugue trembled with excitement, having once thought it had latched onto a formidable ally, only to discover that this ally was exceedingly powerful, potentially the Dog Emperor itself. While Zhou Yu stood in a daze, Dog Fugue lunged forward, its foul tongue wildly licking Zhou Yu's canine head. Zhou Yu bared its teeth in displeasure. It was quite odorous. At that moment, the stone door of the upper passage suddenly swung open. An emaciated, 8th-rank elder dog strode in, rushing forward like the wind. Zhou Yu was taken aback, plopping onto the ground and vanishing in an instant. Dog Fugue, momentarily stunned, swiftly turned around. The gaunt elder dog fixed its piercing gaze upon Dog Fugue, its nose twitching as it began to sniff. If it was mistaken, it had indeed caught a whiff of human scent moments ago. Any dog that had tasted human flesh knew that such a scent could not be feigned. But why had it vanished? Woof! The gaunt elder dog barked fiercely at Dog Fugue. Dog Fugue obediently opened its mouth, its tail wagging in submission. The elder dog conducted a thorough inspection, confirming that nothing was concealed within Dog Fugue, before turning its attention to the blood pool. Upon glancing at it, its eyes widened in shock as it pounced on Dog Fugue with ferocity. Dog Fugue emitted whimpering sounds. The elder dog, brimming with rage, realized that the power of the blood pool had diminished by 90%. To restore it to its former glory would require at least a century, and even then, a drop of the canine deity's blood would be essential. Eventually, the gaunt elder dog released Dog Fugue, fixing it with an intense stare, as its fury gradually subsided. Seemingly deep in thought, Dog Fugue flipped over, lying obediently on the ground, its tail wagging merrily. The narrative highlights a sense of vulnerability, as it speaks of the dog god mountain. Zhou Yu, in a moment of serendipity, realizes that the technique he inadvertently employed earlier might be the secret skill of the canine lineage Earth Escape technique. Observing his own lustrous black and gold fur, he finds himself quite pleased. Indeed, Even when transformed into a dog, excellence remains intact. Yet a fleeting thought crosses his mind. Would he transform into a female dog? With a sudden shift in his gaze filled with trepidation, he looks down, only to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that particular aspect remains unchanged. For a man, there are certain attributes he can forego, yet some are indispensable. Gazing at Dog God Mountain, Zhou You ponders whether the canine wealth is safe. As his mood stabilizes, his physique undergoes further transformation. His fur retracts swiftly, revealing clothing. Has he reverted back? Zhou You is taken aback, recalling the old dog's blood-spirit technique. Desperation leads to recklessness. In his current circumstance, while not exactly desperate, he is certainly out of sorts. There is a distinction between a dog and a hound, yet for Zhou You, such differences are negligible. The distinction often exists solely within their respective breeds. More often than not, when people encounter them, they can only think of one word, dog. It is also conceivable that some, with a lack of discernment, would see a wolf and think the same. Contemplating this, Zhou You muses that he should delve deeper into animal encyclopedia or beast scripture to avoid embarrassing himself through ignorance. A dog typically has 2 ears, 2 eyes, a mouth, and a tail, while a hound possesses. With this thought, he kicks a stone aside, dismissing the significance of such distinctions. Subsequently, his focus returns entirely to this transformation. At the moment of metamorphosis, even the exorcising evil sword concealed itself, yet his attire remained intact. After some contemplation, Zhou Yu's eyes glimmer with realization. Earth escape technique. He stomps the ground, leaving a footprint on the grass without moving from his spot. Scratching his head, he positions himself on all fours, attempting the earth escape technique. Still, there is no response. Could it be a matter of articulation? Quickly understanding the situation, he adjusts his mindset and barks, yet still no reaction. With a shake of his body, he invokes the canine transformation technique. In an instant, he truly becomes a dog. The earth escape technique manifests as he seems to merge with the soil, dashing through it with remarkable speed. The sensation is extraordinary, as if the soil has transformed into water under the technique's influence. Joyfully racing underground, Zhou You continues until he nears exhaustion, finally clawing his way back to the surface. When executing this bloodline secret skill, it merely requires a sense of feeling, devoid of the need for rigorous training. This experience is far from a loss. Reclining on the grass, Zhou Yu's face beams with delight. When he returns to the town, he plans to emerge directly from beneath the elder's seat, delivering a surprise that illustrates the treachery of human nature. As he lies there, he soon drifts into a blissful slumber. When awakening, it was already the following day's noon. The moment I opened my eyes, I was taken aback, utterly startled. Beside me sat the spirited dog Fugue, its eyes gleaming with excitement as it gazed at Zhou You. Kin. This was indeed a true kin. It would no longer have to endure the whispered slanders of other demon tribes, who referred to its kind as mere hounds beneath the Dog King. Such derogatory terms could be cast away like autumn leaves in the wind. Zhou You brushed off the dirt from his body. The next task was to extract spiritual stones from the mind. Dog Fugue was exhilarated, eagerly adhering to the commands of his canine majesty. It was filled with joy, far surpassing the happiness it felt when Zhou You previously gifted it spiritual stones and elixirs. The Dog King is a dog. Even if one were to change the dog, it would still be hard to believe. It vowed to diligently safeguard this secret for the Dog King. Chapter 82. Your rudeness. A man and his dog truly embody the essence of companionship. The divine pool of the Dog God Mountain was rather disturbed. Yet they slipped away as if nothing had happened. Zhou You rode upon the back of the fortunate dog, heading towards the chicken farm. Along the way, he couldn't help but reflect on the majestic statue that would one day grace the realm of humanity, a sight to behold. The dog's eyes shone brightly. What does your majesty, the Dog Emperor, mean by this? Is it to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold and seize control of the human domain? As long as it was the desire of the Dog Emperor, success was assured. The fortunate dog offered his flattery. Zhou You laughed heartily. I do appreciate your honesty. The fortunate dog began to devise strategies. The occupied territories had already encroached upon nearly 30% of the Huaxia dynasty, not to mention the other fallen dynasties. In recent years, as humanity ceased to ravage the natural environment, many spiritual beings had the opportunity to recuperate. Should your majesty consider my humble suggestion, it would be more prudent to venture forth and gain experience, collecting treasures of heaven and earth, along with countless resources for cultivation. After all, among the demon race, the techniques for alchemy are exceedingly scarce. This scarcity has allowed many wild spiritual entities to flourish freely. Zhou Yu understood the implication, but pondered. But I cannot concoct elixirs myself. Why bother learning such a tedious craft? If needed, I can simply purchase them. No money? Then it's even simpler. Just seize them. Is that immoral? Perhaps I should simply have an alchemist by my side. If they refuse, we'll compel them until they comply. Zhou Yu found amusement in his thoughts. Disregarding notions of morality, the prerequisite for being a good person was to ensure he himself was well fed, with his own hunger to contend with. He had little concern for beggars. Your reasoning is sound, Zhou Yu acknowledged. However, I still have my parents to care for. At the very least, I need to ensure that my brother and niece possess the means to protect themselves. Upon hearing this, the fortunate dog did not find Zhou Yu's thoughts absurd. Rather, it admired that even a reborn strongman like the dog emperor held compassion. Just look at his actions. Despite his royal lineage, he still yearned to repay the debt of nurturing. For this alone, he surpassed many dogs in virtue. Your benevolence is commendable, your majesty, the fortunate dog praised. In this world, there are few dogs like you. Zhou Yu remained oblivious to the dog's hidden thoughts and never imagined that the fortunate dog viewed him as a reincarnated emperor. Subsequently, man and dog began to dream of a glorious future, meticulously planning grand ambitions. According to the fortunate dog, the first step was to subdue all demon beasts in the occupied territories, turning cats, pigs, and rare breeds into mere attendants. Then, they would forge their unique faction, eliminate the human race in one fell swoop, and ultimately claim the entire demon wilderness as their own. For those who dared to defy them, there would be no mercy. After all, as the dog emperor, who could he fear? Zhou Yu found great wisdom in the fortunate dog's words. His dealings with humanity had been few, lacking any strong feelings either way. He was quite different from the passionate Shouchen. If Shouchen possessed such prowess, he would likely be tirelessly rescuing the human race from the war-torn regions each day. However, upon examining Zhou Yu's recent actions, aside from obliterating Taosan and rendering the 10,000 Serpents Cave infamous, has he saved even a single soul? Not only has he failed to rescue anyone, but he has also taken the lives of two. A Gu Jiao soared overhead, making a swift ascent at the moment it was about to dive. A 7th-tier Earth Hound is not to be trifled with. It is entirely beyond reckoning. There are numerous other beasts lurking nearby, all eyeing potential quarry on their respective menus. And those that do not make it onto the menu typically fall into one of two categories. Either they are unpalatable or simply too formidable to confront. With Zhou Yu, an individual exuding an enticing aroma, it is difficult not to attract the attention of other beasts. Yet, Zhou Yu remained indifferent, harboring no intention to engage. Most of those creatures possess strength in the 3rd or 4th tier. A mere glance at the dog of fortune sends them scurrying away with their tails tucked between their legs. He arrived at the poultry farm amidst serene surroundings, where humans tended to the chickens under the watchful eye of the Mountain Chicken King. Upon their return, the Mountain Chicken King hastily issued commands. Being astute and observant, it understood that the humans' meals were coveted delicacies for the illustrious Dog King. Are you prepared? Zhou Yu inquired as he settled down. The Mountain Chicken King replied, the poisonous weeds and 10 chickens are ready. Zhou Yu nodded approvingly, appreciating the diligent attitude. Internally, the Mountain Chicken King felt a pang of frustration. After all, those were its own subjects. Nevertheless, considering they were meant to confront the lion-tiger beast, caution was warranted. What else could it do? It was preferable for the lion-tiger beast to consume its subjects than to feast upon itself, especially with that sycophant of the Dog King lurking nearby, ready to pounce at the slightest hint of disrespect. Have you informed the Song Wolf King? Inquired Dog Fortune. The Mountain Chicken King promptly responded. The moment you ascended the mountain, I dispatched a chicken to notify him. It cautiously scrutinized Zhou Yu, sensing that he had indeed grown stronger in his brief absence. The human race truly peculiar. While the demon clans excel in their own ways, they often do not develop as comprehensively as humans do, which is rather strange. What about the lion-tiger beast? Zhou Yu pondered. Has it been monitored? At this, the Mountain Chicken King nearly wept, fearing the lion-tiger beast's erratic behavior. It had already arranged for a steady supply of chickens to be delivered at any time. Was it easy? Not in the least. In this world, the weak are often relegated to the role of sustenance. Zhou Yu expressed his surprise. You are commendable. I admire your approach. Sufficiently ruthless and decisive. Individuals of such caliber must not remain close at hand. Should he concoct an excuse to eliminate it? Leaning back, Zhou Yu deemed this thought rather unscrupulous. Furthermore, if he were to slay the Mountain Chicken King, what would become of the future supply of eggs? The Mountain Chicken King bowed its head, expressing gratitude for the esteemed Dog King's acknowledgement. For us chickens, survival is a challenging endeavor, It is difficult enough to live, and one misstep could lead to illness. Curious about the affliction, Zhou Yu inquired, is it foul plague? The Mountain Chicken King replied, indeed, it is. Zhou Yu shifted slightly, striving to distance himself. The arrival of the lavish feast alleviated the somewhat oppressive atmosphere. After the banquet, the Wolf King and the Bear King hurried in, panting, with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. We pay our respects to your excellency, the Dog King, they proclaimed. Zhou Yu, somewhat perplexed, pondered. Have there been skirmishes? The Wolf King elucidated, not quite. We were summoned by your excellency, the Dog King. As I dashed here, fatigue overcame me, and I ended up consuming the messenger chicken. The Mountain Chicken King abruptly rose, glaring furiously at the Wolf King. The Wolf King retorted, what is with that look? It was merely one of your chickens. Zhou Yu slightly turned his body, speaking in a calm tone. Wolf King, your manners leave much to be desired. Chapter 83. Interracial romance. Upon hearing these words, the Wolf King of the Tsang tribe quickly donned a smile, assuring, the little wolf shall amend his ways. You need not worry, Lord Dog King. I am referring to your conduct, Zhou Yu replied slowly, which has been rather impolite. The Song Wolf King, taken aback, lifted his gaze. Lord Dog King, I fail to grasp your meaning. I merely consumed a chicken. How could this be deemed impolite? Dog Fugue rose, stating, because that chicken was a messenger for Lord Dog Emperor. The Song Wolf King's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of coldness. Do you mean to imply that my worth is less than that of a mere chicken? Woof. Dog Fugue leaped forward, forcefully pinning the Song Wolf King beneath him, biting down on his neck, the ominous sound of cracking bones faintly audible. In a battle between a 7th grade and a 6th grade being, the outcome was utterly predictable. The Song Wolf King, filled with terror, forced out a cry, Lord Dog King, the little wolf has fought alongside you. The Black Bear King paled, cowering at the threshold. Zhou Yu gently rubbed his fingers together. I detest those lacking in manners, particularly when you are well aware that the chicken was a message for me. Yet you audaciously consumed it. This acts as a provocation against me. The Tsang Wolf King trembled. Lord Dog King, I was wrong. Grant me another chance, and I shall never dare to do so again. Zhou Yu turned to the Mountain Chicken King. What is your opinion? The Mountain Chicken King replied in a grave tone. I yearn to slay him, yet the matter concerning the lion-tiger beast is of greater significance. He still possesses some value. Zhou Yu nodded. I detest those who hesitate and show leniency due to indecision. Dog Fugue's sharp teeth suddenly clamped down, forcefully severing the Song Wolf King's windpipe, and subsequently tearing open his chest. The Mountain Chicken King and the Black Bear King trembled in fear, too intimidated to utter a word. Dog Fugue emitted a low growl, devouring the Song Wolf King entirely, including his demon core. Speak, Zhou Yu said, scratching at his nails. Who granted him such audacity? The Black Bear King prostrated himself on the ground. The Blood Shadow Wolves of Shijua City were annihilated by humans, inciting the fury of the Blood Shadow Wolf clan. According to what was said, an 8th grade Blood Shadow Wolf King will come to investigate this matter. Though the Wolf clan has numerous branches, they all share the belief in the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. Thus, it believes. Zhou Yu continued for him. It believes that with the backing of the Blood Shadow Wolf King, it no longer fears me. The Black Bear King nodded vigorously. Yes, that is indeed the implication. Please, Lord Dog King, I had no part in this. Zhou Yu, slightly vexed, rubbed his temples. Why does the incident in Shijue City have lingering repercussions? In the fallen city of humanity, he eradicated all the demon beasts. Why is this matter not yet resolved? Zhou Yu remarked nonchalantly. What is the prowess of this 8th grade Blood Shadow Wolf King? The Black Bear King hurriedly replied. It is said to be an aberration, possessing peak 8th grade strength. Its power is on par with the lion-tiger beast, yet is not to be trifled with. It is highly likely to ascend into the ranks of great demons, promising a bright future. In the demon realm, attaining kingship is not of utmost importance. What truly matters is crossing the threshold into great demon status. Dog Fugue licked his lips. I have heard tales of its legendary bloodshed. Before its emergence from the fallen territory, it displayed an extreme ferocity, preying upon both the human and demon races, exhibiting a brutal disposition and unparalleled cunning. Whispers among certain demon clans suggested that this Blood Shadow Wolf King was born of a vixen and a Blood Shadow Wolf. This lineage instilled in it a profound sense of humiliation, prompting it to consume its own progenitors in an attempt to cleanse this disgrace. Zhou Yu expressed astonishment. Interspecies romance. Is it? To which Dog Fugue replied affirmatively. Indeed, akin to those lion-tiger hybrids, which were beyond control. The concept of transgressing species resembles a human engaging in a romance with a mere rodent. Whether offspring can be produced is inconsequential. What truly matters is the audacity to engage in such an act. The mere thought of it is revolting, is it not? Aesthetic appreciation holds significant value. As long as they are not of the same lineage, they appear as unsightly as wild dogs. Inwardly, Zhou Yu calculated the implications, convinced that such interspecies relationships should be avoided. Just imagine courting a sow. One awakens to find her true form the following day. Pray tell, how could one maintain their dignified composure thereafter? Thus, he decisively eliminated demons from his romantic considerations. Have you discerned the perpetrator? Zhou Yu shifted the topic of conversation. Winnie the Pooh shook his head, admitting ignorance on that front. Yet, who could truly ascertain the truth? The human race would never confess their involvement. What good would acknowledgement serve? Could it possibly lead to the apprehension of the assailant? However, based on the Bloodshadow Wolf King's demeanor, it appeared that a multitude of Bloodshadow wolves, perhaps numbering in the thousands, would soon converge. Should this situation remain inadequately addressed, the long-standing agreement of a year's respite would be shattered, and an assault on Yi City would ensue. Zhou Yu's gaze flickered, contemplating the capabilities of an 8th-tier Bloodshadow wolf. Meanwhile, his own side was still deliberating over the standard 8th-tier lion-tiger hybrids. Truly, there was no respite to be found. Winnie the Pooh cautiously regarded Zhou Yu, remarking, "At that juncture, we shall be compelled to comply with orders." Dog Fugue remained silent, indicating that this matter could only be met with submission, not defiance. Zhou Yu gently massaged his temples, sensing that he had stirred a troublesome situation. However, concerning the affairs of Shijiu City, both Xiao Jing and the old dog were privy to the knowledge. Would they divulge this information? Should he dispatch Dog Fugue to eliminate them? A flicker of irritation surged within Zhou Yu. Navigating life proved arduous. Numerous worries beset him. And while he was typically indifferent to such matters, the Zhou family was too feeble to afford such luxury. Winnie the Pooh introduced yet another headache for Zhou Yu, revealing that due to the plight of the monkeys from Peach Mountain and the calamity at the Wanshi Cave, the rear forces would likely mobilize demon troops during this period. It was possible they might even hold Dog King accountable, given the gravity of the situation, which resulted in the demise of 30 to 40,000 demons. At this, Zhou Yu's brow furrowed in dismay. Curse it! I must flee. The resolution to deal with the lion-tiger hybrid was immediate. There was no room for hesitation, as even a moment's delay would be a disservice to his own life. Suppressing his restless spirit, Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Fear not, I have my own strategies." Yet, as he spoke, his left hand instinctively rested upon the hilt of his sword. Winnie the Pooh sighed inwardly, recognizing that with such fearless determination, if he were not to succeed, who else could? Without further ado, Zhou Yu rose to his feet, vanquishing the lion-tiger beast and securing the spirit stone mine. The Mountain Chicken King timidly approached the Black Bear King, for, in all honesty, it had no desire to proceed. Zhou Yu strode confidently towards the exit. Facing the scorching sun, Dog Fugue held his head high, chest out, and tail erect, following closely behind. Deep within, Black Bear Winnie sighed, recognizing that he had no choice but to continue trailing along. It was clear to him that one could either be devoured by the dog or slain by the lion-tiger beast. In any case, one must choose between these two fates. The Mountain Chicken King, with its head drooping, walked out alongside Black Bear Winnie. Simultaneously, they could not help but glance up at the blazing sun, for this might very well be the last time they beheld its light in their lifetimes. Chapter 84. The Lion Hybrid in a Remote Mountainous Area. The jungle flourished with vibrant greenery. Abandoned by humanity's relentless deforestation, everything appeared strikingly primal and chaotic. A group of humans and beasts entered the scene. Zhou Yu, Dog Fugue, King Black Bear, and King Mountain Chicken. Following King Mountain Chicken were 10 resplendent roosters, each impressively large. Perhaps sensing their imminent demise, they displayed a notable lack of spirit, an understandable reaction for creatures accustomed to being the hunters rather than the hunted. As Zhou Yu walked with measured steps, he contemplated his escape once this matter concluded. He planned to let the Earth Dog clan disperse and hide. As for King Mountain Chicken and King Black Bear, their involvement was minimal, and even if a powerful beast sought accountability, it would unlikely implicate them. After traversing 2 mountain peaks, King Mountain Chicken quickened his pace. Lord Dog King, the mine of spiritual stones is within that mountain ahead, he indicated with his right wing. Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes, sensing a formidable presence lurking within, most likely the lion hybrid. They were to proceed according to their plan. King Mountain Chicken glanced back and clucked softly. The 10 roosters, having ingested toxins, hasten forward. The wind whispers coldly, and the roosters depart never to return, Zhou You mused, unable to suppress his lament. King Mountain Chicken, feeling discontent, blurted out thoughtlessly, "Stop pretending to be compassionate, as if you eat so little." Realizing the impropriety of his words, he quickly crouched down. Zhou You remained unfazed, after all. Honesty was essential. Many consumed various meats, yet feigned piety, as if pigs, horses, cows, and sheep were not lives. To be human is to restrain one's words and indulge one's desires, navigating through life as it comes, he reflected. King Black Bear, in a low voice, asked, "Lord Dog King, do you think my stature hinders stealth? Will I cause you unnecessary trouble?" He looked at Zhou You with longing, almost hoping that the latter would find him a burden and dismiss him. Even if he were to be beaten half to death and called a coward, he would still be grateful to his ancestors for such a fate. Zhou You turned to King Black Bear, reassuring him, "It's all right, with me here. Nothing will go amiss." King Black Bear bowed his proud head, nearly in tears, thinking that it was precisely because of Zhou Yu's presence that trouble loomed. Suddenly, Dog Fu Gui interjected, "I just remembered something." Zhou Yu responded with interest, urging him to continue. Dog Fu Gui elaborated, "Previously, King Mountain Chicken mentioned that he could perhaps incapacitate the lion hybrid for 3 to 5 breaths. Given our current distance, it's impossible to determine when the lion hybrid might feast. If we cannot ascertain this timing, then in such a brief span, it may have already regained its composure." At this revelation, silence enveloped the trio. Ahead, the 10 roosters were nearing the cave's entrance. King Mountain Chicken sheepishly remarked, "I hadn't considered that aspect. A critical oversight. A seemingly flawless plan, now marred by such a flaw. Once the hybrid beast detected something amiss, it would undoubtedly be on high alert. At that moment, it would mercilessly dispatch them, effortlessly slaying one with a single swipe of its paw, efficiently concluding the battle." Zhou You, without a moment's hesitation, hastened forward. What was there to linger for? He moved with remarkable speed, swiftly ascending the slope. Throughout this endeavor, his movements remained steady, seemingly unaffected by the steepness of the incline. Dog Fu Gui raced after him, exclaiming, "My lord, allow me to carry you." "No need," Zhou Yu replied gravely. "You all proceed ahead. The moment it takes the bait, strike immediately." Dog Fu Gui nodded and soared into the sky, speeding away. Meanwhile, the Mountain Chicken King cursed inwardly, thinking, "Damn it, you're truly a dog, deliberately sending us to our demise to lower the hybrid beast's guard, while you plan to reap the rewards from behind. What a shameless creature. Even if I am but a chicken, I possess my dignity." Winnie the Bear, though troubled, charged forward towards the hybrid beast. He had already devised an escape plan for himself. He would endure a blow first, then feign death, waiting for the right moment to flee once the battle commenced. As for Zhou Yu, he harbored his own intentions. Previously, when he confronted the golden-threaded red python, despite the overwhelming numbers of its kin, he ultimately failed to slay the Python King with a single strike. This incident had wounded his pride. Now, facing the 8th-tier hybrid beast, he was uncertain whether his swordsmanship could vanquish it. Therefore, he decided to gather his strength. The distance between the two mountains served as his preparation phase. As Zhou Yu sprinted, his right hand gripped the hilt of his sword while his left clutched the scabbard, from which a faint sound of the blade resonated. With the passage of time, a terrifying sword intent began to boil within the scabbard. Meanwhile, Dog Fu Gui's loyalty was palpable. Especially after discovering that the Dog Emperor was indeed a dog, his devotion had multiplied exponentially. Not to mention the hybrid beast. Even if faced with a colossal dragon today, he would charge headfirst into danger. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as a colossal beast emerged from a cave, standing at 5 meters tall. It boasted the head of a lion and the body of a tiger, with aching character emblazoned on its forehead and a mane of thick fur around its neck. Indeed, this was the hybrid beast. At that moment, blood stained the corners of its mouth, and a few chicken feathers clung to it. The plan had been successfully executed. Yet it appeared to be unfazed. Winnie the Bear's speed diminished slightly. It resembled the effects of poison. The Mountain Chicken King was taken aback, realizing, "I did not foresee it being this massive. That poison seems to have been underestimated." Filled with dread, Winnie urged, "Let us run. We must flee together." "I refuse to believe it can chase both of us." The Mountain Chicken King glanced back hurriedly, questioning, "Are you certain? If we flee, we may meet a more gruesome fate." In the jungle behind them, sharp sword energy was beginning to resurge, sending shivers down their spines. Retreat was no longer an option. They could only brace for their demise. Winnie the Pooh clenched his teeth, casting aside all hesitation and opting for a gamble. The fierce dog, in a display of dominance, let out a thunderous roar, its body swelling against the wind, expanding to the size of a house. Its formidable claws conjured a terrifying gust as it descended. With a roar, the lion hybrid rose to its hind legs, its right paw imbued with a surge of demonic power, delivering a crushing blow that sent the dog sprawling. The mountain trembled, unleashing a cascade of debris. Winnie the Pooh bellowed fiercely, charging forward with unabated ferocity. The king of the mountain fowl hesitated momentarily before flapping its wings and joining the fray. The lion hybrid's gaze was piercing, yet its movements appeared momentarily sluggish, allowing Winnie the Pooh to collide directly into its embrace. Chapter 85. A sword that cuts through mountains. This is simply beyond the capability of a bear. A sense of dread welled up within Winnie the Pooh as the anthropomorphic lion-tiger beast lowered its head, its gaze frigid and merciless. The creature bared its teeth, revealing a gaping maw. Trembling, Winnie the Pooh looked up and thought to plead, "Would you believe I was coerced by the humans?" But the lion-tiger beast paid no heed. Its massive jaws descended towards Winnie the Pooh's head. Just in time, the king of the mountain chickens arrived, wings slicing through the air like blades aimed at the beast's eyes. The lion-tiger beast shut its eyes and recoiled to defend itself. Winnie the Pooh seized the opportunity to scramble away, rolling and crawling to gain distance. This is hopeless. The disparity is too great. I cannot fight back at all. The king of the mountain chicken soared into the air, a stark contrast to the isolated lion-tiger beast. The real danger lay with the earth hounds of One Blade Gorge. If those hounds sought revenge, would my chicken farm survive? Damn it, I must fight back. The king of the mountain chickens cursed fiercely, shaking its body, feathers scattering like glimmering arrows, hurtling towards the lion-tiger beast's eyes. The lion-tiger beast appeared momentarily dazed, seemingly affected by the potent toxins. In that instant, it turned its body, presenting its back to the king of the mountain chicken's assault. The feathers rained down, failing to inflict any harm on the beast's tough hide. Winnie the Pooh shouted, "Aim for its weakness." That was a vulnerable spot, and surely quite sensitive. The king of the mountain chicken squawked, its demonic energy surging, feathers once again speeding towards the beast. And then, the lion-tiger beast caught its tail. The king of the mountain chickens yelled in frustration, "Why do you keep talking?" Knowing it was in the wrong, Winnie the Pooh grasped a massive boulder and leapt forward, intending to crush the beast with it. Sensing the threat, the lion-tiger beast pivoted and charged, conjuring a fierce gale that shattered the boulder Winnie the Pooh had lifted. Its razor-sharp claws struck Winnie the Pooh's chest, sending him flying and spilling a copious amount of blood. "I'm done for." Winnie the Pooh fell heavily to the ground, and before losing consciousness, his sole thought was that he should never have relied on the Wolf King to pay respects to the Dog King. Had he not gone, he would still be a carefree little bear, hunting joyfully. How did it come to this, where a mere word from the Dog King compelled him to scurry over? The king of the mountain chickens roared, its wings scattering feathers across the sky, forming a colossal plume composed of countless feathers. The lion-tiger beast's gaze sharpened as the massive feather descended, a barrier of demonic energy forming before it. Boom! The plume exploded, scattering debris across the heavens. Looking at the king of the mountain chickens, it was now nearly bare, with only a few tufts of down remaining. With wide eyes, the king of the mountain chickens plummeted uncontrollably downward. The lion-tiger beast opened its mouth wide, ready to catch this delectable morsel. Yet, just as it was about to make contact, it found itself unable to grasp it. In fact, it was being pulled backward. Looking back, the dog noble had a fierce expression, biting down on its tail with all its might. Furious, the lion-tiger beast spun around to pounce on the dog noble. However, the dog noble, agile and swift, deftly dodged. The beast's failure only intensified its wrath. The noble dog, Fu Gue, growled continuously, engaging in tentative attacks while simultaneously wrestling. Alas, the disparity between the 7th and 8th ranks was truly immense. Even the sharp fangs of Fu Gue could not penetrate the thick hide of the lion-tiger beast. Conversely, a mere swipe from the lion-tiger beast was sufficient to leave Fu Gue breathless for an extended period. With a thunderous thud, the lion-tiger beast's forepaw struck the ground, causing the hard surface to shatter. A whirlwind, coalesced from demonic energy, erupted from its mouth, transforming into countless blades of wind that enveloped Fu Gue. Swiftly dodging, Fu Gue utilized the strength of the rock wall to leap over the wind blades, landing atop the lion-tiger beast. The lion-tiger beast reacted with lightning speed, performing a swift roll. By the time it righted itself, it had pinned Fu Gue beneath its weight, its gaping maw emitting a deafening roar as it lunged at Fu Gue. Fu Gue narrowly evaded the ferocious attack, struggling against the overwhelming might that pressed down upon him like a small mountain. With eyes ablaze, Fu Gue contemplated a desperate counterattack, as the lion-tiger beast roared once more. Fu Gui seized the opportunity to bite down on its lip, tearing it savagely. The lion-tiger beast recoiled in pain, its front half rising abruptly, before crushing its paws heavily onto Fu Gui's chest. Fu Gui's body trembled violently, blood spewing from his mouth and nose, with nearly half of his sternum shattered. The lion-tiger beast glared menacingly at Fu Gui, preparing to bite down once more. Knowing that this encounter could very well spell his demise, Fu Gui summoned all his fury. He rammed his head into the lion-tiger beast's jaw, forcing its mouth shut, and then clamped down on its trachea. In a fit of rage, the lion-tiger beast pressed Fu Gui harshly into the ground, tilting its head to sink its teeth into Fu Gui's flesh, tearing away a chunk of bloody meat. While Fu Gui struggled to bite back, the lion-tiger beast easily ravaged his body. Suddenly, the lion-tiger beast's movements halted abruptly, an inexplicable chill coursing through it as it raised its gaze down the mountain. A figure dashed forward with remarkable speed, gripping the hilt of a sword tightly. Its eyes fixed intently on the lion-tiger beast halfway up the slope. "Fu Gui," called out Zhou You in a low voice. Despite the pain, Fu Gui roared defiantly, forcing himself free from the lion-tiger beast's claws, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The air before the lion-tiger beast rippled, the demonic energy boiling to form a blue barrier. Sensing danger, it was overtaken by a peculiar sensation, as if the entity before it was not a person, but rather a sword, a sentient blade of death, now swiftly approaching. Was this truly a human? It felt a disorienting haze clouding its consciousness, and in its daze, it seemed to perceive the sword emerging half an inch from its sheath. The exposed blade shimmered with bloodlight, as if countless vengeful souls were roaring and eroding its very essence. Was this still a sword? What kind of sword possessed such formidable power? It was utterly bizarre. So much so that upon seeing the blade, an unfounded thought emerged in its mind. Upon witnessing this sword, one must die. The lion-tiger beast's eyes widened in fear, as the blue barrier continued to strengthen around it. It finally comprehended what that sensation entailed. It was the essence of death. Gathering strength, he executed the sword technique with utmost seriousness. In an instant, the world around seemed to dim slightly. The chimera shook its head, and then one half of its skull plummeted to the ground. The only sensation it could perceive was a chill coursing through its body. The azure barrier of demonic energy dissipated with the wind. Crack! The mountains trembled, and a fissure emerged, halting its expansion after widening 2 meters. Thud! The chimera collapsed, cleaved in two. Zhou You finally approached, releasing his grip. Then, he let out a genuine exclamation of admiration. An 8th-tier demon beast is indeed formidable. Chapter 86. Fairness and justice with a swift and seamless execution of actions, draining blood, extracting souls, and consuming demon cores. Zhou You finally approached the injured Go Fu Gui. "Does it hurt?" he inquired, noticing blood trickling from Go Fu Gui's mouth and nose as he struggled to lift his head. Zhou You produced a Lingyun vitality pill and placed it in his mouth, thinking to himself that he despised being wounded. Go Fu Gui closed his eyes, harboring a singular question. "Do I truly enjoy being hurt?" Zhou You turned to another direction, where the formidable black bear whinny was obstructed by a large boulder. A gentle nudge with his foot elicited a response. "Hey, time for a bear paw feast." Black bear whinny struggled to rise, saying, "My lord, I am genuinely injured." Zhou You cast a glance at him and leaned against the stone, gazing at a thicket below. In the underbrush, the nearly featherless mountain chicken king trembled in fear, too frightened to flee or advance. Zhou You crossed his arms, finding it convenient that he would not need to boil water to pluck the chicken. The mountain chicken king timidly emerged, saying, "My lord, I have accomplished something, haven't I?" Zhou You chuckled and proceeded toward the cave, instructing, "You all rest outside." As Zhou You entered the cave, both Go Fu Gui and Black Bear Whinny exhaled in relief, feeling they had narrowly escaped death. Passing by Go Fu Gui, Zhou You pressed his hand down on the head that was about to lift. "You too, take a break." With that, he forcefully compelled him once more. The cave was an artificial cavern, nearly hollowed out, with innumerable intersecting passageways resembling a spider's web. This was not surprising, as the mountain had once been discovered to harbor spiritual stones, and wherever such stones were found, the mountain itself would be excavated. Zhou You surveyed his surroundings, releasing his perception to select one of the passages. The winding corridors slanted downward, and after traversing several hundred meters, remnants of spiritual stone fragments could indeed be discerned on some walls, attesting to the site's status as a spiritual stone mine. After an hour of wandering, Zhou You halted in an underground hall, feeling a sense of disappointment as he had found nothing throughout the ordeal. Have they truly excavated everything? He pondered, disheartened. It appeared he had underestimated the situation. After all, this was a spiritual stone mine. Even in the face of demon threats, humanity would not relinquish such a treasure lightly. Consider the shaman, who caused their own sect's demise over a mere sand dagger. It is evident how fervently cultivators covet their resources. Yet, simply giving up was not an option Zhou You could easily accept. After expending so much effort to slay the lion-tiger beast, was this merely a half-day excursion in a cave? Zhou You picked up a high-grade spiritual stone and inhaled its scent, and in an instant, he transformed into a black-gold earthhound. In that moment, his sense of smell amplified exponentially. Damn it, it reeks. Someone has urinated here. Zhou You fumed, the pungent odor overwhelming him with disgust. However, this method proved fruitful, as he indeed detected a scent reminiscent of spiritual stones. With a sudden jolt, Zhou You melded his form with the earth beneath him. He was no longer ensconced within the mountain's belly, but rather at its base, surrounded by ample soil. After a brief pause, the ground erupted, and Zhou You emerged once more, standing upright and restoring his physical form. Indeed, a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes as he noticed remnants of spiritual stones 100 meters deep, measuring 10 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel. Regrettably, while the earth-shifting technique allowed him to burrow underground, it hampered his ability to maneuver within its confines. Yet, a depth of 100 meters was quite extraordinary. Zhou You inhaled deeply, his mind racing through myriad questions. With Dog Fugue gravely injured, he was of no assistance. Likewise, the Mountain Chicken King and Black Bear Winnie were similarly incapacitated. Thus, it fell solely upon him to take action. Zhou You sifted through the ruptured area, quickly realizing that at this pace, it would take him an eternity to excavate. Resolutely, he transformed into a subterranean hound, his forepaws furiously digging into the earth. The speed of his excavation seemed to quicken slightly, yet it proved insufficient. Zhou You reverted to his original form, frowning deeply. His sword techniques were evidently of no use here. Oh dear, my foolish mind, he lamented, smiting his forehead in frustration. He then summoned a shard of sand, which transformed into a divine river of sand cascading over the pit. As he infused his spiritual energy into it, the divine sand radiated a brilliant light, autonomously converting the nearby soil and stones into sand. The pace of this transformation was commendable, albeit somewhat taxing on his energy reserves. Zhou You smiled with satisfaction, convinced of his cleverness, as he often found solutions others overlooked in critical moments. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, and sand and stones surged forth. Streams of yellow sand erupted from the pit, cascading around him. Zhou You stood resolutely, diligently harnessing the power of the sand. In mere moments, a deep pit formed before him. Shortly thereafter, the yellow sand gushed forth, wrapping around a gleaming spiritual stone pillar and drawing it upwards. The pillar, as thick as a water barrel and 10 meters long, filled Zhou You with pride. The quality was undeniably high, while the exterior resembled mid-grade spiritual stones. If the purity within was sufficiently elevated, it could yield high-grade spiritual stones, potentially comprising 10% of the total. As for the presence of superior-grade spiritual stones, he would need to slice it open to ascertain. Overall, this venture had netted him a veritable treasure trove of spiritual stones, numbering in the thousands. Was this not swifter than plundering? With a firm grip on the hilt of his sword, he swiftly cleaved the spiritual stone pillar into 4 segments, commencing his examination of the core. To his disappointment, no superior-grade spiritual stones emerged, yielding less than 10% of high-grade stones overall. Nevertheless, it was still quite gratifying. Zhou You, ever buoyant, stowed all the spiritual stones into his storage ring, meticulously ensuring he had not overlooked anything before striding confidently upward. Upon seeing Zhou You emerge, Dog Fugue staggered to his feet, addressing him as Your Highness. Zhou You nodded, content with his substantial gains. Dog Fugue exhaled in relief, grateful for the opportunity to assist him. Black Bear Winnie and the Mountain Chicken King approached eagerly. Zhou You directly retrieved a segment, declaring, I, by nature, uphold the principles of fairness and justice. If you are willing to exert yourselves, I shall not neglect you. With that, he divided the segment into 4 parts. Winnie the Pooh, in a state of excitement, exclaimed, Do we also have a share? Zhou You then kicked 2 substantial pieces of spirit stones before them, equally distributing the bounty. The Mountain Chicken King knelt down, exclaiming, Great Lord Dog King, you are truly the epitome of fairness. Zhou You, with a steady demeanor, replied, Say thank you. Winnie the Pooh promptly bowed his head. Thank you. The Mountain Chicken King echoed, Thank you. Zhou You, with a beaming smile, responded, Very well. You are both quite courteous, and I appreciate that. Chapter 87. Farewell. Zhou You cherished polite individuals, including the beasts of the wild. As long as there was sufficient respect shown towards him, everything else mattered little. His generosity was boundless. "Let us disperse," Zhou Yu said with a smile. Winnie the Pooh bowed gratefully, clutching the spirit stones, and hurried away. Not only did he reclaim his life, but he also acquired a significant treasure. Who wouldn't be delighted by such fortune? The Mountain Rooster King expanded his form and awkwardly inquired, "Mighty Lord Dog King, could you assist me once more?" Zhou Yu placed the spirit stones upon its back. The Mountain Rooster King, filled with excitement, did not forget to express his gratitude with a heartfelt thank you. As the two departed, Dog Fu Gue hastily remarked, "My lord, I shall not require them." "No, you do need them," Zhou Yu replied with a smile. "Both of these are yours. I do not wish to keep them." Dog Fu Gue was astonished. "All of them? This. I cannot accept." Zhou Yu reassured him, "I have no interest in spirit stones. You need not overthink it." Dog Fu Gue bowed his head in tears. Overwhelmed by the kindness of the Dog King, he would willingly sacrifice everything for such benevolence. "Let me share a secret," Zhou Yu said. Seated upon one of the spirit stones, "I was the one who killed the Blood Shadow Wolf of West Decision City." Dog Fu Gue's eyes widened in shock. Winnie the Pooh had indeed brought them vital intelligence, and he understood the implications. It meant a declaration of enmity against the Blood Shadow Wolf clan. If a kill is to be made, then so be it, Dog Fu Gue declared fiercely, pledging unwavering loyalty alongside the Dog King. "That is unnecessary." Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively. "The reason I divulged this to you is that I must prepare for accountability, and thus, I shall return home first." "Return home?" Dog Fu Gue was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the truth. The Dog King intended to infiltrate the realm of humanity, to pave the way for future glory. He would endure the humiliation from the human race. Such a self-sacrificial spirit was truly admirable. Zhou Yu's thoughts were rather straightforward. He was not well versed in the affairs of the demon clan. Should he face accountability, it could provoke powerful demons. Given his current strength, he would find himself in a precarious position. He had no qualms about ambushing others, yet he feared being ambushed himself. It is wise to be cautious in life. As for other matters, they might also bring trouble to One Blade Gorge, such as the Cave of 10,000 Snakes or the Monkeys of Peach Mountain. Zhou Yu mused aloud. These matters will ultimately require an explanation. What are your thoughts? Dog Fu Gue was momentarily perplexed, having never deeply considered such issues. The mindset of the beasts differed fundamentally from that of humanity. For them, mutual slaughter was commonplace. However, this incident had escalated, resulting in an excessive number of beast fatalities, leading to great dissatisfaction among the powerful demons stationed in the rear. Zhou Yu looked at Dog Fu Gue. "You may place the blame upon me." Dog Fu Gue was taken aback. "How could I, your subordinate, commit such treason?" "Do not fret," Zhou Yu smiled. "I have connections above me." Dog Fu Gue's eyes widened once more, his heart comprehending the implications. For many years, the esteemed Lord of Dogs has concealed himself among the human race, befriending numerous formidable beings. Those foolish mortals remain oblivious to the fact that the Lord of Dogs is, indeed, a dog, which assures his protection. Speak nothing but the truth. Zhou Yu chuckled, suggesting that for all other matters, one should adapt as circumstances change. Alternatively, one could fragment the situation, biding time to avoid any potential turmoil. Go Fu Gue inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. "Rest assured, Lord of Dogs, I shall safeguard all the earth dogs of the Blade Valley, nurturing our kind to ensure a prosperous future for you. When you return, our lineage shall surely exceed 1,000, perhaps even 10,000. "Excellent." Zhou Yu laughed heartily. "Go Fu Gue, I harbor a grand ambition, to stand at the pinnacle." "What does that pinnacle entail?" "If an emperor can have 3 or 4 consorts, then I, Zhou Yu, shall have 8. He added with a mischievous grin, "And most importantly, I must find a place to lose my virginity." How embarrassing it is for a dog to remain a pup. Go Fu Gue rose, letting out a howl towards the heavens. "I shall be the most loyal servant to the Lord of Dogs." Laughter echoed as they made their way back to the Blade Valley. Outside, tranquility reigned. For the Blood Shadow Wolf clan would not uncover Zhou Yu's whereabouts so swiftly. As for any accountability from the Demon clan, that would take time. In this era, both humans and demons are notoriously slow in their endeavors. After carefully concealing the spirit stones, Zhou Yu refrained from further instructions. As a 7th-grade beast, Go Fu Gue was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. The farewell was subdued. Zhou Yu had no intention of informing the other dogs. "Upon my departure, you shall ascend as the new Dog King." Zhou Yu strode ahead, with Go Fu Gue trailing behind. At these words, Go Fu Gue fell silent. "Today's parting is merely a prelude to a better reunion," Zhou Yu reassured lightly. "When we meet again, we shall both have grown." Go Fu Gue solemnly replied. "Next time we meet, I I will surely be an 8th grade. No, a 9th grade demon. I vow to follow your footsteps and assist you in every possible way. He declared his oath. For the Lord of Dogs, I would not hesitate to stand against the entire Earth Dog clan. Good dog, Zhou You remarked. Feeling a surge of admiration. That will suffice for now. Go Fuguei halted, gazing silently at Zhou You. As Zhou You walked a few steps forward, he turned back. Take care of yourself. There's no need to worry about me. Go Fuguei nodded earnestly. Zhou You smiled and resumed his swift stride toward Yeqing. As Zhou Yu's figure began to fade, Go Fuguei sprinted forward, calling out, Lord of Dogs, please do not forget me. Zhou You raised his right hand in a wave. Take care, Lord of Dogs. Go Fuguei shouted, leaping onto a mound. I shall await your return. Zhou You hesitated momentarily before dashing away again, thinking foolish dog. After spending so many days together, how could he remain untouched by emotion? A wave of melancholy washed over him, whether it be the human race or the demon clan. Chaos reigns supreme, and none can predict what fate awaits. One can only hope that this individual diligently cultivates their skills, striving to achieve the 8th tier and perhaps even ascend to the status of a 9th tier demon. At that point, they would possess the strength for self-preservation. As for myself, I am woefully weak, merely adept with the sword technique, lacking any other means of offense. If a formidable demon were to set their sights on me, would I even survive? Thus, this time, I am truly fleeing for my life. Passing through the desolate city of Shijue, it appeared as a ghost town, eerily empty, suggesting that the Blood Shadow Wolf clan had yet to reclaim their territory. Casting a fleeting glance, I continued my journey towards Yi City, eager to reunite with my grandniece. Zhou. Chapter 88. Abundant merit points. Yu Qing remained as he always was. During this period, nothing of significance had transpired, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Zhou You wandered about but failed to locate Zhou Qin and the others, thus he made his way directly to the so-called branch of the demon-slaying division. Having slain numerous demonic beasts, it was imperative to submit the demon-slaying order first in order to exchange for merit points. Once he acquired these merit points, he could then redeem them for various rewards. According to the merit point calculation, a single lion-tiger beast was worth 5,000 points. Additionally, he had vanquished several 7th grade beasts, each worth 1,000 merit points. Perhaps, after accounting for the miscellaneous beasts, he could indeed exchange for an impressive flying technique. Within the demon-slaying division, a slumbering demon slayer clad in yellow robes was roused from his nap. The recent tranquility had left him with little to do. Zhou You dropped the demon-slaying order, startling the slumbering slayer. Nielsen, the yellow-robed demon slayer, opened his eyes, casting an irritated glance at Zhou You. A mere apprentice slayer of the mortal blood realm held no interest for him. It was likely that Zhou You had only dispatched a few wild dogs or cats to earn merit points, which was rather bothersome. Zhou You tapped his demon-slaying order to initiate the exchange for merit points. Understood, Nielsen said lazily, picking up the order. He wondered when the front lines would ever see someone of Zhou Yu's caliber again. He truly felt absurd for even considering issuing a demon-slaying order to him. Having seen Zhou You only once, he could hardly recall the encounter. Zhou You remained composed, simply observing the other. While he harbored some skepticism regarding the demon slayer's collection of demon souls, he believed that as long as it did not impede his interests, who really cared? Nie's son retrieved a bottle from his drawer, adorned with intricate runes, known as the Demon Collection Bottle. Subsequently, he held the demon-slaying order in his left hand, channeling his spiritual energy while directing the bottle towards the order. Instantly, a surge of gray energy erupted from the demon-slaying order. Nie's son's expression twisted into a sneer, as it was evident he had merely slain a few second-grade serpents. Such creatures hardly qualified as true demonic entities. However, his smile quickly faded into shock. A vast torrent of gray energy surged forth, accompanied by a terrifying aura of malevolence that filled the entire courtyard. What? Nielsen exclaimed in astonishment, his spiritual energy surging forth in a tumultuous wave, all directed into the demon collection bottle. By the heavens! A 6th-grade demon soul? Good heavens! A 7th-grade demon soul? My word! An 8th-grade demon soul. Nielsen's face flushed crimson as he frantically attempted to capture the demon souls. There were so many that he could scarcely find words to describe his tumultuous emotions. His heart raced as if he were on the brink of collapse. With one after another of the demon collection bottles landing on the table, Nielsen set down the demon-slaying order, his pallid face drenched in sweat. He felt as though he were on the verge of exhaustion. Knock, knock. Zhou You rapped his fingers on the table a few times. Shall I return later? Perhaps you could rest for a while? At last, Nielsen turned to Zhou You, his eyes wide with astonishment. How had he accomplished this? Could it be that he had stumbled upon a battle among the demon clans and seized the opportunity to gather such a multitude of demon souls? It was simply beyond belief. Zhou Yu frowned. Old man, your rudeness is quite unbecoming. My apologies. Nielsen hurriedly straightened his posture. Allow me to calculate this for you right away. He repeatedly picked up the demon-capturing bottle to take stock and soon retrieved an abacus. A first-tier demon soul amounts to 5,685, while a second-tier demon soul is 23,213, with each contributing 5 merit points. As Nielsen manipulated the abacus, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Goodness, how is this even possible? I am eager to know. The staggering quantity was primarily due to Zhou Yu's persistent activation of the demon extermination order, which resulted in the absorption of all slain demon beasts. The third-tier ones tally to 4,000. As Nielsen continued his calculations, his heart raced. If these merit points were to be distributed among 1,000 individuals, they would indeed be meager. However, if conferred upon a single person, the sum would be utterly terrifying. After all, a 9th-tier great demon only yields 50,000 merit points. 24,356. Nielsen wiped away the perspiration on his forehead. Shall we verify this? Let us round it off. Zhou Yu, known for his amiable disposition, nodded in agreement. Nielsen hesitated. Well, Zhou Yu interjected, my memory is not the best. I cannot retain such intricate figures. Moreover, the upper limit for this is 99,999. After a moment of contemplation, Nielsen conceded. All right, that makes it 250,000. As for the demon extermination order, it indeed posed a considerable headache. It had never crossed his mind back then. Furthermore, first and second-tier demon beasts were originally intended to incentivize loose cultivators to contribute on the battlefield. With a smile, Nielsen inquired, is there anything you wish to exchange? Indeed, Zhou Yu replied earnestly, I wish to exchange for a cultivation method. This had been his initial plan. Nielsen responded, let me clarify. The cultivation methods are categorized into 4 tiers, Earth, Heaven, and Yellow. The Yellow tier begins at 5,000 merit points, the Xian tier at 10,000. The Earth tier at 30,000, and the Heaven tier at 50,000. Specific circumstances will dictate the exchange. Zhou Yu blinked. What about the Divine tier? Nielsen was taken aback. Divine tier? The Huaxia dynasty possesses very few methods of this caliber. Perhaps you could specify a type? Zhou Yu stated. I desire a flying cultivation method. Nielsen was left dumbfounded, utterly unable to comprehend. A flying cultivation method? And a divine one at that? Are you out of your mind? After a moment of doubt, he asked, are you certain? Zhou Yu nodded resolutely, absolutely. Nielsen argued. With 250,000 merit points, you could effortlessly select from the dynasty's 5 esteemed heaven-tier cultivation methods, which many would covet. This flying method is truly of little worth. No, I insist on exchanging, Zhou Yu declared with unwavering conviction, and I want it to be divine. Internally, Nielsen cursed, wondering if he had encountered a fool. To his knowledge, divine flying cultivation methods did indeed exist, though even members of the royal family refrained from practicing them due to their immense difficulty. If you are serious about the exchange, I can speak on your behalf. It should only require 50,000 merit points. Zhou Yu nodded. All right, then deduct 50,000. Nielsen retrieved paper and pen to commence writing. What about the remaining 200,000? Would you like to exchange for a spiritual artifact? Zhou Yu sat sideways at the table, inquiring if there were any garments of spiritual essence available. These clothes are always tearing. It causes me great distress. Nielsen nodded. I can offer you a spiritual robe at a discounted rate of 50,000 merit points. Is there anything else you require? Zhou Yu pondered for a moment. Is it possible to exchange for a cultivation technique on behalf of another? Nielsen paused. It is indeed possible, but you would forfeit your ability to cultivate. If you wish to practice, you must make another exchange. This is the decree of the dynasty. Otherwise, if one person were to exchange and disseminate the technique, it would be chaos. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. No problem. Just find a technique suitable for a female practitioner. Nielsen responded affirmatively. When the technique arrives, you must bring her along. Such matters require a binding restriction. This restriction is harmless, merely preventing her from disclosing the information. I will procure the finest technique for you at 80,000 merit points, leaving you with 70,000. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow, uncertain of what else to exchange for. Suddenly, Nielsen suggested, would you care to consider acquiring some exquisite companions? Having them at home to provide massages or prepare meals could be quite delightful. At 2,000 merit points each, you could easily bring home several. Chapter 89. Pursuit. Can one still change partners? Zhou Yu exclaimed in astonishment. truly a sight to behold. Nielsen chuckled. Naturally. Are you aware of the Yunshi Academy in the Imperial City? Zhou Yu shook his head honestly, admitting ignorance. Nielsen dismissed this, explaining that the Yunshi Academy is dedicated to nurturing the most exceptional men and women. As long as one possesses wealth and merit points, one can make a purchase. Whether for companionship or servitude is entirely your prerogative. Zhou Yu was taken aback. There are men as well? Nielsen replied with a smile, of course. Men have their desires, and women have theirs too. Zhou Yu sighed. What a revelation. Nielsen remarked. This is far simpler than conventional courtship. After all, it's just a matter of physicality. A little shake, and your mind clears. Zhou Yu sighed again. I harbor a grand dream to experience a passionate romance. Nielsen laughed. Love often blossoms over time. Zhou Yu nodded, finding this sentiment quite reasonable. Lowering his voice, Nielsen continued. If you fear the product may not meet your expectations, it's simple enough. I can send you a letter, and you can try it out. If you find it unsatisfactory, you may return it within 7 days. No questions asked. To be frank, this largely depends on your current contribution. Otherwise, I wouldn't be granting you this special privilege. However, a word of caution, should something unfortunate occur, returns are not an option. Recently, a female rogue practitioner caused a man's demise. Could she return him afterward? Absolutely not. Zhou Yu was astonished. Isn't that akin to malicious returns? Nielsen shrugged. It happens often. Women purchase men, play with them for a few days, and then return them. After multiple returns, they end up on a blacklist, and in serious cases, a hired assassin is dispatched. Zhou Yu mused. Indeed. The world of humanity is vibrant and diverse. Nielsen grinned. Care to purchase a few for amusement? 70,000 merit points. Zhou Yu pondered, finding it too cumbersome. He had no intention of keeping several women around. Do you have any other recommendations? Nielsen replied. Over 90% of practitioners seek to exchange for elixirs, weapons, and techniques. The Yunshi Academy is merely a derivative of exchange items. Zhou Yu quipped. What about wild spiritual herbs? Nielsen shook his head. That's impossible. There are too many practitioners nowadays, and wild herbs lack the environment for growth. Even if they existed, they would be allocated to exterminators, exorcists, and high-ranking officials, including the royal family. Perhaps a spiritual weapon? He glanced at the exorcising blade by Zhou Yu's side, finding it rather unimpressive. Zhou Yu toyed with the exorcising order, then tossed it before Nielsen, saying, let it be for now. I'll address it when the need arises. Nielsen nodded. Very well. Given your numerous exchanges, I shall reserve a little extra for you. The exorcising order's 5th row, representing 10,000, illuminated 7 times, while the 4th row, representing 1,000, illuminated 8 times. Thus, an additional 8,000 was granted. Zhou Yu was quite pleased. You are exceedingly courteous. I appreciate it. Nielsen, unbothered by the implications of this remark, continued to smile. Brother, seeing you so young yet achieving this level indicates that your strength is indeed concealed. Zhou Yu chuckled. Matters of privacy. Nielsen was instantly awakened, understanding the implication, and resolved not to inquire further. Among the scattered cultivators, there existed some anomalies that could instill fear in both the royal family and the major sections. Asking too many questions could lead to self-imposed misfortune, and in severe cases, one's life could be at stake. Zhou Yu retrieved the demon extermination order and inquired. You are quite familiar with Li Wanji, correct? Upon hearing this, Nielsen scrutinized Zhou Yu for a moment, finally recalling when this individual had arrived. Naturally, Nielsen involuntarily rose to his feet, mentally estimating the time. It had merely been over a month. How had this individual accomplished such feats? Terrifying. Could it be that the old immortal had welcomed a precious child, receiving assistance? If that were the case, the powerful figure behind this person must be formidable indeed. Zhou Yu remarked, she should have returned by now. I need to find her. Nielsen quickly replied, I saw her 5 days ago. She should still be in the city. Zhou Yu nodded, inquiring, when can I expect those items to arrive? Nielsen responded, in 10 days. As the journey is long and arduous. Before he could finish, Zhou Yu had already stepped into the courtyard. Nielsen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Brother, please hold on. Zhou Yu turned back in confusion. Is there something else? Nielsen clasped his hands and smiled. Might you be interested in joining the Demon Extermination Division? Zhou Yu was even more perplexed. Am I not part of it already? Nielsen hastily clarified. I just wanted to confirm. I will relay your basic information back to headquarters. Given your current performance, you are undoubtedly a Xianpao Demon Exterminator. Only then will you be recognized as a formal member. The others are merely temporary. Zhou Yu responded with a nonchalant "oh," having no understanding of what this entailed. Nielsen quickly added, upon becoming a Shanpao demon exterminator, you will receive fixed cultivation resources monthly, and if there are valuable items, you will have priority selection. Zhou Yu nodded, all right. As Nielsen attempted to elaborate further, Zhou Yu had already crossed the threshold and walked straight out, departing with remarkable decisiveness without a backward glance. Talented individuals often possess peculiarities. Nielsen rationalized Zhou Yu's behavior, realizing he had forgotten to ask for the latter's name. Returning to the streets of Yi City. Tranquility pervaded, mingled with a faint scent of decay. Zhou Yu patted his belly, feeling a twinge of hunger. The lion-tiger beast was quite large. Regrettably, he lacked culinary skills. Otherwise, he would have at least carried back a couple of legs. He should promptly find his grandniece. As an elder, he felt somewhat remiss. Brother. Zhou Yu called to an old man by the street. Do you know Li Wanji? The exceptionally tall and robust young lady? After all, Li Wanji frequently fought on the front lines and had a rather distinctive physique. Anyone who had seen her would certainly remember. The old man immediately bristled with anger. You disrespectful lad. I am 88 years old. Do you dare call me brother? Zhou Yu realized his faux pas. My apologies, esteemed elder. I sincerely regret my earlier words. The old man grew increasingly furious, a true fanatic, daring to humiliate me in such a manner. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the source of the issue. After all, he was a venerable 108 years old. What was wrong with him being addressed as little brother? A middle-aged man beside him chuckled. Why quibble with a youth? His address signifies that you appear youthful. The old man snorted disdainfully, clearly displeased. The middle-aged man then turned to Zhou Yu. You must be referring to Li Wanji, who has offended the Wind and Cloud Gang. Zhou Yu, bewildered, inquired, offended the Wind and Cloud Gang? What does that mean? He vaguely recalled encountering someone from the gang before, a certain individual named Ma Shangxi, but that person was already deceased. The middle-aged man remarked with a grin. You may not yet be aware, but there is a girl by Li Wanji's side who has been flaunting a low-grade spiritual sword in public. She hasn't been seen in recent days. It is likely that she has been captured by them. Chapter 90. I accompany you to death captured? Zhou Yu furrowed his brow slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. The old man snorted derisively, remarking on the audacity of one who, lacking sufficient strength, dared to roam about with a low-grade spirit sword, as if others were blind. Although the Fengyan gang was hardly commendable, dealing with those few was hardly a challenge. Zhou Yu's expression darkened further. The middle-aged man chuckled helplessly. This world operates thus. If you were their friend, it would be wise to leave Yi City at once. Rescue? What is there to save? Zhou Yu retorted. The world is too chaotic. Preserving one's life should be the priority. Zhou Yu turned to the middle-aged man and inquired, where can I find the Fengyan gang? The middle-aged man looked at him in astonishment. You truly intend to go? Zhou Yu nodded. Take me there, and I shall compensate you. The middle-aged man shook his head. I cannot involve myself in the affairs of the Fengyan gang. Perhaps you should seek someone else. The Fengyan gang held considerable sway among rogue cultivators. Zhou Yu had no intention of pressuring the man. If he was unwilling, so be it. Second master. Suddenly, a young man rushed over, his face alight with joy. Zhou Yu turned at the sound, surprised to see Lu Renjia. Is it really you? Lu Renjia gasped. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. The old man and the middle-aged man exchanged glances, noting the youth's surprising status despite his age. Zhou Yu, puzzled, asked, what brings you here? Lu Renjia, slightly abashed, replied, a month ago, I visited the Zhou family and heard you had come here. Oh, Zhou Yu nodded, realizing the connection. Have you seen Xiaochen? No, Lu Renjia shook his head. When I arrived, you had already left the city. I went out to find you, but could not. By the time I returned, I heard that Miss Zhou seemed to be in trouble. Zhou Yu acknowledged. Yes, I have heard as well. Lu Renjia, his expression anxious, suggested. Second master, should we return and seek help? Zhou Yu inquired. Seek whom? Miss Zhou's grandfather, Lu Renjia answered. He possesses considerable prowess in the spiritual realm. Zhou Yu advanced forward. Lu Renjia urged. I have heard that the Fengyan gang is formidable. We are clearly inadequate. Zhou Yu asked, do you know the location? Lu Renjia nodded vigorously. I discovered it yesterday, and today I confirmed the details. Zhou Yu responded with an O. Lu Renjia, confused, remarked, Second master. Why are you not anxious? Zhou Yu replied calmly, what good is urgency? If she were still alive and well, there would be no need for haste. If she is dead, then urgency serves no purpose. Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia felt a pang of dissatisfaction. How could he maintain such a demeanor? Considering how Zhou Chen had cared for him, he had been so joyful upon seeing him. only to discover that he possessed such a cold disposition. Moreover, what use was a mere mortal blood realm cultivator in this matter? Lead the way, Zhou Yu urged. Lu Renjia, exasperated, stamped his foot, feeling that this individual was utterly unreasonable. If we do not seek help now, shall we wait until after death to do so? As Lu Renjia led the way, he lamented, Second Master, I am quite weak. It is of no concern. I, too, feel quite inadequate. Zhou Yu offered words of comfort, urging against self-deprecation. Lu Renjia opened his mouth, feeling as though he, a grown man, was on the verge of tears from just a few of Zhou Yu's words. Damn. Is this a matter of self-doubt? It is a matter of self-awareness. Zhou Yu cast another glance at Lu Renjia, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he known Lu Renjia would come to Yeqing, he should have severed ties with the ferocious beast. Lu Renjia felt despondent. Second Master, this way, please. If death is to come, then so be it. To perish alongside his savior, Miss Zhou, would be worth it. With this thought, his heavy heart began to lighten. Yeqing lay in ruins, its population sparse. Wandering to the southwestern corner of Yeqing, he noticed even fewer souls. It was, in essence, the territory of the Wind and Cloud Gang, no trespassers allowed. Lu Renjia took several deep breaths, noticing Zhou Yu's demeanor remained as calm as still water, which filled him with a sense of shame. Both were on the path to death, yet Zhou Yu bore it with such composure, as if it were his destined fate. In contrast, Lu Renjia felt utterly inadequate, even in the face of death, appearing so cowardly. Reflecting on this, he straightened his back. A man should face death standing tall. Suddenly, Zhou Yu inquired, by the way, which sect do you belong to? Lu Renjia replied solemnly, the Radiant sect. Oh. Zhou Yu nodded, making a mental note. Apologies. My memory is not the best, and I tend to be rather dim-witted. Behind a wall, a man rushed out only to trip and fall. A crack forming in the wall, resulting in his head being severed. Thud. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Renjia instantly became alert, scanning the surroundings. Before he could comprehend the situation, he saw Zhou Yu continuing forward. The more he walked, the more alarmed he became, sensing an unnatural presence. There was not a shadow in sight, yet the sounds of heavy objects falling echoed mysteriously. Could the Wind and Cloud Gang be so uncanny? Lu Renjia could not suppress a swallow, his face turning pale. Zhou Yu remained composed. He bore no aversion to killing, having spent recent times dispatching demonic beasts. Hence he felt no particular emotion towards murder. Anyone exuding murderous intent in his vicinity was simply eliminated without a second thought. Why bother questioning them? Let them ponder their fate in hell. His duty was merely to escort them there. After walking a while longer, Lu Renjia felt as though his legs were weighed down with lead. The air was thick with a pungent metallic scent, and he increasingly felt as though something was amiss. As Second Master, Lu Renjia stammered, his face ashen. This place was too sinister. Zhou Yu, puzzled, asked, What is it? Lu Renjia trembled as he spoke. Did you not hear those sounds? Zhou Yu shook his head. No, I did not. Lu Renjia grew increasingly uneasy, while he was not afraid of death. This was undeniably strange. If you fear, you may remain here, Zhou Yu said, gazing ahead. I have already discerned our location. Lu Renkai spoke with a trembling voice. I am not afraid. I merely find this situation peculiar. Wait for me here. Zhou Yu stepped forward, heading towards a grand mansion. Lu Renkai pinched his thigh and hastened his pace to catch up. Second Master, I shall accompany you to the end. Zhou Yu cast a puzzled glance at Lu Renkai. Wondering if they were so familiar with each other, he could not comprehend. The moment they crossed the threshold of the mansion, the heads of two guards fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Lu Renkai gasped in horror. Second Master, did you see that? You must have seen it. This is too bizarre. We have encountered something supernatural. Chapter 91. Forgiven in this lifetime at the entrance of the mansion. Zhou Yu regarded Lu Renjia with the incredulity one might reserve for a fool. Have you never encountered a corpse? Lu Renjia stammered. I have never seen such an eerie dead body. Zhou Yu shook his head slightly. The man's courage was commendable, yet his cowardice was palpable. Without hesitation, Zhou Yu stepped inside, only to be met with a thunderous shout from nearby. Who goes there? Before the words had fully escaped, several figures leapt forth. Upon landing, they were reduced to mere fragments. Lu Renjia's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from sheer terror. This was utterly bizarre. He was convinced they had encountered something sinister. The overwhelming fear within him proved too much to bear. Zhou Yu unsheathed the evil-slaying sword with his left hand. Released them at once. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of figures descended upon the rooftop, their predatory gazes fixed upon Zhou Yu. There were at least 40 of them. From the direction of the main hall, a burly man strode forth, casting a cold glance at Zhou Yu. I have heard that my niece was captured by you. Zhou Yu met the man's gaze calmly. Release them. The burly man scrutinized Zhou Yu. Are you the second master that the girl spoke of? Zhou Yu nodded, realizing that the girl had indeed matured enough to invoke his name at a crucial moment. The burly man sneered. The old dog claims you possess treasures? Zhou Yu replied. Indeed. His eyes fell upon the sword at the man's waist and the golden adornments around his neck. These rightfully belonged to Zhou Chun. The burly man was a formidable opponent, a master of the 8th layer of the profound realm, far surpassing the likes of the old dog. Moreover, he was none other than Wu Yi, the leader of the Wind and Cloud gang. Wu Yi extended his hand, demanding, hand over the treasures. Zhou Yu gently retorted, that is rather impolite. At the very least, you should allow me to ascertain the fate of my comrades. Wu Yi scrutinized Zhou Yu for a moment before bursting into uproarious laughter. Kid, do you even realize who you are addressing? Zhou Yu countered, your manner of address lacks respect. I am your senior and deserve acknowledgement of my age. Laughter erupted among the members of the Wind and Cloud gang, as if they had heard the most amusing joke. Wu Yi clutched his stomach, still chuckling. I have encountered many madmen, but you are the first to be so audacious while merely at the mortal blood realm. Zhou Yu maintained his composure. Release them. The smile on Wu Yi's face began to fade. I desire the treasures you possess, and I also covet your lives. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Wu Yi grinned sinisterly. The old dog spoke of your possessions and hinted at a significant background. Tell me, if I were to provoke you, would I leave myself vulnerable? They are indeed alive for now, Wu Yi continued, but once you are deceased, those women can be toyed with, and once they are done, their remains will be obliterated. Zhou Yu nodded, comprehension dawning upon him. Wu Yi sneered. Boy, no matter how grand your background may be, it matters little if others are indifferent. If you were to perish here today, who would be the wiser? Zhou Yu took a deep breath, pondering the depths of human wickedness, a wickedness that could at times make one feel nauseous. Wu Yi scoffed, you are simply too young. When you reach my age, you will grasp just how treacherous human hearts can be. His gaze fixated on Zhou Yu's storage ring, his eyes gleaming with avarice. The reason for sparing the lives of the 4 old dogs lies in the assertion made by the elder that this young man possesses a storage ring, hinting at his significant background. It was this very statement that granted them a few extra days of existence. One must eradicate the root when dealing with weeds. If today Zhou Yu had arrived accompanied by formidable allies, he would merely have admitted fault and released them. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Navigating interpersonal relationships is indeed a profound art. However, since today he arrived alone, it seems fortune smiles upon me. Wu Yi raised his right hand, ready to strike him down. A gust of wind swept through the courtyard. Wu Yi wore a smile. Who could have imagined that a mere wanderer like him could also possess a storage ring akin to those great figures? Thud, thud. Sounds echoed from the roof tiles, followed by the rolling of severed heads. Soon after, a rain of crimson descended from the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. Headless corpses fell heavily into the courtyard. The continuous sword-drawing technique. Zhou Yu leaned slightly forward, his right hand resting on the hilt. Wu Yi's smile froze entirely, his body stiffening as he failed to comprehend what had just transpired. Yet a creeping dread began to take root within him. He decisively grasped the inferior spirit sword at his waist. With utmost seriousness, he prepared to draw his sword. Zhou Yu's arm trembled, and a flash of cold light seemed to slice through Wu Yi's chest, dislodging a speck of dust from the nearby stone pillar. Standing upright, Zhou Yu released his right hand, warning, do not move. To do so is to court death. Wu Yi struggled to lower his head, a dull pain blossoming in his chest, his garment torn, blood oozing from his skin. Zhou Yu approached Wu Yi, stating, in your next life, learn to respect your elders. For this life, I shall forgive you. He then silently removed Wu Yi's golden pendant and seized the inferior spirit sword from his grasp. Wu Yi opened his mouth, blood spilling forth. Who exactly are you? Do not inquire further, Zhou Yu sighed. What could you possibly do in hell to lodge a complaint? What difference does it make to know or not know? Wu Yi gazed ahead, his vision beginning to blur. Were you not a bit too ruthless? Zhou Yu replied. There is no alternative. One may easily exhaust their means. Wu Yi muttered, I do not understand. Zhou Yu explained, thus, it is imperative to read extensively, and to read well. The phrase to have exhausted one's means describes a lack of skill and the inability to escape a dire situation. In my case, it implies a reliance on overly simplistic techniques. Wu Yi's head drooped, and with a thud, he tumbled down the steps. His body severed in two upon crashing to the courtyard floor. Zhou Yu continued onward, ultimately discovering 4 individuals, battered and bound by iron chains, within a room. Second master. Zhou Chen instantly burst into tears, feeling that the second master was a savior sent from above, a guardian angel. Silly girl, what is there to cry about? Zhou Yu knelt down, drawing a sand dagger to sever the chains binding her. He then produced a vitality elixir, placing it into Zhou Chen's mouth, and lifted her into his arms. The elder dog grew anxious. Young master, there are still others. He felt a profound embarrassment in voicing this. Yet if he remained silent, Zhou Yu would indeed depart. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow, swiftly sending the sand dagger to cut the chains of the three others. Li Wanji was truly taken aback. She had contemplated every individual who could possibly save her in this lifetime. Yet none of them turned out to be the inexplicably inept person before her. Xiao Jing's expression darkened, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation from the current predicament. He recalled that during their last separation, it was because of his presence alongside the old dog that young Master Zhou had not been in a hurry to return. Yet now, upon his return, this calamity had unfolded. The old dog chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Young master, this situation is rather unexpected, and I can provide an explanation." Zhou Yu remained silent for a moment before responding. "It is understandable to be lacking in strength, as I too am quite weak. Therefore, I hold no ill will towards you regarding this matter." Ah! Just then, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from outside. Chapter 92. The Misunderstanding in the Courtyard. Lu Renjia, drenched in foul blood, screamed in terror, his legs weak, rendering him incapable of standing. He even crawled among the severed heads, desperately searching for Zhou Yu's. Fear swelled within him, leaving his complexion as pale as parchment. The horror was overwhelming, to the point where he could not comprehend what had transpired. He merely thought that once he located Zhou Chen's head, he would accept his own demise. If he could not repay the debt of gratitude, then he would find solace in accompanying the dead. "Hey!" On the steps, Zhou Yu called out to Lu Renjia. Startled, Lu Renjia let out a cry, only to realize after a moment that Zhou Yu was still alive. Zhou Yu frowned. "Do you wish for my death?" As he spoke, he leaped over the courtyard, cradling Zhou Chen, and made his way toward the entrance. Only then did Lu Renjia, in a panic, scramble to his feet. After just a few steps, he stumbled and fell again. "Second master, there truly are ghosts. It's too sinister." He had noticed it upon arrival. The gruesome fates of those who had perished were too dreadful to contemplate. Zhou Yu remained silent, while Zhou Chen, due to the effects of the elixir and the severity of his injuries, had already succumbed to slumber. Covered in blood, Lu Renjia trailed behind Zhou Yu, his expression fraught with confusion as he anxiously surveyed the surroundings. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, the old dog's eyes flickered with intensity as he meticulously searched each corpse. "What are you doing?" Xiao Jing asked in astonishment. "Of course, I am scavenging," the old dog replied without turning. "You should look for your weapons too. What he discards could be a windfall for us." Elated, the old dog's eyes gleamed with joy. Over the years, the Fengyan gang had accumulated much, and now it was all for their taking. Just imagine the value of all these weapons scattered across the ground. While treasures may not compare to spiritual artifacts, their sheer quantity was undeniable. Consider it this way. If you truly possess the capability, you could hunt first and second-tier monsters daily and amass quite a few merit points. The only issue is that solitary beasts tend to be quite formidable. In contrast, group monsters are generally weaker, yet numerous. One individual would certainly struggle against them. Take, for instance, the 10,000 Serpent Cave, teeming with second-tier serpents. While each is easily slain alone, when gathered, they become a formidable challenge, especially if a 6th or 7th-tier Serpent King emerges among them. "We've struck it rich," the old dog exclaimed as he unearthed vials of elixirs and bags of wealth, his excitement causing him to dance with glee. Indeed, following this fellow, one could truly stumble upon fortune. Do not underestimate the wealth of these scattered cultivators. While it may seem scarce at first, think about the potential for exponential increase. Li Wanji hesitated momentarily before joining the ranks of scavengers. Given her impoverished state, she could not afford to be choosy. Better to scavenge with the dog than to starve with the tiger, she mused. The old dog rambled on incessantly. What an incredible stroke of fortune this is. With what we gather today, we need not worry about our expenses for the next few years. Soon, we shall locate the Fengyan gang's treasure vault. There must be a fortune waiting for us there. Damn it, from now on I shall follow him closely. No wonder it is said that the sycophants of the large sects are wealthier than the leaders of the smaller ones. How could they not be affluent? By merely tidying up the aftermath, one can acquire riches that others could never hope to attain in a lifetime. Yi City boasts its own inns, albeit at exorbitant prices. After all, this is the front line, where establishments can collapse at any moment. Payment is required. Zhou You observed the still somewhat dazed Lu Renjia. It was not that he was stingy, but rather that he was truly short of funds. Lu Renjia fumbled for a coin pouch, muttering incessantly, "I must have encountered some misfortune. It has to be some misfortune." The innkeeper weighed the pouch and declared it insufficient. Zhou You frowned. "How much?" "For a room. 100 taels of silver, with meals at your own expense." The innkeeper, a practitioner of the spirit connection realm, remained unfazed, unperturbed by the prospect of trouble. Lu Renjia instantly regained his senses. 100 taels? Why not just rob me instead? The innkeeper smirked. "This is far simpler than robbery." Lu Renjia placed his sword, purchased for 20 taels of gold, upon the table. The innkeeper glanced at it. Still not enough. Lu Renjia, exasperated, retorted, "Why is it still insufficient?" The innkeeper pointed to the floor. "You've sullied my inn. That section of the floor must be replaced. It is made of exquisite willows, costing 1,000 taels. And you will need to ascend the stairs and enter a room. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you a discount. 10,000 taels will suffice." Lu Renjia, infuriated, exclaimed, "Are you extorting us?" The innkeeper chuckled. "If you can't afford it, then don't enter my inn," looking so pitiful. Zhou You turned to the innkeeper. "Sir, business thrives on amicability, yet your current demeanor is quite disconcerting." The innkeeper narrowed his eyes, a swirl of blood energy surrounding him, without compensation. "You want to be leaving this place." Lu Renjia gazed at the manifestation of the blood spirit, a wolf, and immediately felt intimidated. The innkeeper scratched his nails. "If you lack money, other forms of payment are acceptable, such as elixirs or spirit stones. I am not picky." Zhou You frowned. "We will not stay. Let him clean the floor for you." "Not staying is fine," replied the innkeeper as he stepped from behind the counter, "for 1,000 taels." Lu Renjia anxiously looked at Zhou You. "Second master, what shall we do?" Zhou You calmly placed Shouchen on the counter, gazing steadily at the innkeeper. "Amicability is a virtue in business." The innkeeper revealed a sinister smile. "No one becomes wealthy without unexpected fortune." Bang! Zhou You kicked the innkeeper, sending him flying. Before he could regain his footing, Zhou You was already beside him, pressing him into the floorboards, a dagger in hand, poised against his throat. "Young man, you have made me quite displeased." The innkeeper was taken aback, completely caught off guard. This fellow's speed was astonishing. "I shall give you one chance." Zhou You said calmly, "Repeat that." The innkeeper gritted his teeth. "Kid, I advise you to be wise. There's a reason I can run an inn here. I have connections." Zhou You replied softly, "Are you threatening me?" The innkeeper sneered. "Indeed, I am a practitioner of the spirit connection realm, and there are many stronger than I in Yi City. So I ask you, why is it that I have swindled so many, yet continue to thrive?" Zhou You let out a sigh, pondering why the mere act of conducting a business transaction had to be so repugnant. The shopkeeper, with a sneer, promptly released his grip on me, kneeling down to offer his apologies. "Otherwise, prepare for the ruin of your family." Zhou You collected the dagger and gradually rose to his feet. The shopkeeper also stood up, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Now, compensate me with 50,000 taels of gold, and I shall consider this incident as though it never transpired." With a swift motion, Zhou Yu's finger jabbed at the shopkeeper's heart. The shopkeeper staggered back, colliding with the wall. In that moment, his face contorted, gradually turning purple, as he slumped against the wall, powerless, and slid down to the floor. Zhou Yu carried Shouchen upstairs to attend to matters and to clean the bloodstains, for he was not fond of such odors. Lu Renjia, taken aback, hurried over to examine the shopkeeper's condition, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. It was, after all, the single jab that had shattered the heart. Chapter 93A Map. The inn was enveloped in tranquility, largely attributed to Lu Renjia's subdued demeanor. This establishment was authentic in its nature, known for taking advantage of newcomers while sparing the seasoned patrons of the city. Consequently, even the presence of a waiter was absent. Lu Renjia's silence stemmed from a profound sense of confusion. If memory served him right, and his vision was intact, Zhou Yu indeed possessed the cultivation of the 9th layer of the mortal blood realm. Though it marked an elevation of 4 minor realms since their last encounter, he remained fundamentally within the mortal blood realm. Yet, he could not fathom how he had so effortlessly dispatched the innkeeper. After all, this was an individual of the spirit communication realm. If it were him, he would scarcely escape with his tail between his legs. As he pondered the events surrounding the Fengyan gang, he arrived at a remarkably plausible conclusion. He had encountered something sinister. A shiver coursed through Lu Renjia's being, his pallor intensifying. He surmised that this malevolence must be intrinsically linked to Zhou Yu. Otherwise, how could such bizarre occurrences transpire? Taking a deep breath, He grasped the innkeeper's ankle. Those who have taken a life understand that while killing may be simple, disposing of the body is far more complex. Thus, Lu Rinjiao made his way to the inn's backyard and dug a grave, burying the body with expediency. After completing this grim task, he shed his soiled garments and rummaged through the inn for a fresh set of clothes, followed by a soothing hot bath. He needed to regain his composure. However, the tumultuous thoughts in his mind resembled a boiling cauldron, leaving him perturbed. He found himself utterly perplexed. Recollections of being drenched in blood amidst the corpses on the Fengyan gang's territory sent a chill down his spine, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Once he had bathed, Lu Rinjiao proceeded to cleanse the traces of blood from the inn. Meanwhile, Yi City was abuzz with news of the Fengyan gang's annihilation. While this development brought a sense of relief to some, it also instilled fear in many, as they anticipated further exploitation by other factions. After all, wherever there were people, there was bound to be profit. And with profit came the emergence of local tyrants. After ensuring Shouchen was settled, Zhou You took a moment to regulate his breathing before descending the stairs. Second Master, Lu Rinjiao promptly rose, despite the dissatisfaction brewing within him regarding Zhou You. He felt compelled to show respect for Zhou Chen's sake. Is Miss Zhou well? Zhou You responded affirmatively, inquiring about food. Lu Rinjiao hesitated. Zhou You continued. Surely the inn has provisions? Lu Rinjiao shook his head. No, I was just in the kitchen cleaning up. Zhou You nodded, casting his gaze outside. Intending to procure some food, Lu Rinjiao furrowed his brow. What about Miss Zhou? Zhou You glanced at Lu Rinjiao. You seem quite concerned. Lu Rinjiao hastily explained. Miss Zhou once saved my life. I must repay her kindness. Zhou You nodded again. Go get something to eat. I'm famished. Internally, Lu Rinjiao ground his teeth in frustration. Wishing to deliver a slap, all he seemed to hear was eat, eat, eat. He thought to himself, you'll eat yourself to death one day. Reluctantly, Lu Rinjiao stood. For he indeed had the means. He had discovered a considerable amount of gold and silver notes on the innkeeper's person. As Lu Rinjiao departed, the old dog, sensing the aroma, entered the inn. Young Master Zhou, the old dog bowed low as he approached. Zhou You cast a glance at the old dog, remaining silent. The old dog smiled and inquired, Is everything all right, Miss Zhou? Zhou You replied nonchalantly, You seem to have recovered quite swiftly. The old dog chuckled. I'm but a humble soul, unlike the delicate young lady. Thus, even when injured, my recovery is relatively rapid. Xiao Jing and Li Wanji stood flanking the old dog. Li Wanji hesitated, having heard many things from the old dog, including that Zhou You had a formidable protector by her side. Though their strengths were insufficient to detect one another, she realized she had underestimated Zhou You, who had significant backing and a powerful mentor. This explained why Zhou You had mentioned recommending her to the Moon Emperor sect. The reasoning was clear. She indeed possessed the capability. Zhou You lightly tapped her fingers on the table, feeling too weary to speak, her heart heavy. She longed for slumber, but considering Lu Rinjiao's culinary skills, it was better to first indulge in a hearty meal. After all, sleep could wait until she was no longer among the living. The old dog retrieved a gold note from his bosom, an authentic bill forged from gold, and carefully placed it beside Zhou You. Young Master, with the demise of the Wind and Cloud Gang, this is my humble contribution to assist in the aftermath. Zhou You glanced at it, her expression unchanging. A gold note worth 100,000 taels. The old dog scrutinized her face, noting the absence of any emotional shift. He couldn't help but sigh internally, envious of those whose destinies seemed preordained. 100,000 taels would bring him immense joy, yet she regarded it as casually as one might a piece of toilet paper. The old dog then produced a foot-long bamboo tube, placing it beside Zhou You. This had been found in the Wind and Cloud Gang's warehouse, containing a map purportedly leading to the lair of a Qilin. A Qilin? Zhou You raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The bamboo tube housed a crude map made from the hide of a demonic beast, but the route was distinctly marked as a divine beast. Few dared to approach the Qilin's domain, even if its location was known. To stealthily enter such a place and bring back a Qilin offspring would guarantee a formidable guardian for her abode. Even selling it would yield an astronomical sum. History bore witness to the top powers within the Kuan Yuan continent, which housed true dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. Very well, Zhou You nodded, accepting both the map and the gold note. The old dog secretly sighed in relief. Any reaction from her was a positive sign. His gains were substantial, having only relinquished a mere 30% of his bounty. Xiao Jing softly spoke. I still wish to extend my apologies for not safeguarding Miss Zhou adequately. Zhou You cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Jing, deeming her unworthy of close association, especially since she wouldn't even lend a piece of clothing. Confused, Xiao Jing sensed a hint of disdain in Zhou Yu's gaze. Li Wanji took a deep breath, bowing respectfully. Young master, I apologize for my previous attitude towards you. Zhou Yu, perplexed, wondered what was amiss. Attitude? He could not recall. In truth, he did not place much importance on trivial matters. Li Wanji hesitated, stammering, I. She yearned for a letter of recommendation, yet the words eluded her lips. Zhou Yu furrowed his brows, and after a moment of realization, exclaimed, Oh, you wish to inquire about the Moon Emperor sect, don't you? My apologies, I had completely forgotten. Li Wanji hurriedly reassured him. It's of no consequence, truly. If you desire to proceed, I shall compose a letter of recommendation for you. Once you arrive, speak of what you must, and refrain from what you should not. Zhou Yu added, Moreover, you are not permitted to read it. But are you truly certain you wish to join? Once you enter the sect, there will be constraints. Chapter 94. Your affection for men is merely a letter of recommendation. Zhou Yu, indifferent to the opinions of others, prepared pen and paper after receiving confirmation from Li Wanji. Lao Go, Xiao Jing, and Li Wanji instinctively refrained from peering at the contents. Dear Cece, I hope this letter finds you well. Since our parting years ago, I have been stationed alone at the Domain Pass, and I feel an overwhelming sense of longing. I vaguely recall your soft, jade-like little hand, as if it still lingers in my grasp. Spring has arrived, and the animals are in heat. Do you remember that spring when we met at Peach Blossom Ridge? The intoxicating fragrance of the blossoms is reminiscent of your own scent, which has captivated me entirely. People often say that one should reflect on their past while sitting in silence. I believe I have truly missed my chance with you. Yet, I wish for you to remember that in your youth, you were my little darling. Now that you have aged, you remain my beloved. Dear Cece, I know you harbor no fondness for me, but my feelings for you are as uncontrollable as the primal desires of wild dogs in the mountains at the onset of spring. After this lengthy discourse, I trust you understand my intentions. Additionally, I have encountered a young girl whose vitality is exceptionally vibrant. Her constitution may be particularly special, making her well-suited for the Moon Emperor sect's Guanghan formula. There is no need for thanks. It is my duty to assist you. Forever yours, Nyodali. Zhou Yu grasped the exorcising evil sword, dipped its hilt in ink, and stamped the letter with the characters you adorned with unique patterns. All was in order. After drying the ink, he carefully sealed it in an envelope. Here you go. Zhou Yu handed the envelope to Li Wanji. Her expression was one of excitement as she reverently accepted it with both hands. Thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Lao Go stifled his own excitement, contemplating requesting a letter of recommendation for Xiao Jing. This was indeed too casual. What stature must one possess to regard the Moon Emperor sect so lightly? Or perhaps, should he don women's attire to entice Zhou Yu? Zhou Yu observed Li Wanji and remarked, Do not be overly joyous. This letter grants you at most an 80% chance of entering the Moon Emperor sect. The specifics will depend on your own performance. After all, my name does not carry much weight. Hence, I used Nyodali's name. Lao Go gave a thumbs up, noting, Look at this humility. Li Wanji knelt gracefully in gratitude, deeply appreciative of the favor bestowed upon her. I will surely strive on my own for everything else. Zhou Yu nodded slightly, suggesting she rest for a few days before proceeding. Her current condition was not optimal. Li Wanji rose, carefully placing the letter against her chest. So you turned to Lao Go, inquiring if there was something else. Lao Go promptly asked, When will you leave the city, my lord? I shall guide you. I have no immediate plans, Zhou Yu replied. I had intended to return within a month, but now I have been delayed. Ah? Lao Go exclaimed, surprised, thinking to himself. Isn't this a fortuitous turn? If you do not venture out, how can I seize the opportunity? Xiao Jing hesitated. Are you about to depart from East City? Zhou Yu nodded, stating, No more than 10 days. Once the items arrive, I shall leave with Xiao Chun. Lao Go, puzzled, asked items. Zhou Yu chuckled. I exchanged some items for myself at the Demon Extermination Department, and I also procured a cultivation technique for Xiao Chun. The old dog laughed. Is there a need to wait for that? Nielsen already possesses a variety of techniques and resources. Zhou Yu, not one to conceal, revealed a divine-level technique. The smile on the old dog's face froze completely, and he stammered, Young master, do you have an inclination towards men? My physique is still quite decent. Please don't mind my age. With age comes experience, and I excel. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow, gazing at the old dog. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Jing seized the old dog's arm and shot him a fierce glare. How embarrassing. However, divine-level techniques, how many merit points must one accumulate for that? He claims to exchange just like that? The old dog was on the verge of tears. A wealthy patron stood before him, yet he could not deceive. It was utterly distressing to obtain a benefit. If not for his fear of death, he would have truly considered stealing the other's storage ring. Zhou You smiled. I shall tell you, slay more demon beasts, and merit points will naturally accumulate. Nia's son is quite decent, polite even. The old dog, dejected, squatted at the door. Do you need to enlighten us? Who doesn't know that slaying demon beasts garners merit points? Even cultivators of the true profound realm can sometimes be chased by 5th-tier demon beasts. If one is particularly unfortunate and encounters a 6th tier, they might as well be done for. Does anyone really think they have protectors lurking in the shadows? Zhou You had lost interest in the old dog. For Lu Renjia had returned. Following Lu Renjia were several individuals, each carrying food containers. Even at the front lines, as long as one has money, food is never lacking. Not even a fear of overindulgence. Lu Renjia looked at Zhou You, who was devouring his meal, feeling quite indignant. The more he thought about it, the more displeased he became. He had never encountered such a person in his life, someone who only thought of eating. His impression of Zhou You was nearly fixed, after all. Zhou You had always given him the impression of being solely about food, nothing else. According to his teachings, cultivators should distance themselves from mundane sustenance. Come, everyone. Let us eat together, Zhou You beckoned. The old dog silently produced a fasting pill and swallowed it. I can't eat. Too many impurities, I cannot compare. Li Wanji appeared somewhat reserved, no longer as she had been before. Xiao Jing simply stood quietly to the side, shaking her head to indicate she would not partake. Lu Renjia also abstained from eating, as he was displeased. His only concern was for Zhou Qin's well-being, and he had no positive feelings towards Zhou You. Let me tell you, Zhou You said, while eating and looking at Lu Renjia, when you return, just follow me. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to showcase your skills. The demon beasts outside are quite delectable. Lu Renjia replied, slightly impatient. Aren't you afraid I might poison you? Not at all. Zhou You shook his head. I am immune to all poisons. Lu Renjia rolled his eyes, thinking Zhou You was merely putting on a show. Zhou You maintained a high tolerance for Lu Renjia. In his eyes, a good chef tends to be somewhat proud. A bit of tolerance leads to delightful food. So why should he offend him? It was entirely unreasonable. Zhou You remarked, by the way, I recall your culinary skills are quite impressive. Did you learn from the bare-bottom sect? Lu Renjia, gritting his teeth in frustration, replied, it's from the Yaoguang sect. Zhou You continued to indulge in his meal, apologizing, my memory isn't the best. Taking a deep breath, Lu Renjia explained, it's a family tradition. My family owns a braised meat and barbecue business, and I learned by watching as a child before eventually joining the Yaoguang sect. Zhou You sighed enviously. How fortunate you are to have had such delicious food in your childhood. Lu Renjia lamented, eating it every day can become tiresome. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with a clever idea. I won't take advantage of you. How about a premium spirit stone as my monthly payment? He calculated that this price was quite reasonable. Lu Renjia felt a sense of helplessness, saying, Brother, must we engage in such pretentiousness? Do you even grasp the significance of a premium spirit stone? Zhou Yu straightened his posture, looking at Lu Renjia with confusion. It simply means a premium spirit stone. Doesn't it? What else could it signify? Chapter 95. A terrifying tale. Lu Renjia took several deep breaths. Second Master. Do not think for a moment that I look down upon you. Even if you were to offer me a low-grade spirit stone each month, I would still prepare your meals daily. The old dog nearly fainted, thinking to himself, what an imbecile. A single high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10 mid-grade spirit stones, which in turn equals 100 low-grade spirit stones. Bang! Zhou Yu placed a high-grade spirit stone on the table, declaring, let's start with 10 years' worth. The old dog's eyes instantly sparkled, and saliva began to pool at his mouth. Young master, I believe I can also manage. I can prepare cucumber dishes. Lu Renjia stared blankly at the translucent high-grade spirit stone on the table, the pure aura of heaven and earth causing a slight daze in his mind. Could it have been stolen from Zhou Chen? Lu Renjia's breathing quickened, and his face flushed. In nearly a decade at the Yaoguang sect, he had only caught a distant glimpse of a high-grade spirit stone. When did these precious stones lose their value? Are they now so easily seen? The old dog, in a frenzy, exclaimed, Young master, if you're not accustomed to cucumber dishes, I can also make a hodgepodge. Xiaojing grabbed the old dog's arm, exasperated and stamping her foot. The old dog pushed her aside. Get out of my way. You're obstructing my path to wealth. Lu Renjia struggled to maintain his composure, reminding himself that a true man, born of heaven and earth, should not bow to mere spirit stones. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yu quietly took back the spirit stone, saying, I ought not to have insulted you with such a stone. I apologize. Henceforth, I shall provide the ingredients. And you may cook. The old dog leaned on the table, relishing the notion of being insulted. He welcomed any form of ridicule. Zhou You interjected, enough of that. Let the table have a moment's rest. Learn from the young ones and act with some decorum. Reluctantly, the old dog stepped back, then couldn't help but spit outside the door, thinking, Lu Rinjia is quite the pretender. Now that the goods are gone, what will he do? You've had the wealth of the world stuffed in your mouth, and yet you spit it out. Lu Rinjia felt a twinge of disappointment, but also a sense of relief. High-grade spirit stones were a distant dream, and by refusing them, he felt less encumbered. Accepting them would have brought a burden, even if cooking was hardly a challenge. High-grade spirit stones were indeed precious, seemingly exchangeable for 10 mid-grade stones, but who in their right mind would trade a high-grade stone for 10 mid-grade ones? The purity of the aura contained within was of an entirely different realm. For the Lu family, a single high-grade spirit stone could purchase their very lives. After Zhou You had eaten his fill, he began to reflect upon his own actions. It seemed he had taken spirit stones too lightly. Such behavior would not foster friendships. One cannot simply hand out spirit stones without consequence. It was a rather base and lowly act. Meanwhile, Lu Rinjia silently cleared the dining table, his only lingering doubt being how Zhou You had procured the spirit stone. Zhou You wiped his hands, patted his belly, and felt a profound sense of contentment, thinking that if life continued in this manner, he would be satisfied. What did it matter if he were the greatest in the world? What significance did grand sects or dynasties hold? As long as he had meat to eat daily and was not starving for days on end, he would consider his life fulfilled. The old dog trotted over to Zhou You and began to massage his shoulders. Zhou You, with eyes closed in contentment, felt it was only natural to enjoy the service of a younger companion, given his seniority. Tell me a story, he requested. The old dog, taken aback, inquired what kind of story the young master desired. Zhou You replied, a horror story, please. I relish listening to eerie tales before drifting into slumber. Horrific? The old dog's countenance changed, as if he recalled something truly dreadful. Zhou Yu's voice was soft, almost as if he were on the verge of falling asleep. He preferred tales grounded in personal experience, for fabricated stories lacked intrigue. The old dog's expression grew grim, but in an effort to please Zhou Yu, he began to recollect the most terrifying tale from his past. Indeed, there were harrowing events. At the tender age of 16, a calamity had befallen him, leaving him orphaned. To seek a new path, he sold the only cow his family owned for 5 taels of silver. At this juncture, he paused, his lips trembling. Zhou Yu remained silent, ever the attentive listener. The moon was full that night, and a cold wind swept through the streets as he wandered, clad in tattered garments. Just as despair enveloped him, he was approached by a middle-aged woman. Her smile was radiant as she asked if he was cold or hungry, assuring him her bed was warm and tea was prepared. The old dog inhaled deeply. Though inexperienced in such matters, he recognized her as a streetwalker, one who sold her body. Zhou Yu merely muttered in acknowledgement, finding nothing terrifying in the situation. The old dog shuddered. Thus, he concocted an excuse to leave. However, she insisted, my daughter, and I will attend to you, without any extra charge. Quite frankly, he felt tempted. When he eagerly followed her back, she called into the room, Mother, we have a client. Silence enveloped the living room, save for the trembling of the old dog. Li Wanji stared wide-eyed, utterly baffled, while Xiao Jing wore a similarly perplexed expression. Suddenly, Zhou Yu burst into laughter, tears of mirth streaming down his cheeks. Why do you laugh, my lord? The old dog stammered. Is this not an exceedingly terrifying occurrence? Zhou Yu laughed so heartily he nearly doubled over, exclaiming, Old dog, you are simply delightful. He could vividly imagine an elderly crone emerging with a cane, leaving the old dog pale with fear. Such experiences, it seemed, were only truly horrifying for those who lived through them. For others, they were merely a source of amusement. Li Wanji and Xiao Jing finally grasped the situation, their faces flushing as they turned away, stifling giggles. The old dog's complexion paled. That incident had evidently cast a long shadow in his heart. Zhou Yu, still in fits of laughter, asked, and what happened next? The old dog, his teeth chattering, replied, I struggled mightily, I truly did. Zhou Yu tilted his head. You didn't escape? The old dog lowered his gaze. I lost my 5 taels of silver when I left. She even provided me with breakfast and gifted me a red envelope containing a coin. Zhou Yu grinned widely, nodding repeatedly. Quite well indeed. I had intended to listen to a chilling tale before drifting off to sleep, yet I found myself wholly awakened by laughter. The old dog, in a fit of agitation, insisted, Truly, it is frightful. Zhou Yu nodded repeatedly, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation. At this juncture, a man of average stature strode into the inn. his gaze sweeping the room before finally resting upon the old dog. Old dog, our leader summons you. The old dog's countenance changed drastically, instinctively exchanging a glance with Xiao Jing, whose expression darkened in an instant. Chapter 96. The local tyrant. The atmosphere appeared rather tense. Zhou You straightened his posture and regarded the individual before him. Clad in clean attire and exuding a profound aura, he was a practitioner of the spirit connection realm. However, the old dog was at the transcendent realm. Such a display indicated that it was not the old dog himself who was afraid, but rather the formidable presence backing the man opposite him. Shall we proceed? The middle-aged man urged, his tone icy. Ah, yes, 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 the old dog responded repeatedly. Just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly clutched his stomach, his expression contorted with pain. Oh no, I must have eaten something bad. I need to rush to the latrine. In an instant, everyone instinctively maintained a safe distance. The middle-aged man's countenance darkened, revealing his disdain. Just wait a moment. I'll be quick, the old dog hastily exclaimed as he dashed toward the backyard. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man cast a cold glance at Xiao Jing. You two had better present yourselves before our leader within the hour. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. He spoke with an air of confidence, turning on his heel to depart. As he left, the old dog hurried back, but his demeanor had turned notably grim. Do you know him? Zhou You inquired. Tilting his head, the old dog replied in a low voice, aside from the Wind and Cloud gang, there exists a relatively small local tyrant in Yi City. Zhou You responded with a curious, oh, what is their influence? The old dog explained, they are called the local tyrant. Zhou You frowned, do you not comprehend human language? The old dog hurriedly clarified, their faction is literally named the local tyrant, signifying that wherever they are present, no one can exert dominance over them. It also attests to their insidious and malicious methods. This group is quite small, reportedly never exceeding 10 members. He then quickly composed himself, continuing. The leader of the local tyrant is an exceptionally skilled assassin. Zhou You chuckled. How formidable is he? The old dog replied solemnly. You may not be aware, but there are myriad ways to cultivate assassins in this world. The training method employed by this individual is rather unique, even to the point of being cruel. These assassins begin their training at the tender age of 4, where they must stab living bodies with a sword, but cannot kill. To do so would signify failure, and the consequences can be fatal. For 20 continuous years, they endure this torment. Upon their release, the pent-up resentment erupts, often resulting in the assassination of the very individuals who have tortured them for 2 decades. This initial surge of murderous intent is thus forged. Zhou You raised his hand. Wait, who precisely is the assassin? The old dog was taken aback. Naturally, it is the one who was stabbed. Just think about it. If you were subjected to continuous stabbings for decades, would you not harbor resentment? Would you not possess a murderous aura? Therefore, at the moment of their release, it is plausible that they might consume their assailant alive. Zhou You scratched his head, feeling a tingle at his scalp. He grasped the gist of the explanation. Have you incurred their wrath? Zhou You asked. The old dog replied, it is likely that they discovered my dealings with the Wind and Cloud gang. We have crossed paths before, and under their coercion, I aided them in pilfering some items. Zhou You expressed surprise. So you are a thief? The old dog widened his eyes. Is that not obvious? Zhou You nodded thoughtfully, recalling that they had previously touched upon this topic. Ah, indeed. Age has dulled my memory. Zhou You chuckled. So this time I sought you out for the assets of the Wind and Cloud gang? The old dog furrowed his brow, sensing impending misfortune. Zhou You smiled, perceiving that this local tyrant was, in fact, quite confident. Otherwise, he would not have simply conveyed a message and departed. The old dog hesitated. Young master, could you lend an old man a hand? Zhou You replied, thieves seldom speak the truth. The old dog was taken aback, quickly insisting, by heaven's conscience. I speak only the truth. Zhou You remarked, there may indeed be factors related to the Wind and Cloud gang, but whether there are other reasons, you and Xiao Jing are well aware. The old dog's complexion paled dramatically. Zhou You gazed at the old dog with a smile. For a rogue like you, even if you are a local tyrant as you claim, if you cannot fight, you would flee, and no one could harm you. Yet, it is evident that your first thought was not to escape. This is rather illogical. It is akin to an ordinary person encountering a ferocious beast. His instinct would undoubtedly be to flee, not to stand frozen in place. The old dog's lips trembled as he fell silent. The crux of the matter is that you have something in their grasp. Zhou You tapped on the table. I do not know what this leverage is, but it has rendered you unable to escape. Xiao Jing inhaled deeply, the breakthrough pill. The old dog's expression changed. Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing replied, Old dog, if they discover this, what harm is there if the young master knows? Oh, Zhou Yu tilted his head. The breakthrough pill? That is indeed a rare commodity. After all, he had never tasted one himself. The old man did not allow him to have any. The old dog sighed heavily. Within our vicinity, there are 3 of the top 500 forces of the Kuan Yuan continent: the Fierce Tiger Sect, the Eagle Falcon Gang, and the Ascending Heaven Sect. In order to enhance Xiao Jing's strength and ensure he has the means for self-protection, I ventured near these 3 sects to gather intelligence. By chance, I discovered that the Fierce Tiger Sect was purchasing a breakthrough pill at a high price, and then I conveniently stole it. Zhou Yu smiled, and then? The old dog glanced at Xiao Jing. As it turned out, this item is indeed extraordinary. It not only enabled Xiao Jing to attain spiritual awareness in one fell swoop, but also allowed him to break through to the profound realm last year. However, during this process, an unexpected incident occurred. The local tyrant's leader, Wang Dodo, discovered the jade vial containing the breakthrough pill that I had sold. Zhou Yu was taken aback. You could sell it? The old dog replied matter-of-factly. Why could I not sell it? It was crafted from genuine Lantian jade, worth 100 taels of gold. Xiao Jing softly added, but because of this, we were subsequently blackmailed. The old dog continued, thus, we do not team up with anyone for expeditions. We only seek out weaker, solitary beasts to slay for merit. As a top 500 force, the Fierce Tiger Sect is one we cannot afford to offend. These sects have numerous members, formidable strength, and substantial wealth. If they discover it was the old dog who pilfered the elixir, we would have no chance of survival. There would be no escape for us. The theft of this elixir is far more serious than slaying 1 or 2 outer sect elders. The old dog remarked, I suspect that this time they are not merely after the treasures of the Wind and Cloud Gang. It seems I am once again being summoned to partake in theft. Now, Zhou, you can comprehend the gravity of the situation. Generally, one does not need to steal commonplace items, nor do formidable individuals resort to thievery. If one is compelled to steal, the associated risks are undoubtedly perilous, and it is a venture not to be trifled with, especially against local tyrants. Zhou Yu chuckled softly. With each act of theft, another piece of leverage is added against you. The old dog's countenance darkened further, for it was indeed the case. This is a vicious cycle, relentless and unending. He gazed longingly at Zhou Yu, earnestly hoping for the appearance of a protector to assist him in this minor endeavor. For such eminent figures, what is this trivial matter? Speaking of which, I have yet to encounter an assassin. Zhou Yu rose and said, allow me to accompany you on this journey. Chapter 97. The Rainbow Pill. It is rare for one to actively encounter an assassin, save for those who hire them. However, Zhou Yu possesses his own profound considerations. Although his sword heart is firmly forged, it remains shrouded in dust. The cultivation methods of assassins bear a resemblance to those of sword practitioners, as both involve the forging of a murderous intent. This murderous heart is akin to a sword heart. Both embody a relentless resolve, a determination of either life or death. The old man often proclaimed, the great path is boundless, yet all roads lead to the same destination. Each form may differ, yet the ultimate essence remains identical. Whether it be swords, blades, spears, or other instruments, they are merely forms. When one wields a weapon, it is akin to a tiger gaining wings. Mastery of form equates to grasping essence, and where essence resides, there lies the heart. As for Xiao Jing and the others, they naturally stayed behind to attend to Zhou Chun. Walking down the street, the old thief felt a twinge of anxiety. The protector was nowhere in sight, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Fortunately, the other party proved to be more understanding than he had anticipated, displaying an eagerness to assist. Yet, he was oblivious to Zhou Yu's calculations. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. Boasting 1,000 times pales in comparison to taking 1,000 lives. A sword requires nourishment, and the human heart necessitates tempering. Most importantly, Zhou Yu harbors a disdain for snakes, despite being born in the year of the snake himself. A local snake is still a snake, even in human form. Sometimes, a local snake may be less benevolent than an actual serpent. The old dog covertly cast a glance at Zhou Yu, a hint of envy stirring within him. How remarkably composed. Had he possessed even a fraction of that calmness in his youth, he might have dared to pilfer from the top 5 sections. One must ponder, why is there such a vast disparity in their experiences as first-time humans? As his thoughts settled, the old dog spoke softly, young master. The other party hails from an assassin's background, so might it be prudent to prepare in advance, just in case of an ambush? His implication was clear. He hoped Zhou Yu would alert the hidden protectors to avoid a delayed rescue that could cost them their lives. Zhou Yu responded with feigned seriousness, I am already prepared. The old dog, filled with helplessness, thought to himself that he had yet to witness Zhou You converse with anyone else or take any other action since their arrival. Was this not mere folly, an attempt to deceive the simple-minded? After a moment's reflection, the old dog continued, "Perhaps I was not clear from the outset. Assassins can be classified into 3 types. The first are those who kill as a profession. Anyone can fall into this category. The second type is born into this trade, raised with a mindset of killing. The final type consists of amateur assassins who engage in this line of work to earn extra income, often seen in the streets. The one we are about to meet is a true professional assassin, that is, the second type." Zhou You shot the old dog a glance. "I am aware. Otherwise, I would not have accompanied you. That said, what troubles you so greatly?" The old dog clutched his chest with his right hand, feeling a pang of pain, truly agonizing. Why did he suddenly feel devoid of any sense of security? There must be a problem here, perhaps even a significant one, a major issue that has been overlooked. Could it be the guardians do not exist at all? The old dog's expression abruptly changed, his gaze flickering, then igniting with a gleam. How beautiful! Truly beautiful. To behold so many stunning women at the front lines is worth dying for. On the street, vibrant figures flutter like butterflies, their movement perfumed with allure. "What are you staring at? Dare you to have your eyes gouged out?" A woman in red scolded a passerby. "Ah, among the Rainbow's 7 sisters. This fiery girl possesses a particularly bold temperament." The onlooker shook his head, yet felt no anger. As they departed, Zhou You halted, inquiring, "What are you looking at?" "At the beautiful women," the old dog replied, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Indeed, the Rainbow 7 sisters are remarkable. Their figures are all legs. If only I were decades younger, I would surely become an ardent admirer." Zhou You glanced in that direction, deeming it merely passable. The old dog reluctantly withdrew his gaze, clearly enticed. Zhou You, with a look of disdain, remarked, "How shameful. At your age, you should know better. Look at me. I'm of the same age. Yet I remain composed." The old dog scoffed. "What of being older? Does age strip one of the right to appreciate beauty?" Zhou You sighed, as they turned into a narrow alley. "Don't say I didn't warn you. You are about to meet a killer." The old dog shuddered, suddenly alert. No matter how beautiful a woman is, if she is not one's own, she is not worth any attention. "I apologize for making you laugh, young master," he said. Zhou You pondered for a moment and asked, "What is the source of the Rainbow 7 sisters? With such flamboyance, are they not afraid of attracting unwanted attention?" The old dog, confused, replied, "What do you mean by unwanted attention?" "You know, that kind of attention." "What kind?" "You understand." "I don't. Get lost." Fine, I understand." The old dog hurriedly continued, "Though the Rainbow 7 sisters may not be particularly powerful, their master is formidable." Zhou You, intrigued, responded, "Oh." The old dog elaborated, "Their master is the Neon Fairy. Now do you see why no one dares to target them?" Zhou You, taken aback, questioned, "The Neon Fairy?" "The one who is 1.8 meters tall, always dressed in a colorful skirt, looking like a wild hen." He vaguely recalled that the Neon Fairy once delivered pills, among which was a particularly beautiful and sweet elixir called Rainbow Pill. The old man remarked that if it weren't for its excellent medicinal properties, it might as well be named Rainbow Candy. The old dog gasped, "You've seen her?" Zhou You nodded, "I met her 60 years ago." "Uffed." The old dog chuckled. 60 years ago? Were you even born?" Zhou You shot the old dog a glance. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm over 100 years old, you know." The old dog swiftly grasped Zhou Yu's wrist, but upon noticing Zhou Yu's raised eyebrow, he immediately released it. Zhou Yu shifted his neck and remarked, "Do you dare to touch me?" The old dog, busy with a smile, remarked, "Isn't this merely to ascertain your bone age? I mean no offense." Zhou Yu snorted coldly. "Do you believe it now?" The old dog replied with a chuckle, "Indeed, indeed." Yet, inwardly he cursed, "I believe your grandmother's leg. Bone age merely 18. Pretending to be an old fox." Zhou Yu retorted icily, "Do not indiscriminately touch my body. It is reserved for women." The old dog scoffed, muttering, "A mere touch won't kill you." Zhou Yu sternly replied, "Do you understand what it means to be pure and untainted? Forget it. Looking at you in your disheveled state, it is clear you do not comprehend." The old dog hastily redirected the conversation. "Young master, we have arrived." Chapter 98. He defamed me. Vines entwined the courtyard walls, creating a verdant facade, yet beneath their embrace lay an atmosphere of darkness and chill. The old dog instantly adopted a cautious demeanor, concealing his right hand within his sleeve, evidently prepared to act at a moment's notice. In stark contrast, Zhou Yu strode confidently inside, devoid of any trepidation. The main door stood ajar, and with the courtyard shrouded in vines, sunlight struggled to penetrate the interior. The old dog followed closely behind Zhou You, anxious about his ability to protect him. He pondered whether, in the event of an immediate attack, the guardian would come to his aid as well. The main hall was dim, casting an eerie pallor that sent shivers down one's spine. Zhou You crossed the threshold, his steps unwavering as he advanced to the forefront and seated himself in a chair at the head of the hall. The old dog lagged slightly, positioning himself at the center of the hall. A profound silence enveloped the space, and in the murky light, several startled, somber faces emerged. A man crouched behind the door, wielding a twisted serpent sword in his right hand. A woman leaned against the wall, gripping a long, slender blade with a sizable tip. The man who had previously delivered a message reappeared from outside, taking his post at the entrance. To Zhou Yu's right sat a man clad in a black robe, his expression frigid, with slanted eyes. The man with slanted eyes spoke slowly. "You seem rather familiar, my friend." Zhou Yu replied lightly, "As I age, I prefer to sit rather than stand." The old dog felt a surge of anxiety. This was the notorious leader of the local underworld, known as Serpent Eye. Serpent Eye chuckled coldly as the man behind the door stood up. Serpent Eye gestured with his hand. "It is rare to encounter someone with such audacity." Zhou Yu responded, "That merely reflects your limited experience. Venture out more often, and you will find many like me." Serpent Eye's gaze flickered, sensing something peculiar about Zhou Yu. Once again, silence enveloped the hall. After a considerable pause, Serpent Eye turned to the old dog. "Where have you been flourishing lately?" The old dog forced a smile, "Just wandering about." Serpent Eye grinned ominously. "You wandered about and managed to annihilate the Wind and Cloud gang?" The old dog's complexion paled as he could only offer nervous laughter, not daring to speak further. Although the riches were considerable, they did not weigh heavily on his conscience. Serpent Eye rubbed his fingers together. "I have heard you have been quite prosperous of late. Particularly in Shiju City, you've garnered quite the reputation." The old dog feigned a smile. "I merely seized an opportunity." Serpent Eye straightened his posture. "Old dog, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. However, I require your assistance with a certain matter." The old dog's lips twitched, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He truly could not afford to offend powerful entities. The woman with the blade interjected sharply, "The boss is speaking with you." "Why do you feign silence?" The old dog hastily replied, "Boss, please feel free to command me. I would never dare to disobey your wishes. There is no need for such a show of force." Serpent Eye chuckled softly. "There is something I am quite interested in concerning the Rainbow's 7 sisters. However, I am a man of compassion, disinclined to stir up trouble. Therefore, I trust you understand my meaning." The old dog's eyes widened in terror. "Boss, this is sure to provoke the Neon Fairy gravely." The old man, despite possessing 1,000 boldness, would never dare to steal from them. The serpent-eyed man smiled ominously, implying that my opinion mattered not at all. The old dog trembled, beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickling down his cheeks. Offending those legendary figures would undoubtedly lead to no escape. Thud. The old dog knelt heavily on the ground, pleading, "Boss, grant me mercy this once. Allow me to steal from the tiger's den for you, or even from the Eagle SI gang. But the Neon Fairy is beyond my capacity to provoke. If she were to learn of my actions, I would have nowhere to flee. With just a thought, she could uncover my whereabouts. Moreover, the 7 sisters of the Rainbow surely bear her restrictions. Should I dare to touch them, she would immediately know it was I." Laughter erupted from the serpent-eyed man. "Old dog, you are quite something. It has been long since we last interacted, and now you dare to bargain with me." In desperation, the old dog implored, "Boss, may I bow to you? I have children to care for. My demise is inconsequential, but my child's future would be irrevocably ruined. He is still so young. I hope you can grant me this opportunity in light of the service I've provided you in the past." The serpent-eyed man's laughter abruptly ceased, and a chilling aura of murderous intent swept through the hall. "Do you believe I could have them kill your adopted son right now? You possess a pure killing intent." "My young brother," Zhou Yu remarked, turning his head. "It is almost tangible." The serpent-eyed man shifted his gaze to Zhou Yu, his expression contorting with menace. He had intended to deal with Zhou Yu later, but was surprised by the immediate desire for his death. Zhou Yu chuckled. "You believe your methods can truly enhance your murderous aura? However, while your intent may be pure, it is tainted with impurities. It is rife with excessive loathing and resentment. Although I am no expert in medicine, I have a fair understanding. Do you often find yourself inexplicably enraged or prone to violent outbursts? When such feelings arise, do you contemplate murder or even self-destruction?" The serpent-eyed man coldly retorted, "What are you implying, boy?" Zhou Yu replied, "It is an ailment that requires treatment. A sinister expression crossed the serpent-eyed man's face. You are courting death. Zhou You continued undeterred in the discussion of yin and yang from the soil. It is stated that anger harms the liver, joy harms the heart, contemplation harms the spleen, worry harms the lungs, and fear harms the kidneys. According to your previous cultivation methods, you must have first harmed your liver, then your lungs due to years of anxiety. And excessive darkness and fear would have damaged your kidneys. Setting emotions aside, do you often experience frequent, urgent, and incomplete urination? The serpent-eyed man fixed his gaze intensely on Zhou You, pondering his identity. Zhou You sighed, your cultivation methods are far too extreme. Before mastering your techniques, you have already rendered yourself incapacitated. If I am not mistaken, you likely suffer from a level of dampness and impotence. Do you know what dampness signifies? It essentially refers to depression. The serpent-eyed man slowly placed his right hand at his side. You seem quite articulate. Zhou You scanned the others present. Is it possible you have never frequented brothels? Do you lack companionship? Oh, there is a woman who seemingly never lays a finger on you. The woman wielding the dagger. Her eyes flickering, inadvertently turned her gaze towards the serpent-eyed man. The man with the serpent blade wore an odd expression, yet gritted his teeth tightly. In a fit of rage, the serpent-eyed man slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed with indignation, exclaiming, He slanders me. He slanders me. Zhou You remarked, You see, you are so easily provoked, you cannot control yourself at all. In such circumstances, it is evident that your liver is compromised. Many individuals prone to irritability often have liver issues. If you were to claim that I am impotent, I would not be angered, for that would be mere defamation. The root of anger often lies in the truth of the matter. Chapter 99. One of my statements is false with fury. Snake Eye rose to his feet, drawing forth a short sword from his right hand. This blade, slender as a pair of chopsticks and measuring 1.5 feet in length, was well within Zhou Yu's comprehension. The lighter the sword, the swifter its speed, the thinner it was, the more adept it became at piercing flesh. In fact, the wounded would scarcely register the injury before the blade was withdrawn. Old Dog knelt on the ground, his gaze fixated ahead. Had he truly offended Snake Eye to such an extent? Let us refrain from violence. Zhou You spoke softly. I came today with the intention of conversing. With gritted teeth. Snake Eye retorted, You are doomed today. I possess a remedy for your ailment, Zhou You replied. Taken aback, Snake Eye fell silent for a moment. Zhou You turned to the woman cloaked in shadows. You see, he is indeed impotent. The woman pursed her lips, offering no response. Taking a deep breath, Snake Eye endeavored to regain his composure. Who exactly are you? Zhou You nodded. Simply an elder. You dare mock me? Snake Eye barked. Zhou You smiled. I would not call it mockery. I often find it perplexing that despite merely speaking the truth, many refuse to believe me. With narrowed eyes, Snake Eye contemplated his thoughts. Zhou You continued, Among all my statements, one is false. Do you know which one? With a squint, Snake Eye challenged, You are an elder? Shaking his head. Zhou You replied, Incorrect. Is my affliction a fabrication? Snake Eye asked coldly. With a chuckle, Zhou You responded, Whether it is true or false, only you can ascertain. Furious, Snake Eye exclaimed, What the hell do you mean? Zhou You spoke gently. When I said I possess a remedy, that statement is false. Boom. The oppressive atmosphere in the dim hall was charged with murderous intent, as if a dam had burst, unleashing a torrent of wrath. Snake Eye's eyes glimmered with a chilling light in the darkness, exuding a predatory aura. The oppressive killing intent surged, instilling profound discomfort. Old Dog trembled, internally lamenting, O protector. Intervened swiftly, for he was a professional assassin of the yin-yang realm. Once he struck, who could hope to survive? Ah, indeed, just so, Zhou You nodded. Do you understand the essence of a tender embrace? Those who cannot engage in intimacy will never truly grasp its delights. I will kill you, Snake Eye bellowed. His eyes like those of a serpent, pupils inverted, his chilling murderous spirit overwhelming others who hastily summoned their spiritual energy to defend themselves. The slender sword gleamed with a cold light as it darted towards Zhou Yu's eyes with astonishing speed. The decisiveness and ferocity of his attack were evident. Bang. Yet, Snake Eye was sent flying back, the speed of the kick catching him completely off guard. He landed before Old Dog, fury surging within him, his murderous intent reaching its zenith. In that moment, the already dim hall grew even darker. Sitting upright with poise, Zhou You remarked, You hold me in contempt, believing even blood spirits to be unnecessary against one so feeble. With renewed malice, Snake Eye lunged forward once more. Do I require blood spirits to slay you, you weakling? Zhou You tenderly caressed the hilt of his sword, while his right foot was abruptly lifted high. The serpent's eye was severed in half, and the remaining part flew towards Zhou You, only to be intercepted by Zhou Yu's right foot, which then kicked it back. With a sudden grip of his left hand on the sword's hilt, a torrent of murderous intent surged into the exorcising evil sword. Ah, this feels just right. Zhou Yu pondered. Though the effect was minimal, it was indeed beneficial. Over time, it could significantly enhance my sword's essence. Damn it, this guardian is truly reliable. The old dog was nearly ecstatic. The woman's expression shifted abruptly. Previously, under the influence of the serpent's eyes killing intent, her reactions had been sluggish. The other two men exchanged glances, their eyes wide with horror. Were they trapped in a nightmare? Zhou Yu stood up, the door creaking ominously as it splintered. In their moment of daze, death had claimed them. The woman tightly gripped her strange blade, retreating quietly. I have no desire to kill women. Zhou Yu stated calmly, I have never discriminated against women. The woman trembled as she spoke. The seven sisters bear a heavenly mysterious purple talisman, which boasts formidable defenses. The leader wishes to obtain this talisman to venture to an ancient ruin. The map to the ruin is in the possession of the leader. This is all I know. Her voice was melodious, and then it became hauntingly beautiful. Zhou Yu stepped past the old dog and stood at the threshold. I was perplexed. Why didn't she flee? Clearly, I had indulged in idle chatter before she met her demise. Upon reflection, my previous statement essentially conveyed to her, as long as you can escape, feel free to do so. I certainly would not pursue you. After all, pursuit was not my forte. Yet, it seemed she did not comprehend. What a calamity. Zhou Yu sighed heavenward. Next time, he would express himself more directly. This is a merit. The old dog, rummaging through items, cheerfully remarked, Young master, you are ridding the world of evil. They have tormented the innocent for many years. Alas, I tend to be too soft-hearted. Zhou Yu sighed deeply. There are indeed few good souls like mine left. The old dog approached, clutching 4 weapons, and handed over a map, which must be the one she mentioned. Zhou Yu took it, glanced at it without comprehending, and casually stored it in his storage ring. Why have I been encountering so many maps lately? It is quite tedious. The old dog chuckled awkwardly. Not everyone is as secure as you, young master. Some informants, when they acquire similar intelligence, will draft it into maps. Lacking the courage to venture themselves, they sell it at a high price to others. Consequently, maps proliferate everywhere. Take, for instance, the previous Qilin map, who would dare to venture there? Yet, many have purchased it. Young master may not be familiar with this trade. If one were to embark on an adventure, the risks are immense. However, if a map could be sold for a mere low-grade spirit stone, would you not buy it? Surely, you would, even out of curiosity. Thus, selling maps without risk might yield profits far exceeding the intrinsic value of the maps themselves. Zhou Yu was bewildered. Why purchase if one dared not venture? Was it mere idleness? Not quite, the old dog remarked, as everyone ponders the notion of possessing a map. Should they hear of others embarking on a journey, they too might be tempted to join in the merriment. What if fortune smiles upon them, leading to a sudden wealth? The traveler appeared somewhat perplexed, wondering what this all meant. The old dog continued, This is the essence of commerce. The so-called art of business lies in exploiting information asymmetry. By refining what you know that others do not, you can sell that intelligence to them. For instance, in the north, dogs are not consumed, making them inexpensive. While in the south, dog meat is a delicacy, thus commanding a higher price. Yet, the north and south remain oblivious to each other's circumstances. Once you grasp this knowledge, you can procure a substantial number of dogs from the north and transport them south for sale. By the time others catch on, you will have already amassed a fortune. When they rush to partake in this venture, the profits will have dwindled significantly. Chapter 100. A stick falls from the sky. Zhou Yu gazed at the old dog with a peculiar expression, realizing that this old fellow possessed quite an abundance of knowledge. The old dog chuckled sheepishly. I've merely lived a bit longer. I have grasped a few tricks of the trade. Zhou Yu, perplexed, inquired, if you are so knowledgeable, why do you not engage in business? The old dog responded with a dry laugh. While I can talk a good game, practical execution presents considerable challenges. Factors such as capital and the identification of viable opportunities are paramount. If one cannot ascertain these elements, to act recklessly would incur tremendous risks, potentially leaving one with nothing to their name. Zhou Yu smiled faintly, feeling a twinge of boredom. Noticing this, the old dog felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Such trivial knowledge, of course, paled in comparison to the grand sects, which fundamentally relied on people as their investment. They meticulously select and cultivate rare talents from the masses. The emergence of a single strong individual can yield resources for cultivation that multiply tenfold or 100-fold. What does the birth of a powerful figure signify? It symbolizes wealth, authority, status, and vast resources for cultivation. Mere words hold no value. True strength is of utmost importance. Those who wield immense power command absolute influence. Zhou You stretched languidly, acknowledging that many sects had faded into obscurity. Take the shaman, for example. After embezzling funds, they plummeted from the top 500 and are now likely on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, their legacy has fallen into the hands of outsiders. As Zhou You walked outside, he posed a question: is the local power structure comprised of only 4 individuals? It seems 3 are missing. The old dog's expression shifted subtly, suddenly recalling the gravity of the situation. Zhou You exclaimed, "Oh, I had thought everyone had gathered." The old dog, growing anxious, stomped his feet. "What am I? A mere dog? Would they come to greet me? This is dire. Unforeseen complications may arise." He paced back and forth, visibly distressed. Ultimately, he was just a rogue cultivator. His strength was commendable, yet overall, he remained relatively weak. Zhou You furrowed his brow. "Why do you appear as though you've lost your father? Is it truly that serious?" The old dog's face fell. "Young master, you have protection, so you need not worry. Those of us without support cannot be understood by you." Protection? Zhou You pondered the old man atop the mountain. Indeed, he was his disciple. In the event of a major crisis, would he not safeguard him? Would he? Surely he would not abandon him. Zhou You instinctively touched the tip of his nose, suddenly feeling a wave of doubt wash over him. When he had departed, he had resolutely declared the severance of their master-disciple relationship. Did he not make it clear that it was no jest? Oh heavens! A cold sweat broke out on Zhou You. How could he have forgotten such a crucial statement? After a jest, one must remember to clarify that it was merely a jest. Otherwise, it may be taken to heart. Reflecting on the old man's usual demeanor, he sometimes did not seem quite sane. After all, given his age, a bit of confusion was to be expected. I am weak. I am weak. I must act with humility." Zhou You incessantly murmured to himself, urgently reminding his mind to conjure up frightening thoughts, such as the figure in a white robe from the bone tower. He tried relentlessly, yet genuine fear eluded him. Frustrated, Zhou You smacked his forehead, deeming himself utterly hopeless, unable even to summon the most basic sense of dread. Observing Zhou Yu's distracted demeanor, the old dog hastily called out, "Aren't you going to search? There could be countless treasures." Without turning back, Zhou Yu replied, "Life is paramount." The old dog hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dashed in to scavenge, scoffing at the notion that life was more valuable than money. How could one truly appreciate life without wealth? It was easy to speak